FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Aussie station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it. Today was a grind day. Wanted to see our guys push through the elements. Like, for you to build a good team, you got to go through hard things, right? And you got to establish that and grow that camaraderie amongst each other. And you do that by doing hard things. Today was a tough practice. I'm proud of the effort our guys showed, proud of the discipline, and really proud of the way they finished. Everything I could ask for.
And now this game's going to be over as Miles Straw comes in to make a catch on Dalton Varsho's fly out to center. A frustrating end to what was a really good homestand. The Astros dropped 2 out of 3 to the Blue Jays, losing 5-4 here in 10 innings. They end up with a 4-2 homestand, but they lose 5-4 today, heading out to the West Coast after this one. 5-4 the final.
What did we do to Todd Callis' voice?
Did Todd Callis go to Munchkin Land a couple days ago and then come back?
Phillies did and had a contest winner do the.
I guess I need to listen to the audio.
If you're going to bring a contest winner in,
I thought it was safe to play the final call of the game without making Todd Callis sound like one of the Lollipop Guild.
Did you see the Phillies had a contest winner come in and did a pretty good job of it?
Of what?
Doing a play-by-play of the third inning of the Phillies game. Yeah, I thought it almost sounded like it could have been a retired broadcaster.
Yeah.
But then he started screwing some things up. But he was really, really good.
Okay, we play some Todd Callis audio again in headlines.
We'll have to
Very
see
interesting.
we're gonna have to apologize to Todd Callis.
Well, whoever, I'd have to go look and see who pulled the play-by-play of the game. It might have been Tyler, I guess. It was an afternoon game yesterday.
Yeah.
So I don't know what happened to that audio, but that was Todd Callis on the call. I know it sounds like it might have been Todd Callis's prepubescent teenage son, but the Astros lose yesterday.
And Espada got tossed.
Did he get tossed?
He got tossed for arguing the Jordan thing.
I was so hopping mad that Jordan got thrown out at second that I stopped looking at the TV. I just saw Espada coming out of the dugout.
I look at this as Espada grabbing the team by the throat, saying, "I'm going to impose my will." He very cordially got tossed. So
he always cordially gets tossed. He's never feisty when he gets tossed.
He's like an old man complaining about his soup.
That's exactly right,
sir. This is not acceptable.
No, this is lukewarm.
Yeah.
It's funny if for those of you who may have missed it yesterday, the Astros lose 5-4 in 10 innings, and they fell behind 5-3. Bennett Sousa comes up and gives up an immediate home run to Clement, the second baseman for the Blue Jays, in extra innings. So it's 5-3. But you've got Jeremy Pena on second, and you've got Yordan Alvarez up at the plate. About as good a combo as you could have to try to get a rally started. And Yordan laces one down the right field line, driving Pena home. And apparently Jordan just thought it was going to be a walk-in double. How do I know that? Because he basically tried to walk into second base.
Well, he didn't. I mean, he was running hard.
You know what I mean, though.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, he said afterwards that he had it down, and because the second baseman kind of deked him to try to disguise when the ball was coming in, but Jordan just had his head down and was going.
He definitely thought he had it. This we know because Jordan loves to slide.
Yeah,
he slides more than Yordan Alvarez should slide, and he didn't slide. He kind of slow stepped into second base and came up short of the bag by, I guess, an inch or so.
Yeah,
got tagged.
Well, his foot.
He wasn't. According to the umpire, his foot wasn't on the bag when he stepped into second base and got tagged out. And the Astros challenged it. There was really no angle that could show that he did touch second base. The funny thing is that after the game, we'll play this audio in headlines. After the game, Joe Espada said he thought Jordan was in there, that he wasn't out. And Jordan, in his media availability, basically said, "No, I think I missed the bag." So anyways, but that was a killer. That was essentially, it was, not game over necessarily, but the difference between now being down by 1 run, no outs, guy on second, versus 1 out, nobody on, with a lineup that's kind of a fall into the Grand Canyon after the 3rd or 4th spot in the order. So anyways, they lose yesterday, still a game and a half up in the division. So that's good news.
Yeah. You come out of it happy about that series and feeling good about the team in general. Abreu's got a 2 point something, like 0 or 1 ERA. since May 1st now.
He's been good.
June 1st. Yeah, he's been very good. And and Hunter was dealing. Hunter really was.
He wasn't.
He was right. But as if you're still giving him a little bit of leeway in the comeback and the fact that it happens in the 6th inning, I feel like he's really, really close to just slamming the door shut on all of any concern or he looked great last night.
Yeah, he hit no hitter through 5 1/3. Yeah. So he was, and then it kind of got away a little bit in the 6th inning. But you're right, that was a game. They get up 3-0. Early in the game, and you got Hunter Brown on the mound. I'm like, okay, well, this is good. They're going to win a series here, and they did not. So Astros lose yesterday. We'll get into that a little bit more later. I think it was funny, D'Amico Ryan's that cut we played on the way in, where he's like, this is one of those grinded out days. This is one of those days where you get to bond with your teammates out here, and you grind it as if yesterday was any hotter than any other day out there.
Yeah, it was a longer practice. They had the day before, the ones didn't do a whole lot, and it was. It
was the last day before a day off.
Right. No, and it was a longer. They took more reps. They had more series than they had the day before, so they got a lot of work done. But it wasn't like D'Amico has the philosophy of getting in and being really crisp and intense and off the field. So it's not a marathon 3-hour session or anything.
No. It's funny. I went on radio up in. We'll get to the big stories in camp here in a second. I went on radio up in Canada yesterday afternoon. In Edmonton, they wanted to talk about the Texans. So naturally, when you're up in Edmonton, I'm your go-to. I'm up in Canada. They were asking me all the questions you should about the Texans, these hosts on the station up there, mostly about the offensive side, because that's the thing. The defense is the calling card for the Texans. Yeah. But when you're in another market, there's only so many things you can ask about a defense that's just freaking amazing. Like, tell us how awesome the defense is. And then I tell them, and they're like, tell us again how awesome the defense is.
What other things are good about this defense?
Right.
Yes.
So a lot of questions about the offense. And you know what I found? This was a good exercise. Because if it were this time a year ago, I think I would have come on there and been like, this stinks. That stinks. The line stinks. CJ looks terrible. He can't throw. He can't hit the broadside of a barn. He came in all muscled up. He had a shoulder injury in OTAs, blah, blah, blah. They kind of went methodically, Seth, like one component of the offense at a time.
Yeah.
And by the end of the interview, I'm like, I am feeling very positive about almost everything on the Texans right now. On the offensive side, not like they're going to be the greatest show on turf or anything like that, but there's not a part of it that I come away like getting into my truck after camp and being like, God, this sucks. Like right. I feel like the offensive line is improving. They got the right type of guys. I feel like they got a lot of bodies in the tight end room, and I don't feel like they're just taking up space. I feel like there's purpose with that room. The wide receiver room is just a little concerning right now. We'll talk about Tank here in a second because I know people want to hear about that. Because we don't know what Tank is.
Well, Jalen Noel hasn't been practicing, right?
Yeah, Jalen Noel hasn't practiced yet. But the ascension of Jaden Higgins almost cancels those two things out for me. Higgins has looked great, and then the running back room, I feel good about how Marks has looked alongside David Montgomery. So I was like, after that interview, I hung up the phone. I'm like, I think I'm feeling okay about the offense. Like, just, and then CJ's the big thing. CJ's had a good camp so far.
Well, I have my impression of yesterday's practice, and I always like to go back. It's when you watch these practices, it's kind of like when you're watching a high school scrimmage and you're convinced that your side won the scrimmage. If you're watching a scrimmage where you don't keep score, every high school football player knows that his team won the scrimmage. Oh yeah, we kicked their ass. You're really shocked to learn that some guy from the other school was telling some girl at your school that they kicked your ass. Right. So you're like, no, what the hell? And then you go fight at a pizzeria. That's how. So you're out there at practice, and I think the one big difference I noticed is I was chatting with Jason Bristol and a few other people out there yesterday was, you know what? We're having actual conversations about whether the offense is actually having a good day or a bad day, which last year was never.
It was a boring conversation last year.
Yeah. So you go through and you watch the play-by-play, and yesterday I think the real story is, for me, and this is going to sound like something I never would have allowed myself to say, I was encouraged yesterday because I thought the offensive line and the running game was more of the issue than anything else. And before you say, wait a second, Seth, haven't you been screaming about the rushing attack for years now? Yes, I have. But by and large, it's been better, way better this year than it has been in the last couple of years. But in the absence of a good rushing attack and with pass protection that it sometimes broke down, CJ was still really good. CJ was maneuvering in a pocket, and It wasn't a book of like, oh, that would have been a sack or that would have been a sack. He would have kind of a pocket, but a muddy pocket. He'd step up, make a good decision. He's throwing the ball away when he needs to. But the 2-minute drill, he hit Jaden Higgins for 10 yards, got sacked. And an incompletion, but then had Higgins for 15 yards, Stroud to Hutchinson for 8, then to Foster Moreau for 11 yards. They kick a field goal.
Converted a 4th down at one point on that drive, too, 4th and 3, I think. So, yeah, the 2-minute drill was nice at the end by CJ. I agree with you on that. That was
right in the middle there. Yeah, they still had a series after that.
Yep. So that was good to see. And Kaimi was on point yesterday. Wow. They had Kaimi kicking 55 and 60-yarders yesterday at the end.
Pretty soon we're going to start having that conversation about, hey, how come field goal kickers can't also be the punter? Because these guys have not been draping themselves in glory.
Did you see they brought one in for a tryout yesterday?
Yeah, that should be expected.
And if I'm that guy and I'm not on the Texans, I don't feel great about my career.
What a squandering of a couple
Jack Browning is his name.
Well, what a squandering of a couple of badass names. You know, Kai Kroger and Stonehouse.
Jack Stonehouse.
Jack Stonehouse battles it out with Kai Kroger, who can shake the fewest number of punts.
Yeah, Jack Stonehouse sounds like he foils crime. Yeah. That name. Punting. Honestly, it's one of the few things that I'm pessimistic about. Everything. It's been a good camp so far. I think just 7 practices in. I feel great about the defense, obviously. And I feel better about the offense than I thought I would at this point.
No, and I think Keelan Rutledge is really just consistently putting in good, solid days. And I get skeptical sometimes when people are all excited about, it's an offensive lineman who's nasty and fights a lot, because sometimes those guys end up sucking because they're too aggressive.
Okay,
he does that stuff, but while he's keeping good balance and good technique and everything, there's a lot to like about Keelan Rutledge.
I had this set for later, but I'll ask it now since you brought up Rutledge, and since it sounds like you kind of subtweeted Trevor Penning right there when you said what you said.
Yeah.
Chris Poulos, who's the owner of West Point Lincoln, texted me yesterday. He said, "Can you ask Seth this?"
Yeah.
He said, I'd like you to ask Seth the difference between Trevor Penning and Keelan Rutledge. Rutledge seems to have that same edge where he's finishing plays, but I know Seth's disdain for Penning, and I'm just curious his thoughts. What's the difference between the two?
This is the key. Yeah. Guys who get a reputation for being a badass, when what they do is they get destroyed on a play, but then they jump on the guy after the whistle. That's Trevor Penning.
Gotcha.
Or look at that. He drove that safety out of bounds. That's Trevor Penning.
Yeah.
He gets his butt whooped, but then he's a badass when it doesn't matter.
Keelan Rutledge is finishing blocks on Azeez Al-Shaair.
Right, he's like having a good play and then finishing a block. I would say the same thing about Wyatt Teller in his career. I never thought of Wyatt Teller as a dirty player because he's putting people in the dirt in the course of action. He's a genuinely good football player.
Yep.
So that's a big. That's why Penning was and always has been and will be a fake tough guy.
Yeah. So
he did a lot of stuff versus MAC opponents and in the Senior Bowl. This is just dirty, while also not being good at playing offensive line. The difference. That's the difference. Rutledge is good, and he's also like that. The dirty part, if you're a defensive lineman, the dirty part is guys like in training camp. If you're dragging guys down from behind, if you're doing a lot of stuff that's a practice tempo violation, and that's not Rutledge. He's getting it out. He's playing till the echo of the whistle.
He's
and
a tone setter, man, no doubt. He's a tone setter. All right, so Tank Dell wore pads yesterday, Seth. He wore pads, he wore a helmet, and he ran patterns against air.
Yes,
and that was progress yesterday
in the individual period. Yes, and he caught some passes, had one drop. It looked at the end of that period, he was just kind of standing, hanging his head, and I don't know if he was praying or meditating or focusing on something or just upset with himself over the drop.
You know what I noticed about Tank is that when we all saw him run out there, we saw he had on pads and a helmet. Everybody got real excited about that. The crowd popped for it and everything else.
I thought he was going to be in an Oklahoma drill.
That would have been fun. So what I noticed about Tank is that when he wasn't doing things, when he wasn't doing drills, which was most of the practice, when he was kind of moving from person to person to go talk to them, he's kind of cutting through them as if he's cutting through the little orange cones in his workouts and stuff. Almost like he was trying to show people hey, I'm not in this drill, but my legs do still work.
My old special teams coach, Frank Gant Sr., who is a Navy pilot, he talk to us about that hanger flying. You always want to be practicing all the time because, pilots will sit and they'll go, you watch the Blue Angels rehearse for a flight where they all close their eyes and they're kind of going through everything mentally. So that's what, who used to do that? John Randall, the Hall of Fame defensive lineman.
Seemed to work for him.
He used to go through the shopping mall hitting pass rush moves on people. It was just you constantly.
We used to do when we were 9.
No, I remember reading that story about John Randall, and I started doing it when I was a kid, like working my hands just on random things. People who ski, guys who are annoyingly always practicing their golf swing when you're talking to them. Yeah, like that's what they're doing. They're hanger flying.
Okay.
And that's what Tank's doing. He's hanger flying.
He's hanger flying. I like that. Did you do it as an adult when you were going through the mall?
Not through
like
the
John
mall.
Randall?
Not once I got to the age
you didn't
where
want it bad enough.
I could be tried as an adult.
Might have been a Hall of Famer like John Randall.
Well, yeah, Randall's doing it up at the Mall of America in Minnesota where people are like, oh my gosh, John Randall hit me with a spin move today. It was incredible.
Seth's best mall story is when he got lost from his teammates at an appearance while wearing his uniform at the mall. Here was D'Amico.
Jim Marshall head slapped me. It was great.
In Minnesota. Yeah, exactly. Here was D'Amico Ryans on Tank Dell being back out there yesterday.
On the right plan. Nothing's changed with his plan. We progressing him on really well. He got out, did Indy today, and we expect him to just continue to progress with how he's feeling. There's no set way of doing it. It'll be based upon how he's feeling, and we'll do the right thing by Tank, making sure that we approach it the right way, take care of him the right way, so he's feeling confident when he's able to step back out there in full team drills.
Anything changed with seeing Tank out there yesterday for you as far as how you feel about Tank?
I feel like it's everything that they've told us is that they're just going to take it step by step, and they're making it into incremental baby steps. And it really, when talking to Nick, sorry, I've got this new phone and I don't know how to silence it. Oh, there's a little button.
It's right there. There's a button.
I know there's a button instead of a switch. So I press the button, and I think the thing.
Welcome to the future.
I'm kind of disappointed in this new iPhone. I thought the battery life was supposed to be better, and I think it might actually be worse.
It's a 17, right?
Yeah.
I got a 15. I love the battery on this thing.
So as far as they're taking the baby steps, and from talking to Caserio, it seemed like, the actual going through each process. And after 2 years out of football, they want to be sure that everything's really natural and comfortable as they go along. So, I mean, as small as it might seem, basically what he did today was the same thing he's been doing, except with shoulder pads on.
Yeah. I'm a little disappointed in Nick. This is the second straight time he's done an interview with us where we asked him about Tank. He gave a nice answer about Tank, nice expansive answer. But then the very next day, Tank does something that's milestone worthy.
But you know what? I think in keeping with the policy, they don't want to put any kind of public expectations
I know,
on it.
but I thought we were friends.
If Tank woke up in the morning and felt like, sometimes a pitcher wakes up and his arm is dead.
Yeah.
Tank might have woken up and they're like, I don't know if I can put on the pads today.
But the GM.
But Caserio already told the people I was going to do it.
Just told Payne and Pendergast I was going to put the pads on.
And all of a sudden he goes out there and tears an ACL.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
All right, Nick, you're off the hook if you're listening right now. All right, Payne and Pendergast, boy, there's a ton that I meant to get to in the open, and there's just so much stuff going on here with the Texans and with the Astros. By the way, baseball talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. All right, C.J. Stroud and Jadeveon Clowney, both on the NFL Network yesterday. What did C.J. have to say? Is C.J. as bullish on these offensive weapons as I was 10 minutes ago? And Jadeveon Clowney on why Houston, his phone call with D'Amico Ryans, and Jane Slater asked him, hey, why didn't you go back to Dallas in a positively Dallas type of move? You'll want to hear what Jadeveon Clowney says about that. We'll do all that coming up next.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the NFL Network was in town yesterday. Good seeing our friend Jane Slater out there.
We talked to Jane Slater for a little bit before practice when we were done with our show.
Yeah.
I got excited to find out that Kurt Warner was going to be interviewing C.J. Stroud.
Yes. Yeah, the two of them sat down with C.J. Stroud. Good interview. If you want to go find it, it's up there. It's on YouTube.
You and I bet on Kelce which Bible verses they would discuss.
They were heavy. They were playing.
We figured they would be.
They were playing dueling Bible verses there.
Kurt Warner is going to love C.J. Stroud. It was however skeptical he might be for whatever reason. Once they get onto the old bibliotech, it's going to be on.
There was a lot of faith talk, no doubt about that. Here was C.J. Stroud on the kind of just doing a rundown almost of how things are going offensively, all the weapons in the different rooms on that side of the ball. How's he feeling about that group?
Nico, of course, is the one-on-one guy. He can do everything. He can get in the slot, go outside. Big play ability, big yak ability, and then the other guy. I think they're very talented. Some guys who played a lot of college ball, played together in college with Hutch and Higg and Jay Noel. And then you got Tank, you got J-Watt coming from a championship mentality. I think he has 3 rings, so he has that mentality and that work ethic. And then also our tight end room, I think we brought in Marlon, rookie from, that team up north. Yep. He's doing very well. Then we got Dalton, of course, our ace at tight end, Cade, Foster. Running backs doing well. So and then my biggest thing is we're tough up front. We got some tough guys, some young guys who are pushing everybody else. Like Keelan's doing great. Wyatt from the Browns got a lot of experience. I can go on and on. Everybody's doing really well. So I'm very excited for the group we have offensively.
That's kind of echoing what I said in the open, Seth. I found myself as I was talking about this offense with another radio station yesterday. Yeah. I'm like, wow, and I'm generally a positive person, but I'm like, I feel decent about the direction of these rooms right now.
Yeah, and I think Wyatt Teller is the guy that I've been watching, and it's hard to see during play sometimes all the individual stuff, but when you watch him, but I've been pleased with him so far. In the team periods, but then in the one-on-one pass rush, he's just such a technician. It's really fun to watch him work with his hands. And, for young offensive linemen, same as it is for young defensive linemen, the biggest thing that guys maybe realize real quickly when they get to the NFL is how precise you have to be with your hands. And Wyatt Teller is one of the best in the league in the last decade at that. And he's still very much that way. So the level of veteran expertise, and then the promise of Keelan Rutledge and Febechi Wiwu, honestly, is I haven't been blown away, but it's hard to get blown away by interior offensive linemen. But the scouting report on him, just how solid and strong that he is, you can totally see that he might develop into something.
Yep. Clowney was on with the folks on NFL Network yesterday as well. And
real quick before we move on, just because another thing that CJ had said in his interview with Kurt Warner that I really liked was that, he talked about maturing as a quarterback and, taking the easy throws and everything. But he said a key thing in there, which is it's a great way to frame it, is that you got to trust your teammates to make those plays. Because sometimes it's kind of an insult to the other players when you don't throw the running back early in the down, when you realize, okay, the coverage isn't right, instead of hanging on, let me throw it to the running back and let him get some yak. You're insulting your running back if you don't think he can do that.
Right.
If you learn that, that can be a really, really vicious weapon if you don't do it. And he framed it almost that way, as trust your teammates. It doesn't have to be the circus throw downfield. You can turn a boring route into a good one if you trust your teammates to do it.
I thought one of the really interesting things he said in there, we don't have the audio, so I apologize, but when they asked him about kind of changing his mentality of taking plays like that, taking what the defense gives you, is that he's like, since I was in high school, every other coach before this coaching staff, or before getting to the NFL, probably really was like, man, you can make all throws. You should be zipping it all over the place.
It's like, dude, you too can be the next Jay Cutler in the NFL if you so choose.
Right.
Yeah.
It was interesting. It was good. It was a good interview. It was a good sit down with those guys. Here was Jadeveon Clowney.
I mean that, and just be so hungry for the deep ball that you don't actually develop as a genuine quarterback.
That's right. Here was Jadeveon Clowney when he was asked by Jane Slater and Kurt Warner, why Houston?
I didn't like how I went the first time. And I felt like we had a good team to win when I was here the first time. And I kept watching them after I left, watching D'Amico put this team together. And I was like, I've been living here. My kids go to school here. If I had to pick to come here or somewhere else, I might as well stay home and help the team that I got drafted to. And I was looking forward to this. They got a lot of great players up front. I said if I can get in the mix with that group, it can be special for us this year. And I was looking forward to that.
All right, so it's interesting. It's funny because I've heard D'Amico make comparisons, or not make comparisons, but mention Danielle Hunter in the same answers with Jadeveon Clowney because of the Houston angle to the whole thing. You know, Danielle wanting to come back here and do something special in his hometown. This isn't Jadeveon Clowney's official hometown, but it's his football hometown. This is where he started his career. It's funny to me, like, how this defense is such a walking advertisement for itself. Danielle Hunter, when he signed here, brought up the fact that he was at that Cleveland playoff game, the playoff game against Cleveland back in D'Amico's first year, CJ's rookie year. He was at that game and he watched that defense and was like, "Damn, I want to play on that defense, and I can do it in my hometown." It's almost an identical story.
Clowney sounded a little bit in that particular slice. He talked about when in his introductory press conference. He talked a good amount about the environment that's here with D'Amico and how it's different. That particular answer sounded a little bit more like convenience. That it was.
That's my part of it.
I feel like that one wasn't as it wasn't as much full bore into like, this is the spot that it needs to be. But like in fairness to him, he has given that other answer a couple of times.
Yeah,
already.
for sure. This is what how his phone call went with D'Amico Ryans.
What was that call with D'Amico like?
I was just really speaking to him like, hey, I like what you done did with the coach over. I can tell the energy in the locker room from watching you guys on TV. And I was like, hey, I like to be a part of that. You know, I'm here. I can help the team. And just reached out to him and he was like, hey, we can work on that. And the next week, he made things happen, got me in the building, and it's been up from here.
Again, that's a significant thing that Clowney's doing the one making the phone call.
Yeah. And that dynamic happens. It's always interesting because you wonder exactly what would they have reached out to him eventually? Yeah, sometimes I hear stories from front offices where I'm like, man, what's the harm in a phone call just to see if somebody they'll assume that somebody isn't interested or something. They might have been planning on talking to Clowney's agent at some point anyway. But Clowney also has been a guy that has routinely waited until late in camp or when the regular season has begun to make his decision. So then maybe they're just kind of slow playing it and not wanting to look desperate. So it was nice when they got a call.
I think it's really interesting just how motivated is probably the wrong word, because I think Clowney's a motivated player, as you pointed out several times, and you've got the cuts to prove it on your computer over there, that effort and motor on the field is not an issue with Clowney. But he has had this sort of strange reputation that's followed him about being, doesn't do training camp, stuff like that, little things like that. He's still a very, very good football player, obviously. That's why I thought it was really that he's doing the reaching out to D'Amico, that he saw these things. Again, there's a convenience factor, too. He lives here in Houston. But that, and the fact that, as he pointed out, I wanted to get into a training camp so I could finally get into a scheme and not turn to the guy next to me and ask what I'm doing. It just seems like a really rounded out, mature version of Clowney.
No, he's a different guy than when he left, and he's still, like, in terms of personality and everything, he's not Will Anderson, because there's only like 4 or 5 Will Anderson type guys in the league. But he's definitely he's not the young kid whose head was spinning when he first got here. Okay, so he played for the Cowboys last year. He was their best defensive lineman probably until they traded for Quinnen Williams. Did Dallas take the old Clowney for granted in their approach with him this offseason? Because they asked Clowney yesterday, why didn't you go back to Dallas?
I was shocked myself. I reached out a few times, like, hey, what y'all thinking? I think they wanted to go through training camp. I was like, that ain't my mindset right now. I think I deserve to be signed right after the season was over. I felt like, and when they didn't sign me, I was just like, I'm not going to go far off the play. I'm not going to a team that can win. I want to go to a team that can win and going to be in position to be in the playoffs come December time. And why not do it here where I started at?
That sounds to me, Seth, like they were like, Clowney always signs in late August anyways.
Yeah.
The Cowboys, that's how I choose to interpret it.
Well, it's tricky. The Cowboys are trying to massively overhaul their defense, too. So
it was good last year for them.
Right. But they've got 6-7 new starters potentially on defense. And maybe just for whatever reason, with an older player, they just didn't want too many older guys on there.
They obviously didn't prioritize him or he'd be a Dallas Cowboy, probably.
I mean, they prioritized Rashawn Gary last year. That seems like I would rather have Clowney.
Yeah, I would too. We got some text rolling in here. What does Clowney's contract look like? Very team friendly. Base salary of $5.5 million, maxing out at $8 million with incentives.
Yeah,
that's a really good deal for the Texans.
Yeah, no, and it's not that much more than they paid EJ Speed or Dominique Robinson.
No,
it's a few million more. But I do think Jadeveon probably would have had better offers, especially if he'd wait. Part of him just. It's not fair, I think, to say, he just doesn't want to go to training camp. Part of it is that he's in that category of guy that he's probably going to get his best deal at the end of camp when teams realize, okay, we need a guy, or one of our guys got injured, and that's probably where the best deals have been. So if he had followed the same strategy, at some point somebody would have come along. Maybe with a much more lucrative deal than this. Maybe. That a good team who loses a starter to an ACL and is a contender or what have you, there's somebody that might have paid him a lot more.
He's in a couple of practices. He was disruptive yesterday.
No. Yesterday, it was immediate. He came in and he did a speed to power against Braden Smith and just destroyed him. I think Braden might have gotten his feet tangled up with somebody I couldn't see from the sideline, but it was pretty damn impressive. And then he immediately had 2 really nice reps against Trent Brown.
There is gas in the tank there.
And I know when I mentioned this yesterday, a couple people said, well, is that actually good because that's against our offensive linemen? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. He's doing it against proven offensive linemen, and that's what Clowney's going to do in one-on-ones at time. I had a conversation with somebody yesterday about, why would they just not chip him? And because you can't chip somebody every single play, Oh no, that was a question about Will Anderson. But because you can't.
Still true though.
You can't chip everybody every single play, and especially if you trust your tackles. Yeah, they're going to be a one-on-one, and sometimes they're going to get beat.
Hey, real quick, along those lines, text message. Anybody had eyes on Ursary so far?
Yeah, Ursari's had some bad snaps versus Danielle Hunter, which is fine.
Makes
but he's
him
also,
like everybody else in the league.
Yeah, I think he's looked generally where I'd expect him right now. He hasn't blown me away, but I think he's an improved player over where he was at the end of last year. Without seeing him in an actual game yet, that's my expectation in week 1.
All right, let's get to headlines coming up next. The Astros lose yesterday, still leading the division. We've got more audio from training camp coming. Signing of a former Texan has found a home. We will tell you who that is as well. We'll do all that in headlines coming up next.
Kirk Holmes is who you go to if
to our showroom and now our adjoining warehouse. To the dump, to the dump, to the dump, dump, dump.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Smashes one, fair ball to the wall and right, into score Pena. Jordan digging for second. He will be out at second base. A great throw by Nathan Lucas to get Jordan. And Jordan cannot believe that throw was on him. And the tag made by Jimenez for a huge first out of the inning.
All right, that was a big play in that game yesterday. The Astros lose 5-4 to the Toronto Blue Jays, so they lose this series to the Blue Jays. Still leading in the AL West by a game and a half over the Rangers, who won yesterday. 5-4, the final score in 10 innings. 5-3 going into the bottom of the 10th after an Ernie Clement home run off of Bennett Sousa put the Blue Jays up 5-3. Pena was in second base to start the inning. Jordan Alvarez was your leadoff batter for that inning. And Jordan promptly laces a double down. Well, it looked like it was supposed to be a double. Ended up being a single with him getting thrown out at second. But Pena scores on the play to make it 5-4. And it looked like you were going to have runner on second, nobody out, down by 1 run. And instead, Jordan, who, for whatever reason, the rare time he chooses not to slide, he goes into second base standing up. And at least according to the umpire, he came up just short of the base, fraction of an inch short. Heads up play by the Blue Jays infielder there to tag him, and they challenged the play. Espada, they lost the challenge. Espada went out, argued it, got tossed, and the Astros lose 5-4 yesterday. That was a big swing in that game in that bottom of the 10th.
Yeah, and it was it's funny. I felt bad for you because it puts you in a pickle because you hate it when you're on slides, and yet in the very instance, because he'll do some superfluous slides where you're like, hey, big fella,
he loves sliding.
Don't put yourself in harm's way.
Yep.
And this is the exact time. And he didn't even get deked by the deke either. He said he just had his head down and he
thought it was a double,
looking for the bag.
Yeah. He just thought he had it.
Well, he wasn't casually rolling in there.
And I think anytime you don't slide, there's a level of casualness to what you're doing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's that. So I think.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah. So the 2 times.
He said it was almost like I wonder if. He said he had his head down looking for the base, almost as if maybe he was running faster than he realized.
I don't know.
That all of a sudden there was the base, and I should have slid.
All I know, your point is a good point. I am very anti-Jordan sliding, vocally. Yeah. So I have my own Reddit group for it. I've got a club, anti-Jordan sliding.
Tattoo on your left buttock.
Yep. Yeah. If you want to check out my social media, it's at Don't Slide Jordan.
So you put your sliding pants up over it. Yeah.
I do. The 2 times most noteworthy where he should have slid and chose not to, he sprained his ankle on home plate, and he got thrown out last night or yesterday afternoon. So here was Joe Espada on that particular play after the game.
No, I think I saw enough there. I think his foot was on the bag, and I don't know if he called him out because the foot came off or not, but it looked to me like he beat the play.
How frustrating is that? Just with he had a chance to be the tying run there with no outs.
Yeah, very frustrating. But they make the call in New York, and that's the ruling, and I disagree with it.
The funny thing about that is Jordan after the game was like, I think my foot was off the bag. I don't think I made it.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to throw you under the bus. All right, so the Astros off today. They're off to the West Coast to play the San Diego Padres, and they're the Astros up game and a half in the division. Training camp yesterday for the Texans, long one. It was a little bit longer than usual. And they're off today. The Texans also off today. No training camp practice. This was Henry Toa. The offense has been a big talking point throughout training camp because we know that's the side of the football that needs to get better. This was Henry Toa, inside linebacker for the Texans, saying what he's been noticing with the offense this year.
Man, they moving fast. O-line looks really good. CJ's making great decisions. And the running backs, man. Them running backs they good now. Oh man, I don't, whatever you've seen out there, don't believe it. Those boys are good. They ball. Like they can move, and when they get clicking, it's over. No, I don't think nobody can stop them. They're that good, and they're putting all the pieces together, and they're a hell of an offense. I'm telling you, hell of an offense.
He's even more bullish than I am.
Hell of an offense. Yeah. You know what? I've had that thought before where I'm trying not to get too excited over non-tackle football, but that is still a very, very good defense that practices really hard out there. And some of the plays that the Texans are making are plays that they didn't have a prayer of making last year during training camp. But Jens, do I dare to start comparing them to other offenses just yet? I'm going to need to see the first couple of preseason series.
I agree.
I do hope. Sargent pointed this out remember 2 years ago, the starting offensive line wasn't even together at any point in a preseason game. I think until the final, like for a series on the final.
That was
preseason
still when
game.
Tunsil was on the team.
Yeah. No, and it was just a matter of. There's a lot of uncertainty about that offense. Going into 2024, there were still some things I wanted to see, and it felt like they were just kind of casually rolling into the season. We'll be just fine with these guys. Your risk of injury goes up, but your risk of sucking goes up, too, if you don't have your offensive line out there for at least a few series altogether in the preseason games.
That was the offensive line, unlike this camp, where it feels like, other than Ariante Erstreet, they're shuffling everybody around. Even between Keelan Rutledge has played guard and center. The competition at right tackle is a really good one with Braden Smith and Trent Brown right now. This is a better offensive line room overall talent-wise than that one 2 years ago, and yet that one 2 years ago, it felt like they had their ones all set like on July 26th or whatever when camp started. That was the year. It was Tunsil, skinny Kenyon Green coming back from the injury. And then it was Juice Scruggs at center, Shaq Mason, and Titus Howard. Mm-hmm. That was it. Those are your ones. This is a very different camp, but I feel like it's a better room.
The depth and the actual competition of guys that, like last year you had backups competing to be starters, and which means that your backup was going to be a guy that might be third string on a lot of teams. Where this year these are bona fide. There's going to be backups who are bona fide starters on other teams.
We'll talk more about this. We're up against it, so we'll talk more about this in the 7 o'clock hour. Stephon Diggs has found a home. He is a Washington Commander. 1 year, up to $12 million.
Did Brandon Ayuk comment on that?
Not that I've seen yet. That's who I want to see Brandon Ayuk go after, because I feel like Diggs might fire back at Brandon Ayuk.
This is where maybe this is a wake-up moment for Brandon Ayuk, where he realizes, wow, Diggs is the guy.
Maybe.
Diggs has been more productive recently, and on the football field has not been a character risk at all in the last couple places he's been.
No.
And yet he's got a certain cachet to him that Brandon Ayuk's his cachet is even worse.
And we'll get more to Diggs in the 7 o'clock hour. I just found it hilarious, the article in The Athletic that was reporting Diggs signing with the Commanders, and towards the it's not a long article, it's a report, but the very end gives like a paragraph or two on the whole lawsuit that he was kind of exonerated from because the witness was terrible, blah, blah, blah. And then there's a sentence at the very end says, Diggs still has 2 outstanding pending civil lawsuits.
Yeah, and they
just kind of left it at that.
I saw Warren Sapp was telling a story about the things that Tony Dungy used to tell guys to watch out for. He had like 5 items, and one of them was the women you know too well and the women you don't know well enough, or something along those lines. And that's what Diggs has a history of maybe associating with people that aren't the best for him.
Yes, I would agree with that.
So even when he's not technically the victim, or when he's not technically at fault, man, you put yourself in a lot of hairy situations.
Yeah, you're walking drama, man.
Yeah.
You're just drama all the time. All right, ringing endorsement from one of his teammates for C.J. Stroud, and we haven't dug into the Mike Sando QB tiers. There's some interesting non-CJ angles to this. The tiers, the ranking of the quarterbacks by executives and coaches around the league. We'll get into that and a whole lot more in the 7 o'clock hour. That is coming up next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio shared what he believes must improve most for team success this year. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast.
What happened?
What happened?
Did we get canceled?
Why did they omit our names, Byron?
Did we get fired already?
Byron, are you trying to send a subliminal message to management that you don't want Seth and I here for the new era of 95.7 The Fan?
I need y'all here.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're damn right you do. That's right.
I was thinking that's the day on August 13th, all of a sudden switch to FM. And also, by the way, you guys are out, you know?
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried they kind of mad-libbed our name out of there.
Like those broadcasters for the BC basketball program.
Yeah,
you know?
just got fired.
Big
out of
change,
nowhere.
and they just fire them just because.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're going to be here on August 13th.
And you were not
big
very
change.
sympathetic to those two guys.
And I also said I don't expect any sympathy when the day comes when I get canned.
Well, according to that promo that Byron just played, the bump in right there, it could be 7 days from now.
I'm thinking about
maybe that's the countdown to getting rid of me and you.
I've got a few more chess moves in play before I become the majority owner of Odyssey.
Okay,
and
good.
Then I'll be untouchable.
Just give me a cushy job when you get there. That's all I ask. If I can come along for the ride, that would be good. But yeah, it's worth mentioning. A week from today, in fact, a week and 57 minutes from right now, Sports Radio 610 becomes 95.7 The Fan. I've had a lot of people coming up to me about that around town at Texans practice and things like that. It's big buzz, man.
Yeah.
Heritage Sports Station going to FM.
It's cool. The guys from the Texans front office and the coaching staff and everything that as they're walking by us have told us that. I'm like, oh, hey, thanks, man.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Xavier Hutchinson's dad.
The best thing that is a reminder of me, like, you know, when I first started doing radio, back when we were on the AM dial, I used to, like, I didn't know exactly what the hell I was doing, and I kind of was like, okay, I guess I'm supposed to kind of shout a lot and be a jerk, like that, which was easy for me.
You were really good at it.
Well, I have a hair trigger when I want to have it. It's weird. I can control the hair trigger, and if I decide to be angry, I can be genuinely angry all the time.
You're the best.
But then after a while, I realized I don't feel good about myself when I'm that way, and it's not good blood pressure.
No,
and like things have changed to where I think because of podcasting, especially, things have changed to where everything's more conversational now, and people don't really want hot takes. But the thing that helps me most in that regard is I meet so many parents of players at training camp who listen to our show.
Yes.
Or listen to our podcasts or what have you. And it always reminds me, okay, if I'm going to criticize this pleasant gentleman's son, at some point I want to be sure I'm doing it like a good coach would do it, and talk more about like, okay, this is what this player needs to do differently. This is what he needs to do in this situation, instead of just deploring what a bum this kid is. I reserve that for the Trevor Pennings of the world.
Yes, you don't care what his parents think.
The non-Houston sports team players.
What would happen if you met Trevor Penning's parents?
Tell him what'd you guys do wrong?
Yeah, exactly.
Why is he like this? Why does he not work on being a good football player instead of a guy that just jumps on people after he gets his ass kicked?
That's what I thought. What I thought. Hey, by the way, real quick breaking news in the AFC South. Jonathan Taylor agrees to 2-year, $44 million extension with the Indianapolis Colts.
And he did that without a hold-in this time.
He did.
There were no RV meetings like he had with. Is it Carly Taylor or Carly Ursay?
Carly, it's Callie or Carly. I can't remember.
With C. Ursay, the daughter of Jim Ursay.
I think it's Callie.
He just did it with very little drama. And so let's see. The Jahmyr Gibbs, is he the last big-name running back that's currently?
He's the one that I know is holding in.
Yeah,
right now,
and then might get a deal. Probably he's younger than Jonathan Taylor. Probably going to get a more lucrative deal than Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, he probably will. Well,
that Jonathan Taylor one isn't lucrative. It's Bijan.
No, but Bijan signing that probably helped.
Yeah,
he's also not as good as Bijan. He's really good. But Bijan getting that deal yesterday, if you missed it, and it's Carly Ursay Gordon is who probably said, we're not going to go down the same road my old man did, where Jonathan Taylor's going to be holding in. We're going to take care of our guy. He's been a great player.
I'll tell you what, too. I'm going to call her Carly Ursay. That's Gordon, this dude. Who the hell? Good job on you marrying into that.
It is a good job.
That money.
It's a really good job.
Yeah.
NFL money. So Bijan gets his deal yesterday, 3 years, $75 million, $25 million AAV, and the domino falls into place here for Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah. And,
so I got to deal with him for a few
I think, and look, that's notable for the divisional opponent, where, as Kalen Bullock said last year, their offense is Jonathan Taylor, and after that, they don't have much.
Yeah.
That Daniel Jones is only as good as Jonathan Taylor is. The same way it was in New York when Barkley was really good. Oh, wow. I think Daniel Jones really might be something.
Yeah.
So if the Texans can bottle up and limit Jonathan Taylor, that's key to that game.
Absolutely. Week 3 is when we will see the Colts in Indianapolis. Here was Derek Stingley Jr. yesterday. This was actually a question, just a general question about improvement on the team.
Yeah.
And Stingley immediately takes it over to C.J. Stroud.
I feel like it's been all right. I'm seeing, like, CJ is being the CJ that we all know he can be, and he's making some real plays out there. Like, we all knew he could do it. Like, he been doing this for a long time. It's just, I wait for everybody else to see him go out there and just ball, just be himself.
Okay, so when I hear that, I'm not. This is how I hear it. This is how it lands with me. I'm not saying this is what Stingley was saying, but it almost sounds a little bit like acknowledgement that, like, we weren't seeing the old CJ for a little while there, and that it's in him. It's in that maybe, this is my own take on it, that, there's a lot of things that go into it above and beyond just CJ himself. It's all the parts around him. It's Nick Caley. It's everything else. But I do think that a week into camp, there's just a substantial difference in the way CJ and the offense as a whole is operating versus this defense compared to last year.
Yes.
And CJ has had some really nice vintage CJ moments of throwing passes into tight windows, making the right decision. I get excited about some of the throwaways because, like, honestly, in training camp especially, where as a quarterback, you can get away with, all right, acting like you wouldn't have gotten sacked. But there's times where a guy's like closing in on him and he throws the ball away, and he's playing it like it's an actual game. And if there's somebody in his face, sure, I could try to make the throw and like pretend like I wasn't going to get sacked, but no, he throws the ball away.
No, and I think this is just, I'm obviously totally projecting here, but I think playing it out like that and throwing the ball away at least sends the message to the offensive line, too, like reminds them, like, no, that's a negative play.
Right.
In a game that, like, if he keeps moving around back there and he finds somebody over the middle 2 seconds after it would have been in a normal game, he would have been sacked, then maybe the offensive line is like, whatever. But if you feel acutely like, no, now we're in 3rd and 10 instead of, 3rd and 3 or something.
And there's and again, like, when you talk about the sum total of everything with the pass protection last year, I got frustrated because I felt like people were looking at the fact that CJ was getting sacked about half as often as he had been the year before, and they were interpreting that as, wow, the offensive line is playing a lot better. And they really weren't for a large portion of the year. It was that CJ was taking it on himself to not get sacked. He was a smarter quarterback and a more veteran quarterback because, as they say, sacks are a QB stat in a lot of ways. There's a lot of really good quarterbacks. Peyton Manning was the ultimate, who, never got sacked a lot. And there were times where his offensive line actually wasn't that good, but he took it upon himself to not get sacked.
Yeah.
CJ did more of that last year. But then also some of the pass protection issues were physical or mental on the part of the offensive line, but sometimes it's because CJ's not setting or seeing the protection the right way. And I think he's gotten a lot better at that as well.
My request would be to the stat people out there, to the stat gods, the people that run all the stat things, is that the sacks get put into 2 categories.
Yeah.
One on the line and one on the quarterback.
They have that.
But I want it like on the
You
ESPN
want it to be one of the main
page.
stats.
Yeah. Like I know they've got XWOBA.
Yeah.
But I would want it to be like next to home runs and RBIs.
Any stat you ask for, they have it already.
Yes.
The problem is that there's 29,000 of those types of stats.
Well, and I don't want it behind a paywall either. I want it for free.
Yeah.
I want it for free.
You got Pro Football Focus.
I know, but I paid for enough stuff already. Yeah, no, I'm sure they do. I just want it readily available when I go to ESPN.com or something like that.
You want PFF to actually be a website that's easy to find things where it's not.
That would be glorious. That would be glorious.
Hey, that thing that everybody wants, it's 8 steps to get to that.
No, but if it was more available to everybody, then people would talk about it more, and then the quarterbacks would be more in tune with, oh, my God, I lead the league in
It's like
quarterback sacks.
It's like when baseball players started caring more about OPS than baseball.
Right. Because it's right there.
It's right there. They talk about it.
Even though all you had to do was add batting average or on base and slugging together. But yes, it's right there. It's right there. Okay, question on the text page, and then we'll get to the Sando article here. Why do you all say holding in instead of holding out?
Because they're in the building.
Yes. Yeah. Here's the thing. The holdouts used to be the thing because guys would stay away from camp altogether. They would get fined, and then the teams, once the guy came back, the teams would forgive the fines. They can't do that anymore.
Right. And
it's part of the CBA.
Well, so now, part of it, too, is now players will hold in, they'll have a mysterious injury, and then there's kind of a standoff between them and management, depending how they feel about the player, as to whether they want to be hard asses about it or not. So it's a tense situation where they're holding in. Technically, the team could hit them up with the conduct detrimental or be aggressive with it. But if it's a guy they want to have a long-term relationship with, it's just an uncomfortable situation. And that's why you see so many of these with Jalen Ramsey. Remember, Jalen Ramsey had this mysterious back injury. He gets traded away from the Jaguars, and the next week, all of a sudden, his back is healed.
He's practicing with the Rams. Yeah. So that's what it is. It's a different thing.
Pool. As a former player, I try to stand by players as much as possible, but it's dirty pool. I don't like when players do it.
Yep. All right. So the Sando QB tiers are out. We talked about it a little bit earlier this week, the day they came out. For those who don't know, Mike Sando is a writer for The Athletic, very plugged in with scouts and front office people and coaches. And he's done this, I think, for 13 years now, where he surveys 50 people across all different work disciplines around the NFL. And they vote, and they basically just put all the quarterbacks into a different tier, anywhere from tier 1, which is a franchise guy who carries his team, all the way down to tier 5, which is, just not a good quarterback. C.J. Stroud, for some perspective, was in Tier 2 after his rookie year. There's usually 4 or 5 guys in Tier 1. This year there's 4. C.J. was 7th overall, high in Tier 2 after his rookie year. Did not drop much after his second year, even though it wasn't as good a season for C.J. as his rookie year. He dropped just to 9th. This past season, and probably this is voted on, I'm sure, after the playoffs, was a big tipping point, at least in the impression around the league amongst these folks, for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
He dropped all the way into the kind of upper part of Tier 3. He is 20th overall, and he is behind names like Bo Nix and old man Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Who apparently only lost to the Texans because he had the flu.
Yeah, that story now that he had the flu. He was a hero for even playing in that game.
Okay, he looked awful.
From what I know of heroes, when they have a flu game, they perform.
They win titles, actually. Yeah. So CJ's 20th on this. Look, this is just one of a litany of things where you can just tell the Q rating for C.J. Stroud is just down right now around the league.
Yeah.
There's nothing he can do about it. I don't know how much attention he's paying to it. In this day and age, it's probably hard for him to have people not come up and tell you these things.
Yeah, no, I think C.J.'s at a pivotal moment in terms of when it comes to perception around the league, where I think there are a lot of people that are they're waiting, and this year, just from all the discussion in the offseason, I think a lot of people, whether in the league or that portion of the NFL media that really watches film and everything, they're kind of they don't want to say that this is a closed book on CJ, but they want to see how he operates this year. If the Texans actually have a good rushing attack, if they have a better passing protection, a better O-line in general, that they still feel like he's got this mysterious, vague ceiling that's higher than what he's performed at. They're just not. They don't want to, put him out on the line and say it.
Yeah, it's been pretty universal that they've, everybody's kind of downgraded him. Now, as far as other things in this exercise that Sando goes
the other thing, though, really just as far as CJ, because I know we're going to the other ones. I mean, like the two above him, like Jalen Hurts at 17, Bo Nix at 18, and then CJ Stroud at 20. Those are interesting ones because that's like Bo Nix. I think people are still banking on the upside in a lot of ways. Jalen Hurts, he's just a corner of a quarterback, but I don't see it as much of an insult that CJ's right around in that band where
that's where he played to last year.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you look at it as objectively as possible by all the different various quarterback metrics, he was anywhere from the 10th to 16th best quarterback.
Right. I guess I'm just going by the description that Sando uses for what these tiers mean, because tier 3 is the description of a Tier 3 quarterback is legit starter, but needs better running game or defense to win.
Yeah.
Lower volume, drop back passing offense suits him best. I think that's how the Texans feel. Their behavior would indicate that's how the Texans feel about C.J. Stroud.
He's just above,
or at least how they want to operate with C.J.
He's just above Bryce Young and Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones and Bryce Young in that order.
Yep. Daniel Jones 21 on this list. So these are the ones, Seth, that just kind of going through these. It's like I scrolled down yesterday and I'm like, okay, as Burrow's still a definite Tier 1, he's at 4. All right. I get to 6. This Justin Herbert thing has been going on for 3 years now, where Justin Herbert still gets this grace from everybody out there. Look, some of these quotes in here about Justin Herbert, we could play a little game. Are they saying these things about C.J. Stroud? Or are they saying these things about Justin Herbert? He's taken so many hits where it's impacting his reads. He's playing with quick feet at times when he gets hit early, which he wasn't doing as a younger guy. I get it. The guy's been hit every year. That's about Justin Herbert. You could say that same thing about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
How long has he been in the league? Okay, now this is somebody who's actually critical of him about Justin Herbert. How long has he been in the league now? They've never won a playoff game. I get it, but if you're the guy at some point, I feel like they've been sniffing around enough. He should have had more accolades at this point. That's kind of how I feel. Justin Herbert came in the league in 2020. He's in his 7th year. He's not only not won a playoff game, he's had some disastrous playoff performances.
He also had a ridiculously bad offensive line last year, and I think he gets a lot of credit for playing above and beyond that and making do with that. But the criteria for category 3 there, the tier 3, is also exactly that's how they're handling him, is that they're running the hell out of the ball. He doesn't throw all that much. He had 3,200 yards passing. I try not to get hung up on total passing or anything, but 3,200 yards passing for a guy that's not a guy that can run like Jalen Hurts or somebody. I don't see how that makes him. Where is he?
He's 6th. He's 6th.
Yeah.
Now he did, and some of this may have had to do with the offensive line that you touched on. He was 2nd in the league among quarterbacks in rushing yards last year.
Yeah.
He did run the ball a lot more last year.
He ran a lot, but it's not like his calling card to the point of,
No. It's probably more, but it does probably speak to why he's so high up there, is that he's very traitsy.
Yeah.
Got a lot of traits. And it seems like the front office people that voted in this were higher on him than coaches were.
And unlike CJ, he's never thrown 4 interceptions in a playoff. He did. I remember. That happened right in front of my own eyeballs.
At NRG Stadium, it did. Drake May at number 8. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think. Do
you think he stays there?
This is the year.
Does he go up or down? Over under 8 next year in this exercise for Drake May? Does he go up in the rankings?
He goes. I was going to say he's going to stand pat because he's going to face a tougher level of competition, and he'll stay there. His numbers won't be as good, but I think it'll be a pretty good performance. I think. Look, losing Stephon Diggs but gaining AJ Brown. Is that a genuine bump up? Then for exactly.
I don't know.
Are we blaming Jalen Hurts for everything that kept AJ Brown from being as spectacular as he's capable of
I don't know. I'm not sure. The thing I think about AJ Brown versus Diggs, and it's ironic because you and I just got done, and we'll talk about Diggs here again in a second.
Yeah.
Just got done talking about how much drama he brings in general. But it seems like once you get to practice and you're between the white lines, now in Buffalo he was a drama guy, but it seems like he's matured a little bit. He was fine here. He was fine in New England
last year. He's not getting
in
arguments with people about him getting the ball more.
That's
or anything,
my point. Unlike AJ Brown.
Where AJ Brown is that. And when you have a young quarterback with a diva wide receiver who's demanding the ball, sometimes it can jostle the horse. The apple cart a little too much.
That's why I think that, who knows, AJ Brown's a better player empirically than Stephon Diggs.
I think, what, everything that Vrabel did initially when he had AJ Brown in Tennessee, where they were able to establish they were able to use play action really effectively. I think they're going to be able to do that with what their rushing attack could be and with A.J. Brown. So I think he'll end up higher next year.
Brock Purdy tied for 11th. Got one tier 1 vote, Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
I feel like there should be a rule in this exercise. Sando does all this stuff, promising anonymity to all these guys that vote in it, these 50 people. I feel like if you're the one person that votes for a guy on a certain tier, you should have to show yourself.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the one guy who voted Brock Purdy tier 1, you should have to raise your hand and say, that was me. I voted Brock Purdy. Like, if you're one of 34 people that voted for him in tier 2, then whatever. But if you have such a If you have such a hot take on a guy, you need to show yourself.
Jeremy Fowler kind of tweaks his ratings when he uses these, and if he feels like somebody's vote might be a little bit sketchy, it sounds like he didn't go into detail about it, but he was on with, I think, Rich Eisen, or no, it was somebody else, Dan Patrick, and it sounds like, all right, if a guy votes for his own guy on his own team just because, then he might not use that. He might disqualify that. He goes a little bit electoral college on it. Yeah.
I think that's okay.
Yeah.
I think that's okay. For the sake of time here, I'm going to page all the way down. Tier 4, Malik Willis, 29th. Geno Smith, 30th. Deshaun Watson, 31st. There's Deshaun Watson. You want to hear the anonymous quotes about Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, because he's a leader in the clubhouse right now.
He is.
Up in Cleveland.
He had a good practice
to be
yesterday.
a starter.
Yeah, he had a good practice.
He's the guy in Cleveland who's got the best chance of being maybe 29th best quarterback in the league.
You never know.
Yeah.
You never know. There was one that voted Deshaun in Tier 2. See, that guy should show himself. Why is he in Tier 2? Here's some of the anonymous quotes on Deshaun. Let's see if these match up. You're not projecting he's going to go the whole season and be a guy at this point, are you? So he's basically just saying he gets injured all the time. Monken's offense is a little more look over here, read the whole field, as opposed to reading coverages. That's better for Deshaun and for Shedeur. Okay. I don't think, this is an offensive coach, I don't think he can come back. You do not all of a sudden get drive and desire and processing skills.
Oh.
Ooh, that's a slap across the face. He showed he had none of that when you put on the film. He's a 5 at this point. Tier 5, that's the worst.
Yeah. I know that. I mean, he just hasn't been good when he's on the field, and people have tried like hell to make excuses for him. But there's the problem is always, all right, there's other quarterbacks who are out there in bad situations too who were performing better than him.
Yeah.
It's just he hasn't. Is this the year that somehow after, now what is it, 6 years now since he's been a good quarterback?
Yes. Yeah,
that 2020 season, he put in a really good year as a passer, and after that, there was a little bit of drama. I don't know if you heard about it, but on the football field, there has been nothing to get excited about.
Zero. It was only played 19 games.
Yeah,
he's played 19 games, and some of those games he hasn't finished since 2020. That's why, and he's made $200 million. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right, Shedeur quotes. Shedeur's last in this exercise. There's 35 quarterbacks. Shedeur Sanders is 35th. Sorry for those of you who are going to text in saying that I'm hating on Shedeur by merely reading an article.
Man.
Yeah, by merely reading an article. Here are the quotes. Todd Monken is a great reset in the way Ben Johnson was a great reset in Chicago. Okay, he has Caleb Williams. Shedeur gets a fresh start with a no-nonsense offensive coach who did a really good job with Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
See, that guy needs to show himself. That voter needs to. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. It's like Ben Johnson. Well, who did he coach? Caleb Williams, the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
Shedeur's a 5th-round pick. All right, here's another one. If Shedeur has really invested himself in being a pro, studying the playbook, knowing his assignments, being able to get the offense in and out of the huddle, which he could not do last year, then there might be some upside.
I think that's where they, at some point this year, they're going to really try to see what they have. And after it doesn't work out with Deshaun, they want to see what they have in Shedeur Sanders. And
people up there still want Shedeur more
before they make a decision on. Talking to Figgy about it, he says Figgy in his neighborhood, at least last year, is just split down the middle on just people that were pro Shedeur and anti Shedeur.
Yep.
I think for people that try to act like no, there's one uniform opinion about Shedeur, and it's based on it's based on this or that.
No, there's not. What the dynamic though is very Tim Tebow like, in that however big the faction is that is pro Shedeur is really loud.
They're true believers.
They're really loud and very obnoxious at times.
The biggest thing about Shedeur though is that he's the classic comes out of a college system that's super QB friendly, but doesn't always prepare you that well for the NFL, and he needs time to get that stuff right. Like Case Keenum would be an example of a guy that his rookie year he came in and did some impressive stuff when he had a chance, but really, boy, there was a lot he had to work on, and he worked on it, and it took a few years for him to really become a guy that got out of all those old college bad habits and bad tendencies that he had. But that's where Shedeur, I'm not saying that, I'm not comparing them as prospects or anything, but some of those habits and some of those traits that he got away with in college, he just flat out can't. He's not a good enough athlete to get away with it in the NFL.
No, that's the big thing. Right. Okay, this is the last one. This is on Shedeur. A defensive coordinator said, I'd sleep like a baby if I got to play him every week.
Yeah.
So there you go. Those are the C.J. Stroud 20th and the Mike
Sanders.
Sanders.
Being a defensive lineman playing the Browns, how excited you are that you know that this is guy, he's going to hold on to the ball for 6 seconds.
Yes.
I'm going to have 3 chances at a sack on this guy.
And he's not Lamar Jackson. Like the chances of him escaping and hurting you, far less.
My favorite tweet by a Browns fan that some Shedeur fans thought this guy was being serious, but he was totally joking. He was like, you guys are underestimating his scrambling ability. I've seen him scramble out of the pocket, then back into the pocket twice in one play. Yeah. and all the pro Shedeur people are like, yeah, that's what they don't see. That's what they don't get with Shedeur.
That's funny.
He might end up being good. He's a developmental guy.
Hey, shifting gears here for a second, because this did impact Texans, at least in terms of who's calling their games. It seems like CBS's decision to remove Tony Romo from the number 1 NFL broadcast team may not be temporary. According to an article. This is according to Jimmy Traina of SI in an article that I'm seeing here on sportsbusinessjournal.com. J.J. Watt, of course, I think most Texan fans who listen to the show know he got a bump up, at least from what we can tell so far, an interim bump up to the number 1 team on CBS. He'll be partnered with Jim Nantz for the time being, as Tony Romo is indefinitely on leave right now. But according to Jimmy Traina, it's, quote, pretty clear that CBS is using this whole mess as an opportunity to sort of test drive a Nantz-J.J. Watt pairing. Doesn't look like Jim Nantz ain't going anywhere. He's their number 1 guy. Until he decides to leave, he's the number 1 guy. And Traina says it's safe to say that Watt will call at least 2 games with Nantz because Tony Romo's court hearing isn't even until September 21st.
Yeah.
So there's 2 Sundays before that, week 1 and week 2. And so Traina also speculates that there could be a morals clause, which is something you and I talked about when this whole thing went down last week, that might give CBS an opening to get out of 4 years at nearly $70 million of Tony Romo.
And this is the classic where somebody's going to say, well, this guy did this and he didn't get fired. Right. Because that guy was actually good at his job and paying attention. Mm-hmm. Where with Romo, this is the kind of situation where you as an employer, you kind of get excited when you're like, oh, okay, cool. We could fire him because he's gradually gotten worse and worse over the last few years. Because that part would be just if we think he's bad at his job, we fire him. We still owe him the money. This is like, oh, okay, we've got an out here. We can get out of this deal. It's been almost sad in the last couple of years. The first couple of years he started to dip where you could tell that, all right, he doesn't have the benefit of having played against these teams and everything, and he's not as on point in the game. The last couple of years, it's like he's not even watching the game. He's just not even paying attention, and he doesn't understand what the hell the Gene Steratore is telling him about the rules. At times, Jim Nantz is the guy that's saying, hey, watch the slot receiver here, or like, hey, this is the part where they might want to take a shot here.
Yeah.
And he's way more accurate at it than Romo is.
And people will say that, okay, he's a little goofy, but I don't need the hardcore analysis. I think he's kind of fun. It feels like you're sitting next to a goofy guy watching the game.
Brandy likes it because she feels like she's at a party when she's watching him.
Yeah. No, and I know Brandy likes that about him. I would say this to Brandy and others is that there are different categories of goofy guy at the party. There's one that adds to the party, and there's others that are like, this guy is really annoying. Can I just go in the other room and watch the game?
Yeah.
Romo is taking away from the broadcast right now with the goofiness to me.
Brandy doesn't watch as much Romo as I do. Yeah. That's the problem, I think.
She gets it in small dosages.
Yeah. He's that small dosage, like, hey, this guy's a lot of fun.
Right.
And then you got 10 minutes. Then you got to take a road trip with him. Yeah. So JJ, I think I'll much more prefer JJ. Like, Greg Olsen versus Tom Brady. As of right now, I like Greg Olsen a lot more on a broadcast. I think he does an awesome job. Mm-hmm. I like Brady a lot more than I think most people do.
Well, I think Brady's gotten better.
You know what he did do? He learned last year, like, okay, it's hard for somebody like that who's so technically smart and sees the game a different way to know exactly what to focus on when you're putting it out there for the masses.
Yeah.
You know, and I think he also just let it fly a little bit more, you know?
Yep. I like Brady a little more, too, now because he's into WWE, you know? I think he's a man of the people to me now. You know, I forget that he makes $37 million calling football games.
I like that guy from Barstool made the best point, which is that the cringy part for me isn't that he's doing anything with WWE. Like, whatever, you're a middle-aged man. You know,
he's having fun.
Let your freak flag fly.
Yeah.
He's just bad at it. When it comes to him talking smack and everything, I just I don't buy it. I don't buy that part of it.
No, I don't either.
And I don't want to see him in wrestling trunks.
I want to see him in a singlet.
Oh yeah, that's what you should definitely.
He needs to lean into being like, "Hey, I'm a real athlete."
With headgear.
I'm a real
like
athlete.
an NCAA wrestler.
The ear things, yes. All right, so and just back to JJ for a second. So I think the thing about JJ, like, I'm glad you brought up Brady. Guys like Tom Brady, Jason Witten isn't the caliber of player Watt and Brady were, but he was handed a really cush job, mostly because he was a Dallas Cowboy, and he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Whereas Brady, I think, got handed that job because he was Tom Brady and he wasn't great at it at first. Jason Witten's terrible at it. He was so bad he went back to playing football. JJ's really good at this. Yeah. And I feel like JJ probably works at this the same way he works at being – same way he worked at being a football player.
Right, yeah. Like he's actually
talking to people.
He knows the storylines.
Yeah.
He's not saying the same thing over and over and over again.
Actually probably watches some of his tape and things like that. You know?
And I know every time we talk about this, it's weird because somebody will say, Seth, you're just jealous of Romo. I'm like, no, I'm not jealous at all of those other guys who are also making $20 or $30 million a year broadcasting, and they're good at it. Yeah. It's like I think
we just said we like 4 of them.
I think Greg Olson is awesome. Yeah. It's just that Romo's not good at it, and I feel like honestly, if you don't realize he's not good at it, I feel like you're not paying attention.
Right.
Because long before he really started, for a long time he was calling out the play beforehand, and he was wrong at like a 50% clip.
Right.
Which is hard to do, honestly. But people weren't picking up on it because the highlights and the clips that people would pull were always when he was right. But then he got to the point beyond that where it wasn't just that he wasn't calling out plays. It was that he didn't understand what was happening on the football field.
Yep. A texter expresses this, and I wholeheartedly agree. It's a shame that they're going to be breaking up J.J. Watt and Ian Eagle.
Yeah.
Well, at least temporarily right now. We don't know if it's permanent.
Unless J.J. pulls a power move.
Send me back to the B team.
Well, no, that I'm only going to the A team if you give me Ian Eagle.
Boy, that would be something.
Who's the C team at CBS?
I think it's Kevin Harlan and whoever he does the game with. I mean, Jim Nantz is still obviously he's a Hall of Fame announcer. I just find Ian Eagle and Kevin Harlan to be more fun.
Yeah.
You know, they're like Kevin Harlan is maybe the best in the business overall. I mean, considering everything that he does with basketball and on the radio and on TV.
Those guys are an incredible blend of being polished on the play-by-play side of things, but also having personality.
Yes.
They're not dry at all. They can give and take. They set up the color commentator really, really well. That's...
yeah, it's really...
And Gifford's coming back, right?
Who?
Or, not Gifford. I almost said Frank Gifford. Al Michaels. Al Michaels is coming back.
For Amazon this year. Yeah, I think so. I haven't heard otherwise. So, yeah. So be ready for that. Greg Olson is also a pretty good rapper, somebody said. I think that goes back to his days at Miami.
Yeah.
When he lived in the building with all the football players.
Yeah.
He probably wouldn't want you Googling on the rap lyrics from back then, Greg Olson.
Yeah. It's Trent Green is Kevin Harlan's.
Oh, that's his sidekick? Okay.
According to Gemini, but Gemini's so bad these days.
I think Gemini's right on that one.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it sounds right. I know I've seen them together before. I didn't know if that was a standard one. Yeah.
Aaron Donald worked out yesterday.
Yeah.
They were the topic on TV while we've been doing our little radio show here was do the Rams with Aaron Donald, do they become possibly the best defense in the history of the NFL? That's how you make good TV, man. You got to be really hyperbolic.
Yeah,
that's. They have a chance to be the best defense in the history of the NFL.
So the Rams versus the Texans and the Seahawks this year. The three-way race to see who's better.
The good news is that the Texans only have to face one of them in the Super Bowl.
The good news is also that the Texans face a lot of offenses in the division that are nothing like the NFC West.
I know. True. Oh, dude.
The Seahawks have to face the Rams twice.
Speaking of which,
if the Seahawks end up being, we'll see with their new offensive coordinator, and they got to face the 49ers twice, and et cetera, et cetera.
Speaking of which, but the one horrible
they do
team,
get to face the Cardinals.
The Cardinals. Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Did you see the video that was making the rounds yesterday?
The compilation of horrendous plays by the Cardinals.
I'm watching this. I'm like, God, this team's so bad. But then I'm like, it's a minute and a half.
I thought it was AI.
No, it's real. The most disconcerting part about that, if I'm a Cardinals fan, would be that Marvin Harrison Jr. is a part of a lot of those lowlights.
Yeah.
He's reportedly not
Cardinals,
very good
Cardinals
right now.
fans are sick of him and his drops.
Yes.
Who's the worst person? Who's the worst person online? So Aaron Donald was at the Rams facility. They're assessing, what's going on with both sides and everything. So people started posting videos of Aaron Donald working out, like from previous training camps, but like saying that was yesterday. They're old clips. So, okay.
That's a bad person.
Okay, that's a bad person.
Yeah.
So the person that posts the old clip presenting it like it happened yesterday with the quote, Aaron Donald was in pads at camp, that's a bad person.
Yeah.
But the person that replies after watching the video, yeah, he's not the same, LOL. Is that guy worse, though? I feel like that guy's worse because he's acting like, oh, yeah, I'm watching this clip of him working out, and I can tell he's not the same guy when you've clearly been proven wrong immediately.
Okay,
because Aaron Donald was good right up until the day he retired.
Of course he was. Okay, So the second person you're talking about is being serious in their take.
Yeah, they've got an opinion on this video of him hitting a sled.
If the question is who's the worst, like who's a bad person, the first person's a bad person because they're putting bad information out there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people walking around thinking Aaron Donald, in coming into the building and taking a physical, also went out and was pushing a blocking sled yesterday, which would indicate that he's probably going to come back. The other person's just stupid. They're not a bad person. That other person's just dumb.
I always look in the replies, too, when I'm trying to figure out how stupid somebody is. I wait and see if they replied before or after the reader's added context. The community notes are in there.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like once there's the note below it that says, hey, actually, this video is from 3 years ago, there's still people that are coming in fast and furious commenting on it.
I like that X does that, though.
I do. That's,
It's nice.
It's nice having the...
Saved me a few times. I'm easily sold to.
Middle Screen is notorious. Middle Screen make a lot of jokes that in the past people would have recognized as sarcasm, except now there's so much idiocy out there that people see something that's clearly sarcastic. Somebody posted a video yesterday of Will Anderson breaking down the defensive line afterwards. He was giving him a talking to, and Middle Screen replied, turns out maybe Will Anderson isn't the cancer people accuse him of being. And there's so many people that were tearing into Middle Screen after that quote. That's a genuinely funny, sarcastic remark.
That's really good. Did you see the very end of that video? DJ was walking up to the group.
Yeah.
And I think it was Sheldon Rankins or somebody kind of stepped in between him, almost like, hey, we're not done yet over here.
Yeah.
That's what it looked like. The video kind of cut off before you could get the full context.
No, CJ, not
That's
right
what
now.
it looked like. And then the video cut off. I'm like, why'd you stop filming?
Yeah.
All right, final segment coming up. We're going to hand things over to Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, who I'm assuming are in the stadium studio this morning over there. No practice today for the Texans. That's why we're in studio. But coming up next, what are Jadeveon Clowney's teammates and coaches saying about his first couple practices here? How excited are they to have number 90 back? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We are in studio today. No Texans practice. They're back at it tomorrow. Nighttime practice on Saturday. A little 6 p.m. action.
I think there's a pep rally beforehand, and I might be speaking at it.
What are you going to say?
I don't know. I'll let the moment grab me.
Okay.
Yeah.
See how you feel.
I like to make it look like my impromptu remarks are impromptu.
Organic.
The old Winston Churchill theory. Like, have your impromptu remark. Spend a lot of time preparing your impromptu remarks.
I like that. Yeah.
Spirit grabbed me, and this is what I felt and wrote down on my notepad 3 hours ago.
Are you going to drink before you go up there?
No.
Loosen the nerves?
No.
Oh, okay.
There's children around.
No, I knew you wouldn't. I
only drink around my children.
Yeah. Same. That'll be good.
Yeah.
Where's the pep rally taking place?
I'm guessing right out there at the field.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not like downtown, and then we march Netherlands style over
this. Oh yeah, the Battle Red March.
We're gonna march down Main Street to the stadium.
Where's the pep rally? In the Woodlands, and then we will walk all day long to practice. All right, here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday. His thoughts on Jadeveon Clowney's initial couple practices here as a Texan.
Yeah, Clowney is bringing what he's always done. He's explosive off the edge, right? He finds a way to get to the quarterback. He's been very productive throughout his career of getting to the quarterback, causing havoc, which is what I love. And so he fits our style. He fits our brand of football. Came in late yesterday, and he's been picking up the scheme, picking up things we're asking him to do, and he's fitting right in. Made a couple plays today, in the backfield a lot as I'm standing back there. So that's encouraging to see, and we'll continue to give him more. He'll get caught up to speed here pretty quickly, but we're excited with the type of player we're able to add and continue to add depth to our defensive line. We want to rotate a lot of guys there, so we don't wear any one guy out. We want those guys to be able to last throughout the duration of the season, and Clowney definitely gives us that flexibility that we were looking for at the defensive end spot.
And so aside from rotating in, the other thing that you can do with Clowney, because they did it back here, was when Whitney Merciless and J.J. Watt and Clowney were on the field at the same time. You got one of those guys as a stand-up interior player or a linebacker type, and
2-point stance.
You can do a whole bunch of fun stuff, especially when you think about. I was talking to John Harris about this. Will Anderson and Jadeveon Clowney together, when they're on the same side, and say either Jadeveon or Will is the stand-up roving guy, you can run some games where they just blast people and clear open space for, you blast. Clowney's a stand-up linebacker on a pass rushing down. Blast the tackle in the ear hole, and it opens up a lane for Will, or as they're trying to scramble to pick up Will on the inside, Clowney becomes free. There's a lot of fun stuff you can do with that.
And if you're a quarterback who's like, well, I got to get rid of it, you're throwing it into the teeth of the best secondary in football.
Well, and then with Clowney, the thing about him that's still very much a thing, because this does not tend to decline with age, is he's really tall with really long arms, and he forces a lot of bad throws, just even on designed rollouts or things where the defensive end is expected to maybe come clean, but the quarterback's still able to get the ball off on bootlegs. They just can't throw over him. He's just so tall that he blocks their vision and screws up a lot of bootlegs. Even if there are tight ends or second level receivers open, they can't throw accurate passes.
Yep. I think it's the word DeMeco used there, havoc, I think is the perfect thing to describe Clowney, because he's never had double-digit sacks, but he's always doing stuff.
Yeah.
He is causing problems for opposing offenses.
He's a hand grenade. There's certain guys you call them hand grenade players. They're just kind of, you throw them over in that direction and it blows everything up.
Yeah.
And then everybody else swarms in to pick up the carnage.
Yep, that's a good description. I think the other thing that's interesting about Clowney is, in watching him at practice yesterday, again, it's one practice, but he's still doing it at this age at a very high level. And if you had told me, if someone told you, Seth, back when he was getting injured in his very first NFL game, and getting microfracture surgery weeks later, and then missing half of the next season,
right?
That Jadeveon Clowney and Khalil Mack would be the only two guys left from the first round of that draft, at least until Aaron Donald comes back.
Yeah.
And Aaron Donald, needed a couple-year hiatus if he comes back. That they'd be the only two left playing football. I would have said, Jadeveon Clowney's going to be playing at age 33. He's not even going to make it to 23 the way he's playing.
Clowney's got that body style and type of that. He's one of those guys who's supremely athletic, but he's a little bit stiff in the way he moves. You always get really nervous when he ended up on the ground. It looked like he was going to get injured. Like an RG3. Remember, RG3, as athletic as he was, you'd always kind of get nervous for him when he got tackled because it just looked like he fell stiffly.
Yep.
And that's I wouldn't have expected he's been as durable as he is.
Okay, so are we still – it's been years since we've had Clowney in the building here.
Yeah.
When games roll around, are we still nervous when he goes to the ground?
No.
Or does his body of work say we're past that?
Well, the one thing I noticed from I watched 4 of his complete games, is that he does a great job of staying up. He's he's a savvy player by now, and he understands where the contact's coming from. And he's so strong. He's like Randy Moss was way stronger than you'd expect.
Yes.
Because he was so slender. He was just so tall and slender. But a lot of his impressive 50-50 balls or just climbing the ladder balls when he would moss people, it wasn't about his vertical or anything as much as he was just so physically strong and able to go up through that.
Yep.
Clowney's that same type of guy where, yes, he's impressive looking physically because he's muscular as hell, but he's kind of slender by defensive end standards, but he's just ridiculously strong. And there's just so many times where he's got 3 guys blocking him, and they all fall off, and he ends up making a tackle for a loss.
Still, at this age, that's happening, man. It's crazy. Here's Henry To'oTo'o on one of his newest teammates, Jadeveon Clowney.
When I first seen him, I didn't realize how tall he was. But, man, just being able to add him in the group, obviously we have Will Daniil, but having a veteran like that to be able to come in and, obviously scare teams when they see it on paper. They see Clowney on there, they don't want to block that. So having his presence, he's such a cool dude, calm, collective dude. But these few days have been great to have him here.
That defensive line with when Logan Hall's out there, and Logan Hall's been making a lot of plays too. He's kind of quietly just having a really good camp, but because you've got all of this other bling to look at out there, it doesn't get as much attention.
He's so tall,
but he's really tall too. There's I know versus quarterbacks that have a tendency to have passes batted. Having Clowney and Daniil and Logan Hall out there, they've got some length.
They do. And when we had Nick on the other day, I thought it was interesting because the first question we asked him was about Clowney and why now with Clowney, and he kind of casually mentioned that he has talked to Derek Barnett.
Yeah.
And obviously I think Derek Barnett's still out there. I don't think he signed with anybody. I would still call Derek Barnett again. You got Clowney, and so that fortifies your first defensive end behind Will and Daniil. And as you point out, they can all 3 be out there at the same time. But if Derek Barnett wants to come back for the same human monies he was working for before, I would take Derek Barnett back in that room again too.
It's the competition for that 4th defensive end right now has gotten really, really fierce. Solomon Byrd keeps showing up.
Yep.
And Solomon Byrd is a guy that I thought was really polished as a rookie, as a guy coming out of college. He was pretty polished, but he doesn't have a lot of the elite traits. But they also want a guy that can just go in there and be solid, that you can trust and depend on. And he's got more of a shot at making this roster than I would have thought maybe 2 weeks ago. He's showed up a lot.
Absolutely, he has, no question. All right, so we are done. Back out sweating tomorrow out there, Seth. We got our 1 day of air conditioning.
That's what everybody looks at me out there at those practices.
Yeah.
He's as dry as the Sahara. Look at him.
Man, he is cool over there. Yeah. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and, oh, crap.
What?
I had something to say to you.
Oh.
I don't know.
Don't worry.
Yabba dabba doo.
Okay, thank you, Scooby Dooby Doo. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Mark Vandermeer,
Sorry,
John Harris.
I infected you.
Yeah, that's okay. I called the host in Canada yesterday by the wrong name. And the show that I was on yesterday, and I'm like, man, I felt bad about that.
How do you insult a Canadian? Is there like a slur?
No.
You loony?
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know.
Hey, text in your slurs for Canadians.
To the text page. There we go. All right, we're done.
Not just not cracker ass cracker. Something above and beyond that.
Vandy and Harris up next. You have a live read here, Seth.
I do not, Sean. Are you joking? I'm so tired.
Believe it's Mokaram.
So tired of you gaslighting me. I'm going to call Mokaram Law on you. You know, sick of the abuse.
281-222-2222.
If you have.
team.
Yeah, we'll be back out tomorrow. Sean and Seth were in studio. We're in studio. I'm wearing normal clothing as opposed to the sweat stuff that we're wearing during training camp practice. Had another one yesterday. We'll get into that. A longer practice. They got out there earlier. I knew it. Because they're usually not in the team drills before we go off the air with our portion of the programming at 10. And in the loop, they miss all the team drills. They can see them from afar. Actually, when they're on field one, they catch a bunch of it. But anyway, I knew it was going to be a longer practice. And then you look at the board. You can see it on the video board that they have, what's coming up next. And, they had Team 3, then another special teams, and Team 4. They had a whole bunch of team drills, team periods. They had the 7-on-7. Did they do 7-on-7? They did 1-on-1. I don't know.
They did 1-on-1. They didn't do 7-on-7.
It's weird. They do 1-on-1, but not 7-on-7.
Some days.
Days before they did 7-on-7.
Listen, you know what I've said about this. Defensive coaches hate 7-on-7.
Yeah, because it's such an advantage.
The quarterback just sits there and pats the ball, and then he can throw it whenever he wants.
Yeah, there's no pressure.
Touchdown. The fans go crazy.
I made fun of that Trevor Lawrence to Tim Tebow highlight a few years ago when Tebow was trying out for tight end.
Right.
And they threw a touchdown pass, and they had these guys. Were people holding the dummies? Yeah, they weren't robot dummies.
Yes.
They were holding these giant tackling dummies, and they would rush after Trevor Lawrence to at least create the illusion of pressure. Now, the worst thing, Lawrence is thinking, I'm going to get hit by an inflatable, okay? Right. Which is a lot better than getting hit by Will Anderson Jr.
That's very true.
But at least it simulates pressure, and he threw the pass to Tebow. It went viral because Tebow caught a pass in Jags practice, and they thought he's going to be the next great tight end in NFL history.
George Kittle!
Obviously, it didn't happen. But 7-on-7, you're right. It's just easy pickings for the quarterback. It's a turkey shoot. And 1-on-1 is kind of like that, too, because, well, the thing about 1-on-1 that I think is bad for the quarterback is you don't want the quarterback to lock in. Well, it's 1-on-1. He's going to lock in. They should make the quarterback. You have to look at the post for a full second, and then you can go to your receiver.
Yeah.
That's a rule.
You know what you
if I don't see that head looking at the post, it doesn't count. That's my drill.
What you should do with 1-on-1s is have two of them going at the same time.
Oh, now that's nice.
Have one on the outside, have them going at the same time.
And you have to look at both.
Yeah.
At least look at both before you decide on one. I like that. Johnny, we've helped today.
Yeah.
That's it for the show. Thank you. In the Loop is next. No, it's not it for the show. Couple of things here before we get into hot reads. We have the monitor on, the Disney Sports Channel, a.k.a. ESPN, and in the last half hour, they were talking about Tank Dell on the show Get Up, which is their big morning show with Mike Greenberg and guests, and the panel varies. They were talking about Tank Dell back at practice. It's clear that the national media, they have opinions, and they think Dell's going to be a big boost for the Texans getting back out there. I agree. This is still a process here. He did not do everything yesterday. It was great to see him in pads. It was another step, another rung on the ladder to getting back, and we want to see Tank get back ASAP. But at the same time, take your time, make sure it's right. Do not rush it. Trust the trainers, trust the coaches, trust the medical people, whatever you want to trust. Trust Tank, I guess. Go ahead and do it gradually because I'm not going to say you have one shot at this, but this is your shot to get Tank back. So let's take it easy here.
Take it easy.
Yeah, take it easy. It's funny how that's the national topic about the Texans, though. It was Clowney earlier in the week, now it's Tank. And I get it. Johnny, I guess I shouldn't get bent out of shape about it. What are they going to do? Have Texans talk for a half hour? They have Cowboys talk for a half hour because people either love or hate them.
Sure.
A lot of people love or like the Texans at the very least. The thing is, you got to tap the brakes a little bit with Tank. It's still going to be a little bit of time here. Maybe tomorrow he's out there full, but I don't think so yet. I think it's going to take at the very least. He's not playing in the first preseason game. I would seriously doubt that. It would be great to see him playing in game 2 or 3 and then get up there for the regular season. That would be wonderful.
He did less than more yesterday, but that's okay because
less than more?
Less is better than nothing. And the first week or so, He didn't do anything with the team unless they were doing walkthroughs. They're doing walkthroughs. He was involved in that, and him being involved in walkthroughs tells you that there is a strong possibility that he'll be back at some point early in this season, and hopefully it is to play in his preseason games. But really, it's not. I find it fascinating that Get Up is talking to multiple analysts. It isn't just like a little news nugget. They're
commenting as if they're Texans experts, like they've been at camp.
Well, I think that's what happened. Yes. So it was interesting, kind of following on social media, kind of after the fact, because it was put out. You and I were standing right there. He was like 15 yards away from us. He was in full pads, and I was like, "Hey, look who's in full pads!" I mean, we got excited about it, but we got excited about it because we knew that was a step.
Yeah,
that was a step. We had not seen him in full pads. We didn't know what he was going to do, but hey, it's a step. Well, of course, once it gets put out there, it's on Twitter. Hey, Tank Dell is in full pads at practice today, from a Houston media member. Well, there are a lot of people nationally that follow a lot of Houston media members, and they see that and they run with it, start posting things, and then, of course, it comes back at the end of practice like, well, yeah, he did an individual. Well, then the national media people get all ticked off because they bought into what they thought what it was going to mean, and then they're like, oh, well, Tank's up. Anyways,
yeah.
Point being, Tank did some stuff yesterday at practice.
Good,
and that's a step. That's a good. It's a positive step. It may not be the 5 steps that we want it to be, that we all want it to be, that Tank wants it to be, but it's like, look, we're good. Take this step. How'd that go? Let's analyze it afterwards.
Well, we don't really know,
Let's
do
add
we?
this the next day.
Because they evaluate him when he gets back in.
That's right.
And they do whatever poking and prodding they do when he gets back in.
Mm-hmm.
They have the catapult system that evaluates. I don't think it pertains to the leg, though.
I think they have stuff in there we don't even know about.
Exactly.
Which is
when we
good.
had Ladd Harris in this studio, we're in the Hyundai Texans radio studio today. Ladd Harris is their director of football wellness.
Yes.
Is that the title?
I think that's the exact title.
Yeah. So he's in charge of the whole recovery area, nutrition, all of that.
Right.
And he was talking about the things that they do in that department.
Right.
And that does apply to this to an extent. But, man, the medical people.
Yeah.
Roland Ramirez and his staff, the athletic trainers, I mean, they're probably all over it every day he gets back just to make sure everything's going well.
That's right.
So let's hope for the best going into tomorrow. All right, I didn't want to belabor that point, but I just find it interesting how the national media jumps on board that. Let's get to some hot reads with the head coach. And the first cut here from D'Amico Ryans was about the long practice. It was another hot yesterday, but they had a good workout. Here's the head coach.
Today was a grind day. Wanted to see our guys push through the elements. Like, for you to build a good team, you got to go through hard things, right? And you got to establish that and grow that camaraderie amongst each other. And you do that by doing hard things. Today was a tough practice. I'm proud of the effort our guys showed, proud of the discipline, and really proud of the way they finished. Everything I could ask for.
Yeah, I think they've been having some good workouts yesterday. And the headline that we gave you on Texans All Access yesterday, there were a couple of them. C.J. Stroud 2-minute situation. Wow. That looked good. I mean, he hit Higgins over the middle on a 3rd and 14. He got in a little trouble, okay? It's 3rd and 14. Higgins looks like a bell cow WR1 out there in this camp, year 2. So excited about Higgins and Nico, 6'4", being on the outside and everything else on the inside, what you can do with those two guys. But I think C.J., Higgins, others had a good practice. Now, it didn't go perfectly. You pointed this out, Johnny. Team period number 2. Defense got the edge, to put it mildly, in that one. But, the 2-minute situation was really cool to see that execution.
I feel like there were times, and a lot, I've thought about this, comparing this year to last year. I heard somebody talking about that. I can't remember where it was. And it wasn't us. It was just, hey, if you're always comparing this year to last year, like, where are you this year? I think you have to, when you're in training camp, you have to compare where you were, because this is your only measuring stick for this particular team at this time.
And it's the right way to do things.
And you look at last year, and I guarantee you, if that same drill was taking place last year, the throw that he made to Higgins on that 3rd and 14, first of all, you would have had even more pressure than he got. But he probably, at that point, because he would have gotten even more pressure, he would have done what he probably should have, which is tuck the ball and kind of take off running as if to say, look, this is what I would do in a normal game situation. But he didn't do that. He had pressure at his feet. He had people all around him, and he was in this well that was sort of compressing on top of him, and he couldn't step into the throw. So just from his normal base, instead of stepping and getting power and just ripping it, he's got his feet locked in place. All he can do is just torque his upper body and just and let it go. And if you consider it's a 14-yard throw, if we do a little geometry here, the ball probably was in the air 25 yards. Now think about throwing the ball 25 yards, and all you've got is hip torque, and that's it.
Yeah.
Think about that, because that's what a quarterback has to do sometimes. But if you're just playing catch with a buddy, throwing 25 yards with NFL football is not easy.
Right.
And now you can't move your feet. All you can do is just, well, he did that. And when a guy does that, a quarterback does that, typically what's lost in that is the accuracy, because now you're just trying to get a ball to a spot.
Can't step in.
There were 3 defenders around Higgins, and he stuck it between all 3 and put it right between the 8 and 1. When I wrote in my notebook, I almost had to stop. Like, that throw is so brilliant. And then I wrote, wouldn't have done it last year. And that's what stood out to me. Are the things, and it's what stood out to me in this camp thus far through 7 days, especially with 7, is he's doing things in this camp that even in the rookie year of 2023, we didn't see.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay.
He was wide-eyed and bushy-tailed in his first training camp. And so
the first training camp, you're right, was a little it wasn't rough as much as it was
and he didn't
raw,
face the
rookie.
ones all the time either.
Yeah.
He didn't always face the ones. So there was that. But the last 2 training camps, there would just be too much pressure. I mean, Will and Daniil would just wreck the edge, and you're like, whoa. Now, here's the other thing I wrote about that. And I heard this on Sean. So I was driving in, and Sean was texting me about something, which I got to get back to him on, which I think would be pretty funny. Talking about
dinner plans?
Clowny stories.
Oh, okay.
Which I've got a few. And a texter had texted in and said, what about Ursery? Because we had us talk about all the offensive linemen, talk about Keelan.
Sure.
Because they were on that side, they were driving that direction, and I was on that side of the field, I was able to see Ariante against Will, one-on-one. When I tell you that was a battle, that 2-minute drill, that was a dogfight. And Ursery I shouldn't even say held his own, because that makes it sound like Ursery was, to me, in that situation, the winner in those matchups. And I could just see as I'm watching, I was like, that's a different Ursery. Like, as a rookie, he would have done his best to kind of hold on and do his best to stay in front. He was winning those reps, sliding with Will inside, handling the power, not getting knocked back into CJ. I thought Ariante on those reps was the best he's looked in training camp thus far. So it was like all the things that were happening kind of on that 2-minute drill. Like, yeah, you're like checking boxes. Like, yes, okay, this is good. This is good. And look, don't get me wrong. It wasn't as if the defense just kind of sat back and said, okay, CJ, go, just do your thing.
These were tough plays to make. Look, you were in 3rd and 14, okay, to begin with.
Yeah.
The defense had the edge.
Yeah.
But CJ made a great play. Higgins made a great play. You talk about Ursery. Ursery and Higgins, 2 of the guys in this play we're talking about, second-year guys, okay? So rookie is one thing. What do you want to see? Year 1 to year 2 jump. There it is. There are numerous players on this team like that. We haven't seen Noel yet because of the finger situation, but Woody Marks, seeing him. Yeah. This is how you have to build a championship team, to have those young players, the draft choices, mature quickly so that you can get dividends, be great year 1, and you have had those happen, those situations. But it's year 2. You got to see the blossoming of those guys.
Yep.
I love the drive. Love Fairbairn yesterday.
Oh,
Xavier Hutchinson, all of it. Now, Clowney, to see Clowney in pads, hair flying, as big as Will and Daniil are, there's just something about Clowney's build that it's so easy to spot him out there. You don't need the number. But to see 90 back out there for the Texans is mind-blowing. Johnny, the lineage of this thing is interesting because, we talked about it the other day. Clowney's number 1 overall pick, so is Mario Williams, right? Mario Williams was drafted in 2006. He overlapped with J.J. Watt for only 5 games.
Yeah.
Because he got hurt in week 5 of 2011.
Right.
And that defense ended up really good, finishing number 2. They would have been even better with Mario, of course. But Watt was a rookie. So Watt eventually overlaps with Clowney. And Clowney, even though he wasn't here for a long time,
right, now he
overlaps with Will. So you got Mario all the way to Will here with the lineage of pass rushers. And it's cool. Obviously, Daniil is a factor, too. Houston Estonian figures differently because you acquire him fairly late in his career, although who knows with Daniil. And he's right there going into year 3 as a Houston Texan, local guy. I love that kind of stuff. Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about Jadeveon Clowney and what he does for this team.
Yeah, Clowney is bringing what he's always done. He's explosive off the edge, right? He finds a way to get to the quarterback. He's been very productive throughout his career of getting to the quarterback, causing havoc, which is what I love. And so he fits our style. He fits our brand of football. You know, he came in late yesterday, and he's been picking up the scheme, picking up things we're asking him to do, and he's fitting right in, made a couple plays today, in the backfield a lot as I'm standing back there. So that's encouraging to see, and we'll continue to give him more. He'll get caught up to speed here pretty quickly, but we're excited with the type of player we're able to add and continue to add depth to our defensive line. We want to rotate a lot of guys there, so we don't wear any one guy out. We want those guys to be able to last throughout the duration of the season, and Clowney definitely gives us that flexibility that we were looking for at the defensive end spot.
So I'm going to say this. Remember last year at the end, the second half of the season, basically, and you had all these national analysts talking about the defense.
Yeah.
And, oh, my God, this defense. This defense is great. This defense is great. And then you'd have some of the film nerds, the quote-unquote ball knowers. They're like, well, they don't really do a whole lot. They just line up and beat you. Mm-hmm. And that's a really good compliment for your defensive staff, for Matt Burke and company and for D'Amico and company, that they're disciplined. They play the game the way you're supposed to. They play it physically. But they're just going to line up and beat you, right?
Right.
I'm not going to say that's going to change, but what I am going to say is you can book it right now. Week 1, week 2, week 3 of the season. All those film nerds, oh my God, the Texans are doing so much more on defense. Look at this. Promise you.
Because
one guy won.
Is the cause of that Clowney?
Yep.
Well, all right, so go with me here. Danico Autry, they would move him inside and pass rush sometimes.
They would.
Yeah, he didn't play a ton.
Right. Well,
but if they move Clowney inside,
okay, so
it's going to be like this massive schematic moment to a lot of the national media, right? When all you're doing is something pretty logical here.
And
you're moving Clowney inside.
And you're doing what Clowney did when he was here the first time. I mean, how many times on third down? Okay, think back. So kind of going with what we were talking about. I was on the sideline on, I can't remember what day it was, Tuesday maybe Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
And Rick Smith was here. It was great to see Rick.
Yeah.
I love Rick. And so Rick just said, he walked up to me, he said, okay, 30-second elevator test, just give me your thoughts on the team. And I said, Rick, the one thing that stands out is, obviously Will and Daniil and having them healthy is exactly what you were trying to do when you drafted Clowney with Watt.
Sure.
And he just kind of nodded his head like, yeah. And they just couldn't. They weren't healthy at the same time.
It's so amazing. Isn't it?
I mean, it's like mirror images, and I think he was kind of like, thank you for recognizing that. But that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to have Watt and Clowney together. And my God, well, the one year that they were able to stay healthy was 2018. And if you think back to those years,
they forced a lot of turnovers in 2018.
Romeo, what did Romeo do with Jadeveon Clowney? Even in 16 when Watt wasn't there, what did he do with Clowney on those downs? He would stand him up and move him around and let JD kind of pop around a little bit around. And that's all you got to do. Like, hey, wait a second. We've got this other guy like dancing around in the middle, and you're watching him, and then 51 and 55 are out here.
Yeah.
And so There's gonna be some things that Matt Burke, I'm sure, has been working on, but because Clowney, and this is where it's different than Danico, I think, is that Danico would put his hand in the dirt and is heavier than Clowney. So if you got a run play, he could play the run. Now JD can play the run, don't get me wrong, but JD's lighter than Danico, but he's also quicker and longer. And so I think there might be some things that are different than what they did with Autry that they can do with Clowney.
Oh, sure.
But I saw them do something yesterday that I just was like, oh, got it. I mean, it moved.
I saw Clowney inside at one point yesterday. Right?
Yeah, but he didn't put his hand in the dirt.
Okay.
It wasn't putting his hand in the dirt, but he lined up inside. And so if you just think about taking Clowney and standing him up, okay? And you stand him up and you put him, I don't know, just over the guard. You could run stunts with Sheldon if Sheldon is the defensive tackle. You can run, some tackle stunts.
Yep.
You can run stunts with the outside guys.
Absolutely, with the outside guys.
Loop Anderson Will Anderson is one of the better loopers, like looping inside I've ever seen. You can run stunts with them.
Now what does the guard and tackle do with that?
Right.
You got Clowney and Will crisscrossing.
That's exactly right.
Enjoy that.
That's exactly the
They'll
point.
Be like, wait a minute, what? I gotta do this over here. And then, you gotta do that over there.
And then you do something with those two.
Yeah.
Now Daniil's one-on-one over here. And by the way, here comes Peter on a safety blitz or nickel blitz.
Yeah. Bye, everybody.
Like, what are you going to do? And it's one guy.
It's so much fun.
It's one guy that can help you do that.
I brought up Autry not to so much compare him with Clowney, but just to say that if you move Autry inside, it's not a headline. It's like, oh, nice.
Yeah.
If you move Clowney inside, all of a sudden, wow, right?
That's where the eyes go.
Yeah.
They go, like, how do we handle this?
Yeah, and even though, to your point, they've done it before here.
Right.
It's funny what you say, though, about Clowney and Watt never really being healthy at the same time.
Never.
Yet, those Bill O'Brien years when they were winning division titles and everything, the defenses were really good.
Yeah.
14, you led the league in takeaways. 15, you're third in the league in defense. 16, you're number one in the league in defense, and Watt gets hurt week 3. Yet you're number one. It's wild. 18, now 17's a wash. 18, very high up in takeaways in the league, I think. And you had the 9-game winning streak after the 0-3 start.
Right. And what was okay, let's go through it. 14, Clowney hurt. 15, Clowney hurt. 16, Watt hurt. 17,
Everybody
Watt hurt. 18, what'd you say about the defense? What'd you say about 18?
Takeaways.
They both played.
Yeah.
They both played all year long.
And remember, the offense, you had Watson, but the offense was very clunky as far as point production goes.
Yes.
You were selling out to win a game here. Brandon McManus misses a kick there. Justin Reed picks 6 in Washington. You had a lot of other plays helping out. Watson had to dive for the end zone a few times. You didn't have a fluid offense at 18. You had hop spins. You had some wild plays on the way to that 9-game winning streak. Believe me, I enjoyed every single game. But it wasn't like this machine on offense helping you in that win streak. The defense kept the point totals low so you could win those games.
Well, what happened on a Thursday night against the Miami Dolphins that cost that offense?
Well, that was
losing Will Fuller.
Will Fuller was unbelievable.
That was massive. That game against the Dolphins, before Fuller got hurt, we were absolutely massacring the Dolphins that night on every single level possible. Brock was doing whatever he could, but the offense was on point. It was everything. Fuller catches a touchdown. We're about to go up 42-17 or something like that, making a statement on Thursday Night Football, and then he doesn't get up from it. And that, to me, that changed the whole season. It changed the trajectory of what that team could do in 2018 because I feel like with a healthy Fuller, think about it. The Patriots go to the Super Bowl, win it. The Rams are the team they play. I think the Texans would have beaten either one of those teams if Will Fuller had been healthy because Clowney and Watt were healthy that year.
You know what?
They were healthy together. It was the 1 year of 5 years that they were able to stay healthy as Rick tried to put that thing together back in 2014. Think about it. Will and Daniil, knock on wood, are staying healthy. Why are they getting this? They're great players. But they've been healthy. They've been able to play together, and they can feed off of one another, whether they're lined up together. I just feel like that whole narrative at the end of the year, well, they just line up in their base stuff and beat you. Yeah, that okay. How you like these apples?
Isn't that in the show Quarterback? Is that where I saw it? I saw an NFL Films type show. There's so many of them recently where the defense, offensive coaches are talking about the Texans on the sideline or whatever with the team. They're saying they're not really doing anything.
Right.
But they're killing us.
That's right.
They're getting to us.
Yeah.
But they're not really doing anything fancy.
Yeah.
So
it's okay. We're gonna put a bow tie on this year.
Reflection on you, opposing offense.
We're gonna put a bow tie on this year and go to all the events.
How about this? It's kind of sad so far, but this has a chance to be a really happy ending or continuation. Tank Dell and Will Fuller have this in common.
Oh, God, well,
no, they do. That when they're out there, the offense is very different.
Yes.
But they need to be out there.
That's right.
Got to get Tank out there. Because when Fuller was out there, and look, Fuller was never going to be the beloved player that Tank is already, but he was highly effective, my gosh, especially with Hopkins on the other side. So you get Tank out there. Come on. Let's go. Let's get this offense clicking. Now, I think you could still do it without him because you got a lot of weapons here. You got Higgins. Obviously, you got Nico. I think Noel, obviously, year 2. It's going to be better. Got to get him out there. Got to get the finger taken care of. But
I got to get this hot take in. You got to rate this hot take before we go to a break.
I'll rate it.
You ready?
I'll rate it.
When 100% healthy, Will Fuller's the most dangerous offensive weapon that's walked in this building.
That's a 4.
Oh!
That's at least 3.75. Come on.
When he's healthy, Will Fuller scared everybody. I promise
you. He scared everybody. But
I promise you, the defensive coordinators, when they faced the Texans and knew Fuller was healthy.
End a segment like that. I need 10 minutes to respond. I need my rebuttal. This is like a presidential debate. I demand equal time because, listen, that's a different category. It's an X factor kind of additive category. We had Andre Johnson play in this building.
I know.
Is he scary? With
yes.
DeAndre Hopkins, he's freaking scary. Arian Foster, scary. We've got a lot of scary offensive players.
I know. And you're right.
He's an additive. He's not I don't want to diminish what he does either, but it's like this extra ingredient.
Will Fuller was the Mentos to the Diet Coke.
Okay. What does it blow up?
Yeah, when you put a Mentos in a Coke.
Now I want to try this. I want to try this.
Shoots out. Yeah, I'll get you a video during the break.
Coca-Cola, team partner. It's fine. Okay, coming up, Braden Smith. He's big. He's right tackle. I talked to him. We're going to have that. We have the general on at 9. We have Marlon Klein on the show today. This is a big program here with the team with a day off, but it's still Texans training camp live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Introducing the Gold Checking Account from Amity Bank, a bold new approach to taking exceptional care of our clients. As a Gold Checking Account holder, you'll enjoy access to premium features and benefits, including unlimited ATM withdrawals, rate discounts on new loans, and an interest rate bonus on select savings accounts. Ready to get started? Find a local branch at amitybank.com. Please refer to the deposit account agreement and the Gold Account product disclosure. Loan subject to credit approval.
It's bigger. It's better. It's Coshada Casino Resort like you've never seen it before. Introducing the all-new Legacy Tower with 204 beautiful rooms, 100 suites, and a stunning new lobby entrance. Just steps from the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area with new gaming, better slots, top-rated golf, and the dream pool and lazy river. It's all at Coshada, Louisiana's best bet.
Relax and let Kroger Pickup handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items, then choose your favorites. Carefully pack everything up and load it right into your trunk so you can feel confident it's what you ordered. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Pickup and Delivery. And right now, you can save $20 on your first pickup or delivery order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Texas fans, real ones know the move. Hit the Houston Texans Team Shop presented by Visa at Reliant Stadium, where you'll find the most exclusive Texans merchandise anywhere. From limited releases to Team Shop exclusives you won't find online or anywhere else. It's the ultimate destination for fans who want to stand out. Whether you're getting ready for game day or just looking for your next favorite Texans find, this is where H-Town pulls up. Visit the Houston Texans Team Shop at Reliant Stadium and learn more at HoustonTexans.com/shop.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUC 1007.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford crew.
Anna, what says summer to you?
Sunshine, road trips, camping.
And?
Ford being #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands according to J.D. Power.
And?
And low APR offers with Ford credit financing on a select lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs.
My kind of summer.
For APR offer information, visit Ford.com or your local Ford dealer. For J.D. Power 2026 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2026 model year.
Sound familiar?
At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
We're back with a throw seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Day off for the team, as we don't take days off here. No, actually, we do on Sunday because D'Amico Ryans doesn't practice on Sundays if he can help it.
Oh, I love that, man.
I think there's one a week from Sunday, though, because game one is 1 week from tonight. And 1 week from today, we're going to be flipping this baby to 95.7 The Fan, and the game against the Chargers will be the first one on that particular signal. So we've always been on 100.3 FM KLT, by the way. We've always had the games on there from day one.
To be sure, just to make sure, because people may just automatically go there. The games will
I
not
think some
be on
people will go
100.3.
there, Johnny. And
they will be on 95.7.
I brought this up with the powers that be at Sports Radio 610 and Odyssey. I said, listen, you know that there's going to be a segment of the population, I think a healthy one. I see the numbers, Johnny. Mm-hmm. You have tens of thousands, dozens of thousands of people listening to FM, KILT FM, over the years to Texans football. Now, there are some who might not be regular Sports Radio 610 listeners. I don't know why, but they might not. Mm-hmm. And they'll just go right to that FM, and they'll think, well, where's the game? I'm listening to Travis Tritt. No, they probably don't play Travis Tritt anymore. On Kilt, they probably play, they're playing the new Luke Bryan banger. My kids are listening to that.
I'm asking this in the right, proper way because I think at some point with anybody that's been around in entertainment for a time, you got to ask, has Travis Tritt been canceled?
Has he?
I don't know.
Oh, is that a name?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like you got to ask that question.
What about anybody?
Sure. Not everybody.
Now I'm like recoiling.
I don't know. Has this guy been canceled?
I'm backing into a corner, man.
So I saw this the other day.
I don't know. I feel like Googling right now, but I'm not going to do it.
Well, you remember Louis C.K.?
Yeah,
Louis
he was canceled. He was canceled. But he's back.
But he's back.
He's back.
Like, how does that happen? How do you get uncanceled?
Sometimes the cancellation wears off for some reason. I guess. Right?
I guess.
I think Spacey might be getting back. I don't know. We're not going to do the show on people have been canceled but are back.
Hey, let's get to Braden Smith.
Yeah, exactly. He's not canceled at all. He's new here. He's a Colt, and we'll forgive him for that. In fact, I didn't bring this up in this conversation. It was after practice. This video, it's going to be up on YouTube very soon if it's not there already. And it's good because I look like his little brother. He looks like a mountain compared to me. And I'm 6'2". It's wild.
He is a unit, man.
We shot this right after practice, but it was great to catch up with new right tackle for your Texans, Braden Smith. Well, Braden, you tell me, how's it going so far with the Houston Texans?
Just being a new guy in the system, it's just like coming in every day, learning the technique, learning the playbook, gelling with the guys, it's just kind of coming in with a very humble attitude and just, coming out to work each and every day and not focus on anything except for just getting better.
There are a lot of new faces on the offensive line. You were part of a great line in Indianapolis. What is important about playing well together as a group?
I think it's just the selfless attitude, just being a unit, not like 5 individuals. So just coming out there, and I think this is something we do really well is like we mix up the groups a lot. So just gelling with everyone, working on the communication. Communication is huge, just having everyone on the same page. And then obviously like everyone in the O-line room is going to be physical, is going to give great effort. It's just getting everyone on the same page, doing the right things.
What's it like to have these backs to block for, especially David Montgomery, who was acquired this offseason?
Yeah, it's great because these are like playmakers in the backfield. You just got to be able to give them a chance. That's why I think it's so important. Just everyone on the same page, and these guys are special that they can make something big happen.
All right, we see you work out here, But the rest of the day, what's that like for you guys when you're in the meetings and doing whatever it is you do after practice?
I mean, just like training camp in general, like you're always doing something to get better with your time. I mean, whether that's recovery, you're in meetings, you're getting good nutrition. So just being a pro, doing the right things, there's very limited time, and what are you going to do with that time? You make sure you use it right.
So you haven't been in Houston that long, but how do you find Houston? How are you liking it as a city, a place to live so far?
Yeah, obviously, like coming from Indy, it was a little bit smaller. Houston's, I see, much larger. Yeah. So, I mean, small sample size I've had, it's been a great city to kind of explore. I mean, there's options upon options for everything around town, whether that's food, shopping, finding your people that help you out with get your body right. So there's always many options, but just good culture, and it's kind of cool to explore a little bit.
Okay, you're not old, but you're not NFL young anymore either. So how have you changed the way you take care of your body and things like that to be ready for the heat, ready for camp, ready for the season?
Yeah, I mean, it's just really just working on it before it becomes an issue. So being proactive,
right.
Like I said, hydration, nutrition, I remember when I was a rookie, I get to sit down in a zero gravity chair, then go right out to practice. I didn't have to warm up or anything. It's a lot different now. I'm doing rehab stuff, just rolling out, making sure my body's ready to go, because I know when I come out here, obviously the climate is hot. So you got to be ready to go in that day in, day out. So never getting behind on anything, sleep, nutrition, hydration, strength, just continuing on being on top of things.
All right, so all offensive linemen are a little bit different. Are you one of those guys that has to work to keep the weight on, or are you one of those guys that has to work to keep the weight off?
Luckily over the years I've been able to keep weight on a lot easier, but I don't think my issue's ever been, trying to keep weight off. I mean, I wanted to lose 20 pounds pretty easily.
Okay, very good. Do you have a favorite cheat meal? What's your go-to?
Probably do a country fried steak, something like that.
But not during camp?
No, that'd be a rough next day.
Soon enough. Thanks a lot, Braden.
Appreciate you.
He said prehab.
Yeah,
have
prehab.
I ever heard that before?
That's become a word. Yeah. Yep.
Is this the first time? Am I today years old learning what prehab is?
No,
I know what it is. I can imagine what it is, but I don't think I've ever heard it put that way. Prehab.
I've heard a couple of guys talk about that.
Okay.
I've heard it. I'm trying to think. It's probably been last year or so.
Last year, okay.
Probably last year or so. I would imagine.
It takes me a while to catch.
Sorry, I was stifling a sneeze over here.
Oh,
so
were you really?
That's why I wasn't lost in thought.
It's really good audio when it's dead air like that. And you're thinking.
It's like, John, are you going to say something? Go.
I'm looking at you.
I'm like, is it going to go away?
You just didn't have that holding back a sneeze look.
Well, I was trying not to because I know the camera's on us, so I was trying not to.
Forget the camera. They love all the the stuff behind the scenes.
They do. But what's he doing? It looks like he's kind of constipated.
We're on YouTube and
stifling
Twitch.
A sneeze. The prehab thing, I've heard a few guys talk about that, and I like that term. I heard somebody use it the other day. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I made a mental note to remember that. So when he said it, I was like, yeah, okay.
In the hot sun, I wasn't going to get into all this I hate the Colts stuff.
Yeah, it does.
I did DJ Speed when we had him in studio when he joined the Texans last year.
In studio is cool.
In studio, it's okay to talk about. I don't know if Braden would understand my feelings and my hatred about the horseshoe and how I deeply feel regarding Texans history. Because in his time, well, it's been a little bit of a mixed bag. But lately, look, D'Amico Ryans is 5-1 against the Colts. This is nice.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's won 5 in a row against the Colts, too.
Yeah, because he lost week 2 of 2023. And he's won every one since, including Week 18 that year, which is one of the great wins. I mean, that's one of the great times ever. Somebody was asking me yesterday about my favorite moments, and, we've talked about this over the years, but I got to say, or my favorite season maybe, I think 2023 is my favorite season ever.
It's up there for sure.
Because of where we were coming from. It was D'Amico's first year. I mean, everything that happened. And beating the Colts Week 18 to make the playoffs, you can't get much sweeter than that.
Yep.
So that was really cool. Anyway, that's Braden Smith. We talked about the offensive line. Here's the head coach yesterday on the 5 fingers in a glove.
The 5 guys who will play, that'll hash itself out, right? Those guys, what I've saw from our offensive line is I've seen physical play. I've seen guys finishing at the second level, and I've seen a huge improvement of our offensive line from where we've been, in years past. So I'm excited for that group. Excited to see, we have probably the deepest group that we've had, since being here as well. So a lot of good depth, a lot of good players, guys you can move around in different spots. They're doing a really good job this camp.
Okay, Johnny, deepest group since D'Amico's been here, yes or no? It's got to be.
Yeah, I think so.
It's the deepest.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think I only hesitate because I'm trying to think of others.
There's no doubt because look at the options you have at center alone.
Yeah.
Right? Wait, year one, when did they draft Juice? That was 22, right?
No, 2023.
23. All right, that was 23.
Drafted him second round.
Okay, Scotty was still here, Scotty Quisenberry.
And got hurt
and got hurt in camp.
The first day of camp.
But even with Scotty here, and I thought Scotty would have a chance to start because he was experienced, even though he might not be a Pro Bowl center. Terrific dude. We love the Quisenberries, all that. But he got hurt. Juice got hurt. Patterson had to play. They're way deeper now at center, I would think, because you have Evan Brown as an option, too.
Right.
And you have Jake, who I still think, who knows what happens. Rutledge is going to play, like you said. He's going to play somewhere, but probably at center. We don't know. D'Amico said they'll work it all out. And at right tackle, I love seeing Trent Brown practice. I figured Trent Brown, even fully healthy Trent Brown, they'd be like, you just work out on the side field right now. You are the in case emergency break glass offensive lineman.
Right.
But they're all out there. This is such a great thing. Clowney out there in pads. Trent Brown out there in pads. Everybody's out there. It's awesome to see.
It's interesting when you were talking about Braden Smith. It made me think, wait a second. Braden's gone against Clowney before.
Oh, yeah.
And I know they've met up at different times because Clowney played for the Browns and the Titans, and so they've matched up before. But in 2018, when Braden was a rookie and Clowney was on the edge, that was the year that he and Watt stayed healthy. Braden was that right tackle.
That was 1-2 against the Colts because they won the playoff game here. That line got good fast because that was Quentin's first year, right?
That was Quentin and Braden's first year. Quentin Nelson and Braden Smith's first year, 2018. They were rookies. Those two rookies started.
They played so well that year as rookies. They were good. Was that Ballard's first year?
That was Ballard's second year, but it was Frank's first year. Frank Reich's first year because Pagano was still the coach at 17.
Yeah.
Then that didn't go so well, so they decided Ballard moved on, brought in Reich, and then went from there. Had Andrew was coming back, and then by that second half of the year, Andrew was getting healthy, and it was like, these guys are back to being the Colts again.
It looked like they were going to go on a tremendous run for a few years.
It felt like that was going to happen, and then preseason 2019, it was during the Dallas game. Andrew Luck has retired, and we were like, what? I'll never forget that moment. The guys are looking at J.J. Watt's phone. They're all peeking over his shoulder. It's a preseason game, so who cares? There were like 10 guys peeking over his shoulder and all looking at each other like, what just happened?
Have me rank my greatest moments in Texans preseason history. That's number one. Andrew Luck retires during one of our games. I'm just like, I don't care what happens. Luck has retired. The reign of terror is over because he had just won a playoff game the year before in our building. And guess what? That's the last time the Colts have won a playoff game, and it was 8 years ago.
And it's the last time the Texans have lost a playoff game in this building.
Yeah. Only two losses ever. 6-2 all time.
Niall Davis, 100-yard kick return.
All right, we don't need to relive that.
I remember, I don't even want to relive that. 100-yard kick return, and all those white towels just went.
This is the problem with having a good sports memory. The sports pain can surface at any time because you remember everything so vividly, and that's a bit of a problem. We played a bunch of D'Amico Ryan stuff. He sang the praises, or maybe he was asked this question to sing the praises, but two guys in this camp who are part of this movement, year one D'Amico draft choices, and these are guys who are really doing a good job for the Texans that he saluted. We'll do that among other things. We've got the General coming up. We've got Marlon Klein coming up as well, the rookie tight end, second-round draft choice from Michigan, the German, and he's looked pretty good out here as well. Let's get Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
In Texas, we say yeehaw.
In Monaco, we say enchanté.
We got pickup trucks.
We have super yachts.
But now you can have both. Get the best of both worlds with Monaco scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for a shot at top prizes up to $1 million. Or enter for a chance to win a VIP trip to Monaco where you could become a millionaire.
That is a lot of money.
You've got that right. Au revoir.
Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal. We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom? Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Reset.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, and Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages awarded grants of up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the 2025 Inspire Change Grant. These incredible nonprofits are breaking barriers, driving social justice, and creating new opportunities in our community. Meet the winners and learn more about their inspiring work at HoustonTexans.com/InspireChangeGrant. That's HoustonTexans.com/InspireChangeGrant. Let's celebrate their success and keep inspiring change together.
It's game day in Houston, and on the field or off the field, injuries can change the whole season. When life hits you like a blindside sack, call the team that Houston trusts. Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. They fight for you like it's 4th and goal in overtime. No fee unless they win. Don't just take the hit, get back in the game. Call Sheriff Injury Lawyers at callthesheriff.com.
At Mastro's Restaurants, we know the best things in life can't be rushed. That's why our beautifully marbled steaks are aged for 28 days, delivering tenderness and rich flavor in every decadent bite. Recognized among the nation's most extraordinary steakhouses and ocean clubs, Mastro's brings style, superior service, and an indulgent menu of steak, seafood, handcrafted cocktails, and world-class wine. Mastro's Restaurants, an unparalleled dining experience. Visit mastrosrestaurants.com for locations and reservations.
What could be more exciting than watching your Houston Texans from the stands this season? Watching the exciting matchups with 10 or more of your friends and family. Plus, get exclusive benefits like preferred pricing, game day experience packages, and more. Experience the sights and sounds of Reliant Stadium with your squad and secure group tickets now at HoustonTexans.com/tickets or call 832-667-2390 to learn more.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
Texas Children's, by the way, is the sponsor of the Texans Radio Network. Tire Enchilada.
Wait, hold on. Why don't you say that again?
So it's like,
I heard you, but I want to hear.
I'm not going to say it like this, but it's the Texas Children's Texans Radio Network.
That is freaking awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome. And it's great that they're doing that. And
so cool.
Really great partner of ours for a long time. Yep. And we're really excited to be on the air 1 week from tonight on 95.7 The Fan and on 610 a.m. if you still want to hear it here. I'm nostalgic. I want to listen on AM. I get it. It's cool. Mm-hmm. It's cool. But we're going to be on FM, on that blowtorch, and we will be rocking the house. By By the way, I got to balance the YouTube camera because I think it's a little crooked. The room is not tilting.
Should we just tilt kind of the other way?
Like, you know what videos surfaced on my feed? I don't know why. Like retro, viral videos surface. The one from COVID where it's a Zoom call and it's some kind of legal situation. The guy has a cat filter on. You know what I'm talking about. It's I'm not a cat. And that one made the rounds again. I don't know why. But it's good to bring them back. It's good. It's funny how you have these every once in a while where you have these classic GIFs. Like the little girl, or the guy who does the nod, the blonde-haired guy. But you see, where are they now?
Right. Oh, so I saw this. This popped up on my feed the other day. When he was a kid, he did the LeBron James. Like, he did the LeBron James video. Like, he just kept saying LeBron James' name. I mean, kind of this went viral. So he was at some, I don't know, he was in like a cafeteria or something. And they were asking, I don't know how it got brought up, but he was like, 10 years ago when I was such and such, I did a video, and I'm the LeBron James kid. And the cafeteria, when they played the video, and the cafeteria went nuts. They had all seen it, and it was like him grown up.
It's a fun fact.
And then pointed at it, and that's me. I'm the LeBron James kid. And he's just like, LeBron James. And you just kept kind of going on.
It's wild
like
because if you're a kid in one of these viral videos, you get no money. You get nothing.
Nothing.
I don't know
what
it does to your life.
You get clout. You get clicks.
Maybe, but you have to remind people. I'm the kid who did this. Really great.
Well, a lot of clout
unqualified for this job, though, so sorry about that. Okay, I mentioned two players who are somewhat unsung. But they're from that 2023 class, Johnny. Because here we are in year 4 of the D'Amico era.
Yep.
The Nick era, we are in year 6. Right?
Yeah, year 6.
Because he started in 21. So this is kind of like a multi-pronged thing here that we're in, this era of franchise history. It starts with the Nick era. I mean, it really starts with the McNairs. I get it. But, I'm just talking about football ops pure. And then Nick, and then D'Amico a couple of years later, and here we are. So 2023 draft choices, Henry To'oTo'o and Xavier Hutchinson. And not in that order. But those two guys were... Either Nick was asked about this, and I'm sorry I don't know, or he just brought it up, but he talked about those two guys and what they do. What they do about being able to contribute and maybe not get the fanfare of some of the other guys.
Right.
We talk about X a lot. We talk about Henry, sure. But there's so many stars on this team. Are they stars? Maybe they are. But they're certainly contributors. I wouldn't call them middle class either. They might not live in River Oaks, as far as the football equivalent here.
Meyerland.
Oh, I think now we're going to go. I'm not going to go there. I don't want to. I'm not going there. Never mind about the living where you are analogy. They're just really good contributors. Here's the head coach on Henry and X.
It's funny, you compare both of those guys, Hutch and Henry, you kind of see very similar guys. And you talk about guys who are trustworthy, guys you can ask them to do multiple things and they handle it without missing a beat. Like those guys, they're the dependable guys. Those are the guys I love because you can count on them in any given situation. And that's where you've seen the rise of Hutch and Henry. Both guys have gotten better each and every year. First and foremost, because both guys are available. They take really good care of their bodies. They're out here. They're working every day. So that allows them to get better. And both are outstanding young men. Great young men off the field. I love talking to both guys. Neither one of those guys have had a bad day. Like they're always smiling, always upbeat, always have great energy, and you love to be around those guys. And they show up, they put the work in. So, and I'm really proud of the success of both of those guys, and they're up for a really big year this year.
And, Johnny, I don't even want to bring it up, but it's year 4, and you know what that means.
Yep.
Not first-round draft choices.
Yep.
There's no fifth-year option. I don't even want to think about it because it's like talking about my children, And this team has some big bills coming up.
Yep.
Big bills, all right?
Yep.
I don't have to remind you what they all are. And sometimes these guys get forgotten about in the big bills conversation.
Yep.
Because these guys are hard to replace. Can you replace a Henry? Can you replace an X and what they mean to your football team? Yeah, you can. You can replace anybody, but you got to replace them with the right person.
That's right.
And it's easier said than done. X had a catch in that 2-minute situation yesterday to get them into field goal range. That was wonderful. CJ relies on him. X made one of the great plays of franchise history in the playoff game against the Chargers off the snap that went through CJ's hands, but CJ made an incredible throw going out of bounds to X to get him to midfield, changed the whole game around, turned it into a blowout, what could have been a devastating moment for the Texans. That game turned into a blowout win, but he's made numerous other plays throughout his career. He's not going to lead the team in catches, but he's so dependable. You heard the coach talk about him. And Henry, you've talked about his improvement a lot, that he took it personally when he didn't have a great game the year before last against the team before, what was it, the Jags, or was it the
last
Titans?
year he had the tough game against the Raiders, turned right around.
Oh,
the
it
next
was
week.
even last year, the Raiders.
Last year. And then it was the Chargers. He turned right around, had one of his better games against the Chargers.
In LA.
I mean, just was he was freaking awesome. And I think when you're talking about those two guys, they're guys that aren't going to get, a ton of the credit. Like, you have to be a ball knower to watch and go, you know what, Henry To'oTo'o is really good for this offense. X, they line him up everywhere. I've watched, I don't know how many practices with X. X lines guys up at wide receiver. It's like, no, you go over here. No, you go over here. No, I'm at the X at this spot. I'm at the Z on this one. No, you go here. Like, he gets everybody lined. Like, they just know, hey, X, I need you to run down and cover a kickoff. X, we need you to return a kickoff. X, we're going to have you throw a pass here. Like, it's just one of those things where, hey, we need to do something different than maybe we've done. No, X can do it. And I think defensively it's the same. But because for X, there's Nico, there's Tank, there are other names, he gets overshadowed. Henry, this is a defense. He's
a starter.
Bleacher Report did a top 100 defensive players in the league.
Right.
Top 100 defensive players in the league.
Okay.
The Texans have 8.
8 of them.
8 guys.
8
on
of the
that
top
list.
100.
8.
But Henry's
not one of those guys.
Yeah.
Yet this defense needs Henry To'oTo'o on it.
Yeah.
But he's overshadowed by those other 8 guys, even guys that just got here. Reed Blankenship, really good player. But Henry gets overshadowed. You watch that Chargers game last year and you go, man, we're not really in that game unless Henry has the game that he did have. But it's real easy for fans, ball knowers, whatever. Well, he was just a 4th or 5th round pick. X, well, he's a 6th round pick. It's like you have to win with those guys. You have to find those day 3 gems. Fabechi Wiwu turning into a player is massive. Championship teams have got those level players. They've got the guys that came in the 3rd, day 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They've got guys that were brought in those particular rounds, and then coaching staffs develop them, and the players develop as well.
It's a must.
And you end up having a team that's more complete than you think because those day 3 guys step up. But I remember the first 2 years or so, Henry would get constantly nagged by people. And I'm like, are you guys watching it? And it basically was, well, he's just not that good. Why? Well, he's drafted in the 5th round. Okay, that was where he's drafted. Look at what he's doing now.
Yeah.
Look at what he's doing now and how well he's playing now.
Well, to your point, sustained success. Franchises with sustained success, you got to be able to draft well in those rounds.
Totally.
Because you can't afford to keep everybody.
That's right.
And that's the sadness
exactly
of it that goes along with the success of it, that you can't afford to keep everybody, so the band changes year to year. You have a lot of the players remaining the same, don't get me wrong, but a lot of them have to move on. And I'm not saying these guys do, but, man, let's just have sustained success and see what it's like, okay?
Yep.
It's year 4 of the D'Amico era. And we'll talk about that more with the General, John McClain, the Hall of Famer, coming up. Also, Marlon Klein, tight end, 2nd-round draft choice, a conversation with him. It's all happening on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com.
Hey Texans fans, it's CJ. I'm teaming up with TDECU and you should too. Whether your favorite look is deep steel blue, battle red, or the fan favorite H-Town blue, it's all 15% off at the Texans online shop with your TDECU Texans debit card. Upgrade your Texans game day gear and show off your loyalty while you do it. Visit TDECU.org, Texans and get the MVP of your wallet today. Insured by NCUA.
Chevron and the Houston Texans are proud to call Houston home. That's why we've partnered together since 2017, working together to support the community in our hometown. Join us on Sunday, November 29th at the Salute Service Game, presented by Chevron, honoring the United States Armed Forces and their families. Show your support for military members, veterans, and the hometown team as the Houston Texans take on the Baltimore Ravens.
She's next. And with your help, Texas can be too. This fall, the UIL will discuss sanctioning girls' flag football in Texas, and your support will make a difference. Join the Houston Texans by signing up to help make Texas next. Then follow @TexansYouthFB for the latest news and rep the movement with official She's Next gear. Together, we can create more opportunities for the next generation of athletes. The field is hers. She's next. Learn more at she'snexttexans.com.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
It's bigger. It's better. It's Coshada Casino Resort like you've never seen it before. Introducing the all-new Legacy Tower with 204 beautiful rooms, 100 suites, and a stunning new lobby entrance. Just steps from the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area with new gaming, better slots, top-rated golf, and the dream pool and lazy river. It's all at Coshada, Louisiana's best bet.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. Apple Electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4. Take advantage of exceptional offers today.
You can't fake greatness. That's why 1800 Tequila has built it through generations of obsession with the details. It's the mindset that wins championships, and the same mindset behind every bottle of 1800. That's how we became the world's most awarded tequila. So when the final whistle blows, raise a glass worthy of victory. Official tequila partner of the Houston Texans. 1800 Tequila. Proximo, Jersey City, New Jersey, 21 and older. Please drink responsibly.
Attention Texans fans. Texans Lux Suite memberships are available for next season. As a Houston Texans Lux member, game day goes beyond your suite. Enjoy an unparalleled game day experience from the moment you arrive. With hassle-free valet parking, James Beard award-winning chef-curated food selections, in your very own private suite, and so much more. Visit HoustonTexansLux.com today for more information.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
Yeah, usually a few feet away. Actually, it's still true because they're across the hall in the locker room. We're in the Hyundai Texans radio studio today. No practice today for the Texans. So they had a day off Sunday, 3 consecutive days in pads, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, today off, tomorrow practice, Saturday night practice, Sunday off, and then you're into game week, short game week, because you'll play a week from tonight against the Chargers, 7 o'clock kick at Reliance Stadium, and it's live right here. And, of course, 95.7 The Fan. Joining us right now, the General, John McClain, who has seen practice. We talked to him Monday. Some water went under the bridge since then, a few practices. So, General, good morning. Let's get to it. Your thoughts. I asked you Monday your overall view so far of camp. How has that changed, been affected? What do you think here as we are in a day off with a practice scheduled for tomorrow?
First of all, the addition of Jadeveon Clowney I thought was tremendous. We've talked about it on this show for weeks, about how he would be ideal. Always liked the job Derek Barnett did the last 2 years. Thought he was terrific in that role. But here's a guy who led the Cowboys in sacks. He led them in pressures. He had the most tackles for loss he had since 21. And he did it in 300, I believe, 79 plays, 13 games, and 4 starts. and he's going to be playing that role here. And then just imagine him lining up outside, inside, whether he's on the field with Daniil Hudson Jr. or giving them a break. I think it's just a great move by Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. And Matt Burke, Rod Wright, and Frank Oakham are happy about it because Clowney looks like he's gained muscle since Bill O'Brien unceremoniously traded him. So I can't wait to see him get on the field for real. And I don't pay much attention to veterans during training camp unless they're coming back from injuries. Nico Collins, we know what he can do. We know what the defense can do. Of course, C.J. Stroud, everybody has got him under the microscope. But I'm more interested in young guys, new guys who've come over in trades, guys who have been acquired in free agency or on waivers or drafted. And every time I look at Kamari Ramsey and some of these young defensive backs, it's just so impressive. They're going to have really tough cut in the secondary. I think they got the best secondary in the NFL, and I'm sure you guys do too. And adding Reed Blankenship as safety opposite Kalen Bullock to go with Stingley, Lassiter, and Petrie, and they've got depth. So that's something to watch are the young players. I'm sure they're going to have several DBs who will end up on the practice squad. Looking for that third linebacker, that is essential, even though the third linebacker is not going to play a lot. And that third linebacker could be on another team. Besides the offensive line, we're all watching the offensive line, but until they go against the Raiders in the joint practice and we see those guys going all out, that's when we're going to see them start to separate. I'm guessing, barring injury, it'll be Ursery and Smith at tackles, Teller and Ingram at guard, and Rutledge at center. And then they're going to have difficult decisions to make in those backup positions in the offensive line. Do they keep 4 tackles with Trent Brown? Trent Brown has lost weight since last year when he played 7 games and they won all 7. And Blake Fisher, do they keep him because he lines up as the extra tight end when they want to go to the jumbo formation? So they do have difficult decisions, and the one I'm watching the closest is tight end. We talked about this. After Dalton Schultz, who is a weapon? Who is somebody that if Schultz were to get hurt, that C.J. Stroud could rely on? And I don't see anybody right now that has stepped up and you go, aha, that guy is going to be the number 2 guy who produces.
I think they've all been okay. I don't know that Dalton Schultz is on a different level just because of his inherent knowledge of just playing the position, but the young dude's got an opportunity to do some things that they don't normally have. General, as you step back from the Clowney situation, before Clowney, we talked about it, and you mentioned it a number of times to us. I'm worried about that number 3 defensive end who comes in behind Will Anderson. You just said the secondary you think is the best in the NFL. What do you think, if there is one, what do you think the Achilles heel is for the defense at this point? Is there one? Do we have to get really, really deep in the weeds and say, well, it might be the 4th linebacker position? Now that Clowney has stepped into that role, what do you think, if at all, the Achilles heel is for this defense?
Boy, now that's a tough one. It'd be a lot easier if you said offense. But I'm going to say this. I'm guessing they're going to play nickel about 75% of the time. But when they're not, who's the third linebacker? E.J. Speed did a really good job last year when he came from Indianapolis, and now he's out. And would it be a rookie like Woodaz? Would it be one of the veterans that they've signed? But you talk about, we've talked for recent years about running backs being devalued. Well, now they're coming back. But linebackers, not your starter, maybe not your 2, but because so much nickel's being played, that third linebacker is not what it used to be. When in a 4-3, that guy played all the time and dropped into coverage and covered people. So I would say, barring injury, who's going to be the third linebacker? And I want to see Caden McDonald really start to dominate people. He's young. He's a rookie. He's got talent. He's a big kid. I'm just guessing that he's been struggling with the heat and humidity on days they have it, like most of those big guys who come in from other parts of the country. But with Rankins, Togiai, with Clowney could play inside. Logan Hall, every time I look up at Logan Hall, that guy looks like he could play basketball. He's 6'6". He can play inside or outside. Can't wait to see him. Now, if it's third and long, do they have Hunter and Anderson and Clowney and Hall all on the field at the same times to get up the field and get the quarterback? That will be fun to watch when the time comes.
John McClain joining us. It is Texans Training Camp Live with the team with a day off, day of rest here. But, you know, they'll be in rehabbing and doing whatever else it is they do to get their bodies right for another practice tomorrow. What'd you make of C.J. Stroud, the great 2-minute situation yesterday? This camp overall, General, compared to last year's camp, this is all we've got, camp versus camp. Haven't seen him in a game yet. Haven't seen the offense in a game yet, but he and the passing attack so far.
Well, every year everybody says it's the best camp. You go back and you listen to your shows or your...
I don't think so.
The Chronicle, this camp was better than the camp before. And this one, you know, you didn't have questions about Stroud like they do now. And I don't think they're fair questions unless you're just basing it on the New England game. And he's been a good quarterback. He's won playoff games 3 years in a row. He's so much more comfortable in Caley's system. Caley's more comfortable with him than the other players because Nick knows what they're capable of and what they're not. And the efficiency of getting to the line of scrimmage with plenty of time to change things if they have to, that'll be a smoother operation. Stroud has made some great throws. He's made some bad throws. But it's hard to make consistently good throws when you got guys like Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter in your face all the time. And that's a good thing for the Texans. And I guess it's a good thing for the offense because they're going to run into that during the season. But there's been a couple of throws that Stroud made yesterday when they were just pinpoint perfect. He's got good young receivers. Of course, everybody loves seeing Tank Dell out there in full pads, even though he couldn't participate in everything. But just the fact that he's out there. And when he's standing next to Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins, he looks like one of them brought their kid to practice. And but everybody loves Tank. He'll get to do more as they get closer to the season. But everywhere I go, and I know it's like this with you guys, and people are so pumped about the Texans. And if you think about it, you got the Texans. A lot of people think they're a Super Bowl contender. Certainly got a great Super Bowl winning defense. And then the Astros are in first place. The Rockets are really good. University of Houston's coming off a 10-win season. This is a great time for sports in Houston, and we have other winning teams too. But if you're a fan here, it's a tremendous time to be here because we know when there were times that it was just the opposite.
General, you mentioned Tank and the impact he can have. And I know it's probably hard for everybody to really figure out, but they've really ramped him up slow. He didn't do much in the first week. Yesterday he did individual. Where do you kind of stand on where Tank might be? And if he is healthy enough, how much do you think at this point? Because we talked about it for 2 years now. We can't really know, I guess, what Tank can bring to the team in 2026. But, boy, it's really exciting to think about. What are kind of your thoughts on Tank Dell as it sits right now in 2026?
John, what we do know is Tank has worked his butt off to come back from one of the worst injuries you can have, especially for a receiver whose strength is running and cutting, and that's what he does best. And, you know, you saw his workout videos that he would put online, but you're thinking, okay, that's when you're out there by yourself. Now you see him out there running around with other people, not in on every play, and opponents are just as interested as we are. You know, they're like, okay, when we play them, is he going to be the kid before the injury? Is it going to be this season, next season? I'm assuming when they have three receivers, it'll be the two big guys, Collins and Higgins, and Jalen Noel, because Higgins and Noel, going into their second year, should be able to make their biggest improvement. But when Tank comes in, yeah, and I would think if he could catch 30 passes this year for 400 or 500 yards and 3 or 4 touchdowns, that would be pretty darn good for a kid in which just about everybody thought his career could be over after that terrible injury in Kansas City. And I'm guessing he'll be more comfortable as the season goes on, and especially over the second half of the season when they're playing for home field advantage and trying to have the best record in AFC and winning AFC South. We'll see Tank get even better. But just having him out there, that just uplifts everybody, not just the team. It uplifts the fans. Something else we know, the Texans have great doctors. They have great rehab people. The McNairs give them whatever they need financially to get the best possible equipment to help them get in shape, stay in shape, and then rehab from injury. So the rest kind of is up to Tank and God. And I think when he comes out on the field for the first time, like I hope D'Amico in the first game against Buffalo introduces the offense and has Tank running out on the field with the offense to hear the emotion that'll come from the crowd, because he is a favorite, not just because of what he did at U of H, but, people love the little guy. And he's 5'8" and 165, and it's going to be a tremendous success story. And just maybe he'll be in the running for back play of the year in the NFL.
General, week 3, the Texans go play the Horseshoe, and Shane Steichen has a worse record against the Texans than Jeff Saturday. Saturday's 0-0 because he never faced the Texans, right?
Wait.
Did we see Saturday that year?
Yeah, he's 0-1 because he was the coach at the end of 2022.
Oh, he was the coach at the end of the year.
Saturday's 0-1.
He's 0-1, but Steichen is 1-5.
Yes.
So there. It's worse than Jeff Saturday. So here are the Colts with Jonathan Taylor earning a $44 million 2-year extension, and Daniel Jones getting paid. And this is what the Colts have to invest just to keep their heads above water and stay competitive in the world of professional football. But what do you think of Taylor's deal and Indy's camp so far with Jones seemingly in good health? They say he can do everything he normally could, which is just bizarre considering he had an Achilles injury fairly late.
Taylor is a great running back. Nobody knows that more than the Texans and people who watch the Texans. And anything he gets is good for him. He's earned it. Now, they were 8-2, I believe, when Jones got hurt. 8-1, they started. Will they be able to do that again? If you thought early in the year, man, the Texans, they're going to battle the Titans for the last week. They're on 3. The wheels have come off of D'Amico Ryans' team. And then all of a sudden they made that dramatic turnaround and became one of the best teams in the NFL, and the Colts faded at the end. I think the AFC South is going to be terrific. You got 13 and 12-win teams coming back. You got the Colts with a quarterback who helped them start 6 games above 500. And I'm guessing the Titans will be better, but they'll still be a distant last. But it's going to be fun. It's going to be competitive, and it's never fun going up against the Colts. But, Texans don't have any problem playing there. They have problems playing some places, but not in Indianapolis.
Well, let me ask you, did the Jags get screwed in the primetime scheduling this year in that they've got a Thursday nighter, so what, right? They've got a Monday nighter December 14th, and it's with Pittsburgh at home. And they've got Dallas late December on the road. So they have 2 really legit ones. So basically this is 3 primetime games. I know they have the London games, and maybe that puts a fly in the ointment as far as scheduling for them because those are national games, but they're out in the morning. Come on. So what do you think of the Jags scheduling? It feels like the league is not high on the Jags, but maybe I'm wrong because the 2 primetime games they have are in December.
Maybe the league remembers the last time they won the division and they won a playoff game with the greatest comeback in Jaguars playoff history, and then they fell on their face and didn't do squat the next year.
I'm all for that.
Can you totally Travis Hunter, they're making a big deal about him and all the weight and strength he's gained. And they had a tremendous season under Liam Cohen. If Liam Cohen is like Ben Johnson and there were two of those offensive coordinator gurus just waiting to pick their jobs, if he's the real deal as a head coach, then they're going to be battling the Texans and the Nico Ryans every step of the way. But did they get screwed? I don't think so. They did it 1 year. The Texans have now done it 3 years in a row. The Texans have a defense that's better than anything the Jaguars can put out there offensively or defensively. Everybody loves watching the Texans defense. I loved all the national media comments when they signed Clowney, and they're like, oh, OMG, just what the Texans need to bolster their pass rush. It's already the best defense in the NFL. And so I think the Texans will win the division. I think the Jaguars will be good, but I don't think the Jaguars are going to win 13 games again.
Yeah,
They're
I hope
playing the first place schedule.
Yeah, that's right. They are playing. So that means Patriots, Steelers.
Yeah, but you know what? Broncos. But here's the thing.
They hammered the Broncos last year in Denver.
Yeah, so who's their NFC North opponent? The Bears.
Chicago.
Yeah, but we have Green Bay. That's hardly a breath of fresh air.
Yeah.
And you get Buffalo instead of New England in the East. That's not exactly a break.
Yeah.
So finishing second kind of stinks this year as far as the scheduling part of it goes.
Yeah. Hey, General, have you watched Hard Knocks yet?
I watched about 30 minutes of it last night before I started to fall asleep, so I haven't watched the whole thing. I love their ring ceremony. There's no way those players can wear their rings. They could fit on two fingers. I wish the NFL would put a cap on some of the rings. And I told my wife Carol, I said, before I'm on the other side of the grass, I would sure love to see a Hard Knocks with the Texans getting their Super Bowl ring.
Ooh.
That would be nice. Okay, this is where it's gone with rings.
Right.
So I saw this video pop up. I don't even know where it was. It may be Instagram.
Wait, the General's pet mockingbird is saying a few things right now.
Well, yeah, exactly. He's saying
that thing.
He's saying that
closer.
The birds, the Eagles, will win the championship.
It's like an Alfred Hitchcock movie over there. What is going on?
I'm on the patio because there's a nice breeze, and it's cooler than it would be if I were standing on the field or sitting with you guys under your spacious covered tent while you're on the air. And, Mockingbird was agreeing with me. He wants to see the Texans in the Super Bowl, getting their rings this time next year.
General, I can't even believe I want to ask this question, but when I asked you about the Achilles heel defensively, I'm like, you as I and Mark would say, God, that's a tough question to answer. This one might be tough to answer, but I feel like it's going to become even more of a situation if it doesn't improve. What about the punting situation for this team? Kai Kroger and Jack Stonehouse not crushing it. They brought in another punter for a tryout, I think, a day or two ago. I mean, the punter situation shouldn't keep you from winning a championship, but when you play at that high level, you better be effective in that. How tough can that situation be on the team if one of those guys doesn't start standing out as a punter?
First of all, John, my only Achilles heel on the defense would be injuries.
Right.
And you hope they're going to get them. You just hope they're not season-ending. And punting, when you have a great defense like Texans do, if a punter can get and it doesn't have to be inside the 5, even inside the 10, how many offenses are going to drive the ball 80, 82 yards on the Texans defense? I don't think many. But you can't have guys in games performing the way these guys have. I'm still not sure why Tommy Townsend was gone. They got a great special teams coach in Frank Ross, one maybe the best in the NFL. Kymie Fairbairn is as good a kicker as there is in the NFL. But boy, the punting. This is the only time I watch special teams, so I want to see if the punters are going to be better. And when you're bringing in punters to compete with your punters or to try out to possibly compete with your punters, that is two things. Number one, you're worried. Number two, you're trying to light a fire under them. And there's a good chance, just like the third linebacker or another tight end, that the punter could be on another team.
All right, General. We look forward to seeing you out of camp again very soon, as in tomorrow, and we really appreciate the visit, as always.
Hey, guys, thank you very much for having me, and the Mockingbird says thanks, too.
Yeah. Next time, we're going to have the Mockingbird as an exclusive guest. Find out what the Mockingbird thinks of various Texans topics. And speaking of Texans topics, what about tight end? What about Marlon Klein, the second-round draft choice, rookie from Germany, Michigan? It's not Germany, Michigan, but Germany, Michigan. Shelby Coppage.
Germany, Michigan.
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe.
There's a lot of things
You live
in Michigan
there,
right
Michigan.
now.
There might be.
There could be. I mean, there's a lot of Dutch stuff in Michigan.
Yeah, that's true.
The Dutch like
Very
Michigan.
true.
There's a Holland, Michigan, literally. The Dutch actually crossed over from Canada, and they love the terrain. Never mind about the Michigan history lesson, but Marlon Klein might educate us some more because Shelby Coppage, our TV sideline reporter, caught up with him. We'll have that next, among other things, here on Texas Training Camp Live.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford crew.
Anna, what says summer to you?
Sunshine, road trips, camping.
And?
Ford being #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands according to J.D. Power.
And?
And low APR offers with Ford credit financing on a select lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs.
My kind of summer.
For APR offer information, visit Ford.com or your local Ford dealer. For J.D. Power 2026 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2026 model year.
Balancing your work, family, and health is a lot to manage. Houston Methodist has a lot to offer. Convenient primary care checkups, personalized orthopedics to keep you moving, and experts in specialties like cardiology, neurology, and GI, all in one manageable system, so you can stay healthy and strong. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Relax and let Kroger Pickup handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items, then choose your favorites, carefully pack everything up, and load it right into your trunk so you can feel confident it's what you ordered. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Pickup and Delivery. And right now, you can save $20 on your first pickup or delivery order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Houston is the world's biggest stage for women's professional volleyball. Love Houston Volleyball returns for Season 3 with Olympians, Team USA stars, and elite international talent competing right here in H-Town. Last season proved there are no easy nights. Every rally matters. Every match delivers. Don't miss your chance to be part of it. Become a Love Houston Volleyball season ticket member today and secure your seat for every match. Visit LOVBHTX.com. Love Houston Volleyball. This is your team.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Welcome to business banking that meets you where you are and supports where you're going. At Amity Bank, our business checking account options come with the tools, resources, and local knowledge to support you and your business on your financial journey, from beginning to breakthrough. Visit us in a local branch or at amitybank.com/grow to find the right fit for your business. Amity Bank is a division of Zion Corporation, NA, member FDIC.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
Slovacek's Hickory Smoked Sausage is what football season is all about. Slovacek's has been a game day staple since 1957, and it's made just down the road in Snook, Texas. Each batch of Slovacek sausage is still crafted using the original Czech recipe Texans have loved for decades. So, enjoy Slovacek sausage at the stadium or at home all season long. And the next time you find yourself craving a taste of Texas, look for Slovaceks at your local grocer or visit our store on I-35 in West. Slovaceks, the preferred sausage of the Houston Texans.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
We're back. We're laughing about something because, we're on, during break here, just cruising around trying to find the latest stories. And
we're air conditioned, and so we're feeling better as opposed to like
I feel good outside. It's funny because I got to tell you, I know you do. I got to tell you, it's funny. You would never spend 3 hours just standing around outside in Houston heat, right? But when there's a football team practicing, it's no problem at all. It's kind of funny that way, the way the dynamic is with that. Anyway, it's great to have the general on with his pet bird. And let's get to this now.
What was it, the Mockingbird don't sing, he didn't get the ring or something like that?
Yeah, it's James Taylor and Carly Simon, right? Did they write the song or was that a cover?
I think it's a cover.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to do it. Don't ask me to sing that a cappella. It's very
that was James Taylor?
James Taylor and Carly Simon.
Man, Carly Simon, by the way, either her daughter or her stepdaughter, I can't remember which, was in my class at Brown.
What?
Yeah. So I was in the cafeteria one day. We call it the Ratty. 75th year anniversary for all those Brown graduates that know the Ratty. So I'm in the Ratty, and I'm getting food, and I look over, and I'm like, the most beautiful woman you've ever seen in your life.
Carly Simon?
Like, wow.
This is early 90s Carly Simon. This is like Coming Around Again, stuff that dreams are made of.
Right, yeah.
All the
so,
song
like,
titles.
I don't know, she's what, late 40s, early 50s
Something
maybe?
like
the most
gorgeous.
Unbelievably just
She's got some health
jaw-dropping.
issues now. She's great.
Just jaw-dropping. I was just like, wow. And people were like, yo, it's Carly Simon. They kind of buzzed throughout it's Carly Simon. And I guess it was one of them that was graduating. She was there for graduation. So I was like, man, just blown away.
I know this is old school stuff, but at one point, I don't know if it was her last tour or the tour before that, when she was playing Foxborough, Taylor Swift brought Carly Simon on stage.
Oh, I bet that was
Carly lives Martha's Vineyard, I think, maybe
well,
most
that makes
of the
sense.
year.
Yeah.
And brought her
Totally.
over and, paid homage. And I love that
cool.
about Taylor.
That's awesome.
That she pays homage to the great Carly Simon.
Right.
Carly and Joni Mitchell are the greatest female songwriters, singer-songwriters ever. Singer-songwriter. Before somebody ats me, singer-songwriter. Writes the songs and sings them.
Yes.
Got to be clear on that,
Right.
okay? Whitney Houston is still the greatest singer ever, but she's not a songwriter, okay?
Correct.
She might have written a song, but she doesn't write the songs.
Right.
There. Got it? Good.
Yeah.
Don't at
We're
me
all
on
set.
that. Don't at me.
The Swifties aren't coming.
Don't at Marlon Klein either. Here he is. Johnny looks pretty good out there. Let's get to this interview. I want to hear your thoughts on how he's looking so far, because this could be really interesting. They drafted him for a reason, okay? You're thinking, he signed Foster Moreau. You got Schultz. He had the all-time leading reception total for a tight end in single-season history of the franchise. You got Cade Stover coming back. You got Brev possibly healthy and really contributing. That'd be awesome. Why'd you draft Marlon Klein? Well, you're starting to see why when you observe practice at the Houston Methodist Training Center. Let's get to our TV sideline reporter for preseason games. You'll see her a week from tonight on ABC 13. It's Shelby Coppage catching up with Marlon Klein.
All right, I'm Shelby Coppage here with tight end Marlon Klein. Marlon, your first time in Houston was when you played in the national championship right across the street in RG. How is that first memory of Houston?
It's a beautiful memory. Getting to come to work here every day, and that being a little reminder is awesome. But being a part of the Texans now is a lot more fun.
You said that you left your family and home from Germany at 15 years old. Who originally put that dream in your mind that you could come to the United States and make it in football?
I think it was myself. I think, I fell in love with the sport. I grew up playing soccer, and, realized that wasn't going to be my profession. So I fell in love with football, tried it out, and told my parents I'm out.
I heard that you and your cousins came from Germany and went to a couple World Cup games and y'all watched Germany. Is that right?
Yeah.
How was that?
I mean, it was awesome. So we went to the first game here, and they didn't even know that we were going. I surprised them, and it was awesome. Yeah. I mean, we've never been, so I mean, they started crying. For a grown man to cry, it meant a lot. So
you're already making so many dreams come true for the family.
Yeah.
So Nick Caley has 8 years experience as a tight end coach. How would you describe him as a coach with you?
I mean, he's hands-on, high energetic. I think he's awesome. I think he's exactly what I need as a coach. Brings it every single day. I think he has a lot of love for the position, and just having him around all the time, awesome for all of us.
Him being your offensive coordinator, how appreciative are you that he has so much experience with the position?
Yeah, I think that's a huge part for me in my development, but not just for me, for all the tight ends that are in the room. If it's if you've played 8 years, if you've played 1 year, if you haven't played at all, I think we're all always going to learn, and having him at the top is awesome for all of us.
Your first official NFL meeting was with the Texans. A couple of coaches defined you as electric. How did those original conversations go?
Yeah, I think, when I first walked into the meeting, I was a little nervous, a little uptight, couldn't really let my personality out. But then I think, throughout the meeting, I kind of let it go. And, I mean, I just fell in love with the coaching staff, and I knew that was going to be a spot where I wanted to go.
How would you describe your personality in the locker room?
I think a guy that gets along with everybody. I think, I think that just comes from where I'm from. Moving over here, kind of getting to know everybody, being around everybody. I think I can hang out with anybody and be a good guy for everybody in the locker room.
The Texans hadn't drafted a tight end in the second round since 2003. Did you know that fact?
I did not.
How does that feel so good, just knowing that they're putting their bets on you second round?
Yeah, I mean, it's a blessing. It's a blessing being here and being selected by the Texans, whether it's in the second round or wherever. I think, I would have been super happy to be here and if I was undrafted. So, but yeah, it's just a blessing for me, my family, and being a part of it here now. I just got to make it count.
How is it so far playing with C.J. Stroud?
It's fun. I think, he's a leader. He's a guy that wants perfection, especially at that position that he plays. He wants perfection. And he will have us win at the end of the day. So he's going to bring it every single day, put his best foot forward, and make us better.
Any Michigan, Ohio State trash talk yet?
Yeah, the first day. But
first day?
We don't have to talk about it. I walked in with some Michigan shorts. He told me to not wear them anymore.
So you can't wear them now. QB1 says don't wear them.
QB1 says so, but I'm still going to rock them.
How is it talking with Dalton Schultz? What are you learning from him so far?
I think I learn from that guy every single day. I think he's one of the smartest football players I've ever been around. It might be the little Stanford, background that he has, but I mean, even Foster, Brevin, Kate Stover, like all those guys in the room, they help me out every single day and make me a better person, make me a better football player at the end of the day, and that's what it's all about.
You and your fiance now here in Houston, what are some things you two like to do so far in your rare off time?
To be honest with you, I don't really know much about Houston yet. I have, just moved here, so I haven't really seen much. It's football time now, so I guess we'll see in the offseason.
All right, well, thanks so much. Good luck this season.
Thank you.
All right, Shelby Coppage with Marlon Klein. Quick note on Shelby. She's also, we have that Love volleyball team, Love Houston, right?
Yep.
She's also the national play-by-play announcer for Love Volleyball on USA Network. They have a Wednesday night game. She does the national play-by-play. And
Love
she's our
volleyball.
of the whole league.
Yeah.
So she's the national person, but she's doing our preseason sideline, third consecutive year for our TV broadcasts, and we'll have two of them because the second game's an ESPN game, so you see it no matter what. Nah, but it's good. You should watch it on ABC 30 because they'll have a game in addition to ESPN.
Yay for us.
Yeah, yay for us.
Boo for game 2.
Well, because we want to produce the game.
I know.
Yeah, we don't want Joe Buck.
I want to be with Andy and Kev for that game.
I guess it's Joe Buck.
Games. I mean, look, I'll be back with you and Dre, which would be fun. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Exactly. You're back with us on radio for that game. It's very complicated.
But you're the wife. The girlfriend's hot.
You want to go to the girlfriend TV. Your TV girlfriend. Or your girlfriend TV. Anyway, you and D, Kugler in the booth, Shelby on the sideline. That'll be fun. Okay. She brought up, they haven't drafted a tight end second round or higher. It's never been higher than second round since 2003.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Shelby and I talked before this interview.
Did I bring this up?
Let's not bring up the name of the tight end drafted in 2003.
Nor where he went to school.
Well, that's why she thought it might be relevant, but she wasn't going to ask it because Benny Jopru is the guy. He also went to Michigan.
You know what number he wore at Michigan?
Oh, same one?
83.
83.
Which is what Marlon Klein has now.
Oh, geez. Don't. Benny Jopru.
Don't ask me why I know that. I remember that.
I don't know if it still says that, but on his Twitter feed, on his Twitter account in the bio, it says NFL bust. He calls himself an NFL bust.
But
Now,
here's the thing. He just wasn't healthy. Like, he's at Michigan. He's a really, really – it was the right pick. It was just unfortunate he couldn't stay healthy.
Well, hey, see, he was the right pick because he was going to be a great tight end, but he got hurt a lot, see?
Got hurt a lot.
And, Charlie Casserly would tell you, he just had the bad luck getting the injury bug, biting him way too much. Now, in that same draft, if you're looking tight end, a round later, 28 picks later, a tight end named Jason Witten was selected.
Yeah.
From Tennessee. One of the all-time greats. So that's not making me feel bitter or anything. Now, I like Benny. It's too bad Benny got hurt. And maybe Benny was going to be better than Witten. Who knows?
Right.
Just didn't work out because of the injuries. Witten stayed healthy. And I don't have the NFL all-time receptions list in front of me, but he's really high up on that.
Yeah, very high up.
He's really high.
You know, he's now the tight ends coach at Oklahoma.
What?
Jason Witten. He got into coaching a few years ago after the whole broadcasting situation, whatever you want to call it. And then he was coaching his kids, and his kids are good. His kids are really good, as in like going to places like Oklahoma, LSU, etc. So Witten took over as the head coach at their school. And then Jim Nagy and Brent Venables approached him about being their tight ends coach. So Jason Witten, now the tight ends coach at Oklahoma, and
now that's pro football.
That probably isn't where he's going to stop. I think the reviews have been rave, and people have been raving about him. I have a feeling it's going to just continue to shoot up the roof for Jason Witten. But thinking back, and it's a long time to think back to, I don't think anybody had a thought that Jason Witten was going to be that good. I mean, at Tennessee, he was good. Like, okay, I actually had seen him play when he was at Florida, when Tennessee played Florida. And I thought, man, good player. But I didn't think, okay, he's got a little bit of ability. But he always felt to me like he was like a step slow, just didn't seem like he had a lot of juice, like a lot of explosive abilities. I felt like Benny was actually a better prospect than he was. And again, Benny just not stay healthy. See, those are the guys that I have a hard time saying are a bust. Like Ryan Leaf, and, you know, I know Dre knows Ryan and they're friends and such, but Ryan says this. Like, Ryan was a bust.
Yeah.
Ryan was a bust. Injuries didn't lead to his
Meyer?
quote-unquote downfall. Rick Meyer, even though Rick Meyer had a good rookie year, he was a bust. It wasn't injuries that led to his
second pick in the draft behind Drew
demise.
Bledsoe.
Tony Mandrich, it wasn't injuries. It was not taking steroids that turned him into a bust. I have a hard time when people are like, well, that guy's a bust. Well, yeah, and it's unfortunate that a guy got hurt that much, but I don't even know that you could say he's a bust. It's a bust of a pick, but the guy isn't. He just couldn't stay healthy. That's different.
Witten, by the way, 4th all-time receptions, NFL history, behind Tony Gonzalez. Isn't it interesting how, when you look at the top 5 guys in catches, 2 of them are tight ends.
Tony Gonzalez, Witten.
Jerry Rice is 1, Larry Fitzgerald 2.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oh, Fitz going to Hall of Fame this weekend. You know what's tonight?
Hall of Fame game.
Football. Hall of Fame game.
Wait, is it on Sports Radio 610, Byron? Do we have the game tonight?
Carson Beck v. Kenny Pickett.
Listen.
Get excited, folks.
Get your popcorn now.
Get it on.
Well,
Carson Beck. I do want to see Carson Beck.
Yeah, I want to see what he does.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett, I don't know. He'll wear the gloves, though.
It's the Cardinals who have been the subject of many NFL memes.
Yeah.
Posts so far.
Because their practice film is making it to the interwebs.
Is Marvin Harrison Jr. By the way, Marvin Harrison's number 5 on the all-time receptions list. His son is at Arizona, and he's probably not going to get there like Dad, because if you look at the highlights, it looks like he drops every pass. And he doesn't drop every pass.
Right.
But Johnny doesn't look good.
Tank dropped the pass yesterday. Oh, no, but I think it just, for Marvin Harrison, the narrative has become, well, he's not extremely athletic. He doesn't have great hands. And then last year he dropped a few balls for – we are airing the game tonight.
Yeah, Byron says we're airing the game.
Okay.
So after Texans All Access tonight, it's NFL football. And definitely be listening, and I'll listen to the local broadcasts too. The Cardinals broadcast and the Carolina broadcast.
Think JP's doing a game?
He said in his post, JP Shadrick, new voice of the Cardinals, I thought he said, I'm excited to get started next week, but I can't imagine him not doing tonight's game.
Say something to the extent of I'm doing Jaguars today or whatever they do.
Oh, because he's finishing the week, I think, with the...
I think so.
Well, how does
that's
that
what
work?
it is.
You have to finish the week, JP.
Who's calling a game tonight for the Cardinals?
I don't know.
That's an interesting move. But either way,
you'd have to pry that thing out of my hands. I'd say, Jags, can I take a vacation day on Thursday? I'm going to go call the game.
Think about who's been throwing the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr. Kyler Murray was, he'd been hurt in and out, and then Jacoby's been throwing the ball. Jacoby's not the most accurate quarterback in the world, but Marvin Harrison Jr. should be making more plays. But injuries last year. Just lack of production year before that. It's time. Year 3,
Nathaniel
it's time.
Hackett is the OC.
Well, there's that.
Well, I don't understand why LaFleur, baby LaFleur,
is he calling plays?
Mike LaFleur. No, I don't think so. Why he hires Hackett to be the OC? I'm not sure of this.
Mike LaFleur was Robert Sala's pick to be the OC in New York.
Correct.
And then he had to pick Nathaniel Hackett so he could get Aaron Rodgers.
Weird.
That is odd.
I don't know if LaFleur was going to be back anyway. I don't know the timing of all those things.
Yeah, I don't. I think it was one of the situations. What it sounded like reading it from afar with baby LaFleur was just wrong time, wrong quarterback, because that was Zach Wilson's rookie year.
Yeah, they still won 7 games though, right?
Right. They found a way and ended up winning.
Oh no, was that year?
I don't know if that was that year or not. I'm not totally sure, but I think when LaFleur took over, Zach Wilson might have been. It wasn't Wilson's rookie year. Rookie year was 2021, and that was a mess. But 2022, LaFleur and Zach Wilson, it didn't go so well. I think Wilson got hurt at one point. Either way,
right.
But yeah, Marvin Harrison Jr. just hasn't gotten to that level. Is he going to get to that level? Does he need CJ throwing to him again? Does he need a quarterback that can put the ball in certain spots where Harrison Jr. can go make plays? It just feels like there are times where players are just in the wrong spots. They're in the wrong – it's just the wrong opportunity. There's an interesting article in The Athletic. Dre Greenlaw signed last year going into 2025. Big money deal. He had played really well in San Francisco. He had been come off the Achilles tear in the Super Bowl. He was ready to roll in 25. Got a great deal, great money. Denver goes to the AFC Championship game. He's a starter on that team. And in this article – I don't know who he did it with. It may have been Michael Silver. He hated it. Hated everything about it. Hated everything about his year in Denver. Hated it. Went back to San Francisco. Has been in camp for 7-8 days, whatever it's been, and he just feels like, okay, this is home. This is where I need to be. I'm back where I need to be. Look, I might not be the starter, but I'm just in the right environment for me. Marvin Harrison Jr. maybe he's in the wrong environment right now.
I think that's a factor with a lot of guys.
Absolutely. That's kind of my point.
Yeah.
That's my point, is that fit on every level. And that's why I think Clowney coming back here matters even more than all the teams that he had gone to, the Cowboys included last year. This is where he wants to be. He wanted to be in Houston. Looked around at what D'Amico and Nick have built and felt like I can fit in here. This is my right fit. When JD was here the first time, as much as we loved him as a player, I don't know that it was a fit for him, and I don't think he was a fit for the head coach personally. And that made it miserable for him at times, I'm sure. But now he's back here, and he looks around and goes, this is the vibe I feel. This is where I feel most comfortable. And I'm in Houston where I live now, where my kids go to school. This is perfect.
It's a dream for him. Yeah. Our conversation with Clowney is up on YouTube. Did I say YouTube? YouTube. Yes, it's up on YouTube. So go check it out there. It's blowing up. Okay, next up, we'll wrap it up for you. One other around the league item. Can this guy actually make the team? We'll discuss what that means. And set you up for Friday's practice and the rest of the day. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Chevron and the Houston Texans are proud to call Houston home. That's why we've partnered together since 2017, working together to support the community in our hometown. Join us on Sunday, November 29th at the Loot to Service Game, presented by Chevron, honoring the United States Armed Forces and their families. Show your support for military members, veterans, and the hometown team as the Houston Texans take on the Baltimore Ravens.
Hey, Texans fans. is C.J. Stroud. Every quarterback needs teammates they can count on. People who've got their back no matter the score. Off the field, I want the same kind of support. That's why I've partnered with TDECU with smarter financial solutions, competitive rates, and personal service. They've got your back just like a great team should. Join TDECU today, banking that's built to win. Visit tdecu.org to learn more. TDECU, official credit union of the Houston Texans, insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
Balancing your work, family, and health is a lot to manage. Houston Methodist has a lot to offer. Convenient primary care checkups, personalized orthopedics to keep you moving, and experts in specialties like cardiology, neurology, and GI, all in one manageable system, so you can stay healthy and strong. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
More Texans radio is on the way.
It's bigger. It's better. It's Coshada Casino Resort like you've never seen it before. Introducing the all-new Legacy Tower with 204 beautiful rooms, 100 suites, and a stunning new lobby entrance. Just steps from the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area with new gaming, better slots, top-rated golf, and the Dream Pool and Lazy River. It's all at Coshada, Louisiana's best bet.
Empower girls, provide opportunities, sanction the game. She's next. Join the movement to support Girls Flag Football. When you support Girls Flag, you help provide opportunity for girls in Texas to play the game they love. More support means more access to resources, equipment, scholarships, and helping flag football become an official UIL-sanctioned sport in Texas. Help us make Texas next to sanction Girls Flag. Join the She's Next movement at HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag.
In Texas, we say yeehaw.
In Monaco, we say enchanté.
We got pickup trucks.
We have super yachts.
But now you can have both. Get the best of both worlds with Monaco scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery. Play for top prizes up to $1 million. Or enter for a chance to win a VIP trip to Monaco where you could become a millionaire.
That is a lot of money.
You've got that right. Au revoir.
Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Hey, Texans fans, Toro wants your kids ages 12 and under to join Toro's Kids Club. Toro's Kids Club is free to join for the young Texans fans in your life. Kids Club members get to enjoy exclusive events with Texans special guests, contests for chances to win game tickets or autographed items, special offers, and so much more. Parents, don't wait. Sign up your kids today at HoustonTexans.com/fans.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
So great to have you with us. In the Loop coming up. The guys are ready to go. Now, I don't think they'll have a live interview today. In fact, I'm pretty sure they won't because there's no training camp practice today. But they'll be back at it tomorrow. Their interviews have been terrific. In fact, I'm going to steal some of them and air them tonight on Texans All Access because we had Higgins on last night. They had
Higgins
him on.
was on last night. It's
so you
very
might
good.
as well have that conversation because they get into it, you know.
Yeah,
they
do.
talk fishing with Jaden and everything.
Yeah, that's
big
right.
time fisher.
They need to come down to the bay and fish in my backyard, man.
In your backyard.
Will and Higgins and Noel.
Yeah, but are you like Senor Lopez and can take them out and show them a good time that way?
They'd have to
Captain
provide
Lopez.
they'd have to provide the boat and all that. But
The
I could
host of
provide the
Bite Me.
humor and the fun and maybe some water.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll bring food. I'll make some food, too.
Okay, you can make some
I can
sandwiches.
do that. I can make it happen.
Johnny, it's funny that Aaron Donald tries out for the Rams.
Yeah, how awesome was that? How great was that? Aaron Donald. Now, apparently, the reason they had to report it is because he's
not under contract yet.
He's not
right?
under contract, but he wore Rams gear for his tryout.
Okay.
So they had to report it at
All
that
right.
point, which I hate take it for what it is. But, yeah.
All right, let me ask you this.
Aaron Donald comes back. Oh, goodness.
Well, this is a foregone conclusion that he's going to be great. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well,
Aaron Donald, look, it's hard to say, but I'll say it this way. He's the greatest opponent I've ever seen live. He's the greatest opposing player I've ever seen live. God. Myles Garrett's been great, but I've seen Myles Garrett get shut down by Laramie a number of times.
Right.
I never saw Aaron Donald. And now part of it is I saw him at the Senior Bowl where he was absolutely on a different level. But then the games that I saw him do it against us and other teams, I remember watching him in the 2018 NFC Championship game because we were getting ready to play the Saints in 2019. So I was studying that game to kind of see what the Saints would have coming back. And I watched him just toy with the guards of the Saints, and they were good. He's toyed with them. He'd move around with motion, and then he'd move to a 3 technique, and they'd think, oh, man, I got to overstep to go get him. And then he'd fake and go back inside and run up field and make a TFL. I'm like, my God. He's incredible.
Well,
so if he comes back, yeah, he'll be fine.
I'm not going to bet against him, but I think there's a difference between I missed a year when I was younger and I come back.
That's true.
And I'm still young football-wise.
Right.
And I missed a year, and I'm going into year 13 now, or 12, whatever it's going to be, because he missed last year. He's the same draft class as Clowney.
Yeah.
So
that's right.
I'm thinking that it might not be automatic, but I think it'll be enough. I wouldn't bet against him again.
No. What's going to happen to him, I think, he may not be as good, but because he's kept his body in great shape. A lot of times what happens is guys that are gone for a couple of years, they try and get their body together the 2 months before they go, and they can't do it. He's kept his body for these whole 2 years.
Yeah, that's going to help him.
He's
quite
he's
a
rocked
bit.
up.
All right, tonight on the program, among other things, Kamari Ramsey, rookie safety, we'll have that on for you. And we'll get you ready for a Friday workout at the Houston Methodist Training Center. They're back out of the field tomorrow. We'll be back live, so will Sean and Seth and In the Loop. But In the Loop is coming up next anyway. Thank you, Byron, for producing today. Looking forward to the rest of the day and the rest of camp. And a week from tonight against the Chargers, the preseason opener. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What did you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Thursday to you. John Lopez, the OG, to my right. I'm Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. And you rolling with us on this Thursday, live from the studios.
One passing thought. Air conditioning is good. Air conditioning.
I knew you was going to say something about that.
I knew it was going to happen.
Lopez is happy. He is not at training camp right now.
It's quite the dichotomy. I know you got to set up the show some more, but it's quite the dichotomy. Literally my favorite time of year is, and I hate the heat out there so much.
That's right.
I hate it so much, but it's my favorite time of the year.
I was talking with, obviously we talked with James Slater yesterday, and I was talking with her off air, just generally sharing pleasantries. And she was like, I don't know how y'all do it. You never actually fully acclimate to it. But I was like, the one thing that is good, and I don't know how much it's good. Let me know how you agree, or whether you agree on the text line 713-572-4610. It does serve as just like a go-to small talk. Yeah. You can always, if you standing in the elevator, right? You in line at the grocery store. Man, it sure is hot today, ain't it?
Hot enough for you?
There you go. We're off to the races, having a conversation. That is the name of the game here on Sports Radio 610, soon to be 95.7 The Fan. 1 week. We're on the countdown. 1 week until you hit the FM dial, hearing us nice, clean, crisp, and all the way around the Houston area. But yeah, man, we got that coming up. I'm excited about that. But the name of the game is always having a good conversation here, and we'll do that for the next 4 hours. Rock with us in the various different ways that there are to do that. There's the text line, 713-572-4610. We always encourage you to get involved there. But also, we have great appreciation for the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 95.7 The Fan. As you can tell, we're getting ourselves ready for that 1 week from now date, which, mind you, not to do too much. Going to be a big day on these airwaves.
Going to be a big, big day. Are you a fan addict? Did it? Fan addicts?
Mm-hmm.
You will be.
You
will be.
At the very least on that day. Obviously,
1 week from today?
1 week from today, we'll have the flip at 8 a.m. 1 week from today, you'll have the first Texans preseason game versus the Chargers at Reliant Stadium. And, I mean, this matters a great deal. It's now the way that we have to look at this team is they're gearing up now, from tomorrow, because today is indeed an off day for your Houston Texans. From tomorrow to Thursday, or I guess really Wednesday, they're prepping for preseason game 1, right? And I understand that it's not going to be the same as prepping for a regular season game, but that's the way that they're talking about it. Let D'Amico Ryans tell it.
Yeah, and they'll get into some sort of a rhythm for the preseason. I fully expect fewer padded practices starting next week. They'll probably go through Saturday this week with pads. Except for the joint practices. The joint practices, they'll get after it. So they're just kind of getting into that little bit of a rhythm, starting to pare things down starting next week, probably the latter part of next week in their minds, kind of starting to – hopefully we'll have an offensive line set. We may already, but hopefully we'll have everything set.
Yeah, it does seem like they've kind of settled into a starting five might be a little strong, but a five that's constantly runs out with the ones. There's a little bit of flux, especially at the right tackle, which feels like that is a huge battle that is happening here, even more so than maybe that we had anticipated coming in. We can talk about all those things, but also one of the things that I want to talk about, especially since we're not out there today, there is no practice today, a well-deserved day off. I do want to go back to yesterday's day at practice where our friends at NFL Network were out sitting right next to us, and we heard from D'Amico Ryans sitting down with them. And I think he has interesting things to say that we haven't quite heard in the same way in the pressers or in the other places that we've heard him talk. Can you give me cut 6 here, Fig? Because Kurt Warner asked D'Amico Ryans about the most important thing that we have in this season, which is C.J. Stroud, and specifically how you get the best out of C.J. This is what D'Amico said.
Is getting C.J. back to the C.J. we saw his rookie year. What is your process in trying to get the best out of him this year?
The process with him is
Like, being competent and confident in your preparation. Like, when you have the conviction, when you get the ball, you have conviction, you know where you're going with the football, you can read the defense, you know what he can put the ball anywhere, make any play that we need him to make, right? And so now what's going to happen is it's year 2 in the system, right, under Coach Cayley. Like, he's very comfortable with what we're asking him to do. We put a lot on him when it comes to protections. He's handling it really well this camp, so he's going to take that jump. He's going to be more comfortable. He's going to be convicted. He's going to be confident. He's going to swing it around and make a lot of plays for us.
He said confident, some semblance of confident and convicted twice each. And I think that's the marching orders. That's what, is the biggest, I call it a buy-in, but it's the biggest element of his success. Confident in what they're doing because he didn't have it all the time last year, and conviction because there were hesitancies here and there that ended up blowing up in his face. So I think that's the he's saying. Like, I like what I'm seeing in terms of knowing that this is what we're going to do, and you're in.
No, for 100%. Yeah. I've talked about some of the confidence things where it felt like it was somewhat trusted sometimes, which obviously
another way to put it.
Some of it is inherent to the way that the system works, and guys that are new. And when I say guys that are new to the system, more like the receivers, the guys on the other end of these passes. We've talked to Nico Collins, we've talked to Higgins, we've heard from all sorts of different people that have an understanding of what wide receiver in the system is, whether it's Julian Edelman or Cecil Shorts, and they all tell you there's a lot going on, and I do wonder how much that factored in. But I'd also like to pair what D'Amico Ryan says there with what he also said to Kurt Warner about what he needs to see from the offense at large, and it feels like it, again, comes somewhat to C.J. Stroud.
What do you need to see from this offense? What are you pushing with this offense that says, hey, if we can do this or we can get here, we've got a chance to truly compete?
It's really, our offense did a really great job of moving the ball when we get across the 50, and the thing that I want to see us take the next step is eliminating the pre-snap penalties. When we eliminate the penalties, we continue to press forward. Now we can get in that red zone. We get in striking distance, and we can put points on the board. So we eliminate the mistakes that we can control, and that's truly pre-snap and just playing smart, being where you're supposed to be, being locked in on the count, formation. Like, if we're on those things, and we can move the ball, we can score. We got a lot of talented guys. Adding David Montgomery has been huge for us. He's been a great addition. Jaden Higgins is taking a huge jump, year 2. Nico is Nico. Stud is always making plays. So we got talented guys who, when they get the ball in their hand, they can go score.
What stood out to you on that?
I mean, pre-snap penalties, clearly, like, he starts there, and that feels like an acknowledgement that from 20 to 20, they can move the football a decent amount. I think that he might be overstating that they did it really, really well.
That's where you were. That's where I was. They did move the ball. They did, obviously, score some points here and there. But I'm not exactly sure. I think what he's saying there is if we can just get into the red zone more often, touchdowns or field goals, we don't care. The pre-snap penalties and the moving the ball really well, obviously those two things go together. You don't move the ball nearly as well when you do have pre-snap penalties. And that was something that he repeatedly said last year. The pre-snap penalties drove him nuts. So I think what he's saying is if we can just clean up a little bit, get into the red zone a little bit more, all I want is points. Touchdown, field goal, it doesn't matter. All I want is points. And so I think he just wants this team to be disciplined. He talked about conviction and confidence, disciplined, and just marginally better. It goes back to what we've been seeing all camp long. They have so much confidence in this defense. They just need a marginal uptick.
It's a refinement conversation.
Yes.
All right, it's a refinement conversation. And what's funny is you almost ask yourself, is this offense in a place where it's just here for refinement? It feels like this offense needs a little bit more building. But the idea of, we just need to make sure that that we're not giving pre-snap penalties. It's like, all right, as long as we don't do we get the finer points right, the large heft of the offense is probably good. And I don't know that I fully agree with that. Now, I think he's coming from a place where I think the very first question that he answered from Jane Slater was, what are you most excited about? And he's like, a better run game. So I think that he's in a place where that's a given. And I don't know that I'm in that place, but of course he's closer to it. So maybe he has a better understanding of where they actually are versus where we perceive them to be. But yeah, man, it's a refinement conversation, and it feels like that is in a good way and a bad way. It feels like that is the mentality of a team that's, hey, we're ready to go to a Super Bowl, which is we need to get the finer details together. I'm just wondering, like, are you seeing an offense that's in a refinement place, or are they still putting I say this, let me stop where I was going there and like make it more clear. In my apartment complex, they're undergoing renovations.
Yeah.
Right? And so I think this is why the AC went out, mind you. But renovations where like we're putting paint in places, we're fixing stuff. I don't know that we're in paint in places quite with the offense. Clearly, we're painting places on the defense. That is just, you want to look at make
Touching
it look pretty.
up.
I think that we're still making sure that if we're not talking foundation, we're still making sure that there's no holes in any of the drywall. We're trying to make sure that all the things are working together right. This isn't just refinement in my mind yet.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I am too with what I just said. I think what he's really saying is we don't have to be great, but we do have to be good. Get rid of the mistakes, a little better ball movement, a few more red zone, appearances. I think that's what he's saying. We don't have to be great, not with this defense, but we have to be good. Yeah, and
they definitely do. I think the one of the things that I've noticed is just an undercurrent with the C.J. Stroud conversation. Maybe undercurrent is it, right? It might just be flat out right in front of you. Is the conversation of just like aggression versus being conservative, and D'Amico spoke about that as well. This is Cut A Fig when he was talking to NFL Network.
Talk me into how you talk to CJ about that balance of, we want you to be aggressive because you can make every throw and you can win games for us, but also got this great defense and we don't want you to put us in harm's way. So how do you figure out that balance how do you talk him through that?
I wish we could put up as many points as you did back in the day. That would help the defense out as well. But understand it's a team game, right? Understand we do have a strength on our team. Our defense is very strong. They play really well. And I talked to CJ to tell him, you don't have to put it all on your shoulders, right? We're all here to help out together. We go win games together. It's not about just one person winning the game. We're here to help you. And he has a really good understanding of that now.
That's it. I mean, that ties in directly with what you just heard him say. We don't have to be great with this defense, but we do have to be good. And it is funny because I'm sitting there, I'm like, that's Kurt Warner asking these questions. Kurt Warner would light up the scoreboard like crazy.
And it is funny because I think I've seen enough people on our text line and elsewhere talk about D'Amico Ryans is actively hampering them from doing some of these things, like almost as if he does not want to put points on the board. And maybe you could say he says it in that kind of chuckly way that he can say things sometimes where he's like, oh man, I wish we could put up the points like you were. I think that he means that. I really do. I think that that's something where if you're playing football and you're not wanting to put up points, we're kind of we're hustling backwards, so to say. But I think that there is going to be about like that dichotomy between, being aggressive and being conservative. And within this system, I think the way that D'Amico Ryans is clearly selling it is in such a way where it's not about, hey, we're trying to stop you from being the best version of yourself. It's we're trying to make it so that everybody can add in, right? You don't have to do it all yourself. We've got great players on the other side of this pass that can make things happen if you're able to get the ball to them, maybe in shallower spaces and let them create. Remember, Jaden Higgins told us yesterday that he's kind of working on being able to create yak, right? And that seems that it pairs in with that conversation. But I think you could easily look at the other side of that, John, and I think that that's been a place where a lot of people have been. I know that Show and Clint have talked about this a lot, this is a guy who he is capable of being aggressive and making things happen. And I think that finding that balance is a tough one because last year, if you're going to ask for conservatism, they put him in too many places where that's inherently the situation asked him to be aggressive.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I think, look, everybody wants points. Who doesn't? But I honestly think D'Amico Ryans does not want to be, that type of offense that's really taking some chances and risks. Let's remember, he is a defensive-minded head coach. He wants the clock to run, and he wants his defense to shut you down, and he wants just enough points. He hates turnovers. We know that. A lot of coaches, all the coaches do, but I'm not so sure. He's like, of course we want to score a ton of points. Well, yes, just in general, but in terms of philosophy and approach, he would rather run the ball, rely on the defense, be conservative. And this is not a criticism. If I were coaching this team with this defense, I'd be doing the same thing. That is, he said it right in that quote. Yeah, we have a strength. I mean, that's exactly what he said. We have a strength. He's talking about the defense. So I'm not so sure he would like to necessarily take all those chances. I think all evidence points to the contrary.
Do you think the Texans are striking the right balance in a more larger sense? Because this starts from a very specific C.J. Stroud aggression, diet or appetite, right? How aggressive versus how conservative. We could dig deeper into that if you really want to. But as a team, as a staff, record label, and crew, do you think that the Houston Texans are establishing the right, aggression appetite early on?
With this team, with this defense, yes. Again, we all like to see, hey, light it up, go downfield. Let's see some big plays. I want to see highlights. We all like that. But with this team, I would be doing the exact same thing. And I think that is it has been and will be the challenge for C.J. Stroud to understand that and to play that game.
I mean, I can hear that, especially because this defense is so damn good.
Yeah.
The thing that I use as a caveat here, and I take you back to last year as well, you can't have that be the case if it's not well situated for that to be the answer. I know I see the text line. Someone's pointing out the idea that, hey, Kurt Warner, if we're talking about the points going up, Hall of Fame running backs, Hall of Fame receivers, right? That greatest show on turf feeling. You did not have that, or even if you had those types of players, you did not give the capability to get there, right? And this is where I think that the pre-snap penalties did hurt them, because you get into pre-snap penalties and then you end up in 3rd and long where inherently you need to be aggressive, because that is something that you're being asked of C.J. Stroud, and he can do that, but it's hard to do that when you're under pressure and there's not separation.
And you have to dial it up.
Right.
Yeah, all of a sudden you're doing this. All of a sudden it's 3rd and 13, and it's like, all right, now we got to dial it up. Yeah, that is a challenge. The other challenge is you're going to be playing in a lot of close games this way, even with this defense. One bounce of the ball the other way and things start to slip away. So it's somewhat of a risky proposition, but it's one that I would take with this defense.
Yeah, I think C.J. Stroud, even in his conversations with NFL Network, sounds like he is more open to this, especially the messaging of, hey, it's not necessarily about you by yourself and whether you can handle the aggression. It's, are you playing as a team? Are you allowing your other guys to impact the game, which all these great players are having to find, right? I think I was talking with Seth earlier, the idea that, hey, man, Patrick Mahomes got to that place where you can't do it by yourself. You have to allow the great players around you to impact the game. I just want it to be, I think this is the remainder of training camp is, are you setting the table for that aggression appetite to be served well, right? Which is the offensive line creating time for these things to happen? Or is the offensive coordinator using the right concepts to be able to put those guys in an opportunity to be successful? And I think the biggest thing, to come back to what we're talking about, have you developed the confidence from C.J. Stroud and the rest of the offense and the trust to be able to make those things go? That's been the question that's been happening. It feels like they're moving that way, but that is clearly what they're asking for right now.
No, and it's been clear to us, early on in training camp, and we're going into 8 tomorrow on the field, day 9 of camp. I was pointing out to you guys, haven't really seen them throw the ball down the field much. Talk to Clint about the ball has traveled no more than about 16, 18 yards on a lot of these throws. We're going into day 8. So, yes, this is what they are, but then you also have to be able to dial up those other plays,
It sure does feel like they are coming from the perspective of explosives don't inherently have to be big passes downfield. Yeah. It feels like if we come to the end of the season, hopefully in February, where we're looking back at the season, and if we were just doing a solid tally of explosive plays and what the percentages were, I would imagine that they are working to be a majority of your explosive plays were actually plays that were you would consider like less aggressive, whether it's
but they turn into yak, they turn into
intermediate pass on a in breaker or a screen that then is broken open, or just a run play that's blocked where Keelan Rutledge and Wyatt Teller and Ed Ingram are getting to the second level. Well, obviously you can't have all three of them getting to the second level, but you get what I'm saying. The likes of those guys are getting to the second level and blocking the linebackers, hell, maybe even the safety, and now you've got those guys breaking a 20, 25, 30-yard run from a play that is not inherently what you think of as an explosive. That is what it seems like they're trying to do. That I need to see more of that's why when we're talking about the run game and I'm seeing, they look better and more, but they're not necessarily springing nearly as much and doing it as consistently in camp. Those are the things that I think I need to see in order to make this appetite for risk more palatable for me. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about the Astros. Where have they been good enough to where games like last night sting you? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
And he lines the ball fair, hooking into the right field corner. This will score one. Alvarez digging for second. The throw from Lucas. And he's out. Out at second is Alvarez. Decided not to slide, and it burned him.
One hot play, but this play is made by the shortstop, Andres Jimenez. He's not going to make any sort of move, just staying straight up, and then at the last second, he makes a move to the ball. Look at that right there. That's a deke move. That's why.
He got deked.
He got deked. That was probably the play of the game for Toronto, unfortunately, as the Astros lose in extras. 5-4, unfortunately dropping this series, a series that it felt like they had an opportunity to win. But the Astros still very much alive as the first team in first in the AL West. Have the Astros become so good where a game like that tweaks you?
This is how I'll put it. Do you know why, put it this way. Do you know why the Astros are suddenly in contention? Why it feels like they're in contention?
Why's that?
Because that did sting. Because that hurt. Because normally we'd be like, oh, well, bad base running, or he got deked. As I just,
I feel like that was all a waste of time, man.
And that's a tell. Last night was a tell. They really are in it, and we really are invested because that stung. They still have, I guess, Rangers won, so I think their lead is now a game and a half.
Mm-hmm.
But normally, even a month ago, we'd be like, oh, well, whatever. But that stung.
Yeah.
That hurt.
Even my wife that was sitting there with me, she wasn't really paying attention, but she kind of saw my reaction and started paying attention.
Yeah.
And she was like, wow, that's crazy. And then she realized it was the 10th inning. And she was like, oh, they lost like that. That sucks.
Yes, exactly.
No, I mean, in a weird way, I hated to lose that game. Don't get me wrong, especially when, you clearly out-hit the Blue Jays in that game. You just kind of were not able to get it over the line. But that one didn't upset me as much because of particularly the way it happens, right? Now, the 2 runs that are given up in the top of the 10th, that is where it really stung me. I think Yordan is where, before I even get to this, right, Yordan has been so good that he kind of above reproach. But even beyond that, I think that the circumstance did not make me upset. The game specifically.
The exact opposite for me. It seems like you too, Figgy, because I was like, all right, they can get this one. And then we'll see where they are. They protect their lead, no matter what the Rangers do, and for that to happen, it hurt, man. It hurt.
Did you take issue with Yordan Alvarez there? Obviously,
I think it was just a great baseball play.
That's what I thought as well.
Yeah,
but because I know that there's some people that are like, hey, if Yordan slides there, he's able to beat that tag. Now you have yet another runner in scoring position, and then here we are, Jose Altuve with an opportunity to bring him in.
Well, make no mistake, he should have slid, and he would have been safe if he did. He would have been safe, but I don't blame him. That second baseman, just to paint the picture, if you didn't see it, he was just standing there like arms on his side, like, oh well, here comes a double, and then at the last minute went whoop, and caught the ball.
Shortstop to be precise.
To be honest, I felt like when he hit that ball, that's
stand-up double.
That's a normal Yordan double to me.
That had stand-up double written. It was just a good baseball play.
As soon as he hit it, as soon as I saw that ball in the outfield, I'm like, okay, that's a double.
Yeah, he would have been safe if he slid, but I don't blame him, and I give a lot of credit to, like you said, the shortstop there for just making a in real time great play.
Can I give you a take here? I'm good with him sliding and not sliding, even if he knows that it's a play at the bag there.
Why? He's out.
I think that Yordan.
But you don't want him to get hurt.
There we go, big dog. I'm sorry, you see how good he's been? He's been gooder than a you-know-what.
Gooder?
That's right. That's how good he is. I am breaking the English language in order to
He's the goodest.
He's the goodest.
The goodiest, in fact. No, he's been so good that, kind of ignored, maybe not ignored, but we have not thought front of mind about Yordan Alvarez is the dude that we were talking about. If he can play all the games, look at how good he is. Here he is playing all the games. I'm not willing to give up what seems like a postseason opportunity that is well within my range of being able to see it. I can taste it. I can feel it. I'm not giving that up for a game in early August, even though.
It is August.
It is.
It is August. And you know what I'm going to say. You can't play scared, man.
You
you can't play scared.
With that dude, I can.
No, you can't.
See, I was actually fine with him standing up too because he's not the type of person that just be half-assing, going to first and stuff like that. He be hustling every time. So I didn't have no issue with that. I would have an issue if he was a half-asser.
Yeah.
Oh.
And
it's just like, dog, what did you just stop at first base at that point?
And here's the other reason that it stung for me. Not just that, not just the fact that they took that 2-run lead and you couldn't quite finish the job there with that play on Jordan. Hunter Brown, man. That was Hunter Brown that lost that game. Well,
Reggie jinxed him.
tied. He had a no-hitter through 5, and then Reggie said something.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Yes. We sitting there in the post-show meeting. He like, Hunter Brown got a no-hitter. I'm like, why would you say that, man?
Because I don't run nothing around here.
No, you don't.
This is the thing that
By the time I left, it was tied at 3.
3-3.
I'm like, damn.
I did look down. And here's the thing. It did not happen simply with like one big swing. It happened quickly.
One big swing helped.
It did help. It happened quickly, but it was a few things that came together.
Yeah.
The thing that I will always say, I will never run away from this. I don't run nothing around here.
No,
if I had that
I'm
kind of power, I would make a lot more money.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not a good enough person to.
Say
if
that
I had
to Astros Twitter,
look,
buddy.
Really and truly, if I am not, I try to be a good person.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not so good of a person that I would not use the power to control things with my thoughts and with my words to my advantage to make money.
Reggie from Texas, you count your motherfucking days, bitch.
Come talk to me then. Come see me then. Nah, man, I'm not putting that on me. Honestly, I was still happy with Hunter's outing. I mean,
of course you're happy when the way he was pitching. But what my point is the sting factor with that play and the fact that you wasted Hunter Brown's terrific start, 5+ innings. That's what stung to me because now you're going into San Diego and San Francisco, and we'll see with Ronald Blanco, Peter Lambert, and then we'll see after that.
It does feel like at the very least like things are coming together. There's a lot of good luck happening here with the Astros, and maybe just by mentioning it, they're gonna say that I'm jinxing it. But it does feel like things are coming together in a way where I'm kind of sick, man. The Astros keep doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like they keep finding the way to do this. They are indeed the cockroaches, man.
They are the boogeyman. They're keeping it. They're keeping it exciting. Like we started this conversation. They're in it because that stung. That one hurt.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. That one is not going to. I'm not going to lament that one because it's. I mean, baseball games happen. It's 162. That's one of those ones that falls. Like I don't think that I can point to outside of those individual moments. I can point to a larger issue. I think that the way that I'm viewing it, especially if we're going through the full season, the Astros have been good, right? If we're not having the PTSD, without trying to make light of PTSD, but you know what I mean, without having that effect of what this season has been to us, I think that I get upset and I really smart over games that demonstrate issues that are perpetual issues with the team. I don't think that anything in that game felt like, damn, this is the perpetual issue with this team.
That is
not
popping up. Not at all.
It ain't got nothing to do with the issues of the team.
Yeah.
I think it's just the way they lost, man.
Right.
Because honestly, if Jordan was safe, I think they probably would have won that game.
Well, they would have certainly had a real good chance to tie it.
Yeah, I think I thought they was kind of rolling a little bit, and then it seemed like that just sucked everything out. And then next, in the blink of an eye, the game was over.
Yeah,
it's just like, damn.
Yeah, I guess my thing is it's a lot easier for me to charge those ones to the game. Because, again, there's 162 of these, and maybe this is the protecting my mental of this all. If I lost my mind over those ones, oh, boy, it would really hurt. But I guess that's part of being a fan. The one thing I will say that is real fan-like, I am so glad that Miles Straw is not playing against my team again.
Man, another one.
Why is he like this?
He finally picking it up, man. Dang.
Was it a double? Yeah, and then... he's getting an opportunity. Varsho, not so much.
Is this what you're doing? Are we going to lean all the way into?
No, they should have traded for Miles Straw.
Well, no, but
I mean, he scored a run. He got a hit.
He did.
Yeah.
Okay. You feel better about yourself?
Okay.
I mean, no, but I just wanted to make sure I just wanted to make sure I presented all sides of the circumstance. But yeah. Astros day off today, and then they'll be back in action for the weekend. It's a 6-game road trip, ain't it?
Yeah, San Diego and San Francisco. Decent teams, not great, but decent. So we'll see. And then they come Mariners, I think, come for the next homestand.
Yeah, I think that's right around flip day, ain't it?
Yeah.
Like that's the weekend series 14th, 15th, and 16th when you get the Mariners as well. I don't know, man. I'm in this place where I actually have a level of trust in the Astros, which is scary now that I say that out loud.
Which is why it stung.
I guess so. Somebody's, watch my back. Oh, wow. I can't watch games no more. Wow. It's like
back,
that.
Reggie.
It's like that. Listen.
Reggie from Texas.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
Wow. I didn't know it was like that. All right. Now I'm being persecuted for presenting new ideas. I see what this is. All right. So that's a little bit of baseball talk here on Sports Radio 610, and it's presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right. Coming up next, I don't know if you've seen one of the college football teams in the middle of America has a little bit of a giveaway happening that would allow one special fan to call some plays for their team. And that got me thinking, what job do you think you could do without any additional training? Just right now, you could step in and do for a short period of time. 713-572-4610. That's our question of the day, and we do it next.
All right. Here's what most car buyers.
Turi Lawyers, 281-222-2222. Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We are still in the midst of Houston Texans training camp. Just an off day. The fella's getting a much-deserved off day. Well, at least from my eyes. I feel like Clint would be like, hey, get your asses out there and practice.
Clint would be.
What y'all mean an off day? Get to work.
Get some reps in.
Play some football, damn it.
I think it's piss poor that they got an off day.
Back in my day, we used to do 2-a-days. Uphill both ways somehow.
Yes.
I think the
damn camp just got started. They got the off day already.
Love our guy Clint. But yeah, they do indeed have an off day. Back at work again tomorrow for the Texans at the Houston Methodist Training Center. But actually, a different level of football is what brought me this conversation, J-Lo, because are you familiar with Akron, the University of Akron?
The Zips?
That's right.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, what is a zip?
That's a cool name.
Does anybody have an idea what a zip actually is?
That's a great question.
All right, I'm guessing that you will be doing the Googles right now while you do that. Their football team, they play in, they're MAC, right? I want to make sure that I get that correct. But they're in they're group of 5 type conferences.
Zippy the kangaroo.
It's kangaroos, huh?
Their mascot is a kangaroo.
I don't think I ever knew that.
And the name is Zippy.
Because I always see that A logo.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it does not give me any level of clues as to what the mascot and what the nickname actually is. But, okay. All right. So, Zippy the kangaroo. Huh.
Origin of the Zips name for his name is from Zippers, a popular brand of rubber galoshes and overshoes made by B.F. Goodrich Company, which is an Akron company.
This makes sense because Akron aren't they like the rubber capital of the U.S.?
City?
Yeah, Rubber City. Yeah, they make a lot of rubber out there. Okay, all right. Because I was
like it even more now.
So what the hell does the kangaroo have to do with any of this?
I guess they just called him Zip.
They needed something.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to have a rubber walking around?
Yes.
A tire. They're going to have a tire.
Not what you're doing there. Whatever you were just saying, not that. But I do think I would actually like an anthropomorphized tire if that was your mascot. You know what I mean? Sure. You mean in like the British sense where it's like an eraser? Is that what we're talking about? Sure.
You know, people used to call galoshes, we're bringing it full circle here, rubbers. You got your rubbers on? Back in the day, they called them that. You got your rubbers on?
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I knew exactly what galoshes
Did y'all
were.
keep a rubber in the wallet?
So anyways, the Akron Zips are having a little bit of a giveaway of sorts where one lucky season ticket holder will be designated to design the opening drive for their home opener versus Robert Morris. And so this is the proverbial, will the fan sitting in section 112, row F, seat 7, come on down, you get to play for the team, except, then
you'll get sued by A&M. Hope you got a good lawyer.
By the way, they sold out of their suites with this, by the way, too.
They did?
So they actually got the money that they were looking for. So people really are. Yeah, so this is the thought, man. Like, question of the day, what is a job that you think you can do even for a little bit of a time? Just you think you can hold down? Because it seems like people think they could actually script the opening script for a football team.
And maybe, I'm sure there's going to be some, all right, these are the plays that we're working on.
Oh, we're killing that. We're killing that season ticket holder.
Yes.
I'm killing that ticket holder. Like, I'm watching that first
These are your
drive.
choices, that kind of thing.
So are they going to let them on the sideline with the headset and all that stuff?
I don't think so.
Well, no, they're going to be on the sideline.
You think so?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he is going to be on the sideline. But I think there's going to be some.
This is going to be an ESPN Plus game, and I'm going to be on it.
Very much restrictions, there's on him and all that. Okay, so you could fall out of bed. You could walk out of this studio and do this.
Is there anything in sports you think you could like?
I could coach the Cougs.
You think so?
Oh yeah.
You can what?
I could coach the Cougs.
So if Kelvin Sampson,
give me 5 minutes. Give me the first 5 minutes of the game. I got you.
So we'll get you to the first media timeout. J-Lo is coaching the team.
6 minutes. Yeah. I got you. I'm dead serious.
I think so. You coached at a somewhat similar level.
Yeah.
All right. I think you could do that.
The Cougs are down 25-0 to Stephen F. Austin.
That'd be great. I'd be like, well, that didn't go the way I hoped. But like,
there's 3 timeouts already.
Like timeout.
It looks like they're playing a 1-3-1 zone. What is happening right now?
Figgy, get in there.
Hey, don't look at me. This is you, big dog.
But real world stuff, I think I could walk into a boardroom and give a major corporation a marketing plan.
Oh.
I think I could say, this is how you expand your business. This is what I think. Now, that's one where I'm a little more uncertain. But, just marketing, building a brand, building a commercial, advertisement plan, real, kind of old school stuff. I think I could do that.
Okay. The text line comes in with a really good one. I think you have to be creative here because I'm going to be honest. I'm not so bold as to say any of these on-field, on-court things. I'm not your guy.
What if you had to, like you do now?
If I have to. If I have to jump in and play somewhere. Ooh, I ain't been running enough, so any of the running things is not
coaching.
Coaching is definitely where I'd have to go.
You play receiver.
I played receiver in high school, yeah.
Could you coach the receivers?
Oh. I mean, if I'm holding it down for like a practice, sure.
Could you fake it?
Yeah, 100%. There's some faking involved here, without a doubt.
Yes.
But I think I could give some notes here and there. Yeah, I think especially if it's like, hey, assistant receivers coach. Yeah, I'm right in there.
Yeah. What about this one? Could y'all be a GM for NFL team? Free agency.
That would be low
GM.
on my list.
Yeah,
low on the list.
I would give it a shot if I had to, but I have a healthy respect.
Seat for a day.
Yeah.
And it's what some of it is. I just don't want to be on the phone that much.
Yeah. That too.
I don't want to have to play the poker of this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be on the phone that much. Yeah, no, that's that. And honestly, the GM has
draft time too.
They've got a pretty big staff. Oh yeah, no, that's the one. If I'd have to be a GM at a different point of the season, you can't put me in the draft room. There's too much going on.
It's hard, man. It's hard on Madden playing the draft part on Madden.
Mm-hmm.
That's hard because I'm like, man, I don't know none of these cats.
Is there anything else non-sports?
Oh, non-sports. Oh, there's definitely some things that I could step in. And this one is easy. I definitely could be one of these consultants. Right? What's the big consulting firm?
Though?
For anything.
God, get out of here. You got to be more specific than that. Yeah.
No, legitimately. What is it? McKinsey? Is McKinsey the big consulting firm?
Could you be a fashion consultant?
Yeah.
You got to get more specific than that.
I consult on it. And I think that this is actually. I think that I'm going bolder.
He's one of those guys that says I'm an influencer.
No, but here's the thing.
I'm a consultant.
I think I'm being bolder in saying this because you talk to these people at McKinsey or whatever, and they just come into any company and consult on it.
Mm-hmm.
And you never know what you're stepping into, and you have to find a way to get some
Could you be a
insight.
Consultant for the Madden franchise?
Yeah. Yeah. See, this is the thing that I don't think you guys
how can we take Madden to the next step? You could be there and take it to the next step.
You know what I view a consultant as, and I know there's maybe a consultant listening that's going to be very offended. I apologize, but know that I don't mean that apology. This
is what I can do. This is what I would do.
Are you good at complaining? Because I feel like that's what consultant is. You come in like, hey, man, something hasn't been working. Can you point it out? You want me to point faults?
What's wrong
Yeah,
here?
I got you here. Yeah.
Where do you want me to start?
Hey, man, you know what? I feel like a backseat driver. Hey, man, see, what you should have done is you should have hit a left right there and then circle back. That would have gone faster, actually. That's what I view consulting as, and that's why I could absolutely step in and be a consultant. Some things that are coming in on the text line. Someone from the 281 said, be a chair umpire at one of these tennis majors. I think that the toughest part of that job, well, I think they're right, especially as a lot of this has become more automated. I think the toughest part of that is when these players start bucking back at you.
Yeah.
Being able to, that's rough.
I was a line judge for a volleyball game in high school one time. And, man, when that ball hit the line, it barely hit the line. And I called it in. Yeah, I called it in or whatever the signal was. Man, they were all looking at me, ready to bark at me. And then my wife was doing it one day. And she made the wrong call, and they started barking at her, and then she changed the call, and then the other team started barking.
Oh, my gosh.
I could never do that again, man. Not enough money for me to do that.
What could you step in, though?
Honestly, in the entertainment world, I could probably step in and maybe produce a TV show.
Okay.
Maybe write a script,
Yeah.
and then I'll take it even further. I could probably star in the TV show and just kind of like a sitcom or something like that.
Yeah.
I think I could step in doing that. I have no experience acting or writing a show or anything like that, but I think I could do that, or maybe come up with a reality TV show type deal.
A texter said an actual umpire, like a baseball umpire. That would be...
No, thank you.
Yeah.
I don't want it. If I had to do one of the sports referees jobs, I could absolutely be a basketball ref. I could absolutely
hard,
do it.
Man.
It is hard.
It's really difficult.
Could you handle all that running back and forth?
Yeah, that's the part that I think I got.
Yeah.
I got that, and I have done it before. Now I'd have to get back up to speed. And that's the thing I don't think people realize. These old dudes, especially when it was old dudes, I remember like Joey Crawford out here looking like he's about to tumble over. Those dudes are running literal miles night by night.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Like they're running as much as all these dudes who are playing, and they're running more because they don't come off the court.
Right. Right.
So, yeah, no, those dudes are in shape. But, again, the biggest thing that I'd be worried about is when these boys come over and, like, you got Alper Shangon looking at you, throwing the shoulders up, and I got a stone face and be like, no, I saw what I saw. It was a foul.
I saw what I saw.
It was a foul. It was.
Could you be official for, like, a soccer match?
That's tough.
That one I think is actually
because
tougher
you're on the ball.
Yes.
I mean, you have to stay right on the ball.
I might be able to be a line judge.
Yeah.
As opposed to more of the on-field referee. And I might be a little bit harsh. I might be, hey, man, nah, that's a yellow. Get out my face. That's red. Go ahead. Get out my face.
Let me ask y'all this. Could y'all be a goalie for a high school soccer team?
No way.
Nah, I've lost it. I've lost
way.
it. I ain't been there. See, once I'm able to actually get out here to one of these Dynamo practices, I'm gonna be the goalie for the Dynamo. Remember?
Yeah.
I just got to make sure that I have time off from here to go over there and do it. You know?
346 says they could write a jingle for a product.
Ooh,
that's a great
good
one to have. Write one for the fan.
Okay.
957 the fan.
See, y'all wouldn't make it. This is the one that I'm very interested in. Are they too like overconfident, or are they right, or do they know something? Because they said they could 100% fly a plane. No, and we're talking about training because this season ticket holder, this season ticket holder is just going to script plays, script the opening script for the Akron Zips in their home opener.
So you're saying this guy,
no training
flying a plane,
no training.
No way in
There's
hell,
no way.
man.
Just with all the buttons, I imagine.
Dead.
No.
Dead.
Because there's a whole bunch of levers and flips and buttons, and then on top of that, like maybe you have a co-pilot and it makes it easier. I think that I don't think I want to do all of the air traffic controlling, because they be talking stuff that feels like Greek to me. They get in there and all the communication. I'm just like, so what did that number mean? And what does that mean? I don't understand anything that's happening. I would be, just clogging up the radio waves, being like, can you explain that to me real quick? I don't understand what happened here. A number of people have said sports radio host. Fair. Fair enough. Somebody said that's why they chose Major League Baseball umpire. There's no running involved. But you might get hit by a baseball, though.
Yeah, you might be.
Keep those coming in on the text line, 713-572-4610. What is the thing that you think that you could step in for and do? Because the 504 said they believe they could be the owner of an NFL team and run to where they win a Super Bowl.
Ooh, I don't know about that, man.
Really?
That's tough. Yeah.
You think that's? I think they could do it.
Owner of an NFL team.
Yeah, and mind you focus on other stuff outside of the actual roster trying to get the Super Bowl. There's a lot of other stuff going on.
And there are some bad owners.
Yes, really bad owners.
Yes.
Like I gotta feel that I could do better than what's it, the Browns over there?
Yeah.
In Cincinnati. I gotta feel like I could do better than that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now we're gonna hear from Cal and Hannah be like, you think so, huh?
Yeah.
You think so, huh?
Big fella. Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, I don't know if you knew, there's some football on tonight. We'll talk about that and more next.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, I wanted to, rattle off some of the answers that y'all kept coming in really good for the question of the day. What's a job that you think you could just kind of step into without any training for a short period of time, much like the Akron Zips season ticket holder who will get to call some plays in their season opener. Well, we got a little bit of Texans breaking news.
Sports Radio 610, breaking news.
So this comes per Mike Garafolo of NFL Network. The Texans have agreed to terms with linebacker Henry To'o on a 2-year, $16 million extension. So he gets paid, and that means there is only a single solitary projected starter on this Houston Texans team, John Lopez, that is not under contract through this upcoming season and beyond. And that is Tommy Togiai.
All right. So, look, well-deserved. What a great story. We've touched on it a little bit. It wasn't too long ago. We were wondering if he would fit in with this squad, Henry To'o. Not where and when and starter and a significant contributor. No, this is great for him. It's actually a good deal for the Texans as well. It's good money, but it's not off the charts. I like it.
Yeah, that is the fascinating thing for me because, and maybe I'm reaching too much. Maybe this says a little bit something about the younger guys that they brought in. If there was a player, and I say this with all due respect to Henry himself, but if there was a player on this defense, that you could say maybe we can find what he does in another player, right? It probably is Henry To'o. I can't really point to the thing that he has within his skill set that is exceptional. But he does, and I think D'Amico Ryans was speaking to what he does really well for this team is just he also plays with the exact mentality that they want. He's very versatile in the things that they can ask him to do. He's physical. He triggers incredibly well at the linebacker spot, which I don't take for granted at all. And they get this done at an average annual value number that is around where like Arden Key is getting paid. What Leo Chenal is getting paid, a couple of guys that are important for their teams, but again, I wouldn't say that they're more important than what Henry To'o is for this team. So they're locking up all these guys that matter to them. This defense is going to remain the same for a number of years, and as much as you can say year to year the defense has changed, even with similar personnel, this one is going to look damn near exactly the same for even more years now.
And it's funny though because you said kind of strikes you as a player that you could find, elsewhere. He was that player.
Yeah.
He was that player.
Fourth-round pick, right?
That you found. Right. So I think, he was a player that you found. He stepped up. He's improved. They love him. I mean, we Aziz was just raving about it when we had Aziz on the air. I think this is terrific. But to your point, maybe somewhere down the line, that's a player. It's a 2-year deal, right?
But it's a 2-year deal. But that's kind of how this team works, right? They talk about Nick Caserio has made mention of they work in 2-year windows, and so this feels like, hey, there's obviously guys that you go, no matter what the next window looks like, we want you on this team. Clearly they didn't do a crazy commitment in that same way when it comes to Henry To'oTo'o, but again, this is a commitment. The window that we're looking at right now. You remain here, right? And I think that I respect this. This honestly feels like the biggest statement towards the general ethos that it feels like this team has, which is, if you do what we expect you to do here, you will be rewarded.
100%.
Right? I think the concept of loyalty in sports at times has been one that is really nonsensical. I think the general public has become a little bit more aware of the incongruities with that. But let's talk about Will Anderson Jr. getting his money. That's not really a loyalty thing. That's there's a clear value here, and we're receiving the benefit from paying you this money, right? Derek Stingley Jr., there's a clear benefit here, right? And Henry does have a benefit here, but that's probably on the further end of, no, we're doing the thing where we're really appreciating you for what you've shown. This isn't just craven, this is business benefit for us. This is, we respect what you do for us, and we are rewarding you for it.
And time and again, they've done this at an extremely high level. Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, because D'Amico had a big say in this, but Nick Caserio cutting the deal. He's done this consistently well with players and at good value. Hell, you can go back to Nico, at some level. And I know he's one of those that he's a star. You're going to sign him, but still, you're getting great value. You're committing to them. The old saying, you eat what you kill. So he's eating because he's killed it.
And a very fair point made by our very own Raw on the Show, Hughley. Except CJ, right? All the things that we've said.
But doesn't that speak to that? Like, you eat what you kill? Well, you haven't killed a whole lot yet, in terms of what we really were expecting.
Depending on how you view it. Some could say that he has killed a good amount. But will remain to be seen how they handle the CJ Stroud thing. It is why this is all so curious, because I guess conversely, in most other places in the National Football League, in the history of what we understand, at least in modern times, you don't get the linebacker 2 done before the quarterback, if that's indeed where you want to go. You don't kind of get some of the deals done that they've done to this point done before you make sure that what ostensibly is your franchise quarterback, the foundation of what you do, gets done. And so that again puts, I guess, a spotlight on the CJ Stroud circumstance. And here we are.
Yeah. I mean, I think there has to be a little piece that says, well, damn.
Oh, yeah.
Well, damn.
Well, I mean, they're in the midst of camp, so I got to imagine that he's focusing on all those other things. But at the very least, I know who is saying, well, damn, and his name is David Mulgeta. Like, all right, so we're just gonna keep giving the money everywhere else.
We're signing everybody, almost.
Everyone.
Almost.
All right, thank you. All right, we continue around the NFL here, and football's happening today, John Lopez. You excited?
There's a ball game tonight.
There is a ball game tonight. I asked you a question. You didn't answer it. Are you excited?
Oh, I'm going to watch. First one, you always watch a little bit. Always.
Was that an answer to the question?
Always.
Are you excited?
Oh. Yes.
I don't believe you.
Yes.
I don't believe you.
You got Kenny Pickett versus Carson Beck.
Yeah, baby, let's go.
Let me explain. Excited because I'm going to watch some football tonight.
Okay. Not excited for the product.
For Carson Beck versus who's the other starter?
Kenny Pickett, baby.
Kenny Pickett.
Small hands Pickett.
Not as much, but tell me you're not going to watch some of this.
I might not watch some of this.
Get
out of here, man.
You watch D-League, G-League women's basketball.
There's not a women. Well, I mean, it's not G League women's basketball, but I will watch Unrivaled.
There we go.
What that got to do with anything?
There we go.
What that got to do with anything?
Everything. That has everything to do with it.
7 p.m. on NBC, you will get the Hall of Fame game at Tom Benson Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton. It is indeed, as Figgy mentioned, Kenny Pickett, Carson Beck. I'm not going to lie. I do want to see, from the highlights, about this game. I want to see how this offense operates, because it feels like if we're getting the second and third string as you typically do in these Hall of Fame games, how do they look? Because it seems like the ones look crazy at Cardinals camp right now. Have you seen some of these videos coming out?
They are awful.
Of Cardinals camp?
They are. D'Amico Ryan's head would explode. I saw 3 snaps, like either go to the right or over the head or to the ground in a shotgun, and that was just in one practice. D'Amico Ryans, his head would explode.
Right, and it's I mean, the quarterbacks that they have here are clearly not great. I mean, the quarterback that ostensibly, or that seems like he should be the starter this year, had to hold out to get a little extra money sprinkle on his deal, right? And so, not hold out, but you know what I mean, right? Like, he had to make noise in order to get that. That is Jacoby Brissett, who I think we all feel like is a solid backup quarterback, not necessarily one that you want to go into a season as your starter. Talk less of going into a particular game, right?
Right.
And then you have Gardner Minshew. Like, we're not talking about great quarterbacks, but it's not even when the ball gets to the right place, I'm seeing balls bounce off people's chests.
Yeah,
and
that too.
And it's not just guys that you go, who is that wide receiver? A dude that they drafted incredibly highly is having this. It just feels like it is really, really ugly. And obviously it is camp and people are working to get better. But the way that the NFL works right now, you should come into camp and at least look like you're a football player.
And they don't. Are the Cardinals going to be the worst team in the league?
That is the question that I wanted to ask you. And they got a shot at it.
I agree.
If their
schedule is tough.
Yeah, I mean, even if you just, before you get to what divisions are they playing? They're playing the NFC West. Like, they're playing the kid that's in their division. Yeah. They're playing the Rams.
They
They're
might
playing
not
the
win
Niners.
a game in the division.
That's what I'm saying.
Quite possibly.
Yeah.
Quite possibly.
What's that, 6 losses right there?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
If it wasn't the Cardinals in your mind, what are the teams that are contending for it? I feel like the Jets clearly.
Yeah, Jets would be the other one. I'm looking at their schedule. They might not win a game until, good Lord, they might not win a game till December. Look at this schedule.
All right, what's the schedule look like?
Let me go. Tell me if it's a win or a loss.
Oh, let's play. I love the win-loss game, and I say that
facetiously. I'm saying mid-December they won't win a game.
All right, let's do it.
Chargers?
Nah.
Seahawks?
Nope.
Niners?
Are they going to be healthy?
Come on, man.
Are they going to be healthy is the question I asked.
We'll get to that.
All right.
Matt Jones could beat them.
Giants?
You're not wrong. Giants?
That's a loss.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Lions?
Nope.
Yeah, I think the Lions winning.
Rams?
Yep.
Broncos?
Yep.
Cowboys?
Yep.
Seahawks?
Again? Yep.
Rams again?
Yep.
Chiefs?
Yep.
Commanders?
Maybe. The Commanders are a weird team, dude. I'm sorry. They're a really weird team to me, but who knows?
I don't see that.
That's an L. Eagles?
I don't see them beating the Eagles.
I don't see it, but the Eagles are also a team that can be weird sometimes.
And then December 20th, Jets.
Hey, here we go.
They might not win a game.
They might be fighting to get the first win between both of them.
Till Christmas. They're going to be decorating their trees till they get a win.
Sheesh.
It might be their goal, to be honest.
Yeah, it could be.
Oh, man.
Could be.
Well, I mean, more power to them. Mm-hmm. Go with God. And we get to start that run of possibly unprecedented terrible with tonight's game. Mm-hmm. Panthers, Cardinals, Hall of Fame game. There are some people that say that they're interested in Carson Beck. Carson Beck, I do have to give him credit. He's one of those players that I acknowledge that I am lower on than I probably should be, at least in even in the college game. Because I mean, they played in the national championship game. He has done or been capable of doing enough. I just don't really love his game, and especially bringing that to the NFL level, I'm just not all that excited about it. But we'll see. Maybe this ends up being an opportunity to see just a little bit of something. I feel like though, if the dudes in front of you are Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, I should be hearing something towards the end of, hey guys, let's keep a little bit more of a open mind to Carson Beck. I do not feel like I'm hearing that just yet.
No, I mean, clearly, it's the Hall of Fame week. I mean, but we'll see. I do like him. I think a lot of people are down on him because of his face.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could say the thing that I call him.
That's unfair, but I think it's real. I really do.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I don't know if the word that I call, you know what I call him, right? BHE.
BHE.
It is backside hole eyes.
Oh, yeah.
That's the best way I can say it, because that's what his eyes look like to me. I'm sorry.
It kind of does. Hence the point.
Yeah, you know what? I am unfair to people that kind of look funny. I feel like I need to be better at this, because you know who I also feel like that about? Eli Manning. Yeah. Eli Manning, just the silly look on his face always annoyed me. It always annoyed me.
Yeah.
And I mean, he was a pretty damn good quarterback. Not good enough to go in this Hall of Fame class yet.
No.
But definitely a pretty damn good quarterback. The Hall of Fame class that you're getting this weekend, remember, Drew Brees, Roger Craig, Larry Fitzgerald, Luke Kuechly, Adam Vinatieri. Obviously, that's not happening tonight. That's happening on the weekend, I believe Saturday. Which of their Hall of Fame speeches are you more excited to hear?
Larry Fitzgerald is going to be good. He just flat out. I think Drew Brees and Larry Fitzgerald, probably.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested in Kuechly. Kuechly has always been really impressive when he talks. He's a real smart dude, but also like almost in a way that belies just how violent of a football player he was at linebacker. I'm very intrigued with him. But yeah, you're right. Larry Fitzgerald will be real interesting. Mm-hmm. I feel like Vinatieri might be a sleeper pick here.
Could be, yeah. But I think my top two are going to be Fitzgerald and Brees. They're going to be great. Can I go on a little mini crusade here?
Hey, man, it's your show, too.
A little mini crusade. Put Shane Lechler in the damn Hall of Fame already. I mean, Shane Lechler, there's only one punter, Ray Guy, that's ever made the Hall of Fame. All-Pro 9 times.
Is that good?
Former Texan Shane Lechler. 18 seasons. The dude was a weapon. I'm talking to whoever can hear me. Shane Lechler needs to be in the Hall of Fame. Get over yourself. Yes, he was a punter. He is the best or second best punter of all time. Period.
Is that even being entertained at this point? Like
he got some votes. He got some votes.
He had some votes, but I don't think he would fall into like the 2027 leaders in the clubhouse. Mm-hmm. In fact, I think NFL.com put together like their feelings of who are the leaders or the most likely to be going in next year. Probably along Bill Belichick. Mm-hmm. Like Bill Belichick probably goes in. Gronkowski, I think, is a shoo-in. Adrian Peterson feels like a shoo-in, and at least he should be. Mm-hmm. Jason Witten probably is up there. Torrey Holt is a guy that's interesting because I keep looking at him. I'm like, that dude was nice.
Yeah.
And so I would love to see him go in. Willie Anderson, the tackle from the Bengals, is another name that I feel like it would be hard for them to get Lechler in, but at least next year. I think you're right, though. Like specialists need to get a little bit more love than it feels like they do.
I mean, is it important or not? Is it the 3 parts of the game? You know, coaches go out of their way to talk about how important each element of the game is: offense, defense, and special teams. 18 seasons, 9 All-Pros, not even Pro Bowl, All-Pro.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah. Just the All-Pros alone, man, no matter what you playing.
Yes, he was on the decade team.
Yeah.
I mean, are you going to do it? Do you care about, like, the best players in the history of the game? Then put Shane Lechler in the Hall of Fame.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
We were just talking about, now not quite exactly the same thing. What was it last week? Talking about Jim Thome going into the Hall of Fame, how I was really excited how he did that for DHs, because I feel like DHs were too much maligned for not playing baseball or not playing defense. Wow, what a Freudian slip there. But I feel like punters are not quite the same there, but I think that there's a kind of a similar aspect where we're not going to put a whole bunch of punters in here.
Yeah.
But the real great ones, the real great ones,
yes,
feels like they should get
He's
a little
the greatest
bit more
or second greatest of all time.
Right. I mean, Vinatieri's going in this year.
Yeah.
I mean, we're clearly open to it in those circumstances of guys that, I
think that's going to be my next crusade. Remember about 10 years ago I went on the Tom Flores crusade?
Huh.
And he ended up getting in.
So you're taking credit for that one, huh?
Sure.
You see it, Fig. You see it, right?
Yeah. I think Lechler's going to be my next crusade.
I like it.
You're dumb.
Is McLean with you? Have you talked to John about this?
I need to. I have not.
Okay.
Yeah.
He'd be on board with that.
He's got the weight to throw around when it comes to these things. You know, he moves mountains.
I'm officially on a crusade.
All right.
Yeah.
Don Quixote over here. John Quixote. There it is.
All right.
A couple more things to note here around the NFL before we go. Jonathan Taylor got his extension, when we were talking about the running backs that were holding in to try and get their deal. Jonathan Taylor, actually, funny enough, not holding in order to get his money. 2 years, $44 million extension. So he's up there making an average of $22 million, which is second only to Bijan Robinson's that he just got. This makes all the sense in the world, because what the hell else are the Colts going to do if they don't give him money?
No, I think it's a great deal. I think it's a great deal for Taylor, great deal for the Colts. 2 years is very important. And he's happy, and he wasn't happy not too long ago.
No, the last time he got his deal, they were going back and forth on social media, him and the late Jim Irsay.
Yeah.
So maybe this is what made it easier. Carly Irsay Gordon, maybe a little bit better bedside manner than old Jim in getting this done. But I think she was right to do it, because again, your whole thing falls apart if you're not making him happy. Like, their whole offense is predicated on him.
Yeah.
Point blank period. And he's still got juice.
And it's good for the club. 2 years.
1,500 yards last year running the football. Like,
kind of slipped through the cracks, didn't it?
Yeah, dog.
It really did.
Well, I mean, did it? We were talking about him in like possible MVP
but
conversations.
Oh,
just in a general sense, everybody's like, Bijan.
Yeah.
Oh, Jonathan Taylor's still doing his thing.
I think that might be like new flavor
Yeah,
circumstance
yeah.
where, oh, look at the new flavor and say, hey, man, French Vanilla's still over here holding it down,
That's
baby.
right.
Holding it down.
That's right.
Always been top on the Billboard charts. All right, there you go. That's some around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I actually had this because we were just talking about Hall of Famers. Who do you think would be the potential future Hall of Famers on the Texans? And I have another question that I'll ask you as well. Let's do that next.
Thursday night.
stock everywhere you go.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan. Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the big voice man, John Lopez to my right, Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos. It's a day off for the Houston Texans at training camp.
Let's go home, Figgy.
Bet not. Bet not. You got work to do, big dog. We still got stuff to talk about out here. And it seems like it wasn't a day off for Nick Caserio at the very least. He's still doing work as far as we could tell because today we get the news. Henry To'oTo'o signed to a 2-year deal, 2 years, $16 million. Is it? In the area of, like, let's say Alex Singleton and Arden Key, Derek Barnes, he's getting paid in that area, average $8 million. I'm sure everybody can do the very simple math there. I don't think you were upset about this, were you? Because I know that
I was happy with it.
Okay, I think I am as well. I've seen some people that maybe aren't as happy about Henry To'oTo'o getting money there.
Really? I'm very happy about it.
I actually thought he priced himself out the way he played here. I thought he probably would have got more somewhere else.
Well deserved and great for the organization. Great for him. Ain't nothing to be mad about. That's for dang sure.
Yeah, he's not getting paid like a corner, rather a linebacker that does everything, and he's not a linebacker that does everything. I mean, hell, you remember the year that Zach Bond had last year in Philadelphia, where after coming off of playing with the Saints, it was just like, oh wow, this is an incredible linebacker. He gets 17 average annual value.
Yeah.
You're paying half that for Henry To'oTo'o that is really good at coming up and tackling and filling gaps. He does exactly what you want in this system as well. And I do wonder how much the way that the draft went for them with the linebackers, getting a couple guys that are interesting but maybe don't show at least way early on in training camp, don't show like they're going to be stars in their roles early, if that makes sense. EJ Speed also being injured, who I think EJ Speed is the dude that they'd feel most comfortable if he was healthy, could slide into a Henry To'oTo'o role in a more immediate sense. And so, this feels almost like that, where I don't even know how we would try this up. Let's make sure that we keep
what I'm happiest
locked
about
up for a little bit longer.
With To'oTo'o, not just, the story, but he's one of those guys that you almost see the organization, and it's not exclusive to the Texans. That's why I'm saying organization. When an organization tries everything they can to find someone better than you, and they never do. They keep trying to replace you. They draft another linebacker, then they draft another linebacker.
Christian Harris.
Then they sign then they sign a linebacker, and you're like, all right, bring him on. They ain't gonna beat me out. That's what I like the best about his story.
Yeah, and that's he is that dude where he's proven it to a certain degree. He has gotten better consistently, and I think that the lack of coverage is the thing that you usually point to with him. It's not the end-all, be-all by any means. He has gotten better to the point where he had a pretty good interception. Was that yesterday or my days running together? It was either yesterday or the day before. I believe it was yesterday. Really good interception as well. Again, not the end-all, be-all by any means, but that is a notch of improvement that you're seeing from him as well. So not only are you basing this off of what you've seen, I think that there's some level of understanding that there's still improvement to be had. Like when we talked to Azeez Al-Shaair, he was making mention of the fact that, hey, it seems like he was saying that Henry is asking him how he can be better at handling the middle linebacker stuff as well. So he seems to want to get better. Like he has that drive. That's always clear, and it's showing in increments with him, and he's handling the level. I think that this is a reasonable deal to have, especially with the ethos that this team has already established, that we want to reward dudes who do good work. Yes. And it feels like he's abided by that, right? Maybe if you don't agree with the number itself, which I think you probably should, I think that you can absolutely agree with the idea of you don't want the culture and the things that you have set up as rewards to fall flat when you get the opportunity to actually
back
up
who you are by giving him this deal. If you're all about competition and get on the field and swarm and being able to to do everything right, the little things right, well then you back it up by giving that guy a contract.
Right. Especially when what you were talking about earlier, it doesn't feel like they've been able to find a guy that could displace him just
They're trying.
Right?
And I don't blame them for trying, but they can't find one.
Right. This is where I think the NFL and, just the way that we've watched team building in general has happened around sports, where you could be a little bit more cutthroat and say, hey, we can find a cheaper version of that in the draft or whatever, and so we will not commit to this. But it's very clear that that's not the way that they wanted to operate this, and it's worth noting that Nick Caserio has built a really damn good roster handling it that way. I think you can give him the benefit of the doubt there. The only place that obviously you don't give him the benefit of the doubt is the offensive line, but that's not what we're talking about right now.
Sure.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I mentioned something about this yesterday. It was because of the quote from Press Taylor, the offensive coordinator of the Bears, saying that they don't even talk about efficiency when they're talking about running the football. They are really focused on creating explosives. And I wrote them down, proverbially. I didn't actually do this, but I wrote them on my list of teams to keep an eye on this year. And I'm very curious, who are those teams for you this year? Play along on the text line, 713-572-4610. What are the teams around the NFL that you're like, no, if there is a full slate of games and they're playing, I'm clicking over there? Because I think the Bears are absolutely very high there for me. Whether it's just Ben Johnson feels like he's at the vanguard and the forefront of what offense is going to be in this league coming up. And so I want to see, and obviously Press Taylor as his offensive coordinator is going to be factoring that. I want to see what they're doing there. I want to see how real the Caleb Williams is and if there is a step forward there to where it becomes a little bit more efficient, although who knows how efficient they're caring about this.
Yeah.
And then it just feels like that's a team that is going to be important in the NFL landscape. So they're absolutely up there.
So who's the team that you can say, you got my attention?
Correct. In a more simple way.
You got my attention. I've talked about this team, and I could be so wrong on this. Like, they could be as bad as the Cardinals are going to be. But the Raiders have my attention, man. I mean, that's a team, and maybe I'm going to be watching as much to see what Mendoza does, or whomever is the quarterback, but
Kirk Cousins,
or
they've named Kirk the starter to start the season.
Yeah, but I just Kubiak, Crosby. The Raiders are intriguing to me. I'm not predicting them to make the playoffs, but they have my attention. I think another one, which is...
Before you move on, have you looked at the Raiders' schedule to try and find... Because we do know that Kirk Cousins will be their starter. Have you tried to find the soft landing spot for Fernando Mendoza to start? Because that's always what I try and do, especially with a rookie quarterback, that it doesn't seem like they're just going to throw the Wolves to start. Where is the spot where you go, this is the easiest place for him to jump in? I mean,
you say bye week, but their bye week is late.
Yeah, right. And so that doesn't help the circumstance. I know that there's some really tough defenses in here early on. Well, maybe not early on, but week one is the Dolphins, and you know that he's not going to start there. Chargers have a tough defense, at least they had last year. I'm interested to see what it looks like with the new defensive coordinator this year. Saints, quiet as it's kept. Really interesting defense. Spagnuolo and the Chiefs is not one that I would love to start him with. Patriots on the road is not one that I'd love to start him with. The Bills, I don't know how you feel about Rams. Jets might be it, but that's how many games in? Is that 7 games into the season? 8 games into the season? Like, are you willing to wait that long on him? I'm very curious to see at least where he starts. So maybe you keeping an attention to that would actually help me out here, because I can just wait on you.
That's a really tough call. And Cousins is no chump. We'll see how durable he is and how he's playing this year. But that's a really tough call. I would have to guess not the Saints, because that's week 3, right?
Yeah, but maybe it might be.
Yeah,
it would really suck for Kirk Cousins to be like, hey, we brought you in to help be a mentor. We're going to start you here, and it's like, actually, we're ready.
Yeah.
We're actually ready, right? It's like when you go to a restaurant and like, we actually got a wait list. It might be 30, 45 minutes. You put your name down, and they're like, 5 minutes later, yeah, we got your table ready. It's like, I thought it was going to be much longer than that. Except in the opposite.
Man, that's always a good feeling.
It's so good.
Such a good feeling.
So good.
Another one, I'll just say this one real quick, because obviously they're perennial, but I like what they've done this offseason. That's the Chiefs. The more appropriate one for me would be the Lions. The Lions, with finished last in their division last year, and obviously still a tough division that's gotten better. We'll see how they play out.
I'm a little curious. I don't know how much that this falls on this list for me when it comes to the Lions. Specifically, Drew Petzing is the offensive coordinator. He was down in Arizona. He seems like a dude that is like sufficient as an offensive coordinator. And is that all that they needed, right? Because they went from having one of the better offensive coordinators in the league. Hell, it's the reason why, if not one of the reasons why, I am interested in the Bears is Ben Johnson. And then they went to an offensive coordinator last year who just did not cut mustard, right?
Cut the mustard.
Cut the mustard or cut mustard. Those are the I combine them. But or make mustard.
Cut the mustard. Muster. Make mustard.
Make mustard.
Cut the
You
mustard.
cut the mustard.
Two
Okay.
different sayings. Figgy, is there a team that you got my attention?
Yeah, and probably not just sitting on my TV. I mean, sitting at the TV like I gotta watch this, but just from a local standpoint, I want to keep an eye out on what the Miami Dolphins, specifically their offense.
Good answer.
It's a good one.
Because you know who's running that offense? Oh, Bobby Slowick.
Yep.
So I just kind of want to see.
That's a good one.
See how that offense looks compared to what we got going on here, and then the other one. And the thing, because I'm from Cleveland, but the way they built their offensive line this season, remember they had no offensive lineman signed. I think they might have had like one backup or something like that, but they spent a lot of money on this offensive line. They traded for Titus Howard. I just kind of want to keep an eye out and see how that offensive line is.
Yeah.
Also, that one feels like rubber. I feel like you picked a couple of rubberneckers for me because I'm watching Miami with the eye on. Just how bad does this look when you don't have? They gutted that offense.
A good one, though.
They gutted that offense.
Yeah.
Right. All they have is Devon Achane. And it's like, all right.
But the thing is, you got rid of Bobby Slowick because it was an issue with that offense. So I want to see how that offense looks, even though they don't have what the Texans have right now. Their offense is kind of gutted. I just want to see how that offense looks.
My bad, Fig. Couple of good ones that are here on the text line. I'm very much interested in the Dallas Cowboys because they are doing the thing where they had a possibly best offense in the league type thing that only serves to be there again. The defense seems like it could be something. They're importing the Vic Fangio system. Like the defense could actually be something that becomes average, and now all of a sudden you're dealing with a real problem here.
Kind of the bizarro Texans.
Yeah.
The different side of the ball.
And very bizarro Texans. Hello, Cincinnati Bengals. That's a team that I think we're all in on.
I just saw a graphic on the screen about Cincinnati Bengals, how they had a 30-second, I guess, easiest schedule, or they got the easiest schedule.
Oh, yeah?
So I'm like, man, they might make some noise just off of that alone.
This feels like it might be existential for them. And I know that in Sports Talk Radio in particular, we do this is the sky is falling on this. But I think it might be because if you can't do it this way, what way can, at least reasonably for Cincinnati, can they do it?
Yeah.
Right? You got the wide receivers. You have Joe Burrow. They all seem to be healthy coming in with also, was it Chase Brown, the running back? And then they're like, all right, we're not going to be able to build a defense fully, especially not in the way that they be cheap sometimes. We're going to do this with some big-time talent, Boye Mafe, Dexter Lawrence, right, those types of guys, and try and make this average. If you can't do it that way, it's just not going to work in this configuration, right?
Yeah. And honorable mention for me, the Chargers. Let's see what old Mike can do.
Black Mike.
Black Mike 100% is who I'm in on. Someone said Baltimore and New York. Okay.
Giants.
The Giants, specifically. Yeah, I don't think the Jets make this at all. The Jets might be the complete opposite of this, where it's, this game is on, I can go do something.
I am curious about Baltimore a little bit because they've been getting a lot of love this offseason. And I'm like, damn, okay. Yeah. Like, they getting Super Bowl type love.
Yep.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where I would like to have a conversation, John, about a particular celebration that's happening in baseball right now and how you respond to it. We'll talk about that and more next.
All right.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
You're still Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. An off day for the Houston Texans, but maybe not for the front office, as they got a little work done. A 2-year, $16 million extension for linebacker 2 Henry Toe. Toe will keep him here through the 2028 season. So there you go. Another one of your projected starters that is under contract through this season and beyond. I think the only other one, if memory serves correctly, that is not is Tommy Togiai, and he just seems to be getting better to the point where that probably happen. That's probably going to happen, right?
I mean, keep your ears open. Could happen soon. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe they're just taking this day off. They were like, let's start with Henry and we'll work our way over to Tommy Togiai and we'll be good.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the way that it happens. But yeah, again, it feels like, and I should actually look at the number because I talked about where the neighborhood that he's in with his new contract. This average annual value for him would make him, I don't actually have the numbers on it. I'll count it up, but I think it would make him somewhere in like the 20s or 30s or high 30s, or sorry, low 30s, maybe like mid to high 20s paid linebackers on average annual value. That's not crazy, is it?
That's not crazy at all. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. That's what happens there when it comes to the Texans. The Astros unfortunately lose in extra innings, 5-4. Couple of runs happen in the top of the 10th. And then Yordan Alvarez with a really good, I guess, what should be a double down the line, and just an incredible play by the shortstop Jimenez to deke him out, gets him out at second, and that ultimately leads to the Astros only getting one in that bottom of the 10th and not being able to at least tie the game up and maybe get a chance to win.
Yeah, tough one to lose. I mentioned just kind of sung a little bit, which says a lot about where I am in terms of expectations for the Astros now. It's really weird in a sense. You can't blame, per se, Yordan Alvarez for not sliding. That looked like a stand-up double, from the time it left the bat. You can't really blame, anyone on that. It was just a great play, but it just hurt. It hurt that Hunter Brown started the game and ended up giving the game-tying home run, which was a rocket, by the way. I think it was 113 miles an hour or something like that, 111.
Which one, the Yordan?
No, the one that Hunter Brown gave up to Tyler.
Oh, that's right. Let me go back and find it.
It was something like that. But either way, just a rocket, upper deck in right field. So it's not like you can say, oh, this is what the Astros really showed this flaw or whatever. No, just a tough one to lose.
Yeah, no, it was that. I think we were somewhat in different places where it definitely got to you a little bit. I was like, hey, man, this is what being a better baseball team, being maybe the best baseball team since, late May or something like that for the Astros. This is what it could do for you, is that I can kind of wipe this away as there's a lot of these, and that's one of those games that you were competing in and you just kind of lost. On to the next, right? And they head over to a little bit of a 6-game road trip now before they come back and they catch the Mariners. But you said San Diego and San Francisco are the next on the docket for them.
Yeah.
Did you see this in baseball though? Jeffrey Yan is the name. He is a dude who finally makes his debut in the majors for the Mets. And the reason we bring up a dude making his debut for the Mets is not because we give a damn about the Mets or anything like that. It's because this dude has a particular celebration that he does with every single strikeout that he's able to get, which is he does like a jumping splits on the mound.
I'm picturing my granddaughter in a bounce house. Like he jumps. And it's not necessarily a split. It's like the knees are bent, sort of like I guess Jordan-esque type, movement with his legs, and hops and pumps his fist. I mean, he jumps high.
Just think of Michael Jackson just getting down on stage.
I don't even think it's
doing the split.
I think it's more James Brown. Like it's real theatrical. He gets elevated too. He's not a short dude.
That's what I'm saying. He jumps high.
He gets up there and then he gets the split. And that's
on a strikeout.
It is a strikeout. That's right.
Yeah.
He got his first big league strikeout yesterday when facing the Guardians. Unfortunately, I think did they lose that game? No, they won. And he ultimately, they won against the Guardians. He had a scoreless inning for him.
2 strikeouts.
Yeah, that's right.
And he did it twice.
Yep, he sure did. He said that in talking about it when it comes to boos that were clearly there from the Cleveland fans, he said, quote, "They can do what they want. They're paying for their ticket. I'm in my zone. I'm going to enjoy my game the way I want to." And Stephen Vogt said, "Everyone's got their own style."
Yeah.
What do you think about this? Because this feels like an intersection of the game that we've talked about a number of times in baseball, from the quote, "play the game the right way" mentality that has consumed Major League Baseball in particular here. And then the thing that we seem to all long for when we see like the World Baseball Classic and the passion, the joy, and the celebration that happens within it.
Yeah.
This seems to be another intersection of those, and I'm very interested to see how you think this is going to go.
Well, I like celebrations, but he's probably going to get his ass kicked at some point, to be honest. To me, I'm with you. And boy, we talked about the World Baseball Classic, how fun it was, and look at Venezuela, look at all that. That's all fine, and I love the celebrations in baseball. I think sometimes baseball reacts over the top the other way. It's okay to flip your bat and enjoy it or whatever, or pump your fist when you have a strikeout or whatever. But this is one of those where I think it comes down to this. As much as baseball's coming around to expressing yourself and celebrating and all that, there's a line with everything. There is a line with everything. And I think this is maybe just a little bit too much over the line. I think I forget who it was. One of the players in the dugout who'd they play last night?
The Guardians.
When the Guardians scored a run, did it in the dugout, like mocking him. And he's going to come across a player that he strikes out and is just going to turn, drop his bat, throw off his helmet, and just charge. Just flat out. He's going to come across that.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
I feel like a lot of people probably gonna mock it more than
that happened
actually
already.
get offended. Yeah, because it's one. I mean, he ain't bleak because you got some pitchers that will bleak talk you, sit your ass down or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't really doing that, but he's very extra with it clearly.
Yeah.
And I think you probably gonna get some retaliation of other people being extra when they hit a home run off of them.
Right.
I think that's the whole idea. I think that's good.
I like it.
I do honestly wonder, and this is a great point that's brought up on the text line from the 713. Is this something that maybe audiences uniquely are more comfortable with now than ever before, baseball audiences in particular? Because you see the Savannah Bananas going all across the nation and selling out spots. They sold out Cal Field.
Yeah, 100,000 people.
Right? Like they are doing a great job of bringing antics that are way more animated than this. Now, of course, you come in understanding that is the draw, that you're not here to necessarily watch competitive baseball, with all due respect to what they do, and they try and make it an entertaining product as well. But you're coming to a Major League Baseball game. You understand that the competition is the thing, but hey, man, people are used to and seeing a little bit more flash. And as you mentioned, it is not exactly a direct challenge to that player. I think that this is all good, even though it is a lot. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's a big show. But I'm like, I think that you need people that have big personalities to show up in this game.
That's the thing. Like, first of all, to the point of the Savannah Bananas, it's in the name. Bananas. It's the Savannah Bananas. That's a whole different category. But I do believe that fans are a little more conditioned for celebrations, which is what you're talking about. All I'm saying is there seems to be, even in this era of being more conditioned for celebrations and fun, which we all encourage it. Nobody's sitting here going, act like you've been there before. No, I'm not going that far in the other direction. All I'm saying is there's a line where it seems like he's crossing. If you watch that video, the videos of him doing that, tell me there's not a part of you, even if you kind of support it like Reggie does. Tell me there's not a part of you that goes, ooh.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, that's 100%.
Because you never get that. You don't get anybody that dramatic like that.
This is not going to end well.
Honestly, I'm more worried about him getting hurt doing this.
That's actually a great point, right?
Like, is he going to roll his ankle jumping up that high like that?
But there's a part of you that goes, ooh, that's not going to end well for him.
I wonder, is he like giving away too much energy? doing this. Like, this going to wear you out?
That is the thought that I was trying to get to is we're also seeing this in the regular season. Does this at all change in the pressure circumstances of the postseason? Now, of course, the Mets not
imagine bringing him in the 8th inning or ninth inning with the bases
Joe
loaded.
Buck on the call.
Oh, Joe Buck is clutching the hell out of his pearls. But no, I think we've established a little bit of an interesting grab bag of situations, which is one, I wonder how the medical staff feels about this because he's doing this on uneven ground, right? So it's very easy that one of your studs catches the wrong way and now we're rolling something and something crazy happens. There's also are you giving up some of your energy? Because, I mean, so much of pitching is through the legs. And now he is a reliever, right? So this would be a little bit different if he was a starter.
Just like one inning.
So you are just you're kind of shoving in that instant where in a way that is quick, short bursts as opposed to which is a starter, which is a little bit more of a marathon in that circumstance. And then also the stakes of a playoffs. Does that raise or lower rather the tolerance for your guff and your shenanigans?
Of course, we're talking about the Mets in the playoffs, so
right. In another year, in another season, after the lockout that seems to be coming.
I was thinking about all type of situations. Like, what if he strikes somebody out and somebody on first is stealing? Like, you jumping up and the
catcher trying to throw it under him.
Throw it between his legs.
Man, he gonna get clocked. He gonna get clocked, man.
I think what we're all landing on here is we all support the celebrations, expressing yourself. We're conditioned as fans to maybe see a little bit more of that. Where we differ is, I think, number one, well, actually, you probably agree with this too. It's going to come back and bite him, physically at some point.
It's possible. It's quite possible, yeah.
And secondly, like, just that's a little bit too much.
See, the thing is, I think it's fine right now, but wait till it's like a pressure situation where it's a called strike 3. And this batter right here is so pissed off. He's pissed off at the umpire because that wasn't a strike. And now you're looking at this dude celebrating, moonwalking, and all this other, doing a Casper slide. And now you're like, come on, bro. Like, now I got a problem with you celebrating this.
Yes.
I do love that for the 713. That they can pimp home runs, but they can't pimp strikeouts. I love this as like
I always said that, man.
I love this as the ultimate way to kind of, I don't know, undercut the arguments of, man, there's no equivalent that pitchers can do. Yeah, there is. You can get out here and moonwalk on them. Do this. Do this. And we could get that. And or stud spikes. I mean, whatever we're talking about when it comes to the footwear. Cleat. What is the word that you want me to use here? 832 to appropriately point out that the things that protrude from his shoes might catch incorrectly and he could roll his ankle. That is what I was getting to. You understood what I meant. Stop being a jerk. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, training camp still happening, even though there's an off day, but an off day obviously offers an opportunity to reflect. And so let's go back to thinking about what our pre-camp concerns were. Have any of those changed for you through the first, 7 practices of Texans training camp? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next on Sports Radio 610.
Texans GM Nick.
Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Actually, back at studio today because no practice for the Houston Texans today. They, nice off day, well deserved, I might say. Although I will also say, with all the cloud cover, today would have been a great day to practice for the boys.
Yeah, it is.
It would have been a real good day. Watch, with their luck tomorrow, not a cloud in sight, just nothing but hot burning sun on the back of your legs.
Although sometimes when those cloud cover, no wind days, they can get a little brutal with that humidity too.
That's also fair. It can be oppressive.
You think, it's not that bad out there? Nope. Feel like an oven.
And especially for the guys who, again, aren't used to it, right? I was talking to Albert Breer, who came through of SI. Like I said, a lot of big names coming through to see what the Texans are on. Albert Breer was out here. He was like, "I'm from Massachusetts, man. We don't do this." And I'm like, "Yeah, but we got cloud cover today." He's like, "It don't matter, man.
Cloud cover." The hell you talking?
Can you turn the cloud better completely turn off the sun in order for it to work for some of these folks? Exactly. So no, but yeah, that's a good thing. Real quick before I get to the conversation that we have here, did you see? Because we mentioned C.J. Gardner-Johnson had an injury that we were going, ooh, maybe this might be a thing that hurts him significantly. He was back at practice today. Yeah, again. Mm-hmm. What this dude might be the luckiest son of a gun that exists out here. Because remember last year he had an injury that looked like it was going to. I mean, when he was obviously at the Greenbrier with the Texans, looked like it might be something of a real significance.
He's a zip. He's made out of rubber. I mean, he's one of those guys. Last year, I thought
was it a calf last year too? Because it was a calf strain this year. It was a calf strain this year too.
I mean, they were gathered around like it was serious.
Right. And I think
the entire practice stopped,
It is worth noting, right? Because sometimes during camp, a guy gets carted off and you go, oh, man, it's a cart. If the dude is any type of hurt, they're going to bring out the cart because why make him walk?
You were
right?
there. It just looked different. Yeah.
Unless you're Azeez Al-Shaair, who's just built different. Mm-hmm. He just walked it off when he bumped knees with Dalton Schultz a couple days ago. But yeah, no, it did feel like a big time injury. At least that's what it sounded like when C.J. Gardner-Johnson initially had that. Sounds like he's back at practice, which means we're back on track for the collision course with the return game when the Bills come to Reliant Stadium week 1. Versus the Texans. But let's a little further on. We got to get through training camp for the Texans. And right now, I want to take this opportunity on an off day to look back a little bit before we go forward with the remaining days of practice for the Texans. When you say 12 days and three games, which you also add 2 of those 12 days are joint practices, right? So it's really not that much. But let's look back because we had our pre-camp concerns, all of us, right, as we were looking into the season. Have any of them changed? 713-572-4610.
Or have things changed the other way? Something you maybe felt pretty good. Let's do both.
Okay, sure.
Any pre-camp concerns you had that you're like, feeling better about that?
I want to work off of yours here because I know that you put a lot of thought into them.
I'll give you mine. And any of those where you're like, I think we're good, and you think to yourself now, maybe not. All right, so I'll start. You want me to start with the things that I was a little concerned about that I'm not anymore, or things that I felt were pretty set that I'm maybe starting to wonder a little bit.
Start with that one.
Do we start with the positives and go negative and then leave everybody with the negative taste at the end? Or do we start with the negatives and then go positive?
Start with what you thought was set, and now you're like, ooh, I don't know.
And again, this isn't to say like I think it's going to crash and burn, but still no answers.
Something that's a little bit
still not the answers that I was hoping for. Okay, I'll start with those. I felt pretty good about them figuring it out at the linebacker position. I felt obviously with the 2 at the top, one just got a contract, Henry To'oTo'o, Azeez Al-Shaair, and then I was like, all right, well they drafted Wade Woodaz, they drafted Aiden Fisher, they brought in, they have Jake Hansen. Mapu got a little bit of run.
Do you remember his first name?
Marte?
Okay.
Yeah. Mapu.
No, it just When you said it, I was like, man, it sure does sound like the way you said it. And I feel like just anybody who just says Mapu, it sounds like, do you remember his first name?
It was a struggle.
Fair enough.
I felt like they'll figure it out, and it's a depth linebacker position. Have they figured it out?
No, not when it comes to the guy who, hey, we're running out base personnel. It's really and truly 4 down linemen, 3 linebackers. I don't know who steps out there right now. And I'm not sure that they do. Maybe they do. And right now, of the linebackers that we've seen filter in with the 2s, I think Marte Mapu is one of the guys that filters in with the 2s. And I think, I'm having a hard time recalling. And now I know Sean Pendergast is listening because he just reminded me that the C.J. Gardner-Johnson injury last year was a knee. Hopefully Sean might help me out here because I'm trying to remember who was rolling in with the 2s. I know it's not Woodaz because he's been rolling in with 3s as well. But yeah, man, I can't remember exactly what. But I know Marte might be up there, so it might be that he is that guy. But
so that's one where you're still kind of need to find a little bit more here
to the point where
linebackers get hurt.
Yeah,
even if it's just a little ding,
But then also just they like sometimes in this NFL you need to go to the base. They like running out that third linebacker, and maybe that was because the luxury they had with EJ Speed. I wonder, are they going to be more inclined to just stay in that nickel and really lean into the bleep you, we're doing what we do and we're just going to do it better than you, with Jalen Petrie really having to come up and play more linebacker-like, or having Reed Blankenship having to lay the lumber a little bit more. I don't know how good that is, because you add to the wear and tear of those positions of guys that are technically smaller having to play bigger in that role. So no, this is absolutely still one of those things. And the worst part about it is this isn't one where you just go out on the street and find you a depth linebacker or a linebacker that fits in there. I think this is one where you just kind of hope that you can continue to grow these guys into that role.
Okay, I have a couple more that I wasn't real concerned about, and I still have not yet been proved right on that. And you may disagree with this one. I wasn't real concerned about depth behind and around Jalen Petrie. I don't feel like we've really gotten that answer yet.
Really?
Yeah, I know they're using, even Reed Blankenship has come up some.
I think that's more in just his role as a strong safety.
Eliza Huzza has come up some, but I don't. Do you feel like they've got that depth behind Petrie in that position?
I think
very important position.
I think so.
You think who?
It's not in the exact way. Elijah Huzzy, absolutely, they feel comfortable having him play behind Jalen Petrie if you're going like a 1-to-1 substitution. I think they have two answers that they can roll to
that you've seen
that are are maybe unorthodox answers outside of Elijah Huzzy, which is it feels like they are more comfortable than ever sliding Kamari Lassiter in and having Jalen Smith play on the outside, J-Rock, as they like to call him. I think that they feel more comfortable than ever doing that. So that is an answer if you ever end up in a real bind. And it's more hypothetical, in all honesty, but I do think still that the opportunity for Reed Blankenship to play, as he plays like a strong safety that's a little bit more in the box.
That's the one I've seen. Okay, maybe.
I think that it might be that, okay, you're kind of doing that, but it more in the Jalen Petrie role, and then we bring in like a Jalen Reed who we trust to play back as the other
I'm still
safety.
Not quite there yet, and that's just me.
I wouldn't be back in that circumstance either. But that when I put that as like the third option behind moving Kamari in, and then also having Elijah Huzzy play there, it feels like, okay, I understand that as a breaking case of emergency as well.
And I put this next one in the same category, even though I wasn't necessarily overconfident, but I felt like they would be better at it. And you tell me if we've gotten these answers, because I'm not quite so sure, even though it's against this defense and these rush ends, and that's pass blocking on the edges. They're getting pressure on every quarterback, not just CJ, but Davis Mills. There is pressure coming off the edges, and I felt real good, and I still feel good about it, but I don't know if we've gotten the answers through 7 practices about, name your tackle, whether it's Ursery or Braden Smith, Trent Brown. I felt pretty good about, like, they'll be better against that pressure on the edges. I don't know if we've seen that yet.
Agreed.
Yeah.
The one thing I can say is if there was ever a singular thing where you go, hey, we're not just making an excuse, it's because that defense is really good.
Right.
That's the one.
Yeah,
you talk about edge rushers. We got world-class. They go 3 deep on world-class edge rushers. Yeah, man, I'm willing to give a little bit of leeway because I see Will Anderson Jr. whoop Braden Smith's ass. Well, I'm like, whose ass does he not whoop?
Yeah,
on the edge at right tackle. So
this is one where you just hope it is truly iron sharpening iron, as they like to say.
Yeah, no, so fair enough.
All right, let's turn those frowns upside down.
Yeah,
let's turn those.
Wait, let me throw some other ones that people are still concerned in here, if you don't mind. Punter.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up.
Yep.
Big old yep. I want to make sure that was in there. So if you have any that you're more concerned about. And somebody did ask, would Jadeveon Clowney playing a linebacker be crazy? Yes.
In this defense, yes. He's done it.
Yeah, I think so. Now, I don't know how wild and weird they're willing to get if they find themselves in a bad place, but I think that they're a little far away from that as a possibility.
All right, and these next three are the ones where I was a little bit, and I'm feeling better about. Number one is the nastiness up the middle, and that is because of one guy, Keelan Rutledge. We'll see how good they are, but they seem to be better up the middle, and he's establishing himself as just a cornerstone in the middle, so to speak.
Yeah, this is the place where I know that I do not have the good fortune of like going to the Senior Bowl and going and doing those things. Remember, we had to talk to a few people that have been out there, and no, he's nasty. I see why they talked the way that they did. It wasn't just, oh, man, he's a good player. It's like, oh, man, this dude's really good. Like, as soon as you talk to them, and you see it when you get an opportunity to watch him play and watch him interact with teammates or people that he's around. You go, okay, I completely get it.
Yeah.
I completely get it, right? He gives you the confidence that even if you don't see it fully right now, oh, he's going to get there.
It's gonna,
I have
if
no
he's not
doubt
there, he'll be there soon.
We all have that person in our lives where we go, oh, he'll figure it. I'm not worried about him, whatever the circumstance is, right? Where you just go, he might not have it right this moment, but I am confident by the time he needs it, he'll get it. That's how I feel about Keelan Rutledge.
All right, these next two, I know you guys are going to agree with me. Remember, we were a little concerned about the backup edge. Well, I don't think we're concerned.
No more.
I don't think we're concerned about the backup edge anymore.
Not at all. Not even a little bit. So much so that I don't think I was going to be super concerned about now whoever the fourth edge is. It gives me even more confidence there because let's say that you're early rundown or whatever, and neither Will nor Daniil are in. Even Jadeveon Clowney is still a guy where I think defenses go, might need to slide things over there.
Yeah.
And now Dylan Horde looks a lot better. And now Ali Gay or Dominique Robinson or Solomon Byrd, whichever one of those guys ends up being the guy, looks so much better because of the pressure that is applied by that other dude.
Where they are now in the pecking order.
100%. I think they're ready to get out here and whip people's ass.
Yeah, and I don't think you're going to disagree with this one as well. And this was more me than you. And I don't exactly know where Figgy fell on this, but I was like, all right, Nico and who? That who is Jaden Higgins.
In a weird way, yes, 100%. Yeah. I know that he can do it. I want to see it more consistently, for sure. And I think in a weird way, it brought a concern has popped up, which is just the natural. Haven't seen Jalen Noel out here yet.
Well, sure. Yeah, I mean, slot could still be one of those where you're still wringing your hands come the regular season.
Now, maybe I'm just this is the anxiety brain that I tend to bring out here somewhat because you've seen Lewis Vaughn look solid, so that feels like hey, worst case scenario, he ends up doing some things and looks like he might be able to handle the circumstance. We'll see how he handles preseason games themselves because that tells you a lot. And then practice and then joint practices as well will give us a little bit more of an insight. But I think the wide receiver room in general, going 1 through let's say 6. I think that you have to view that as a arrow up. Justin Watson,
I won't go quite that far yet.
You don't think so?
Not all through 1 through 6.
I think Justin Watson has looked better than I recall him looking last year. I think Xavier Hutchinson has demonstrated taking his game up a notch. Like I'm not trying to say that it's a number of notches, but I do think that he's taken his game up another notch. And then Tank Dell, if he is healthy, we just know what he does to raise what you're doing in this room. So, no, I actually feel a lot better about 1 through 6 about this. And it's not because you added different dudes in here, barring the return of Tank Dell. It's that all the guys in there feel like they're better versions of themselves than last year, including Nico Collins.
I mean, I could see your point on Justin Watson, but by and large, you have 2 guys that are still not fully participating. You have Xavier Hutchinson, who has a clear ceiling, and Lewis Bond, rookie, and then that's why I'm like, Jaden Higgins is the answer to the number 2.
Sure,
there's no question. But
you still have questions on number 3, number 4,
on the other guys. Yeah.
I will say because Jalen Noel not being there, I know people are like, well, it's a hand injury. I don't think that you're worried about him catching the football.
Right.
The thing that I am worried about, and just to make it very clear why I bring that up is. He seemed to want for reps in his rookie year, and I believe the reason why is an acclimation to all the things that a wide receiver has to do in this system. Right now, what he is doing is off to the side doing rehab work, not having an opportunity to do more information to all the things that the wide receiver has to do in the system.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's all this offseason where he could have been doing, talking to coaches and working on stuff by himself and, being in the building and, all of those things are possible. But this might be like the biggest opportunity for growth in the system, being out here at training camp. And he's missing days where he's not able to work with those in real live reps. He's out here working on bands and stuff to make sure that he's steady and ready to go once that hand is fully healed for him to get back out here.
And then last one wasn't a concern, but it was a curiosity. And this may be the first time I've mentioned his name throughout camp. Kaimi Fairbairn. Like, just don't even sweat it, man.
Yeah,
don't sweat it. It's because I was curious, how much, the kickers can be fickle. Dude's just boom, boom, just consistently kicking them.
Especially because kicker is a position that kind of like quarterback in some ways, where it just kind of falls off a cliff.
When it goes, fast.
Yeah, it just goes.
Don't worry about it.
He had a couple of 60s yesterday.
Don't even worry about it. And we haven't even talked about him, which is the ultimate compliment.
Right.
It's
kicker.
Yeah.
It's offensive line in a lot of circumstances. There might be another position that I'm forgetting where you just don't talk about them, and that's all a good thing because they're just out here doing the job, right? They are just continuing to hold the line, and you don't think about this until it goes wrong. It's kind of like your AC unit.
Yep.
You don't think about it until now. You got to shell out $10,000 to get that thing replaced, and now it's a big issue. Yeah, man. Shout out to Kaimi Fairbairn, the ultimate AC unit. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I don't know why I said it either. I don't. Coming up next, about that time where we do our lunchtime confessions. We will do that right here on Sports Radio 610.
Reset your presets.
Initialize.
95.7 The Fan. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You know I love this team. I love the Texans. I'm really pulling for them. Really love the Texans.
I'm always very concerned. Whenever you start like that, I'm just waiting for the however. I was going to use the other word, but I feel like it sounds wrong.
Yeah. Big fan. Been here since day one. Love the Texans.
This is not good. I know this is not good.
It's going to be something like, I'm rooting for the Cowboys, though, man.
It's not good.
But.
There it is.
Don't be this paranoid, man. They're just being paranoid. Come
Who's
on.
that?
The Texans.
Oh.
You got the D'Amico. And it's not D'Amico's, well, maybe it is somewhat, but he's just sort of stating the company line. But you do not need to have a Texans no video policy at open practices for thousands, at least a couple thousand people. Let them have their fun. What are other teams really gonna learn? And by the way, your own social media team sends out videos.
Well, they send out particular videos. They don't send out all the videos.
Still, send out videos. This is what D'Amico said.
Protect the team, not just videos, but for us, how we operate as a team. My main message is always it's about the team first. So when it comes to the videos and things that are posted, we know everyone who has a phone is media, right? And we don't want our plays getting out so other teams can study what we're doing here in training camp. That's just obvious. A lot of teams do this around the league, so it's all about the team. So if you're a true Texans fan and you want to see the Texans succeed, you wouldn't showcase our plays to teams who don't know what we're running.
Oh, he put the true Texans fan in there too.
That's it. Hey. Honestly, if you're
a real fan,
if you're ever trying to goad, when you're trying to goad someone into doing something, that's a great bit.
Yeah,
man.
If you're a real fan,
I mean,
that's just
a real man wouldn't be afraid of going over there.
That's right.
Well, you saying I'm not real?
That's
what
right.
you mean?
Come on, be a man. No, come on, that's paranoid. It's just paranoid.
It is, but also at the same time, D'Amico's not wrong when he says a lot of teams do this because we've seen this around the league happen more and more. I have a familiarity with Dallas, and I say this particularly because that is a place that has been very laissez-faire in the way that they allow things. They tried to walk this one over with that giant contingent of media that the Cowboys get that annoys us all because we can't escape them. But they tried to get this over where they're like, yeah, we don't want you to film, but in this special designated period, and all it took was somebody going to Jerry Jones and going, hey, you really want this? And all of a sudden they were all filming again. So that's probably why if you're tapped in, you've seen some stuff from out there. But that's because Jerry Jones in particular, the NFL at large, they are trying to go this way. And it does feel like something that they're doing because the NFL is like, who's going to stop us? Right? Who's going to hold us accountable on this side from, being able to impact this side of things and, kind of hold things down. And I get it because competitively, you don't want what you're on getting out there amongst everybody. You want that competitive advantage. It just feels like
it's paranoia.
It is paranoia and trying to have it's having your cake and eating it too.
Is it teams? And I'm asking y'all this: is it teams that's out there really looking on different social media accounts and all that stuff?
I'm sure.
Saying like,
I'm sure.
They running that one. Okay, we could use that one.
How'd the Seahawks,
in week 15?
How'd the Seahawks do last year? How'd they end up?
They won the Super Bowl.
Oh, that's right. I'm scrolling through. I just searched Seahawks training camp. I can find videos of all kinds of different things.
Yeah, but
videos of all kinds of different things.
You can find those same videos with the Texans, but those videos are individual drill. It's not as much. Hey man, this is during our team period where we're working on particular plays.
You can find some of them. You can find some of them. It's just paranoia. Love you. Don't be so paranoid.
It is, but I think also, and this is a point that is there to be made. With the business being so big, the margins are really thin, and so the margin of, hey, this play getting out and that being one fewer play that we can effectively get over on another team, the margins are indeed that thin when we're talking about it. So I understand the desire to do it, but
These are my confessions.
As I've mentioned a few times, today is a off day for the Houston Texans. It also allows us to be in studio the whole time, and now we're not doing observations of what we're seeing out there because we're not seeing anything out there. It's a perfect day for me, in theory, to continue my, I don't know if you noticed, my unfinished rewatch of the 2025 season.
Yeah.
Gotta admit, the game that I'm supposed to be watching was wild card round versus the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I had time last night. I simply refused to. I just didn't want to do it.
Good for you.
I couldn't get myself to do it. I tried. I sat myself down with a laptop and I was looking at that TV and I said,
"Yeah,
can't make myself do it. Can't do it."
Yeah.
So
what'd you watch?
Anime.
No.
Ted Lasso. I saw the first episode last night.
Oh, I forgot about the new season. I got to check that out.
Yeah.
No, I watched podcasts.
Good Lord.
I watched AFC South preview podcasts. I watched
Aaron Shots.
I watched the NFL
I read my
Network.
encyclopedia.
God almighty. What am I going to do with you?
I did watch some WNBA basketball. Is that any better?
Nope.
Okay. All right. But what I did not watch was that game again. That brutal game that even though you won felt like hell because I just couldn't get myself to do it.
Right.
I couldn't do it.
No, I'm glad you didn't do that.
Well, I mean, we would have been able to talk about it.
The WNBA and
you want to talk about the WNBA?
No.
Oh, okay.
How was the game?
Pretty good. It was pretty good.
Who won?
Not the Dallas Wings, who had a lead for a good long time. They gave it up. It was the Washington Mystics, who I like a few players on their team, but I don't think y'all want to hear me
Who was
say
the
that.
high scorer?
I don't remember who the high scorer was.
I'm messing with you. I'm surprised you got this far.
Well, you think I'd be lying? You think I lie about this?
I thought you would be like, hell, I don't know. I just had it on.
And I was watching.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, but I got one.
Yeah.
So we was talking about C.J. Gardner-Johnson a little earlier, and I don't know if y'all even got to this, but it was kind of making the rounds about him doing a live stream in the locker room.
Yes. And
word on the street is Joe Brady had him shut it off.
Oh, wow.
And then I think he came back and said he didn't. C.J. Gardner-Johnson said he didn't have him shut it off and all this other stuff. My confession is I feel like we are waiting on week one just so he can, we could point him out a little bit and so he could get got. I don't even know if he's going to be on the squad at that time, man. To me, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if they cut bait with him before the regular season.
It's not a bad point.
Yeah, because it seemed like he just be doing too much. Even with the live stream, I know, like I understand that's the way of the world now, but I feel like, man, they probably looking at him like, man, is this guy even worth it at this point? I don't even know if he going to make it by week one.
I think they're still buying in.
I don't know, but I think that's a good point,
I don't know, man.
I don't think it's a guarantee.
He been cut by a lot of teams lately.
I don't think it's a guarantee.
I know he's good and all that stuff, but just the live stream in the locker room and just all of that type of stuff, I wonder if they going to come to themselves and be like, man, is this even worth it? Is he that good?
You are very right. We are seeing this from the other side of the coin. You remember how you felt last year?
Oh, sure.
During the course of it?
Giddy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I remember Eagles fans was like, good luck, y'all.
Yes.
But have they been on 3
like,
teams since then?
Yes.
And still.
Yeah.
He had been on a number of teams.
And he did all right with Chicago.
Yeah.
But he was on, before that, was it Baltimore?
Baltimore, he just couldn't find his foot in there. He didn't find his role there.
So I'm just kind of wondering, like, man, I don't know. I know we got that game circled because of him. One of the reasons because of him.
Yeah.
But I'm like, man, I think people gonna be disappointed. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if he get cut before that game.
Yeah.
That's fair. I mean, it's a fair point. I still vividly remember, and it's partly, fool me once, shame on me.
Yeah.
Right? And that was very much I allowed myself to be fooled by it because I was like, it feels like he's more mature now. It feels like he's taking responsibility. And then
what happened?
3 games of just big plays being allowed.
Yeah, that was D'Amico damn near just calling him out by name. Like, we got guys doing their own thing. I was like, holy smokes. I think we know who that is.
These are my confessions.
I shouldn't do this, but I kind of, sort of, maybe am starting to believe in that whole power plant thing over in San Francisco. Dude, they had 20 players
injured
out yesterday with injury. 20. Could be coincidence, but there's a lot of coincidences going on in San Francisco, man.
No, I mean, I hear you. It's fun to talk about. The only things that I keep coming back to are, one, that electrical substation has been there for the whole time that they've had this. Like, they've had injury issues from time to time. It has not, it's ramped up. So unless you think they changed something recently with that electrical substation.
That's why it's a confession. I'm like, I was with you. I'm like, nah. And now I'm like, that sure is a coinky dinky.
No, it is. I think I've found my alternate answer that is easier enough for me to latch on to with that. Oh, their medical staff is just bad.
Maybe.
Their training staff is bad. I told you I went back to the NFLPA's report card, and they had C- with this. And I'm just like, oh, okay, so there we go.
Yeah.
Right? That feels like it's logical when you have a number of years of dudes just constantly being hurt, and then it continues to tick up. It might just be that the dudes that are in there, and ladies, because ladies can mess up too, that are in there on their training staff, bad at helping them be ready to play football.
Yeah. Any of them former Astros medical person?
Who knows?
Yeah.
It's possible. It is quite possible. You want me to go back and check? You want me to go look?
No.
I'll do it.
I know you will.
You know, I love me a research project.
Some of them might have went to the Astros.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Yep, Henry To'oTo'o getting that extension from the 409. They say good deal. All right, there you go. There's people that appreciate what's happening with Henry To'oTo'o. If you did miss it, that's right. Henry To'oTo'o, a 2-year, $16 million extension to remain with the Houston Texans. So now there's only one starter on the defensive side of football, one projected starter in general who was not signed through the 2027 season, and that's Tommy Togiai, a guy that we know that they love. So
who you think could get a deal first, CJ or Togiai?
Togiai. We might legitimately. I don't know. We could get to the end of the show.
Y'all said that too damn fast.
We could get to the end of this show with Tommy Togiai having a contract.
That kind of makes me sad a little bit.
It should. Like, and I know that there's
Blake
people that
Fisher
don't.
might get a new deal.
All right. Okay. Reel it in.
Wouldn't that be so? Well, we've seen some things.
Oh, my tone changes entirely if that's the case. Oh no, baby. In fact,
Mills, track extension, baby. That would be disrespectful.
713-572.
I would have an issue.
My bad. 713-572-4610. Who is the player that gets an extension that is the most disrespectful?
I think I just said it.
You think I think there might be worse.
Or Davis.
I think Davis Mills.
I think there might be worse, and I want to see if our texters can get us there. Also, that is a line of text if you want to play along, as it's a Thursday, so let's do a little buy or sell. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? Let's do that next.
All right, let's talk about football.
2222.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Don't worry about how we got there. The question that I asked of our listenership was, what would be the most offensive extension that the Texans would get done before C.J. Stroud? And you guys have answered. From the 713, extending Jared Wayne, who, mind you, has had a good camp.
Good camp. Hey, you can justify it.
Okay. All right. That's not what I was saying. I was just making note that his name came up and he had a good camp. Jake Andrews extension.
Oh, yeah. Jake Andrews or Blake Fisher?
I think Blake is the bigger one. Like, I've seen Jake Andrews be a valuable starter. Right?
A starter.
All right. You couldn't just give me that? You couldn't? All right. And then, of course, I believe that Lopez and Reggie will get a raise before CJ gets a new contract. All right.
I'm here for it.
you open to being somebody's agent? I might need you to talk to somebody for me. All right, let's do this, though. Let's do a little buy or sell here on a Thursday. Are you buying what these folks in sports are trying to sell you? 713-572-4610 is where you text to play along. J-Lo, what you got?
All right, I'm going to start with a little bit of a twist on buy or sell.
Okay.
Not necessarily buying whether you believe this or not, but buying if this guy is someone you can get behind. Introductory press conference for new Purdue athletic director Tommy McClellan.
Oh, I haven't seen this.
Who came from Rice University. He left Rice University to take over at Purdue as the athletic director, had his introductory press conference, and said this: "We are here to win championships. If you don't want to win championships, go to Indiana."
Sell, man. Honestly, I was already having a hard time talking about Purdue winning championships.
Yes. Go to Indiana.
Admittedly,
who wants to tell him?
Admittedly, I have not gone down the rabbit hole to see like what Purdue, for all I know, might be just a really good track school or something, right? I don't believe that's the case, but maybe that's the case.
Yeah.
I know in the major ones I think about, they don't be showing up like that, right? Basketball, football, they don't be showing up like that. I'm trying to think baseball neither, unless I'm missing something. So
basketball is their best chance.
And even then, when was the last time you felt really good about a Purdue team? Right, and so that's wild. And then to throw Indiana on here, man, you're setting yourself up for the joke. Absolutely not.
That was in his introductory statement, so he had to write it out.
Yeah, I'm selling it too, man. I know he's trying to get everybody fired up.
Yeah,
and I'm sure people in Purdue is probably like, oh yeah, this is what we need.
Go to Indiana.
But come on, man.
You might have even been able to make that walk the year prior where Indiana wins, what was that, like 10, 11 games, and you go, yeah, but they still not winning no championships. We know who they are. That's cute. They just won the championship. Just now. Like, just.
Like the last one.
Just.
All right, are you buying or selling this? Joe Espada was asked about the Carlos Correa thing. If he thinks he could come back this season. And he was asked specifically, are you thinking about how the lineup might work if Carlos Correa comes back? No, I'm staying in the present.
Ooh. I will buy that. And the reason why is he's already had to do a lot of thinking about how the lineup works when we came into the season with the logjam.
That's fair.
In the infield. So I think he probably is in a place where I already kind of had a little bit of an idea. Plus, I'm sure that a big factor in that will be current form on how guys are playing. And we're probably still a number of weeks away from that. And as you know, number of weeks can really change the form of how guys are going in that moment. So I do think that he's probably just right now is enough to worry about for him.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I don't think he's going that far yet. And plus, I don't think he want to put all that pressure on, or even just thinking about it, to be honest.
I'm buying that he's trying to do that. I think just human nature. Hey, Carlos Correa swinging the bat. What are we going to do if he comes back? I think but he wants to believe that, and I think trying to do that. All right. So we had Nico Collins on this very show right off of the practice field.
We did, didn't we?
Yep.
He was really good.
He was really good. One thing he said, he didn't know what White Boy Wednesday was.
So this is one where
better explain.
I don't even know if we have somebody else who could buy or sell this better than us, because we obviously put this on camera. You can see it on our YouTube page or the Twitch chat or as well, but because he's looking directly at us, you can kind of see
the smile,
the wry smile that came with it.
Yeah.
And so I feel like he knows he probably just doesn't rock with it as much. And now I still need to continue
want to say that.
Maybe that's true. I still need to figure out how to do my capital J journalism on what the White Boy Wednesday is, how it fully came about, because it seems like Nico Collins was a complete dead end to that end.
And for those who don't know, it's the playlists. I guess during their weight sessions.
Yeah, I think on Wednesdays during their weight session, they allow them to switch it up to, I guess, things that they would stereotypically think are white boy music, so to say.
So he said he didn't know what White Boy Wednesday was, Figgy.
Yeah, I'm gonna take y'all word for it because I couldn't see his face like that.
Okay,
so,
what you heard, what did it sound like to you?
I would have bought it.
Really?
I would have bought it because I feel like I was kind of thinking it this way. Maybe he's there and music just going, and he probably didn't know it was a whole thing, like a White Boy Wednesday thing. Maybe he just got there and just lifting weights and all that stuff.
That's why it's on buy or sell. I'm selling, though, as well, just because music is so integral in everything they do, like weight room workouts, that during practice.
But you know what's funny?
They have specific playlists during camp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's funny, though? I don't know that I catch, and maybe I'm just not paying attention to it. I don't know that I catch them like dancing or like vibing to the music as much. They seem like more so the music is on in its background, but they're actively working. And maybe again, I'm just missing those moments.
They also influence the playlist.
I'm sure.
Yeah, influence the playlist.
I do wonder who actually sets up the playlist for. I know who to ask about that. I'll find out.
Yeah, I don't know if they be thinking too much into the playlist at training camp, because I asked one year and somebody kind of gave me a disappointing answer. It was just like, oh yeah, just went to this playlist and hit play. I'm just like, oh, I thought y'all was like putting the songs together. Y'all just went to Spotify, just put pump music or something like that.
We've lost recipes. You talked about this. Was this yesterday in the mixtape? How
we don't have a specific mixtape. Like,
there's some people that will like build playlists, but even then, the idea that you could just go and pick somebody else's playlist. It used to be that if you wanted a playlist, you had to set that thing up.
You had to put it together.
It was a project, but it was fun.
And it take a long time to get it together. Now you could just pop in 2000s music.
I'm old enough to put together playlists on cassette tapes. That was a problem.
Yeah.
But, all right.
Yeah, I remember recording the music off the radio.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm talking about. I did it on cassettes. You go, okay, record. I like that song. Oh, I don't like that song. I'm going to press pause. Oh.
You got to hit pause before the radio DJ start talking.
Yes, I did that.
How did y'all do it when y'all had the gramophones?
The gramophone was actually a lot easier. Yeah, you just kind of carved it with a knife. All right, are you buying or selling this? Dana Brown on the trade deadline regarding Wisniewski and Blanco coming back. That in itself is a trade acquisition.
I have to sell it because I hate it when general managers do this, because it's not. It's objectively not that. I do think it's going to matter. I mean, and we've seen, I've had the benefit, obviously, now of seeing Wisniewski again after the trade deadline, and he looks good. And I had a feeling that he would look good because he looked good before he got injured. Now, of course, that's not the end-all, be-all because the injury clearly changes things. But here he is, returning to form and looking like a good arm. Ronald Blanco, that's found money in my mind, but I knew Wisniewski had the stuff.
Yeah.
And here we are with a couple guys that have performed pretty well for you. So you're getting the effect of it, right? Having a rotation that feels like it's a little more solid. But no, you're not going to tell me that, this is as good as going and adding someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm selling it too, man. And look, he could go out there and say, we got these players coming back, but you can't lump that in as part of the trade deadline type deals.
Yeah.
You didn't make a deal for another pitcher. And, maybe you could take that as a loss, or maybe just a win because you got other people coming back. But to me, that's not the same thing.
All right, buying or well, by the way, I am as well.
Are you not also big on the idea, you don't have to lie to kick it?
No.
Right, we could be honest, hey, we didn't have enough to get that additional thing, but we feel good about these guys.
Well, and this is also a classic example of nobody wants to hear that.
Yes.
Nobody wants to hear that. All right, so Tampa Bay Bucks general manager Jason Licht has spoken to Vita. I have no plans of trading him.
I buy that. I buy that he has no plans of trading him. The problem is, do you have plans of getting him to the number that he wants? Because Vita Vea was talking about this. I think I saw a quote from him earlier today.
His agent. I just don't see it ending in anything but a trade.
That's right. That's right.
So his agent's saying it ain't ending in any way but a trade, and the Bucs are saying we ain't trading him.
So I believe that the Bucs are in a place where no, we don't want to trade him. Like, why would they? They're in a place where that doesn't really benefit them. They're kind of in a, I don't want to say just all-out push to win, but they're further on that end of the spectrum than they are to hey, let's rebuild this and retool what we're doing here. And if you're doing that, you better be doing it with Vita Vea, one of the better dudes on the interior. You gotta max if you want to have that kind of guy who is like the Jeffrey Simmons or these other guys that are getting paid at that number. Pay him like that guy because he absolutely deserves it. He's not going to fall off a cliff.
Right.
He's not going to like undersell. You know that for certain. So if you want that, you have to pay it. And if not, then go ahead and tear this thing down because that's where you're going.
Yeah, I'm buying it too. I don't think they have many plans on trying to trade him at this moment. I know stuff can change, but right now, I don't think they have any plans on let him go.
Sell, Mortimer, sell. They're trading him. Just because you say you don't have plans, then doesn't mean a dang thing. If I had a nickel, on how many times some general manager said, "Oh, we ain't trading him." Next thing you know, you see that guy in another uniform. Deshaun Watson, tell me if you're buying or selling this. I would be open to signing a new contract with the Browns.
Yeah, buy. I would be open. People give me more money.
This is true.
Absolutely. I think that the only thing that would possibly give this to be a sell is that, yeah, man, people have been real down on him at times.
That's
I'm
why
sure
I put it in.
He was literally booed at training camp this week.
Yeah.
However, yeah, man, that's because you ain't done nothing on the money that they get. Look, $230 million?
$230 guaranteed.
Right? Like, you ain't done nothing on that to this point. So, yeah, all of those things are reasonable, and I think he understands that. He's made a lot of money in Cleveland, and it might be the organization that'd be stupid enough to do it again. Yeah, of course you'd want to be there.
I'm actually selling this one because when you listen to the rest of his statement on that, he was saying, "Oh yeah, me and my wife love Cleveland. We got the house here, all it."
They all have houses there.
Yeah, so
or some sort of residence.
I'm selling it, man. I think because he ain't gonna get no big contract again.
Yeah.
So I think he will probably be up for signing for Atlanta or something like that, just to be back home or something like that. I don't think he gonna stay in Cleveland for a lesser deal.
I'm selling it too. I think he obviously wants another deal. He wants more money, as you mentioned, Reggie, but he don't want it there.
They're not gonna give him more money either.
Right.
Well, the question I have, yes, that's the thing that we probably needed to talk about. I just don't think that they have the stomach for that. Do you think there's another place that would actually pay him?
There always is.
You think so?
I don't know how much.
I think he's done so.
I don't know how much.
Like, I think he will be on another roster.
Yeah.
Really? Like, when you talking about paying them like big money, I think those days are over.
Yes, I agree with that part.
I think Atlanta was signing for the minimum or something like that. Cheap contract.
Atlanta.
I love that you keep putting this on Atlanta.
Hey, that's home for him.
Yeah,
that's home.
Right.
I think he'll go back home.
Yeah, but this is the thing. It's less about him going places. It's about people wanting him to come there.
Yeah.
And I just don't see any team that goes, backup quarterback, I want to have some level of consistency that I know them going there. He has not demonstrated that. Third string quarterback, it better be someone young or having
play.
But this is
or somebody that's providing veteran experience, and he don't give me none of that either.
But we're talking about just bringing somebody in and see what they got. Like, I'm not sitting there saying sign them for the whole season.
That would be where I would lean.
Yeah. Like, they'll bring them in, and if it ain't working out in person, we can cut them.
Look, I might be.
You think he's going to be teamless after this?
I think that he is done in these streets, buddy. I think that nary another contract will reach his doorstep.
Hey, he won't be the worst quarterback ever.
He won't.
Like, it's bad. It's worse quarterbacks that still get signed.
Peterman keep getting jobs, man. I understand.
That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody bring him in. Let's see what he got, and then cut him.
I would, because the idea of bringing him in, you can't beat these other jokers over there in Cleveland. Why do we need to bring you in for?
Well,
We've seen all we.
He ain't the first bad quarterback.
Yeah.
All right. I'll hold y'all to it. I'm going to write that down somewhere. I want to bring that back around when that free agency hits. There you go. Little buy or sell here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And okay, I think I remember seeing that from the 346 saying Nico and Tank were vibing yesterday to the music. So, okay, fair enough. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Mike Sando of The Athletic. He put together a tiers list of quarterbacks in the league as influenced by various different decision makers in the league. You know what the question is. Where is C.J. Stroud on the tiers list for quarterbacks? Let's get into it. Next.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Sportios 10 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Texas training camp, obviously in the midst of it, however, an off day for your Houston Texans. And so the fellas getting a little bit of an opportunity to maybe kick their legs off, kick their legs up, rather, not off. That'd
Hopefully
be wild.
Off, yeah.
I feel like that'd be really bad for eventually playing football.
Right.
No, kick their legs up, maybe get a little rest before they're back into action tomorrow. And, of course, we will be out there at the Houston Methodist Training Center giving you the same coverage that we have been giving you. They have not been idle, though. Nick Caserio penning a 2-year, $16 million extension with linebacker Henry Toto. I think it's a solid one. I think we've talked about it if you want to roll back through the Odyssey app to hear that. We talked about it at 11, again, a little bit later as well. But just seems like a pretty good number for him, and it continues the ethos of what they've done as a team and as an organization. If you come in, you are productive for us, and you do what we ask you to do, you will be rewarded. And this is the reward for the Alabama linebacker, Henry Toto.
Yeah.
But I wanted to get to this, John Lopez, and it's in The Athletic. Mike Sando does a good job of this whenever he gets an opportunity to, and he does a tier list, and it's particularly for veteran quarterbacks, so you're not going to find rookies in here. But what he does is he goes to 50 executives and coaches and has them rank the quarterbacks, and he doesn't have them do it like by numbers. He has them do it in tiers, and I think you understand. I love tiers because it feels like it operates in a little bit different circumstance. You don't end up kind of quibbling over individual numbers. Spots. Yeah. It's like, okay, who are the guys that fit together in groups? And I think that it shows things kind of nicely. But, of course, I think you understand how this is going to be for C.J. Stroud, right? We understand that the league in general has been lower on him. I think what's interesting for me is maybe to use this as maybe an opportunity to possibly get to some of the why of this outside of like he had a bad end of the year. First and foremost, what tier of, I believe...
How many are there?
There are, 4 tiers in here of veteran quarterbacks. What tier would you imagine C.J. Stroud falls into?
3.
Fig, would you like to jump in here?
I'm going to say 3.
You're both correct. He falls in tier 3. And his cohorts in that particular tier are Bo Nix, who comes in 18th. And by the way, the methodology is they put them in the tiers and then they use a voting average of the tiers to then rank them as they go. Bo Nix would be the highest in the tiers with a 2.5 voting average, so he's in tier 3 at 18. Aaron Rodgers at 19, C.J. Stroud at 20. The quotes that are there, just to make sure that you have them. Prior to last year, I would have thought that he was going to be on the fringe of being in the upper echelon right now. Again, that's a defensive coordinator. Take note of that, right? I said that I want to say that he's a 3 based on the last couple of years, but he's a 2 if I'm being fair. So you hear that?
That's the coordinator.
Okay, that's a coordinator there. Yeah. There's an exec that said he's starting to fall into that category of quarterback who's hard to protect. He doesn't beat you at the line, get the ball out. He holds the football. Then when he holds the football, he makes mistakes. Okay, so that's another quote. And then one more that I'll throw in here. They've signed some pro offensive linemen. A coach said he plays hurried sometimes because he's going to get rushed. Then he looks bleepy when he's not rushed, but he thinks he is. And then people are like, what's this kid doing making bad decisions when he's not under duress? So those are 3 different people at 3 different levels, it seems like, that are speaking to, why they have him in this place where he ultimately ends up in the 3rd tier and 20th. And so there's that. Right, and was there anything that jumped out to you there?
That's about as accurate as you can get as far as from where we're sitting.
These all feel like they're well, not all of them. I think that a few of them feel like they actually easily could shift. Right, the first one I'll talk about is the last one that I mentioned, which is the idea of he sometimes looks like he's hurried when he's not hurried.
Right,
that's something we talked a lot about when it comes to the offensive line.
That's a conditioning that he had.
I think so.
Yeah, and you can maybe recondition.
And that's one of the things you really hope. It feels like in training camp you've seen him stand in a little bit better, sometimes maybe a little much, but it feels like he stood in better during training camp. Yeah. And how does that then carry on during the regular season? We'll see. The idea that he doesn't beat you at the line, well, that speaks directly to what we're talking about pre-snap. And it seems like the coaches, all the people that we've heard talking, have maybe spoken to that. Hell, you saw Derek Stingley he was asked yesterday, okay, what have you seen from the offense? And he went specifically to CJ seems more comfortable in those things. Again, It could be just him hyping his quarterback, but he didn't have to start specifically with CJ and say that specifically. He could have kept it general. And we know he's a dude who is not usually saying a lot of words, so him going out of his way to say things, I feel like it's notable. But then I wanted to take you to the other guys, the guys that are actually valued. And what I'm going to do here is, what is the common thread here? Because I think I had a friend who was talking about it, and she made a really good note about what she felt like the common thread was and what then we can take away from this. And that's really ultimately my goal here, John Lopez. The dude who comes in number one, despite having a year that wasn't all that great and getting injured, Patrick Mahomes comes in number one here, right? Number two, tied for number two, are two players, Josh Allen, Matthew Stafford. Fourth, I guess, and again, still in that tier one, Joe Burrow. And then we get to tier two when. So those are the tier one guys. Lamar Jackson comes in here. Justin Herbert comes in here. Dak Prescott comes in at 7. What would you say is the common thread between those guys that maybe gives us an idea into maybe the thought process of the guys that are doing this
in tier one?
Yes.
Well, I mean, the tier one players, I think just the cool that they have, the ability to not improvise, but to be able to understand what they're doing. Not just their physical ability, and it's different kinds of abilities that they have. Mahomes versus Lamar Jackson. Well, he's in tier 2, but versus all these great players, Josh Allen, etc., Matthew Stafford. They're different types of players, but what they do well is understand and fit their offense.
I think there's that.
Control it.
I think there's that. The thing that I felt was here, and you could tell me whether you think this is wrong or not. I think that this is a clear accounting for the dudes that make it hard on defensive coordinators. And I know you go, well, yeah, good quarterbacks do that. But I think uniquely, they are dudes that make it particularly difficult on defensive coordinators.
But I think part of that is like you and I kind of two different versions of the same thing. Why does Mahomes do it? Well, he obviously has physical abilities and ability to stretch plays.
Yes.
But even when he's not, knowing where to put the ball, how to put the ball, being able to be accurate, controlling the line of scrimmage, that's all the same. The same as Matthew Stafford, but a totally different type of player.
Agreed.
So I think the line of scrimmage is where these guys really have separated themselves.
I mean, to some degree, absolutely, right? But I think that's also like the game within the game and making it very difficult on defensive coordinator because obviously they have unique skills, but then also they have the unique, brain power in the way to leverage those skills. But of course, all of this is going to be perception, right? All of these lists and all of these rankings are perception-based, but I'm interested in what do we then take from the perception of the league? Because I do think that it's probably fair to acknowledge, I think that this is folks that have to go up against these guys looking at it and go, who makes my life the hardest? And right now they're looking at C.J. Stroud and saying that he doesn't.
Right. But why doesn't he? Because of the way they explained it, he gets rattled. I mean, that if you want to just put it down to one word, he gets rattled is what they're saying.
That's some of the things that comes up here. But again, I think that's less about CJ particularly and more about the circumstance of the line circumstance, not having a run game that then also allows him
affecting CJ, affecting his mental approach.
And I guess the question that I've asked myself within this is, are things that you feel like can shift very easily? Because I think anything can change, right, in this league.
Yeah.
And I still lean towards yes. I still lean towards the idea of him being a more settled quarterback. Like he's it's not that he's inherently a nervous dude who is jittery. These were the circumstances that were there for him, right? And so I keep looking at this and I go, I feel like he could easily change the minds and the hearts and minds of a lot of these decision makers in the league.
I agree with that. I really do. Because as much as we saw what we saw last year with C.J. Stroud, we also have seen the throws, the arm strength, the ability to make big plays, the ability to make plays out of the pocket. But that all kind of got affected because he was under pressure, because he was getting hit, because he had a concussion, because all these things. That is correctable. I'm with you. I think it is correctable, and that's why they're not necessarily giving up the ghost, so to speak, with C.J. Stroud, but they do want to see him prove it. Prove that you're not that's not going to happen again.
And just to defend my theory here, because I'm sure people are like, well, yeah, good players, like it's not necessarily just about how difficult they are to defend. Lamar Jackson is a tier 2 this year when last year he was absolutely like tier 1 very clearly. And the thing that some of the panelists spoke to was him seemingly not wanting to run as much, and they hypothesized him not wanting to take hits. Lamar Jackson is a phenomenal pocket passer. Like, we are well beyond the days of Bill Polian talking about he needs to be a wide receiver, a running back, or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? He is a phenomenal pocket passer, one of the better ones in the league, if not one of the best. But last year you saw a very, very a lot of hesitance from him to run the football. That is what makes Lamar Jackson difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
Is him running the football. And that's where I was like, okay, that feels like that's the thread here, is that what makes this guy difficult to play against. And I think this is where you can also bring it back to, is this offensive system situated to allow C.J. Stroud to be difficult for teams to deal with?
I was just going to ask you, what would make C.J. Stroud difficult to deal with in this offense? I still think it's the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what separates the true greats versus, boy, he's a really good quarterback. The true greats see what you're trying to do. Look, all these quarterbacks in Tier 1, not only do defensive coordinators do the same things that they did to C.J. Stroud, but they've multiple times tried to change things up, different looks, showing this, showing that, and they still figure you out. That's the separator to me.
Yeah, and I think C.J. Stroud does need to demonstrate that as well, right? Because I want to make sure that I'm clear that this isn't just everybody around him needs to get better. I do want to see more of C.J. Stroud demonstrating his ability to dissect defenses with that command. Yeah. But the tools that are needed to get there. It's one of the reasons why I'm very, very hopeful that what we're seeing out there at the training facility, where it feels like there's more stuff that you can get to.
If C.J. Stroud does not succeed to the level we think he is, it's not going to be because of tools. He has the tools. We all know that.
Well, when I tools, it's not necessarily just the players themselves.
I'm saying it.
This year?
Yeah. He still has all the tools. They're all still there. We've seen it in plays in training camp this year.
Oh, you mean tools as in the things that he can do?
Yes.
When I say tools, I mean the things at his disposal, right? Like, I do wonder, because we talked about this with Nick Haley and not having tight ends, how much of his playbook was really available to be utilized on any given day. Yes, there's probably, I'm generalizing, right? But if you're getting to the offensive line and you're going, hey, I need to change some things, how much was there really available to change for him to get to have been attacked various weak points in the defense? Again, not saying that he was doing that particularly well last year. I don't really have enough of a grasp to speak to all of that.
Yeah.
But I wonder if he's not better situated this year, assuming that they are actually getting more plays, more concepts, more different ways of getting to it, of him going to the offensive line this year, going up against the number of defenses that you face and going, I have something for that that I see, that I can get to, that I can use to attack you. Because I think that's the place where he'll earn back his respect from these folks that are out here, and obviously the doubters of C.J. Stroud more generally.
Yes, but is the offense built for him to have that freedom? Or is it an offense that says, this is what we're going to run, this is your option, versus him commanding the line of scrimmage and saying, no.
It better be.
Forget that.
It better be.
We're doing this.
It better be.
That is another big question. Are they going to allow him to say, scrap all that, this is what we're doing?
What is the system without the ability to do that?
Yeah. But how much did they let him do that last year?
That's a question I don't have a really great answer for.
Yeah.
In fact, that's a question I would love to ask Nick Haley.
Exactly.
Straight up. And maybe
that's actually a great question to ask.
Maybe we'll have an opportunity to do that. Although, here's the thing. I think you have to find the back door for that question.
You mean getting to it?
Nick Haley feel like when you start encroaching on the front door of a question like that, feels like he starts talking fast and we end up in a place where I don't know if I got an answer. I feel like you have to find a way to sneak up on him with that question.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. We'll have to work on it. But while we do that, remind you that you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next, about the time where we hand things over to One Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so I got a question for y'all. What would y'all do if y'all were set to go to prison for 50 years and the judge let you have a free weekend before you go in?
Oh my gosh.
713-572-4610.
Oh, buddy. Send your answers in. We'll talk about it next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio. 95.7 The Fan. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. If you've been hurt in the accident, let the Sheriff team fight for you. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Thursday to everyone out there. So I posed the question before we went to break. If you were set to go to prison for 50 years and the judge let you have the weekend to yourself, but you got to report back that Monday to do those 50 years, where would you go? What would you do? How would you handle this? 713-572-4610.
I'm guessing you can't leave the country, right?
You can do whatever you want.
Supposed to.
You're not. Well, okay. For our purposes, you can.
I'm literally asking, what would you do?
You gonna catch that
this
marlin?
Is very open, man.
Oh yeah, I could maybe try to catch that marlin, but I would do it. Yeah, definitely, I would leave the country. I'm trying to think where I would go.
Like, would you be like the 713 who said they're running to Iran so they don't get extradition?
I would look up the non-extradition countries. That's for darn sure. Go to Iceland and see what. But as far as like what I would do,
does Iceland extradite?
I don't know if it is or not.
Iceland's a part of Denmark, right? Is Greenland? I don't remember.
I don't either. No, it would involve.
Would you try to escape?
No,
try to
Iceland's
get out of that 50 years. Would you try to take off and run?
I mean, I think the thought.
Or would you be honest?
I think the thought would cross my mind, but I probably would not. I would just be crazy for one weekend, fishing, drinking,
family,
food,
women.
I mean, what's my wife going to get mad at me? No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
Hey, she going to leave your ass anyway.
That's right.
You going for 50 years.
I'm going for 50 years. Yep. Yeah. Well, that was awful. Even I can admit that was awful.
By the way,
might as well sleep with the neighbor next door.
That's right.
Wow. You just out here, I'm going to cause havoc is what I'm going to do.
So the reason I asked that, this wasn't just a question out of nowhere. This actually happened here in Houston.
What?
Wow.
Yeah, so...
now I need to know what the right answer is.
So a man who pleaded guilty to capital murder.
What? They gave capital murder a weekend?
Yeah. So here's the story from Randy Wallace from Fox 26 News.
Visiting Judge James Anderson apparently thought it was a good idea to give LVO Mancebo last weekend of freedom. It wasn't. LVO Mancebo took his chances and got almost 3 years of freedom before facing 50 years behind bars. Back in 2017, Mancebo shot 2 teenage men in a vacant apartment at the Steeplechase apartment complex in Northwest Harris County. He was charged with capital murder. 2019, 2 years later, Mancebo was released from jail with bond set at $350,000.
While out on bond, he racks up at least 5 bond violation reports, failure to abide by curfew. He also gets charged with assault.
After Mancebo's bond is revoked twice, the amount is raised to $750,000, which he's able to post and walk out of jail again. Friday, October 20th, 2023, Mancebo pleads guilty to capital murder and is sentenced to 50 years in prison. Get this, visiting Judge James Anderson allows Mancebo to remain on bond for the weekend, telling him to return to court on Monday to begin serving 50 years. If he doesn't return, his sentence is 60 years. In court documents, Judge James Anderson states he wants to be the presiding judge after Mancebo is captured. We'll see if that happens.
I don't think so.
Man, what was he thinking, man?
What was he thinking?
Dog, and listen, if I'm that guy and I'm clearly don't want to go to jail for 50 years, and if I take off on the run, then that's just adding an extra 10 years.
Yes.
I'm taking my chance.
Oh, just 10 years, 50 to 60? I ain't going to feel it.
I'm taking my chance,
I know,
man.
it ain't going to happen to me.
Like, what's the difference between 50 and 60?
Exactly.
At this point, I'm going to take my chance.
And they said visiting judge.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing whatever the other judge that was over there, I guess was off.
Yeah.
And then somebody, I'm guessing, probably filled in.
Yeah.
and took that case? Because I know that happened to me when I went to jury duty, and I guess whoever courtroom that was out, so it was a visiting judge that was going over that case. Okay. So I'm guessing maybe that was something like that.
That judge did not give two flips.
Hey, I don't listen. I don't trust that judge. He up to something. Like, are they related in some way? Because now, like, all of this mess is going on. Now you want to be the one that proceed over this when they catch him? Nah, man, something fishy going on.
I'm glad you mentioned the visiting judge thing, because my mom is a physician, and sometimes, you know, if she's out, somebody will be covering. And then she'll come back, and it's just a whole bunch of work in her inbox, and that seems to intimate that the person that was there was just like, they'll deal with it later.
That's what I'm saying.
It does feel like a, hey, man, just come back on Monday. The person that's supposed to be here will be back.
It's like a substitute teacher.
They'll deal with it on Monday.
It's like a substitute teacher.
Hey, just make sure you come back. Pinky swear. Pinky swear you're going to come back. All right, you can go.
Yeah, that's the silliest thing he could have, man.
Did it say what he did on that weekend? I know he's gone for 3 years, right?
No.
Before they got him again?
Yeah, he was gone. Yeah, he was gone. But yeah, man, like, why would somebody that's facing capital murder?
Yeah.
That not only, like, it's not like this was his first time. He keep making bond for some reason. Like, at this point, why is you giving them bond?
Yeah.
But he keep making bond. He keep doing stuff while out on bond. And now you saying, you know what? I know you facing 50 years on Monday.
Yeah.
So just take the weekend and come back.
Have a good time. Come back.
Mom, 30 more minutes before I go to jail. 30 more minutes of TV.
If I was that dude, I'm like, all right, bet. I'll be back Monday.
That's right. Wink.
Yep. I will be gone just like him. That was silly.
Yeah.
What the hell was wrong with that judge? It's the mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. I got another question for y'all. What would be y'all biggest worry if y'all lived next to a big abandoned building? Like, what are some things
Rats.
would be like?
Yeah, vermins is what I was thinking.
Rats.
Yep.
People.
Yeah, it might be some squatters in there.
Yeah. So
it being a crack house or something.
Yeah. Homeless people just in and out and all that type of stuff. That would kind of have me worried a little bit. So in West Hollywood, people are worried for their safety with, I guess, a big old abandoned building that's been across the street. And mind you, this is I guess they were building an apartment building.
Okay.
And it's been about 2 or 3 years, I want to say. And it still looked like it's no work into it.
Okay.
So they end up getting a lot of, I guess, squatters, I guess. I guess you want to call them.
Yeah.
Over there in those new apartments. And here's KTLA 5 with this story.
The folks living here never imagined what would move in across the street. They say this abandoned building has turned into an animal shelter, and here's a little bit of what they have to put up with, especially at night. Not your typical neighbors.
We have like a zoo here.
Coyotes wandering the floors of this abandoned development in West Hollywood. This video shows a coyote with at least 3 small pups.
They roam around. There's a little one. They're kind of straggly.
At night, the neighbors say the howling is deafening.
I'm scared to go to my house. I open my garage. I'm afraid if one of them not going to come to my house.
Ava lives right across the street.
I complained, West Hollywood, and they told me they're going to talk to the owner. Who knows where is the owner?
The development has been sitting idle for at least 2 years. Neighbors say the coyotes also pose a danger for small pets.
Definitely keep them on leash. We did get them, collars with little spikes. So, especially in the evenings or in the mornings, we put them on.
What that collar with spikes gonna do, lady?
Collar with little spice. We gonna give the coyote heartburn.
Mind you, this was like a little toy dog. This was a small ass
bitty.
Man, that coyote gonna eat that little spike and the dog.
Those coyotes don't play either, man.
Yeah,
they're scary sounding. They really are. It's not a howl. It sounds more like a howl there, but it's that high pitched. It's scary.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was laughing before I realized it was coyotes. I don't know why. Maybe I've just watched too many cartoons in my life. Yeah, I just thought it was like a bunch of dogs in the neighborhood. Like, hey, we're going to meet up at the abandoned house and bark at the moon.
Yeah.
Oh, that's scary though, man.
No,
really?
That's no joke right there.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Like I definitely wouldn't walk my dog around.
You saw the video, right, Fig?
Yeah.
It's pretty.
It was packed.
Was it?
Oh, really? It was packed.
But also, like, the place that we're talking about, it's not I mean, I know West Hollywood, it's not going to be rural, but it's not like suburban, is it? It's really.
It's not. It looked livable like you would live there. Yeah. It's not like I'm in the boondocks or something like that. Like, it looked livable.
Hey, man, remember we were talking about the hogs that time?
Yeah.
The feral hogs?
Yeah. And the thing is, this apartment building was supposed to be built, and they just taking a very long time with it. Like, I don't know if they just running low on money and they can't really afford to finish it.
Yeah.
But now it's just taken over by coyotes.
I think Rob's got a very good, astute fix for this. Had they tried hiring a roadrunner to take care of it? I feel like we can get this cleaned up in 2 seasons flat.
They'll be falling off. They'll pause and then fall off the building.
Just get a roadrunner with the subscription to Acme, and we gonna be cooking with grease.
Yes. I'm sure he probably got some people on there. I shoot him. That was in Texas. I shoot him.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten those texts yet.
Just need to paint a train tunnel on the wall.
Yeah.
And all the coyotes will be out of here.
We got all them damn texts when them pigs was going running wild.
Coyotes are hunt too.
Where are them pigs
if
at?
you got them hemmed up, I think that's a good spot. Yeah.
Man, yeah, that's crazy, man. It's a mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on Sports Radio 610. I think I got time for this. 20 years ago, around this time, Madden 07 released their Madden ratings, and it's 7 people that earned the honor of being in that 99 club. Can y'all take a wild guess?
07?
This is the 06 season. This is Madden 07. So
man, I would just be guessing.
Yeah,
was LT on here or not? LT, but LaDainian Tomlinson.
No, he was not. I'll read them off because I know that's 20 years ago. Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning. I'm an idiot. Should have thought of that.
Cornerback Champ Bailey.
Yeah.
Safety and Houston Texas legend Ed Reed, 99 club.
Yeah.
Left tackle Walter Jones. Fullback Lorenzo Neal.
How about that?
We had a fullback in 99.
Yeah.
Tight end Antonio Gates.
Okay.
I love me some Antonio
Gates. And then last but definitely not least, we brought him up today. Punter Shane Leckler.
Look at that.
99, man.
Look at that. I say again. Get that man into the Hall of Fame.
He was a 99,
99?
Man.
I mean, 9-time All-Pro? What are you doing,
hey,
Hall
salute
Committee?
Him.
What are you doing?
Hey, he had to feel good playing Madden.
Had a 99.
I don't even know what a
99 a punter?
I don't even know what a 99 punter does.
A lot.
What is it? I need to go back into Madden 06 and learn more.
Yeah.
Like, what was his speed rating on there? Was his throw power really high? Like, how do you work the system to be a 99 punting as a punter?
That's hilarious.
I would have put his ass at quarterback.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm wondering just how broken he was as a player. Could I have thrown him at safety and he'd have hung? You know what I mean? Like, what are the sliders you have to get to for the punter to be 99, or is it just a 99 punt and that's it?
He was a quarterback.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm curious. Like, could I have done some funky stuff with this? Could I have run out the punt formation and done fake punt every time and gotten a whole bunch of yards off it? Like, I'm just trying to go through the Madden sicko version of this.
Yeah, man. So salute to him, man. We got to get him in the Hall of Fame, man.
Are we establishing this as a show, like, In the Loop LLC?
Yes,
we are going to put this on the docket of things that we need to do, which is get Shane Leckler into the Hall of Fame.
Yes, it's ridiculous that he's not in the Hall of
Fame.
And
he's a 6'10" fan too, man. I'll never forget the night the Astros got to the World Series in 2017. I was doing the show here, and he called in. He like, hey, this is Shane Leckler. Want to talk about the Astros? And I'm like, wait, is this? I'm like,
that's Shane Leckler?
Shane Leckler? And he was just like, yeah, you watch football, right?
Yeah.
What a great way to do it.
I was not expecting him, man.
It's not quite, do you know?
Yeah. It wasn't, do you know who I am?
You watch football?
Yeah. I was just like, I was not expecting you to call.
Let me find out that the OG Randy be out here like, Google me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was a sports show. Yeah, covering them.
You're not wrong, Shane. You're not wrong.
It just threw me off a little bit, man. Like, I just imagine somebody call right now. Hey, how you doing? This is JJ Watt. I want to talk about the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
Like, wait, who is this? Kind of threw me off a little bit, but
you watch football, right? I love that.
2006, he had a 47.5 yard average, and I was trying to find how many inside the 20, but I couldn't find that.
Okay, all right.
Shane Leckler, Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to put this on the docket. In Loop LLC will make it a part of our mission as a business.
Is it a punter that's close to the 99 club in this day and age?
That's a good question. I mean,
I'm gonna have to look.
Yeah,
please do. Bring us back
because even looking on this list, it's like you got a fullback on here. You got it's kind of versatile a little bit, man. It's not just quarterbacks, receivers, running back.
Now that you mention it, I used to play. The mini games that Madden had. I used to play that little coffin
corner
punt
thing. Yeah.
Coffin corner punt. There we go. Mini game with Shane Leckler all the time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Now that you mention it, that was a memory that just got unlocked.
Highest rated punter for 2026, A.J. Cole from the Raiders, 85.
That is not 99.
Logan Cook, Jaguars, 84.
Okay. All right. I've never thought about those gentlemen in my life. I'll be entirely honest, with all due respect to them. All right. That's the mixtape. You catch it every weekday, 1:20 p.m. right here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. If you see something mixtape worthy, check him. Hit our guy up on social media at @TheFiggyFig, and he'll shout you out. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But we've been asking ourselves one question about this defense that I think D'Amico Ryans finally crystallized perfectly the answer for. I'll let you hear that next.
Reset your presets.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Thank you, Figgy.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Thursday. An off day for your Houston Texans, and they'll be back at work tomorrow, but we appreciate you enjoying our time here, and we'll be back out there giving you that same coverage that we always give you as your home of the Houston Texans, but of course your Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Soon to be 95.7 The Fan, 1 week from today, John
Countdown
Lopez.
begins.
The countdown begins indeed. Go ahead and make sure that you have that preset locked in, 95.7. for you on your dial, and also have your mental, over this next week, get your mentality ready, because Flip Day is going to be a doozy, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, I mean, 8 a.m. We will start, and hold on to your hats, plug in and listen, because it's there's some great stuff planned.
Yeah, let me just say this as there will be people that you want to hear.
Yeah.
On the airwaves. On Flip Day, even more so than the people that you enjoy listening to every day. So we appreciate you always being a part of what we've got going here. We appreciate
It's going to be a party, man.
Yeah, it is.
Literally.
It's gonna be a party.
Yeah,
and then not to mention, it's a game that night, too.
100%. We got to get you ready for the Houston Texans' first preseason game versus the Chargers on that night as well. So excited to get back into it tomorrow. I don't know who we'll get a chance to talk to off the field, but we get to talk to somebody off the field. And they've been great interviews to this point.
We've had a who's who, too.
We've had a really good time with it. Yeah. I need to push for Nick Caley, though, don't I? I need to make sure that we talk to the OC.
Will wants to join us. Will Anderson wants to join us. He does. He comes by and says, hey.
We only have so many days. We gotta
get Will Anderson on.
All right. I'll see.
It's a tradition, too. I think we've had him on every year.
We have.
Yeah.
And I can't be the person who breaks this, can I?
Yeah.
All right. I'll do my work. The work that Will has to do and the rest of the defense has to do feels impossible, John.
How's that?
Because this defense was otherworldly. I know that technically they finished second on points allowed, but we all know kind of how that happened in that last game where you didn't have all your stars playing, and then this was just an incredible defense that it feels like, how do you get better? It's a question we've asked ourselves. We've asked it to some defensive players at times, and I'm going to be honest, no disrespect to Kamari Lassiter or anybody else that we've asked. It's still been like, but how do you get better? D'Amico Ryans was on with NFL Network yesterday, and I think that he did such a great job at crystallizing, at least for me, and I hope that maybe this helps other people get to the place where I now feel like how this team can and honestly probably will become better. This is cut 3 of D'Amico Ryans with Kurt Warner, the Hall of Famer himself, asking how to improve this defense.
Where do you see this defense being able to get better than they were last year?
I always challenge these guys when it comes to recognition of formation, recognition of plays. It's not so much of just knowing your job and knowing how to do your job, but can you play a step ahead of the offense? And so that's where I'm challenging this defense to take that next step when it comes to playing smarter. Can we recognize plays before they come, and can we shut them out completely? And so there's always a challenge there. There's always a challenge with better technique, better fundamentals. And so with that, as a coach, I'm always harping. They probably think they never do anything good. They're not that good. I like to keep them hungry. I like to keep them angry, and that's what keeps them striving to be the best that's ever played.
That's experience, and that's a very key thing with this particular 2026 defense. You not only go to the starting lineup, you look at the depth, and these guys have all. There's new faces, but by and large, they've been together and have played. This is a classic example of experience matters. They've gone through it. They've been the best defense in the league, and now you got virtually all the faces returning. So there is that. That's just experience. That's recognition and knowing not only what you're doing, but as he said, what the opponent's trying to do.
That was it. That was it for me. Where I was like, oh yeah, that's right. Defense inherently is a reactionary side of the football, right? We think about this, and I always talk about this with defensive backs, with cornerbacks. It's one of the most impossible jobs because I'm running backwards, he's running forward, and he knows what he's going to do, and I'm reacting to it. Well, what happens if the defense, and obviously I'm using this cornerback as a proximity, but what happens when the defender knows exactly what the offensive player is going to do? That's what we're talking about here. And how scary is it with the speed that this defense plays with the physicality, if they're also looking across and going, I know where you're going. I'll meet you there. I'll beat you there, in fact. That is the scariest proposition. And what's wild to me and scarier, at least in my mind, is that seems possible.
Yeah.
Like I have you seen the film Minority Report? Mm-hmm. It's one of my favorites because it hits sci-fi in a way that really does kind of move me. Because I start thinking about what happens if you're not familiar, it's a Tom Cruise film in which it's obviously adapted from a book in which there's a precog unit that goes in and predict a crime that's going to happen, and then they go stop the crime before it happens. And obviously, like there's thoughts within it on like how morally right is this or whatever. Right. But we're talking about football. It's morally right. It's just, man, the ways in which you can get things done and you can create a utopian football society because you know exactly what the other team is trying to do and you can get there and clean it up before they even have an opportunity to do it. That feels like it's possible, and that feels like otherworldly.
And just look at what you have here. Like there are no more babies on this defense. Guys learning first year, second year. I think there might be a couple of third year players in here.
I mean, Keelan Rutledge. Sorry, not Keelan Rutledge. Caden McDonald is a baby on this defense, and he may not even be starting. Fourth defensive tackle.
Right. Even the front seven alone, you're like, oh boy, they know exactly. They've been through the battle.
My bad. Fifth defensive tackle.
Yeah.
Rankins, Togiai, Hall,
maybe
Edwards.
Mario, yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah. And they know, not only do they have the experience, I said experience, but experience with this defense, with what this defense likes to do, and the teams, especially the division teams, what they like to do, what they like to try. No, I fully expect this to be, we've talked about it here and there. I mean, could it be a defense that goes down with among the all-time greats?
And one of the things that I think it helps is that we're seeing, as you mentioned, there's no babies on this defense, and I don't say that in a derisive way, or I think that you also have guys that are now reaching the point in their development where it's not about how the physicality of how they move their bodies and the techniques there. They're playing mental games.
Kamari Lassiter, exactly right.
Kamari Lassiter's talking about the mental portion of this. I mean, Jalen Petrie's done this enough. Henry To'oTo'o is talking about the mental portion of this. And then you have someone like Azeez that organizes it. Plus, you have another upgrade in Reed Blankenship, who is also very much a cerebral player. Kalen Bullock has seen a lot from his position, also a cerebral player. It feels like there's just so many guys that are also playing with their heads, not just with their shoulders and with their arms and with the the ability to go hit. This is, I really appreciate the fact that D'Amico Ryans could set that up for me because I see the vision and I think that it's very much achievable, and that is wild to believe for defense.
Well, it sure is comforting, especially when you're trying to do so much on the other side of the ball to have that defense. You don't have to really worry about it. The only thing you worry about is injuries. That's it. Yeah,
that's it.
And even that you can survive some.
And it feels like you've created some depth, right? Like, what's the injury if we're just doing a single one? And obviously, the thing that cripples you is not a single; it's a rash of them. What's the single injury that scares you the most?
Probably Azeez. Yeah, There's no depth at linebacker to speak of. We saw what happened when he was out last year. It fell off. Clearly the glue guy there. Because you can say Will Anderson, and that's the easy answer, but Clowney kind of mitigates that a little bit.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Now I got a dude over my right shoulder who wants to rebut that. So we'll get that with DNM All Leasing giving us an opportunity to crosstalk. And I remind you, you're listening to KLTAM.
Not great was not on the field.
It wasn't. No, you're right. But you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. As we welcome in the fellas of the drive, I'll ask them the same question I just asked you. But yeah, even with the idea of possibly like an Azeez injury, of course, knock on wood, you never want that to happen. And I remember I could feel the gasps that happened when you had a slight image that might have happened when he bumped knees with Dolan Schultz. Even that, I wonder. They talk about Henry and the ways that he's come along. I would still like to see that more than I lean into it. I truly do believe that with more time, I think Reed Blankenship could put a green dot on the back of his head and orchestrate a defense.
Maybe. I mean, he's got the experience.
You know what I mean? Like, so it's the thing that I find to be fascinating. We knew the defense was really good, but how does it get better? It's like, all right, if they could see what's happening on the offense and just absolutely take it off the table before the offense could even get there.
Yeah.
We welcome in the fellas of the drive. It's Clint. It's Ron. Ron. You took issue with the idea that Azeez is the single injury that would scare you the most. With
you're saying if you had to pick, all right, we got this defense, man.
Yep.
One guy that I don't one guy 100% that I don't want to go down. Your pick would be Azeez Al-Shaair.
Consideration with depth and everything.
Yeah, because you don't have a lot of linebacker depth. When he went down last year, it was not as good. The defense was flat out not as good. Everybody looks to Azeez. We all know the story with him. And there's going to be a fall off, not just in how your defense operates, but certainly in the level of talent too.
Yeah, I completely disagree. But I'm not going to say what you're saying is nuts. I understand your thinking. I don't think Azeez being out fundamentally changes your defense. I think Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, or Stingley, like those three dudes, to me are all at tied.
Yeah.
Tied. And last year a little bit behind that, but tied. I think any of those guys go down, it fundamentally changes how you can go. And I'm telling you, I promise you offenses ain't over there saying, boy, get Azeez up out of there. If we could just get Azeez.
No, but that's not the question.
I'm just saying, I'm just saying offenses would be like, oh, that's the one I get to pull off. No, I just think Will and Danielle, they are how everything to me works. If you have one of those off and you get to double team or shade everything that way, and listen, God bless Clowney, and I heard you guys talk sometimes we get going. I think, I can't remember what you said, Reggie, would you say they got 3 all-world edge rushers or something like that? No, they got 2. Okay, they got 2. Jadeveon Clowney is a good football player.
Yeah.
He is Derek Barnett. Okay,
he's better than Derek Barnett.
Okay. He's a good football player. All right,
I say that with due respect to Derek Barnett before he comes season in these streets.
He is Derek Barnett. To me, we can disagree. All right, he had 8.5 sacks last year. Did not know he had that many sacks with Dallas. Like I think there's a reason why the guy got paid. He got paid, and he was out there for that long. So, like that changes how you. I'm not afraid to have my tackle Jadeveon Clowney, and then Stingley if Stingley is not on the field, that changes to me so many things that D'Amico would want to do or could do when you talk about the drop off there. So I understand your point with Azeez, but those are blue chip dudes. Hell, I'd put Bullock before Azeez.
Bullock's a good answer.
Those are blue chip dudes. Like I can't. Those are all pro guys. I can't go with the middle linebacker, who I think the best thing he brings to the game, which is not nothing, but is his leadership.
Yes.
But I think you got some other guys that can pull that off.
I would say I don't want you to underestimate like the organizational capability and capacity that he has. But I hear what you're saying. I think that the Stingley is the one that hits me for sure, because now we're talking about Jalen Smith playing a lot more, and they seem to believe in him. But I think there's a little bit drop off there. But I think I hear what you're saying there, especially when it comes to depth. What say you, Clint?
What was the question?
The question was, because we were talking about how this defense has now also kind of mitigated some of the injury risk that they have here. Who is the single injury that scares you the most when it comes to this defense?
I would go Stingley, Will, then Azeez would be my 3.
The thing with Azeez to me, and you can compare it to Will. Now Stingley I might be with you on, but Will, blue chip player, as you put it, just amazing. I think the drop off, even if Clowney is just a good player, maybe slightly better than Barnett, maybe whatever, the drop off from Will to Clowney is not as huge as the drop off from Azeez and anyone behind him.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that.
I don't think Henry is that.
I don't disagree with that point, but you're still. I mean, to me, when we're talking, like Stingley just allows you. Never mind the ability to go, hey, this guy went for 200 last time we played him, go shut him down, and he keeps him out of the box score. Never mind that. Forget that piece of it. He just allows you to do so many things schematically that if he's not there, the risk goes through the roof on you for doing. Number one, for me. So, like Stingley just, he allows Kamari Lassiter to be a really, really good corner in this league, because ultimately, boy, if there's any kind of matchup problem, Stingley says, don't worry about it, I got it.
Yeah.
Right? If there's ever a situation where, somebody needs some help, we can help Lassiter over the top, because we know that backside's taken care of with Stingley. So that's the deal for Stingley's more of scheme-wise, boy, you cut what this defense can comfortably do in half from a scheme perspective if Stingley's not there. And then I think Will Anderson, just the way he impacts every run and every pass, and I think he is the thermostat. I think he is the dude that everybody goes, man, if we slip at all, if we don't show up and we don't play hard and we don't do our assignment at all, we're gonna be compared to Will Anderson, and boy, it's not gonna be pretty.
Yeah.
So I'd go Stingley 1, Will Anderson 2, and Azeez 3, because I do the quarterback. That defense is just a different animal. I mean, that is extremely, extremely important. Even though I will say I'm a big Henry To'oTo'o fan.
Yeah.
I think Henry would be fine with this skilled group around him, calling those plays. Not Azeez, but would be good.
Hey, I agree. Azeez is the tone setter. Those other three are good, but Azeez is
more than good.
the attitude of the enforcer. But I think Lassiter, Will can fill the tone setter role too over there. For me, when I close my eyes and I think about this great defense over the last couple of years, the thing that comes to my mind is 51 and 55. Like that is the thing that comes. They make everybody else better.
Yeah.
And if we're just talking about the depth behind them, I can get what y'all are saying. If we're solely talking about the drop off between 1 to 2 at that particular position, I think you're spot on. But boy,
the thing about Stingley, though, and like I said, he'd probably be my number 2, which is no slight to Will Anderson. We just know how great he is. I mean, and I just don't think the drop off would be as severe. Yeah. But the thing about Stingley, why he'd be my second pick, I mean, he just takes away an entire side of the field.
Yeah.
Like, don't even worry about that side of the field. All you got to do is these 2/3. Don't worry about that third.
Yeah.
The
crazy thing with Stingley is like there's no weakness, right? I mean, from a size perspective, he's big enough, thick enough, tall enough, long enough to handle anybody in the league. Fast enough to handle anybody. We saw him blanket Tyreek Hill and make plays in clutch moments, kind of deal. So I mean, it's just that there's just no weakness whatsoever. If you take Stingley out, then 2 for me is all of a sudden Kamari Lassiter is his backup. I don't go comparing him to Cam or what's his name? What's my man's name? Jaden Smith.
Yeah, Jalen Smith.
Jalen Smith. I don't go comparing him directly to him. I would say Lassiter slides into that number 1 corner, and you go, okay, he's not as big, doesn't run as well. Obviously not the same level cover guy. Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, that Stingley's just he's so quiet. A lot of times we take it for granted. I greatly appreciate the way he goes about his business. But who, by the way, in his media time yesterday was a little more talkative.
Yeah,
he's a little more talkative yesterday.
Get comfortable, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he was a little. It's almost like somebody had a conversation and said, "Hey, man, I need you to be a little bit more.
You got to do something.
I need you to be a little bit more of a vocal leader in that secondary."
Now, some of that time,
I don't know if it happened or not, but it sounded good.
Some of that time talking, he was trying to find the words. He was like,
"Help," but he was trying.
Yeah.
Usually, the only thing he's trying to do is get up out of there. I mean, yesterday I thought he did. I thought I was like, damn, is this AI generated? Did somebody AI Stingley got him talking?
Which is funny because it feels like everybody in that defensive backfield feels like they're trying to be even more of a leader. Reed Blankenship ports in leadership. Kamari Lassiter talked about that being one of the biggest things that he's trying to get better in this year is leadership. Kalen Bullock in his own way, I think just being the that center fielder, there's a level of I see everything, so I am kind of some low. It just feels like you got a room full of leaders on a team full of leaders.
Well, if you can get I've always said it, it's not rocket science, obviously, but like we went from the outhouse really to in-house. I fumbled a damn ball in college, and the one thing that was unique about that team, we beat a lot of teams that were on paper better than us, but we had a legit alpha leader in every meeting room. So at every position, we had at least one dude that was a good dude that was going to hold people, a good player, really good player, but then was a solid person, was going to keep guys accountable, was going to allow the coach to coach hard and not let anybody disrespect him back. And it was just, when you have that is unbelievably powerful. And you're right, they have it. That communication piece on the defense is something that doesn't need to be minimized, man, because I think Saleh tried to say this the other day about the Titans. Now, it came off completely backwards. I hated it when I heard it, but I think I know what he was trying to say. He was talking about confidence is loud. The louder you are, the more confident you are. I was like, nah, I think what you're trying to say is teams that communicate really well are typically confident. You know what I mean? Like he tied it to his whole team. Like, I want y'all to be loud. Practice should be loud. That means you're confident. I was like, oh, I don't know. I've been around some loud jokers, and we won 5 games, cuz. I mean, that wasn't it. But I think his point was being loud, clear communicators. And when you put Reed Blankenship back there, according to Aziz, there's a different level of communication. And you mentioned Kalen Bullock back there being more vocal and knowing the system more. That is where this defense can take a huge step. Is that vocal communication piece and being sharper. Boy, that's scary to think.
Yeah. You talk about being sharper on the defensive secondary. The only place where that was not the case last year was when C.J. Gardner-Johnson was out there. Apparently, he's at Bills practice today giving his side of the first 3 games of last season. So I'm excited to hear that.
Oh, wow.
I'm sure that
not that we needed one more reason. Not that we needed one more reason to be excited about opening day and really the whole first month of the season. Not that we needed more talking points, but boy, he damn sure gave us one, didn't he?
So you will hear these fellas comment on that and everything else as the best.
You'll hear CJ.
Yeah, that's right.
You hear him himself.
That's right. That's right. All right. The best damn afternoon sports show in all of Houston is getting ready to start. J-Law, I'll catch you tomorrow back at practice for another great day out there. You're listening to the KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Again, thanks to DNM Lisa for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live, and we are off and rolling right now as we see you on the text line. 713-572-4610. Ron should change his name to Debbie Downer Hughley, already off the rip.
What'd he say? You just disagree with Reg.
I just said, man. I
mean, you did poo-poo on Reg, but that's all right. I mean,
it's fine. It's fine.
But yeah, no, well, of course it is.
I disagree. I don't think they got 3 all-world. I think they got away from Reggie.
I'm always good raw dog in the drive.
I'll be honest with you. I think Reggie like to have that one back.
Well, I mean, here's the deal.
I'm just saying.
I mean, I just sat by. I was a bystander. And y'all's back and forth.
Was I mean? I get rolling.
Well, no, I just think I don't think you were mean at that point. But when you hit him, I mean, he's over there telling you how good Clowney is, and you hit him with he's Derek Barnett. I mean, God dang, man. I mean, like that. I think both of y'all maybe get out over your skis a little bit. Reg got a little excited, and you Debbie down that joke. You wet blanket that joke.
I think if Barnett was playing its starter role, I think we'd see a very similar.
Come on, man. He ain't Clowney, man.
I think
Clowney's better than that, bro.
Today, if Derek Barnett got starter time at what
Derek Barnett wears too thick of sweatpants at practice to move like
That's fine.
Clowney
I don't care
does.
how thick his sweatpants is. I know he got five sacks the last 2 years playing backup minutes. Just saying, if he gets,
he ain't Clowney, man. I like Derek Barnett.
They on the same tier. That's why both of them been sitting here that long. You know how I know? Tyler, find me. How much was that contract? How much was that contract? How much?
I think I heard he got 8. 1 year, 8, and left some on the table. Could have gone elsewhere for a little bit more. I think that's what I heard. Now I don't know if that was ever published or not, but that's what a little birdie that flies around practice every day told me.
You said Clowney, right? His new deal with bringing him in.
What did he get?
The Texans did a 1-year contract for $5.5 million with incentives.
Up to 8.
Yeah,
up to 8.
Yeah, they gave him 5.7. Come on, let's chill out.
5.5.
Well, now he could have got more than that if he went somewhere else.
Okay.
I don't know how much more, but he could have.
Yeah, I know it.
What do you think Barnett's going to get?
Right around 4
I mean, you can't tell me that you really think that's Derek Barnett.
I think they are similar players. Absolutely.
You're talking about just tier. I mean, they're totally different from a player perspective.
I think they're different. I'm just talking about if you tell
money and tier and production.
Production, yes. They're. I'm not saying they're the same player, but if we are the tiers or what type of yes, there. I think there is an argument from a pass rushing perspective that you could say Derek Barnett's a better pass rusher. I think Clowney is probably a better all-around. He's better against – the best thing that Clowney has done in his career is what he does against the run and how he sets the edge. That's the best thing that he does. I mean, I think I love the move for the Texans, right? That is it's a great third defensive outside linebacker, outside rusher, edge rusher. Now, that got away from you. You said we got 3 all-worlds. That man's making $5.
That's aggressive.
That guy's making $5.7 million.
That's a little bit aggressive.
The other 2 are top 5 in the league, and one of them is the highest non-quarterback contract in the history of the
Well,
sport.
I'm not saying Reg didn't get out over his skis a bit, but I mean, he got a little excited. I mean, Clowney will do that to you. He whooped the hell out of Fisher yesterday at practice, I heard.
That's why they both sitting over there.
Well, the good thing is there's a chance that, I don't know, but I think there's probably a solid chance that Barnett ends up in this piece, too.
Yeah. Well, that'd be nice, too. That'd be a hell of a. I don't know if that's what Dominic Robinson thought was happening.
Yeah.
Not sure if Dylan Horton knew that was coming through.
Big DH, man. He's about to run out of time. He better come on.
No, I'm going to put that a stop right here. I didn't mean to go here when you said that. No, they damn well better not.
What?
They better not. No.
Why?
No.
Are you going back on the offense, on this offensive thing?
I'm serious. Like, how many damn parts are you going to have? Who else is? Shout out to Henry To'oTo'o. Congratulations. At some point, really good teams don't sign everybody on the defense. And I congratulate you.
Loading up, man.
I love Henry. All right? I'm just saying, championship teams that are trying to figure this out, damn, everybody gets signed except for the quarterback. Everybody gets a car. Damn, you sign your safety. You sign your inside linebacker. You sign your other inside linebacker. Mm-hmm. You sign your corner. We know Lassiter's probably coming down. You sign both your edge rushers. You got Bullock. He's probably going to get signed. Damn, which one of these guys are they going to have to make a decision on? I'm not going to lie to you. I told you from the jump, I probably would have just waited Aziz out and then said, all right, man, I'm going to make a decision here on Henry To'oTo'o because in the future, he's 25. In the future, he's probably going to be the player. But when they signed Aziz, cool. At some point, somebody is going to have to be, hey, man, we got to draft that position. We're going to have to go cheaper at that position.
That's only on the offensive side.
But on defense, too. At some point.
Receiver, running back. O-line, we're going to draft them guys.
Again, I love Henry, and I think the upside on Henry is big time. But when you say, all right, man, we're going to make our defensive end the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history, we're going to make the other defensive end a top 5 highest paid player over the last 3 years and this year and next, and then we're going to pay our corner who is making $30-something million, which he's top 3, and then we're going to pay our inside linebacker top 3 money at that position. Somewhere we're going. Oh, I'm sorry, Jalen Petrie, you come on down because you got paid too. At some point, like they're going to have to use the draft on some of these guys, right? And the other inside linebackers seems like that makes more sense if you're trying to build like this team. But damn it, that come hell or high water, Tyler. They're going to get every one of these defensive guys paid. I'll tell you, every last one of them.
You know, they're going to pay to keep them, baby. The interesting thing is, and I know it's obviously overshadowed by the success that one side of the ball has had versus the other. But it seems like if you were going to take a risk, and I'm not saying on the Will Anderson level players, but I'm definitely talking about Blankenship and To'oTo'o, and some of even the interior defensive linemen, you would think that DeMeco Ryans would be a lot more comfortable talking about, hey man, go give Nick Caley surefire dudes that have resumes and let him do his thing. Give me the rookies, give me the young cats, give me the unproven guys, and let me develop them and let me put them in place like he did with Kamari Lassiter, like he did with Bullock, but doing it even more to another degree of, instead of having your left tackle, your center, your tight end, one of your running backs you're dependent on, like instead of all of those guys, two of your top 3 receivers that you're dependent on being draft picks that somebody's got to develop other than DeMeco Ryans, you would think that DeMeco would be the one at some point to say, give me the young dudes. You go get some surefire instead of spreading the wealth across the offensive line and going with draft picks from a year ago at wide receiver.
You would think like the badass kid is like at some point like he's going to have to take over one of these spots. Like you have to roll the dice and go like, all right, man, we drafted this kid out of Clemson instead of paying Henry To'oTo'o $9 million.
I got to make do with
we're going like you would think. Like I'm trying to think seriously coming down the pike. Who's going to be that guy
on the offensive side?
Like on the defensive side, what place are they going to say? All right, we're not gonna. It's not gonna be the second corner, right? You in your heart, you don't believe.
I don't think there's any way Kamari
Lassiter. Is Bullock going anywhere? Is he going to be the sacrificial lamb?
Are you asking me?
I'm
telling you right now, we spent a lot of time talking about C.J. Stroud in that last playoff game, and I think the problem with C.J. Stroud is that defense. He wants to keep all these jokers.
That's what I'm saying.
$60 million is going to handcuff you and not going to allow you to do that on defense. And I think D'Amico's looking at it going, Kamari and Bullock? Yeah, I don't know if I can do that.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying it. Like I would have thought. All right, other linebackers. That's a place we'll go a little cheap.
Yeah, outside of Aziz, you just broke him off.
They're giving Sheldon Rankins decent money.
Yeah.
Like I was like, where are they gonna?
Oh yeah, no, you would think an Aziz Al-Shaair, like that would be the time to play rookies around, or young guys around him. Let him use his quarterback of the defense. Get him lined up and tell him where to go.
They're not going to Jalen Noel any of those cats over there.
No chance.
They're not going to Hickens any of those cats over there.
No chance. Woody Marks?
Ursery is not going to.
Marlon Klein, nah.
That is
Brevin Jordan, nah. We're good.
Hey, them jokers gonna be cold blooded
over
there.
I've never thought about that until this conversation of like.
It's like, damn man, when are they gonna go young with one of these guys?
Well, I mean, if you're Nick Caley, you got to be sitting there going, damn, give me some of them cats. I mean, y'all done brought me a right tackle in here that ain't no better than Trent Brown. No offense, I love Trent Brown, but y'all done brought a guy in here that Trent Brown's gonna compete with. I mean, like at some point, Nick Caley got to be damn. Give me some. I mean, they gave you Nico. I mean, these other guys got an embarrassment of riches.
Sean Pendergast hit me with what happened to the run with the salary cap.
Don't mean nothing.
Yeah, I mean, listen, okay. I mean, we got to come to it. I mean, there is at least the rule of a cap. Look, like I'm just saying, there are a lot of ways you can dance around this. But I mean, if you're gonna have the highest paid non-quarterback and then have a quarterback that you may have to pay and then like to have everybody rolling down here, it's somewhere people get even. People get young somewhere.
Look, here's the deal. The one thing we know, Pendergast, about these Texans is they damn sure ain't one of them that don't believe it. They don't believe it. That's Ron to show Hughley that believes in that. That ain't Casario. That ain't Nicholas.
Hey man, I know we gotta go to break, Tyler. My man CJ got to be like. He's over there. He's the only one in that studio when Oprah was saying, "You get a car, you get a car,
he didn't
get a car." CJ just sitting over there.
He rode a bike home.
Damn, they just asked to walk. They gave him some cross trainers.
He caught a ride with Will.
They gave him some of them Reebok.
Will got a Benz. Hey, Will, can I get a ride with you?
They gave him some of them Reebok CrossFit shoes and said, "Go ahead, man." There you go. That's what you get.
Boy, I tell you, man. Hey, man. Hey, look. Hey, spend that money on that defense, man. That's what's gonna get you there. Spend that money on that defense. Keep them boys here.
You ain't got to tell them twice. I can't find the position. They're gonna go young. Can't find it. All right, coming up. News from the Astros. They've released, or not released, but they've sent one of their outfielders back, which means there may be one that we know very well coming up soon. And look, man, they're off this week, off today, but a big weekend series in San Diego. What's the ceiling on this team? This is going to be the group. What's the ceiling on this team? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, oh my goodness!
podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That got a little so aggressive. Tyler forgot to give the particulars on the contract. Texans did agree with, and I'm happy for Henry To'oTo'o. I really am. Shout out to Henry To'oTo'o, played a big part in the Reggie and Ron radiothon. We appreciate him, and so hell, he could be with us over the next 2 years. Then it looks like is what our guy Henry could do. But Henry To'oTo'o gets a 2-year, $16 million extension. According to multiple sources, Ian Rappaport, Mike Garofalo, NFL Network. This also comes with a chance to do another deal soon, and he can earn up to $1 million in incentives on this deal. So congratulations to Henry To'oTo'o as he becomes the latest member of the Texans this offseason to get locked up past this year. All right, as the Astros have a day off, they had a very productive 4-2 homestand, even though they did lose that series to the Blue Jays. They still maintain their game-and-a-half lead in the AL West. And some news here, Clint. The Astros just announced that Zach DeZenzo was optioned to AAA after yesterday's game. He and those are in Sugarland. And then with that, reports, Clint, that Jake Myers was no longer in Sugarland starting lineup today. Been taken out there. He was originally in there as the DH. He has been taken out of the lineup.
Varsho need a break?
I don't know, but this adds up. We'll see. I'm sure. And I'll say this right now. I want to be fair to the audience. Tyler, I don't think Jake Myers being called up is breaking news worthy. We'll just tell the people.
I don't disagree there.
I don't think Jake gets the sounder. I think we'll just let you know if it happens. It'll be interesting. Tyler, have you ever seen Jake play other than center field? Have you ever seen him play?
No, not off the top of my head.
I can't remember him playing any of the other corner outfield positions.
For some reason, I want to say it may be like a random game or two in the past. I remember him in right. But I don't know that for sure.
Yeah, I can't remember. Let me see. Because everybody that they've had out there, they've kicked them over to one of the corner spots when Jake's in the game.
Yeah.
Chaz to Taylor Trammell when Jake's in the game.
Well, I'm going to be highly disappointed if all of a sudden Varsho gets this turnstile.
Well, no.
Or he's heavily load managed.
Hell no. No. This got to be a corner thing when he comes in if he does play. We'll see. I mean, Lamont Wade Jr., looks like he's got a space out there, and obviously Cam.
I believe you got enough corner outfielders. You got 4 of them: Cam, Lamont Wade, Trammell, and No Slide. No Slide, Jordan.
Jordan. Yeah, forget about him. We'll see. We'll see if Jake is someone. Rocky didn't text in. Jake's on his last life. We'll see. We'll see here, but. That is the latest news. When we get an understanding of the roster move there, we'll let you know. By the way, Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right, 713-572-4610. I see you, Rocky. I see you, Joseph. I see you all there, Cornbread in the building, Rob. I see you, Marcus. You can jump in here. Joel, Chewy. Over there on Twitch, you can jump in on this conversation. We've seen what the Astros have done. They've made their run, right? They've had an extended big run over the last couple of weeks. They're 7-3 in their last 10. They're 2 games over 500 now. They've, as I said, got the lead in the West by a game and a half. They've made a couple of moves, or at least their big move, getting a center fielder and a left-handed bat, as we just talked about with Varsho. over the break. It seems like their pitching has started to get healthy with the additions of Javier Blanco and Wisniewski, and we're starting to see. It looks like they're at the best health and the best this team is, and Clint, the trade deadline's over, so it looks like this is the group, unless Carlos Correa is able to come back and be added to this. When you look at what the Astros are right now, in your mind, this team's ceiling is what?
I think winning one playoff series.
Yeah, so
I think that's the
ALCS
ceiling. Right now.
Or,
I mean,
I guess it's a wild card maybe.
And that is, and I think that's even ballsy to say that. I mean, I understand. I'm saying that at a time when you've had everybody that you needed to improve with the trade deadline going the way that it went has shown to improve. I mean, Wisniewski, M.I., Christian Javier, I guess Blanco, we'd like to see a little something. He's going tonight, isn't he? You'd like to see tomorrow. You'd like to see a little something out of O'Neill, and it's maybe a step in the right direction, or even just another in a positive direction. But I'm saying it at a time where confidence is probably at a high for this season. But yeah, I'd say one series.
So you're not moved to really thinking this, because the American League is down, right? I mean, we've watched the Red Sox make a move, and they're in second place. The American League is down, and a lot of these teams are close. But for you, you're like, if they get in and they play in the wild card, that's the ceiling to win that round, and to you, that's
yeah. To me, anything beyond that is I mean, shoot, look out. I mean, it's if they put a team together that can actually go out there and make a run to the playoffs, given how this season's gone with injuries and how the trade deadline was a buzzkill, then look out. So yeah, no, I would say my expectations are get in the playoff, win the division, get in the playoffs, and win a series. I think that's fair. I think that's safe. I think they're good enough to get that done.
Yeah. I think their absolute ceiling is winning 2 rounds. If they play the wild card, winning a 3-game series, and then I could see them, if they run into the White Sox or, the Red Sox, or we'll see what Aaron Judge looks like with his health, that the Yankees and the Rays are the 2 teams that probably I wouldn't feel as great about. But I could see them getting those AL Central teams, Cleveland too, if they run into them. I could see those being closer matches than others. But their absolute ceiling to me would be making the ALCS. I'd probably be surprised, even though baseball is, you got hot, or your pitching got hot real quick. I'd be surprised if they were to get past that.
I'm going to tell you, if this iteration of the Astros gets to an ALCS, I'm just going to be I'm going to be good and turned on.
Well, I'm just saying that. I mean, the American League is just I don't know how great. It's just these teams are a lot closer, and the difference could be Hunter Brown gets hot, and he's the best pitcher in the series, and it always comes back to him. Yeah. Josh Hader is at the end of and Abreu maybe turns, and then you obviously, going into it, you probably know you got the best player.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're leaning on Peter Lambert as a number 2 starter, who I like. But
shoot, man, hey, I'm telling you, man, some of them AL Central teams, some of them teams, they'd like to have Peter Lambert.
Yeah, that's fair. I hadn't looked at those rotations.
All right, coming up, Clint is super amped about something he heard the quarterback C.J. Stroud talk about. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hit the fellas up about a week ago. I said, boys, it's time to make a trip.
Chick-fil-A Hash Brown Scramble Burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, yesterday, NFL Network made their way here, and I think Jane Slater was out there. Kurt Warner was out there, and they sat down and talked with several people. Talked to D'Amico, talked to Clowney, Jadeveon Clowney, and talked to C.J. Stroud as well, Clint. And I'm going to play what CJ had to say when talking to NFL Network, and I know for you it was something that you enjoyed to hear. You were impressed to hear when you heard this from CJ Stroud. Here's CJ with NFL Network yesterday.
I mean, I just think system things, working, with the O-line on protections, pocket movement, throwing on the run was a big one for that game. So those are all things I attacked in the offseason and, got to go back to L.A. with my trainers and really, go hard on it. And I really didn't take a break. So right after the game, I probably took like a day off and I flew home and then came and got right back to work.
All right, he was speaking particularly about the New England playoff game, as you could probably put that together. As he said, he took one day off and then got right back to work when he went to L.A. And we didn't see him a lot, Clint. We didn't see him. Hell, you even talked about maybe he needs a night out there at one of those events. But I know you liked what you heard.
Absolutely. I love this from C.J. Stroud. We live in a world where it's somehow made its way out from just – from our normal everyday population into our professional athletics, where it's like, the just get away from it and don't worry about it. It's not that big of a deal crowd. And I think a lot of times when I hear players respond to piss poor performances or real struggles or real letdowns, it's I had to get away from the game, man. I just had to get away from it for a while. And anytime we criticize, it's man, let them cats be normal, man. Let them cats get a breather, man. They've been at it forever. Nah, to hell with that. This is exactly what I want my quarterback saying. When he goes out there and he struggles mightily, and the organization as a whole misses an opportunity to make a run at the playoffs when the AFC is down significantly, when it's a path of least resistance that we've seen in a while, I want it to sting. I want it to matter. I want my quarterback to act in a way that, and now he can act however he wants, but I want that to portray, damn it, that hurt. I'm pissed off. I'll rest when I get this second contract and or after I make a good run in the playoffs or after I win a Super Bowl or something. But right now, given what I just experienced in this particular offense, I got to get back to work. And this is exactly what I want my quarterback saying. I'm so glad he doesn't subscribe to that, I just needed some time away and I rest and get completely away from football and it's not that big of a deal crowd. This is exactly what because the thing is, CJ disappeared, right? First thing we heard from CJ when he cut his hair, I think this offseason. Right, didn't go to the Pro Bowl after several guys dropped out, and didn't do the offseason stuff that we've seen CJ do in the past. Not that there's anything wrong with what he's done in the past. I'm just saying he was off the radar and out of sight. And my man was out there working. Now we'll see if it comes to fruition. We'll see if it bears fruit. We'll see all that. But I know when my man sits down, I want to be able to hear how painful last year was for him. I mean, he's the voice and the face of this organization. Whether they give him a contract or not, like he is, right now he is the biggest voice in that building over there. Nobody wants to hear, relatively speaking, nobody wants to hear from D'Amico. Nobody wants to hear from Nick. Nobody wants to hear from Will. Everybody wants to hear what the hell's going on in C.J. Stroud's head, and this is exactly what I hoped was going on. I'm gonna take me a day to catch my breath, and I'm getting back to California with my guys, and I'm gonna get to work. And the things he mentioned, right, system things. I mean, that encompasses really all that we need to hear. But then he went on to talk about working with the offensive line, the pocket movement stuff, throwing on the run. But he started with system things, which is the mental aspect of understanding the system and having complete command of the system.
That seems to be the thing people when they talk about the football part, they have the major concerns about.
Yeah, absolutely. And whether it's warranted or not, there's concern there, and I think, if he weren't concerned, he wouldn't take his ass home a day after the New England game and start working on it. So clearly, it's real, and so I love everything about this with CJ, acknowledging that, hey, I don't have time. What just happened. The way we exited the 2025-26 season is unacceptable. I got to get back to work and figure this thing out, and I'm not going to let a day go by here, there. I'm not going to treat the offseason like it's not a big deal. I'm not going to treat OTAs like the rest of America treats OTAs and says, oh, it's just a rep, it's OTAs, y'all relax. I'm going to start immediately, and I'm going to get every ounce out of every day that I possibly can to get better. And that's just it. I always love athletes that approach the offseason that way. Life that way, athletic life that way, I greatly appreciate it. But to hear that from C.J. Stroud in 2026, yeah, man, I'm here for that right there. That was good stuff.
Well, and I think to me it shines more light on one of the major concerns and questions about this season and him in particular. And I think it is really fair with the thought of, how is he going to respond and react to that and what happened in that game against the Patriots and his playoff performance? How is he going to respond to that? And I'll be honest, the offseason and I would say the scrutiny and reaction that has been laid upon him at a local and national level is probably a lot bigger than I thought it would be when that game ended. I mean, I knew he would catch, the brunt of the blame, but this is it's even going up even more. So to add on more to see how he react to it, and of course we don't completely know until he gets out on the field and see. But this is just to me another example that it feels like CJ is responding in the way that you would want him to respond. He's come out at training camp and doesn't look gun shy and doesn't look, hell, you complained the first day about an interception that he threw. You would think how his mind would be coming off of that. I just think this is another sign that it feels like he has acted the way, and he has said all the right things to me and has reacted the way that you would hope he would react coming out of, as I called it earlier, a traumatic experience.
Yeah, look, there's no doubt in the quarterback sphere that was traumatic. It don't get any worse. It doesn't get any worse. I mean, that is as hard and as difficult to deal with inside your own head. Forget everything else. Inside your own head, it's the most difficult thing that you can possibly deal with. And now, look, I would say this. I mean, from a distraction perspective, from a boy, that's hard to get. Like that's hard to understand. Like how you move forward. The contract thing is bigger. Is more at play. And really, to be honest with you, to me, is the only uncomfortable thing. Like CJ knows that. He knew the minute that game got out of hand and they lost that game, he was like, get ready because it's fixing to come a mess storm. They're going to come at me, and it's going to be all offseason. The part that I think is kind of out of the norm for him to deal with is the fact, and one thing that's really kept it in the spotlight is his contract situation. Yeah. So that's a different animal, but I think he's handled that respectfully. I would even ask him to push the envelope a little bit. That'd be cool, but it's not my money, so do what you want to do. But yeah, I just love that this is the approach, and more importantly, that was the approach immediately after the game. So tip the cap to Seven, man. That's the attitude that I hope my man would have after something like that.
Yep, because as we said, you can clearly see it go the other way, right? You can clearly see.
Oh, it'd be easy
after the game. Like he took some real time off.
Right. Not only that, in 2026, it would be easy. You could do it, and guys like Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans, who we all know they don't subscribe to that, but they would support it in the media. They would support it publicly because you got to in 2026. You know what I mean? That's just the world we live in. That's why I'm so. I mean, look, in 2000, this would have been expected. right? It's what you do. It's how, if you don't operate that way, then something's wrong with you. Then maybe you ain't cut out for this, right? But in today's world, we make excuses for everybody and minimize how important things are and situations are and failures are in sports. We minimize it to make sure that they're okay. And in reality, man, it's a big ass deal, and you need to get it right. And he clearly subscribed to that immediately after that New England game.
Yep. Yeah, he hadn't blamed other things, which I think he could have. I think he could have, or given explanations of what was around him. No, he went to, as we see here, went to work and kept quiet, kept his head down, and he did everything that you as a fan would want him to do. Mm-hmm. Be honest with you.
No question.
He has said everything as a fan, and I'm with you. I think he probably could have defended himself a little bit more. He has said he has done everything as a fan that you would want him to do. Owned up to it, tried to get better with it. Hell, that joker said he took a day off and went right back to work. So we'll see.
I don't
see what it looks like.
I don't even know, Ron, if I've if I've heard CJ even mention the injuries or protection or deflected balls that got intercepted. Like, I don't even know if I've heard him, because a lot of times what guys will do, and it's human nature, they wouldn't come out and say, well, boy, that wasn't on me. That was on them cats right there. Look at this, and that. But what they would do is in a 15-minute presser would find a way to go, yeah, the protection wasn't great out there in that last playoff game. Or hey, man, I threw a couple of balls that could have been caught. No
matter what the protection was, I gotta make the right decision.
Right. Yeah, I don't think I've even heard of him try to be shifty with what we watched. So yeah, man. I just tipped the cap, man. It's exactly what I want to hear from my quarterback.
From one CJ to another. If you have not heard CJ Gardner-Johnson, the former safety for the Texans, is now currently playing for the Bills. If you've not heard what he said this morning, he sounded off about his time here in Houston. We will let you hear all of that and discuss coming up next.
All right, y'all, look around.
281-222-2222.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Hearing loss makes it hard to stay connected over the phone. Now, a new caption telephone, CapTel, shows captions of everything a caller says. It's like closed captions for TV, but for phone calls, helping people nationwide reconnect to family and friends. Best of all, CapTel is available at no cost to people with hearing loss. Shipping and installation are free. Struggling with hearing loss? Call now to see if you qualify for a no-cost CapTel phone. Call 800-375-1175. That's 800-375-1175.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, 1 hour down as we are live here on The Drive on a Thursday. They were off for training camp today, but still got a lot to look at. Astros off as well today, opening up a big weekend series in San Diego.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. No, they're going to be cool. I bet they try to get out here as soon as possible. Let's get out here to that 75, upper 70s, no humidity San Diego action.
The hell, though, man? Everybody's off work today. What the hell?
Yeah, everybody's off work. That's all right. We got a lot to get to. But stay with us here, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Jump in on this as well. Everybody off today. The Buffalo Bills, who are the Week 1 opponent for the Houston Texans, they definitely wasn't off today. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson, young man who big trade piece for the Texans, and played the first 3 games of the season. And remember, he played nearly 100% of the snaps on defense. And then they went ahead and cut him loose after week 3. And there were a lot of things about him, reports about him not being in the position, him going rogue at times when it concerns to defensive assignments that led to scores. Well, he spoke a little bit when he was – wasn't that him who had the shoes and he was throwing his shoes around and spoke a little bit about the Texans?
I believe so, yeah.
He goes in a little bit more depth here. Here is C.J. Gardner-Johnson, and shout out to the reporter who decided to just slip in the Texans name because that opened this all up. Here's C.J. Gardner-Johnson, safety for the Buffalo Bills, discussing his departure with the Texans.
It's a good team. I don't see nothing on the front office or the staff, but the players are there good. You know, all the bullshit that came out, it was lies, but whatever. I just can't wait to see him. I'm glad you asked about that Texas shit. You got me pissed now.
I'm sorry.
I appreciate you.
Yeah, good. Is that a good thing?
That's a great thing.
Okay, what happened? You said there were lies, like the way things ended?
Y'all still ain't got no confirmed real story from what really happened. Let's talk about that.
You want to talk about it?
Or where's the real story at? What did I really do?
They released you in September after you had a thing of late in August, right?
They released me because I wasn't gelling with the team and I didn't fit well. Well, why hasn't the coach spoke up about it?
On the field or off the field, they say you didn't fit well.
After the loss to the Jacksonville Jaguars, they said I didn't fit well. We was already starting 0-3, so how can it possibly be on one person?
So now you're going to be fired up week 1. I'm feeling it.
Nah, Josh will handle it up and the defense will handle it up, so we'll do what we got to do. I mean, it's a good team. I'm not putting nothing past them. It's just the situation that how they handled me, and it just wasn't respectful. So as a grown man, I feel like when you see me, you see me.
Are you saying you wish they'd communicated, like, with you better what was going on? Or?
Yeah, really communicate me better and just, like I said, be adults about the business. Like, we here, grown men, we all got kids, you know, like a 5-second phone call don't justify nothing. Now I feel like I need some respect, but I don't care for it anymore.
A lot there.
We talked about it when it happened, that I cannot wait to hear CJ Gardner Johnson's side of this story. This is a gentleman that is not somebody who is just generally going to just kind of take that high road every time. We knew eventually, and there's going to be more. At some point, I believe, God, he's going to get himself on a podcast where he's got a little bit more time than this, and get around some people he feels comfortable with, and he's going to probably cut loose even more to this. Clint, the description that he made, let's just be honest. We're talking about D'Amico, we're talking about Caserio. We're talking about the leadership of the decision makers for the Houston Texans. They are generally not looked at or talked about as people who don't handle things like adults, who don't handle things the proper route. He is flat out accusing them of being disrespectful, not showing him respect in the way they handle things here.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, because you got to think, like, there's one thing, assuming what he's saying is true, which is 50-50 probably, and that's being generous. But there's one thing to have a 5-minute phone call with a free agent rookie or second-year guy that ain't ever done anything. It's like, hey, man, we got to go a different direction. All right, cool. But when you bring a guy in that is a plug-and-play safety and you treat him as such, I'm assuming there was several meetings where we're really excited about having you in here. Here's what we're going to do. There's probably even some one-on-one meetings to teach the defense. For that thing to go south, you would think that it would warrant a little bit more than a 5-second phone call of, hey, we're cutting you. I mean, that you would think that it would be a little bit more professional that from the top down. I don't know. I don't know which direction I would lean. I think in the NFL, I think there's probably more 5-second conversations in legit man-to-man across the table. Hey, man, this ain't working out, man.
Especially for those guys who you generally have heard nothing but professionalism.
Yeah, but look, this is a guy that I would imagine inside the building, inside a meeting, is probably a lot like he is on the field. He's hot-headed. He's not afraid of friction. He's not afraid to make it uncomfortable. And we haven't seen a lot of that with D'Amico and Nick Caserio. We hadn't seen a lot of those guys. They got rid of most of those guys. And so it is interesting. Here's what I know is we didn't need it. We didn't need more storylines, headlines, if you will, to make a Buffalo Bills, Houston Texans opening day game more exciting. Or give you more reasons to watch, but now we just got another one. I mean, C.J. Gardner Johnson, the name wouldn't even have been thought of if this wouldn't have happened. But now that it happened, all eyes on him. I guarantee you, probably multiple times in the game, probably multiple times in the first half, he's going to be barking at the sideline of the Houston Texans.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be barking at D'Amico Ryans. Oh yeah, no, and he's one that's not afraid to stand on your sideline and run his mouth. And do so. I mean, I don't know if he's in control of it and just trying to get his team amped up or not, but I don't know that we've seen a player capable of doing that's come and gone through here the way that he did. And so if Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills being at the top of the AFC and the Texans getting a chance to knock them off, all the different headlines that are in Houston, if that's not enough, C.J. Gardner Johnson's going to be out there barking, I promise you.
Yeah, it's the whole thing is interesting. I see some people texting in. Likely a reason that C.J. Gardner Johnson bouncing around teams. C.J. Gardner Johnson's a narcissist. It's not my fault. I blew multiple coverages, cost the team. Sure, I don't know if that, even if that did happen. I mean, for some reason he feels that he was somebody who has bounced from team to team. I don't know that I've heard he'll say that about other teams that he's moved on from. I don't remember, him, feeling like he was not handled with professionalism with other teams. And again, he could be completely full of it. I just think overall you can see, as you said, how he goes about things. His get down, like, clearly to me, this brass, They can deal with a certain level of strong personalities. But I don't know if they deal well with the personalities that are guys who are going to challenge and buck back and challenge. Well, I think
They purposefully avoid those
yes.
guys. Yeah,
like because
typically they do. They didn't here, but typically they do.
Yeah, like Aziz and Will and Kamari Lassiter are really strong personalities, but they rocking with them. Like I don't know if they're strong personalities that are. Now hold up, what are we doing here? I don't know. I don't know if they're those type guys.
Yeah,
and I don't think this crew. That's the way they want to go about doing things, and I think you can see a clear clash with C.J. Gardner-Johnson, because I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson is somebody that has no problem with challenging things that he has questions about. Which I'll be honest with you, I don't think there's anything wrong with that if you do it to a certain level.
Yeah.
But I don't think this is how the Texans operate or want to operate.
Yeah, it is interesting. Look, they've been successful with it, so it's. I mean, there's.
Oh yeah.
It's obvious that it's working, but it is. You start thinking, you start looking across the entire roster. There's not a guy on this team. There's not a guy on this team. Like I said last year, like the one thing that really drove me nuts was in that New England game. I believe it was a New England game. At the end, down 2 scores, 4 minutes left in the game. We're punting. And nobody on the offense was like, "Wait a minute, what the hell are we doing, coach?" There's not anybody on this team that even in a football scenario seems to question like a situation,
especially
like that.
The folks at the top, especially the
D'Amico and Nick.
Well, no, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about like CJ, Will, Aziz. I think he'll roll with anything D'Amico says.
Yeah. Oh no, there's no question.
You know what I mean?
But look across the board. There's not one.
No, I don't think there's not one person.
I think Will. If there was anybody, I think Will Anderson is crazy enough to where he may, and it's from a football situation.
I don't know.
I think Will from.
I was leaning Lassiter. To me, would be
from a situational deal. I think Lassiter maybe one too. I think from a football situation, if something was a little bit off, I think Will would probably be like, "Coach, what the hell are we doing? What are we doing?" You're right, Kamari too. But that's about it, man. Maybe, yeah. That's really about it.
But I think more so they're like, man, I trust him, man. He they know what they're doing.
Well, it's blind.
Yeah,
it's blind.
So think about the start. Like Nico is
wild
not
how
bucking.
they don't. There's not one on the entire roster. I think like just surefire. like that old boy might blow his lid if you mess around and punt.
Like C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Diggs are maybe the only 2 people that I can remember that would push.
But even the those 2 guys are 2 examples that would blow a gasket in a borderline unhealthy way. Right, but you like even the Tom Brady's of the world, that Tom or Peyton Manning blowing a gasket on the sideline at his offensive line. Like there's not even any of that. Like that's it's wild that they've been able to build a roster and don't seem to have one of those guys.
I don't think we will ever see a situation where we see. I'd be surprised. I don't say ever's a long time. I'd be surprised if we saw any situation in which you saw player argue with coach on the field. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I think there was a good chance that was going to happen if he'd have stayed here. Joe Mixon.
Joe could.
Like, I think Joe would have been like, why are we continuing to throw the ball while CJ's back here completely overwhelmed with bad weather? Like, what the hell are we doing?
Could be.
But Joe would have been one. But that's really about it.
None of the guys that
David Montgomery got it in him. I mean, Dalton Schultz and Nico Collins are so passive.
I think David Montgomery is a strong personality, but I think he's built the way like
he's
Will
wired,
is.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a strong personality, but I'm not. Like, some people can look at that and feel like it may be disrespectful.
Yeah.
Interesting to see what happens there. But yeah, they clearly don't have a similar feel to how that thing ended up. All right, we've been doing our countdown as we're getting close to the NFL season, the biggest storylines of the NFL season. And Clint, let's go to Atlanta with this one. Is this the year that the Falcons finally reach their potential? We know they've gotten a new head coach in Kevin Stefanski. Bijan Robinson, they just set the record by paying him. They gave big money to Drake London. So we've known this is a group that has had what people feel like impressive skill positions. They just gave the tight end big money as well in the offseason. Is this the year? Obviously, their big situation is the Tua and Michael Penix Jr. situation. Who's going to win that? Is this a year you think Atlanta finally reaches what people think they should be?
No, I don't think it is. I think they got a couple of things going for them. Now, look, they got a quarterback situation that Michael Penix Jr. I don't think is going to be healthy, and I don't even know if Tua is healthy at this point. But so you're probably going to rock with Tua, which some would argue that him being the veteran, maybe he's a better fit for. Is Zach Robinson still the OC there?
I don't think so. Not sure. Go ahead.
But anyway, so I saw. I don't remember who the OC was, but I saw something the other day where there's a thought out there where Tua is a good fit for their offensive.
Tommy Rees,
the old Notre Dame quarterback. Wow. Yeah. Somehow, some way, I think Tua is thought to be a perfect fit for that offense, and so you do have Tua for what that's worth. You got an easy schedule. For what that's worth. But I think that division is interesting, man, because you don't have a clear front runner like just a team that's.
The Saints have been the favorite by Vegas, and I don't know if that scares you.
They went from the bottom of the barrel last year and playing some good ball down the stretch to being the favorite in the division, I guess. But that's where I was going. Is you got Baker in Tampa. You got Carolina, who won it last year, who they're obviously getting better, and then you got Kellen Moore in New Orleans, who can beat you on any given Sunday, and you got Atlanta. You got a bunch of middle of the pack teams that are good but not great, and so I think that's a jumbled mess over there. And so if they had their quarterback and they said this is our guy and he's healthy and we're going to rock and roll. The way the other three teams in that division do, then I would bet on Atlanta. But the quarterback situation that scares me a bit.
I'm not ready to pull the trigger, but I could see this being one of the surprise teams of the NFL.
Anybody out of that division can surprise.
I could see them with their schedule. And despite what happened in Cleveland, Kevin Stefanski's he's a pretty good head coach.
Right.
You look at what he's been able to do. Like, he got Deshaun one of those years to the playoffs with Joe Flacco, too, and got Baker to the playoffs. Like, he's a good coach, and they've got a lot of parts. Like, I would not be shocked if they won 10 or 11 games.
I wouldn't
just with their schedule and with everything.
I wouldn't be shocked if anybody in that division won 10 or 11.
Yeah,
like whoever wins that division is going to be one of those like, oh, that surprised you.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like maybe not Baker. You know, maybe not Baker, but Baker with no Evans, no Godwin.
Maybe I should go that to 9 or 10 games. Maybe 10 or 11 is a little. Maybe that's a little aggressive. But I can see it. All right, coming up, the big news in terms of extension today is with Henry To'oTo'o. With that, do you still believe there is real hope that C.J. Stroud could get an extension this year? We'll discuss that coming up next.
wherever you get your podcasts.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
Hey, Houston's big. Your favorite station signal should be big, too. From Sugar Land to Spring, League City to Cypress, you'll hear us loud and clear. No dropouts, no static, just Houston's favorite sports talk everywhere you go.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Big day for Henry To'oTo'o as he and the Houston Texans agreed to a 2-year contract extension worth $16 million. He can earn up to $1 million in incentives. Real quick, Tyler and Clint, were you guys surprised that they extended Henry To'oTo'o? Were you surprised that this deal happened?
I wasn't. No.
You weren't? Okay.
No, I was not. I mean, we talked about it. Now, I'm surprised that they got him for as little as they did. I thought this would be I thought he would pull a lot more money.
I think he could have bet on himself and probably potentially made a little bit more money after the year.
Yeah, I didn't think they'd be able to afford, Henry To'oTo'o and the guys that they're staring at, the contract they're staring at, Kamari Lassiter and Bullock in particular. I didn't think they'd be able to afford another inside linebacker, paying him enough money to keep him, another really good inside linebacker, enough money to keep him, and they somehow did it. Even if this is viewed as a team-friendly deal, because Henry To'oTo'o knows where he's at and is smart about who he is and where his bread is buttered, so to speak. I still didn't think it was possible. So I thought he had played well enough to price himself out of being a Texan for 2 more years. So, but I'm glad he's here. That's for damn sure. I thought it would cost a lot more.
Yeah, and I just thought, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, I just thought this would probably be one of the ones that are the casualties of, hey man, we've got two big time defensive ends that we got to pay big money to. We got 2 corners we got to pay big money to. We paid the safety already. We want to pay a great safety that we've got to pay as well. We paid Sheldon Rankin. I thought that's just on that defense, and then obviously we just gave Nico money. I thought that he would be one of the casualties there. So I'm surprised that they didn't think we're going to have to go younger at that spot. So. A bit of a surprise to me, but the contract is really good for the Texans, and it's good to have him here over the next couple of years.
Yeah, for sure.
Clint, my wonder is, though, and we're starting to see not just with the Texans, but a lot of deals get done here of late. We just saw Bijan Robinson get a deal today. Jonathan Taylor got an extension. And for big money, we're seeing big guys get taken care of. We heard what Caserio said when he was asked about this that kind of changed the thoughts on this. We've heard from Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport have said that they want him to be the guy here. Do you think there's still hope that CJ potentially gets an extension before this season starts?
Oh, I think there's hope. Yeah. I think there's hope, but I don't think it happens. I mean, even if you look at CJ right now, as I think the way most people in the conversation look at CJ, which is a guy that's not going to set the market. He's not going to top, what is it, Dak Prescott right now at 60 a year? Mahomes went higher. 64. Okay, 64. Yeah, I just don't think I don't think many folks still look at CJ as a market-setting quarterback, even if we're just talking about Dak at 60. I think that ship has sailed. But even if you look at it as, some older contracts that were signed, like in 2024, Jordan Love signed an extension, 4 years, $220 million. That's 55 per. Jordan Love is one of the names that you hear thrown out there that C.J. Stroud is being, on the tier of when it comes to a new contract. Trevor Lawrence is obviously one of those guys, and so you're talking about 2 years ago we're getting mid-50s. Right, so if you view him on the tier of those guys, and 2 years ago they were getting 52, 53, 55, then CJ's closer to 60. I just don't think. I think there's two things at play here that do not change with a week of training camp. Right, as it's a hill that I'm gonna die on until they re-up him. To be honest with you, I don't even know that re-upping him is gonna change the thought. But I don't believe that there is a $55 to $60 million right now. I don't think they're convinced that he is a $55 to $60 million pillar leader in this organization, number one. Number two, I think they look at anybody on the team, anybody making $55 to $60 million a year. I think that is we've got to change the way that we build an entire roster when that happens. And I don't think they're convinced that that's the right path for them.
Because he'd be the second guy that they have making that.
Yeah. So I just and a third. Let me give you a third thing real quick. If you look at how things are prioritized in the Texans organization, right? The quarterback is down the list. The offense is down the list. The quarterback that can do, let's call it $55 to $60 million a year things. Right? That is I don't know that that's prioritized here. Yeah. Even if they love CJ and even if they I don't know that this crew believes that they need a $55 to $60 million a year quarterback to play football and win games the way that they want to play football and win games. And so I think there's a lot of talk about the way CJ ended last year. And to your point, there's a much larger sample size of him protecting the football and being smart, doing exactly what they want him to do with the football. I think there's a lot of emphasis put on that playoff game when in reality, I think the bigger picture is there's some bigger things at play here. Now, their words, what these cats keep saying.
Yeah.
D'Amico talking about we got 100% confidence in C.J. Stroud. He's our guy. Well, why ain't you paid him then?
Well, and not just that. What they have shown, and I think Henry To'oTo'o fits into that, they have shown, man, we get you, we draft you, we develop you, and you do, I think I heard John and Reggie say this earlier, you do what we want you to do, we do what we need you to do to help this team succeed, they're going to take care of you. And just this offseason, they've taken care of Will in a major way. They've taken care of Nico Collins for at least the second time. Henry To'oTo'o today, they've taken care of Danielle Hunter for like the second or third time, it feels like. They've taken care of Dalton Schultz again. They've taken care of Azeez Alshire off of his season. They've taken care of Fairbairn, the kicker. They took care and brought back Sheldon Rankins and gave him new money. They have shown that, except for right now with CJ. And he's and he is the only one. That's just in this offseason. And that, first off, that's a lot going on in the offseason financially. That's why I still, if there is hope, I think it's low right now when you look at everything they've done. But, I mean, they have clearly – you generally, and I think you've said this, you generally don't see the quarterback behind the kicker, middle linebacker, other interior linebacker, and tight end.
Well, that –
or any of the other positions out there.
That's the one guy. Like if you're doing, look, and I know Nick Caserio beats to a different drum, right? And I know there's a lot of general managers out there that beat to a different drum, especially when it comes to the business side of things. I get it, but like just say it out loud, like. And this is even magnified more if you are aware of who C.J. Stroud is and kind of how things have gone here, right? Just say it out loud. We're gonna pay C.J., but we're gonna let this thing stretch out over 3 or 4 months while we're paying everybody else. We're gonna let the media speculate. We're gonna let all the stories swirl. We're gonna let training camp start. We're gonna bank another season with this guy as our quarterback, but we're gonna let this thing draw itself out for 4 months. Right? It just doesn't it doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. Like if this was your guy and you were convinced this was your guy, and y'all were even close in terms of money, right? Everything about CJ Stroud is, if you're convinced, get it done. Make it a priority, get it done, let's move forward.
Yeah.
Right? The money says get it done early, right? The temperament of the player says get it done early. The words of the general manager, how committed they are to C.J. Stroud, and DeMeco, how committed they are to C.J. Their words say get it done early, right? I mean, there's nothing about letting this thing draw out it being a better idea unless you just ain't ready to pay my man yet.
Yep.
So, yeah, no, I just don't see it. I don't see – I told y'all it was going to be a topic of conversation. It was going to be a headline every day leading up to the season. I think these Adam Schefters of the world, they got an entire training camp to go, hey, yeah, I got a source. Source said it may be coming.
Yeah.
They're going to stir these folks up. I don't think it's coming.
We'll see. I know what is coming, and that is T. Mill's Turds List. Hey. Turds of the Week coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, I got good news. I got big news, right? If you're due, weekend getaway.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it is a beautiful day here in Houston, and days off. Days off for the Texans, days off for the Astros. Both of them will get back at it tomorrow, but it is Thursday, and there's no day off for Tyler's Turds List. Who will have the gold from Tyler's Turd List? Hopefully it's that gentleman who was just upstairs who just dropped the bronze, silver, and the gold as I used the restroom just about 10 minutes ago. My
Some
goodness.
plopping going on up there?
Wow, man, I thought that guy had to be back on the air.
A lot of mass to the porcelain throne.
I mean, he went in, got in, bam, got out. I said, my goodness, he must have to get back on the air. But we'll see. That guy won it for me today, what I watched. But who will win the gold on Tyler's Turds List?
Pro athletes are sometimes a lot to handle.
Which is not good enough.
Maybe even a bit dramatic.
Altuve stole an MVP from Judge.
Turdish behavior will not be ignored. No one is safe.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
It's Tyler's Turds of the Week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That is correct. Always looking out for turdish. I love that the voice guy says turdish behavior out there around the sports world. Here on The Drive, Tyler Milner with you alongside Stoerner and Hughley. And we're going to let former NFL quarterback Dan Orlovsky, you see him a lot on the TV now, ESPN analyst. Dan Orlovsky is going to kick this thing off for us.
You never get a pedicure? I have never gotten a pedicure. Oh, it's a delight. I never will. Yeah, no, it's I am great. completely against pedicures for dudes. Why? What for? You're a dude. You're not supposed to get pedicures. Yes, you are. Nothing wrong with being pampered. Oh, it's a delight. No. I'm so against this. This is a thing for me. You're coming with me. Dudes should not be getting pedicured.
You got something?
I just wonder, in watching that, at one point did he know, oh man, I'm going to be absolutely alone on this. Like this is
wrong.
like this is a take that is borderline, misogynistic. This is like the judgment that he is put. Like it's like he tried to come through there like, hey, I'm a man.
Yeah.
Man, hold on, man. What you talking about? I think he thought people was gonna go with him, and I think he started to get there. Oh Lord, I'm about to be on this thing by myself.
I'm on an island by myself. There was a time, a huge chunk of my life, I was with Dan. I was with Dan until and be honest with you, my wife. Until my wife got me on pedicures. Now I don't frequent the way that I should, but you can tell by the scales on my feet. But I clearly have no problem with dudes that get pedicures. Now, if you're on a regular schedule and it's a weekly or bi-weekly deal, bi-monthly or whatever the hell you say it, then I may judge you a bit.
Well, I go every other weekend to get a pedicure.
I'm judging you.
So, Clint, you're judging me.
I'm judging you. That's a bit much.
So you are going to get a bronze turd trophy along with Dan Orlovsky. Two former NFL quarterbacks getting the bronze this week because you're wrong. Don't be.
You got a standing appointment twice a month, cuz?
Yes, every other.
You really don't lie.
No, I'm not.
Don't lie, Tom.
Me and Megan go every other Saturday and get pedicures, unless we have like something going on.
Right.
But we have our normal people we go to and
date.
everything. Yes, my dad as well.
They know your name. What do they say when you walk in the door? And say it right.
That's what I was about to do, and I was like, I maybe should not.
Don't you dare.
What do they say when you walk in the door?
My Vietnamese is not the best, so I'm going to avoid that.
Don't try it. Yeah, don't do that.
But that is the bronze turd for this week to Dan Orlovsky, Clint Stoerner, the NFL quarterbacks getting it because pedicures are for dudes. They're for everyone. They are delightful, exactly as we heard in that audio. So bronze turd to Dan.
It's not giving birth.
No. Far from that. That hung me up.
In the wild world we live in, that's debatable now, right?
Arnold Schwarzenegger, go ahead.
Moving on to the silver turd around the sports world this week. This is MLB insider Ken Rosenthal. And keep in mind, this audio is from before the MLB trade deadline arrived on Monday.
The Astros are the cockroaches of baseball. They have won 5 of 6. And as Chandler Rome writes today in The Athletic, they're not going to sell. There have been all these stories about them selling.
That's enough from him. The beginning right there was all we needed.
What's wrong with the cockroaches?
Cockroaches. Because these fools in the national media that have their narrative decided, made up, and painted in their own whack minds will take any given shot, no matter how minor or major it is, at the orange team in Houston because they hate them.
I think he just meant it as they won't go away.
I know, but you don't call someone a cockroach in any kind of loving or positive manner, Ron. You don't say you're a cockroach, look, but I'm saying a good thing about you.
Nobody looks at being called a cockroach as anything but disrespectful. However, in the context that it's being used, if it were me, which I guess to a certain degree it is because I'm an Astros fan, I'm good with it because to Ron's point, it means that I just refuse to go away. They won't go away. I just, no matter how much y'all hate me,
I hear you. I
refuse to go away. So I
it's like them jokers every time I turn on that.
Deserves a turd. Deserves a turd.
That garage, every time I turn on that garage light.
You got one scurry across there?
Them jokers, yes.
Old dart on you. But yeah, it's not lost on me the point Ken Rosenthal was making.
You just didn't appreciate it.
I think I know what he was doing behind the scenes in his own mind, calling them cockroaches. The Astros are just orange team bad, as Patrick Creighton likes to say.
Well, if that, no, I agree. If that were just somebody down the street, random potty, I think it'd be all right.
Yeah, he would have just said they're not going away.
Well, but even if he's right.
Yeah, but you got to jazz it up a little bit.
Ken Rosenthal knows better. Like Ken Rosenthal is still bothered by the Astros winning.
You got to jazz it up a little bit. Cockroaches.
That's one way to jazz it up. But silver turd to Ken Rosenthal. And sticking with baseball, sticking with Astros talking away, the golden turd of the week, which I hold in my hand, you can see on YouTube and Twitch. Join our live streams if you don't already. Our gold turd of the week is going to go to a local executive, one of these teams, and that would be the general manager of your Houston Astros, Dana Brown. If you remember, another MLB insider, Bobby Nightingale, Hotel Lobby Bobby, joined us mid-July ahead of the trade deadline. And whenever Ron asked him this, listen to Bobby Nightingale's answer.
What are you hearing about the Astros? Are they serious, committed buyers right now to try to make this team better?
No, absolutely. And that's the reason for the trade. It's just, frees up $2.5 million. They didn't get any, prospects back or anything like that. But just for the money. Now they can be aggressive. When I asked them, what are you guys looking for? And the answer was pitching, and more pitching. So they need some starters to help bolster that rotation.
Really? He talked to the Astros as an MLB insider, did Bob Nightingale, and they were looking pitching, some alliteration pitching on your ass. And then at the end of the day, the MLB trade deadline arrived on Monday. Dana Brown fiddled his thumbs, brought in an outfielder, no pitching, no help for the pitching. In fact, he dealt a starting arm in the one deal that he did. And Dana Brown's time has just come up, boys, and I'm giving him the golden turd. Am I off base on this?
Dana said Wisniewski is basically like getting a new...
Yeah, keep selling that.
And Emma is like getting getting an arm in the bullpen.
I'm not even going to go with that joke.
As long as supper's right time.
By the way, I think you fiddle a bean and you twiddle your thumbs.
What did I say?
Fiddle your thumbs.
I mean, you can't fiddle your thumbs, though.
Yeah. I like it.
I think you twiddle.
You know what? You're getting a part of the gold turd, too.
No, I'm saying, don't you twiddle?
Dana's. That's DB's.
Yeah. Don't be throwing Dana's turd at me now. You're out of turds. Can I be an honorable mention?
Yes, honorable mentions from both of you, please.
No, I got one.
Fiddle and twiddle.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you do?
I do both.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
With your thumbs? What do you do?
It's like I pull the carpet back. I do both.
I normally would say twiddle. I don't know why I said fiddle, but I didn't think it was that. I've said weirder things, I think.
My honorable mention goes to the Purdue Boilermakers' new AD. The new athletic director came in hot as he spoke to the media for the first time. He said, Tommy McClellan, he said, we're here to win championships here at West Lafayette. I just added the West Lafayette part in. We're here to win championships. If you don't want to win championships, go to Indiana. Okay.
All right.
Kurt Cignetti, the reigning head coach of the national champion 16-0 Indiana Hoosiers. He wrote it. He's reading it. He's reading it.
He thought it out.
We got to have a proofreader. Somebody's got to say, now, hold on. I don't know if we should go here.
No, he sat in his garage.
Try Notre Dame.
He went down in his basement after the kids went to bed and got in the mirror and really he worked this out and said it multiple times and thought, this one's going to land.
Like literally any other school in Indiana he could have gone with.
Just
Fort
your
Wayne,
Purdue.
Butler.
Hey, how about your Purdue? How about we don't?
Let's get to bowl eligibility.
Hey, that's it. How about we just work on changing the culture? How about we just work on getting the NIL
you can't
commitments?
say the team that just had the biggest turnaround that we've maybe seen.
He knows what he's doing, man.
Purdue, have they ever sniffed the championship? They're pretty good in basketball.
Basketball, yeah. They played for the title with Big Fella
a couple years
ago. You can't miss Indiana. You cannot miss Indiana. They just won.
That's a good one.
Drew Brees, since Drew, are they a better team since Drew Brees?
I forgot.
I don't think so.
There.
Oh, he's a Boilermaker, baby.
Yeah, he's a maker out of Austin.
Wasn't he Austin or was it Dallas?
Was it Joe Tiller?
Austin,
was the coach there?
Tiller.
Austin Westlake,
Tiller?
maybe.
Yeah,
that sounds right.
That's where Air Baytown boy, Tricky Dick Olin got a lot of his playbook from Drew Brees' Purdue days.
He's gonna text you right until he didn't.
No, I promise you did. If I've heard
hear you say this,
if I've heard Purdue, if I've heard that damn Purdue playbook once, I've heard it a million times from old Tricky Dick.
Lord, what you got?
They was throwing that thing around. Hannah McNair. I'm thankful for Hannah McNair today, and I always love some good uni talk, some good uniform talk. I need to be real clear when I lead with Hannah. Super stoked that Hannah found Cal. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Ooh, check out the uniform guy.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Staples.
stay ready. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Does this count as us being on your show?
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the shoot here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, you want to get good and turned on. I'm going to tell you what. Today, Sturdy's Daily is powered by, y'all seen them sideline lids, New Era? I think they come in a 5950. They come in a couple of different styles. But have y'all seen them sideline lids?
I haven't seen them this year.
This is on brand because we're going to talk about these uniforms. But them New Era sideline lids, y'all, they did them right, man. You ain't got to work real hard, man. You ain't got to work real hard. Texans is dark blue, with the dark blue logo and the battle red. I guess it's deep steel blue. I'm sorry, deep steel blue. With the battle red outlined OG logo on the front of it. That's it. It's just clean blue on blue with red piping. Got a little red piping around the front of the bill right there. Now, one thing I do hate that New Era did, I mean, my quick glance, it is identical. It is identical to the New England Patriots.
Ooh.
Except for the logo, obviously. Just the shape of the logo is different. It is the color scheme, the accents, everything is damn near identical to the Patriots. However, the overall effort for New Era on this year's sideline lids that's spectacular. I mean, they are beautiful. The whole gist is right. Whatever color the hat is, the logo, the main color in the logo is the same color. So green base, green hat, green logo, yellow piping. I mean, it's clean. It's slick. So New Era, good job. I greatly appreciate a nice lid. And you guys knocked it out of the park with these new this 2026-27 NFL sideline lids. I believe they're the official sideline lids. They are clean. That gives me a perfect transition right into what I want to talk about, and that's these new Texans uniforms that are coming out. They haven't debuted them, right, Tyler? When are we going to see? Do we know when we're going to see them?
I don't think we even have a date for the release. I know it's sometime very soon that we see the new rivalry unis, but I don't know about a date.
Well, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be right up front with you, man. I've never been more proud and more happy that Cal McNair found Hannah. What's Hannah's maiden name? Do we have Hannah's maiden name?
I don't.
Garfunkel? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'll look it up.
I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, that'd be rough.
Maybe it's buried in my subconscious, and that was it.
Nothing wrong with the Garfunkels out there, but, man, could you imagine? I mean, I think they're all girls, ain't they? They got about 4 or 5 attractive women in their family. Could you imagine if they walked up and introduced them to Hannah Garfunkel? That's Garfunkel. Joanna Garfunkel?
I think it's Heartland.
Yep.
That sounds about right.
Correct.
That one they can get away with. Garfunkel, not so much. But I've never been more thankful that Cal found Hannah. Maybe vice versa. I don't know. But these new Texans uniforms, right? The rivalry uniform, if you will. These things are absolutely. They're going to be sick, y'all. I have not had a sneak peek. Tyler is not telling us exactly what they are yet. But I did see a potential look on social media. I've seen a couple of different ones on social media. I'm gonna post them on Twitter at Clint Stoerner. I want you to 1, follow, and 2, check out the unis. I'm gonna post them on Twitter at the end of this segment. So lock in. Here's Hannah McNair talking about the new uniform that you see. We win some ball games and everything, and the hype dies down, right? And this should be bigger news here. So Dirty's Daily's gonna highlight it. Here's Hannah McNair talking about the new Texans rivalry unis that will be debuted sooner rather than later.
I think the fans will really like it. I think they'll see H-Town all throughout it. I think it'll just put a stamp on Houston and our history, and I think that the fans will like it. I really do. I'm really excited about it. Going through the process is always fun, but then when you see it on the guys, it really puts a whole nother level to it.
So Hannah appearing to have a heavy hand, a strong voice in the design of these uniforms. I don't know about you boys, but it's a huge plus for me. Her taste, I don't know that I've ever told Hannah this, or Cal this for that matter, but her taste is perfect. I greatly appreciate it in general, but her taste in fashion is perfect when it comes to uni design.
I'm certain I've never told her that.
Why not? You probably never noticed, right? But if you've paid close attention to Hannah, but Hannah on the daily, Hannah is she may be a stockholder in Alexander McQueen's shoes. All right, and if you look at Hannah's outfit on the regular, if she's got a dark, a deep steel blue Texan shirt on, she got if you know the Alexander McQueens, they got the colored patch on the back of them, on the heel of them. She's got the blue-heeled McQueen on. If she's got khaki shorts on and maybe a different shirt, she's got the McQueens that have the khaki. It's always color coordinated.
She's thinking about it.
I bet you, Ron, she got 20 pairs of those shoes in all the different colors, right? Which if you got the money, why not, man? But here's the part that you got to love, right? The McQueens are there's just a little faint hint. They're all white. Typically, you can get them in different colors, but typically they're all white, and there's just a little hint, little pop of color on that heel.
Just a little pop.
And that's what sets it off. And when that little pop of color matches your shirt or your hat or your shorts, I mean that is such a powerful little subtle statement that you make in the fashion department, right? And that is exactly how I like my football unis, Ron. It's exactly how I like my football unis. All right, so first and foremost, I'm always appreciative of Hannah, but today in the uni conversation, I am stoked that she's part of it seems to be a big part of the design, right? Number one. Number two, boys, I'm afraid, Tyler, I know you're a uni guy too. I'm afraid the H, the new logo, I'm afraid it's going to be overused. I'm already a bit fatigued.
Damn, you ain't looking at my arm or what?
Already?
Yeah. No. You got everything in one. That's a different deal. Like that's what I'm talking about.
Right.
Like I just don't know that you start throwing multiple uniforms out there with the H on the side of the helmet. If it doesn't, it's going to lose its pop, right? And number two, like it should never threaten the original logo. I'm just afraid that the H is going to be overused, right? And like I said, I've got a little bit of fatigue already. All right. Number three, I've seen multiple different versions of what the jerseys could potentially look like. And I think every one of them, to some degree, has incorporated the Houston skyline in the jersey or on the back of the helmet. And I am here for that. I'm going to tell you what. They can't if they put the Houston skyline across the back of the helmet, like the back base of the helmet.
I have that tattooed on me as well.
See, if they do that right there, man, come on, man. I don't know that you can mess it up from there. So the skyline being added is sexy. It's probably going to be would be my favorite accent on a uniform.
The skyline would be super tight.
Yeah,
I'm with
man.
you. That'd be amazing.
Come on now. I mean that would be nasty. All right. Now I think a couple of the ones that I've seen, a couple of the versions that I've seen, I'm going to go back to my color coordinating, right? They're using the Love You Blue, for the lack of, I know they're not really, but I mean, you get my point. They're using Love You Blue throughout. And then all this
H-Town Blue. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. H-Town Blue. Okay, sorry about that. But and then all of a sudden they got the deep steel blue number on there. Bad mistake. Can't do it.
There.
Can't do it. That's it. That's the one I saw. Can't do it. If the number was the same blue that's throughout the jersey and the piping was the deep steel blue, the darker blue, then you're on to something. But the dark blue number being such a bold statement on the actual front of the jersey and back of the jersey and then being so faint throughout, I don't like it. They need to change that color right there. Now, I have seen one. Have y'all seen the one with CJ? CJ as the somebody.
It seems to be all more the one color. They don't have the navy in there. Look like the Kentucky Wildcats, to be honest.
It is that H-Town blue for sure. Now here's the other part of it. They're really flirting with disaster on one side or grand slam on the other, right? 3-pitch strikeout with bases loaded or grand slam. That's what we're dealing with here. All right. The blue and white tile. The blue and white tile accent. All right. I just don't know, Ron, if I can get down with it.
It's kind of the Tennessee.
Yes, checkered white
yeah.
and H-Town blue.
I was about to say I know one team that's going to be getting pissed off, and I love it.
The Tennessee Titans.
Yes, that is correct.
The fake Oilers.
Well, here's the deal. I think if you use that accent properly, I think it can set the whole thing off. Right? Like the Volunteers have it in their end zone. I'll be honest with you, it's sick. It's as much as I hate them, it's sick. I think they've incorporated into some of their white or orange jerseys sometimes, and they do a really good job. Tennessee does a great job of straddling the fence of traditional unis and the black uni. I agree with them. If anybody wants you to make that noise, it's me. But I can't deny their jerseys. But this blue and white tile concept, Ron, if it is, it's either going to be a grand slam or a strikeout. Like there's no double here, right? I mean, you've got to. If the strike down the leg is too wide, you're striking out. If the shoulder band is in like two places, you're striking out. But if it's real narrow down the hip, or maybe even it's the waistline around the belt, so that when you tuck your jersey in or you have the short jerseys, you can see it around the waistline. Like if it's just a little subtle hint, like a true accent, I think I can get down with it. But boy, you do too much with that checkerboard. That can turn me off.
Did you like the one you saw? Did you like
little too much on the checkerboard? Didn't like the dark number. Loved the icy white. Loved the skyline on the back of the helmet.
I thought the skyline on the shoes was too much.
I did not see I did not look at the shoes. I did not look at the shoes.
The skyline on the shoes.
I'm not a skyline shoe guy. I'm a white shoe guy, so you look faster than you really are. But maybe that's because I couldn't run. But
if the Texans want some guidance on what you're laying out here, Clint, they should just go look at our new badass 95.7 logo.
Fair. Radio station logo and uni though, tad bit different. I'm a little.
That's fair.
What's y'all's favorite uni combo right now for the Texans?
The all red, the all red with the red helmets,
red chrome helmet.
Yeah, with that, because the bull horns are different on that.
Mm-hmm.
Those are some of the baddest in the league.
Yeah, I do like battle red always, but as it stands, my favorite's probably the new the city edition ones we've talked a little about with the H on the helmet, the new H-Town H logo and all that. I think the new city editions or whatever they call them, I think those are my favorite.
I'm with Ron on the red. I got to tell you, man, that red is clean now. I mean, that is, and I love the horn on the helmet. I've always loved the overside logo that it covers up the whole. Ever since the Boise State, I think Broncos, right? Boise State Broncos back in the day when I think Kellen Moore was a quarterback when they came out, and just on one side of their helmet they had they blew the head of the Bronco up real big and had it on just one side.
Just one side, yeah.
And I think Mississippi State does it with a Bulldog from time to time. That looks nasty. So I like that one. I'm going to be honest with y'all, too, up front right here.
Ooh, check out the uniform guy.
Yeah, that's me. I don't think I'm stretching it here. I think the Texans, the logo in general, just the OG logo, I think is a top 3 logo in the NFL. Just the logo itself. I'm talking about when you look at the draft order, and it's on the ticker and it's running across there. You look at ESPN and you look at the stats, and for some reason it's butted up against all the other logos on there. The Texans logo being
you like the horns.
No, it's the head. It's the whole head. Yeah, I think when you take all things into consideration, I think when you think bull or when you think Bulls in general, you think Texas. I think
rodeo,
I think when you look at the colors of the team and the actual logo, the red, white, and blue, I think is spot on. Isn't one of his eyes a star?
Right behind you.
Again, there you go. Again, so you're playing into the Lone Star State, if you will. I don't know. I think that logo, and I think it's super clean looking. Like it is. I mean, I'm trying to think. I like the Buccaneers logo. I'm trying to just think of like logos that jump out that are just like, okay, these are top logos in the league. But I got the Texans in my top 3 for sure.
Yep, text line coming through. Agreed, Clint. Somebody said I want to see the black on black ones.
I don't believe we're going to get that, even though I'm with you. You talking about black on black unis?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, and you ain't got to do nothing
Tyler
with it.
shook you off.
You ain't got to do nothing with it. Just go matte black. Go matte black with an all white logo on the side of the helmet.
Well, the fact is they can't. Like they can't. Like that's
they could have.
They could have if they added black to one of their secondary colors or whatever. But that really dark blue they use. I mean, it's basically black.
It's clean. Fair.
It's very very.
They do
close.
look like Atlanta sometimes.
Yeah. They got like that midnight blue.
I like it.
Texans.
I like it. I don't know, man. I'm just saying that OG. The more I look at it, man, that OG logo, man, is up there. I'm trying to think of who else I'd even put in the category with it.
Well, I guess some people can think it through. Someone texted in the Steelers, like the Steelers logo.
I don't even know what all that means.
They're the only NFL team that has that just one side of the helmet logo, right?
Yeah. They got one side.
I just don't even know what all that means.
What do you mean?
Like the stars and
with the Steelers things?
Yeah, like I don't know.
It's like light reflecting off steel, the 3 colored stars, I think.
I'm sure it has something to do with the Steel City.
That's why it's one side of the helmet is because whenever you stamp a steel product, it just goes on one side. So they put it on one side of the Pittsburgh helmet.
Fair, I like it. I like stories like that. T, good job.
Nerd
I think
alert.
the Broncos, and it's not even their old one. I like their new one.
The new one, yeah. The horse looks stronger. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, coming up, news with the Astros. They're off today, but there could be movement on the roster. We'll let you know the latest about that. And now that they've had the homestand that they needed to have, we'll reset and look at what this team's really capable of doing. We'll do that coming up next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio shared what he believes.
On now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610's moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
Every touchdown, every tackle, every Thirsty Thursday, Football Friday, and Reaction Monday, every conversation on your drive home, static-free across the entire metro area.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros off today after that huge, 6-game homestand they had where they have taken over first place, gotten over 500, and lead the AL West by a game and a half over the Rangers. They will then head, and they're probably already there, to San Diego to face a Padres team that is also in the wild card hunt. So they're in the playoff contention as well in the National League, and should be a fun series to see if they can continue to get this thing rolling. They're 7-3 in their last 10, so they have been rolling even bit more in their last 10 games to get to this spot. But some roster moves, Clint, and I mean it's just amazing what they have attempted to do in this outfield. They're just up and down. You'll try one here, we'll try one there.
Yeah, why not, man?
And I just looked at the Space Cowboys lineup today. Hell, half of them all have gotten a shot in the Astros outfield this year that are in the lineup. But Zach DeZenzo, he was optioned back to AAA Sugarland after yesterday's game, and so there is a roster spot that is open. Do not know what that move is going to be. Still don't know what that move is going to be, but the lineup was initially out for the Sugarland Space Cowboys, and what we saw from that is that currently Jake Myers, who was set to be the DH and bat cleanup in that game, behind Joey Loperfido, a person who played into the outfield, and in front of Lucas Spence, a person who played in that outfield as well this year. He has been pulled from the game, and you know you don't know that the signs is, all right, does that mean he is going to then move up to the big league club and come out and be another one of those outfielders for the Astros? So that's what the signs are starting to point to. He's been pulled out of the starting lineup at the same time that Zach DeZenzo goes down. So Jake Myers may find his way back up to the big league club.
Well, they got to find some way to give to load manage Varsho, right? I mean, even though you do have I would argue you got a surplus of outfielders that right now that could play all three outfield positions without Varsho. But
yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I would think that if you're gonna make room for somebody, it'd be another arm somewhere. But that's I don't know if they got it down there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you on that. I mean, unless they're about to start load managing things, and I don't know. Clearly, they're not looking at Cam as an everyday guy. Like, who's the everyday guy out there? What? Varsho?
Well, right now, Varsho and Trammell has been. I think they said last night 10 straight games. I think so. I mean, he is. And he looks like the guy right now that doesn't matter if there's a righty or lefty on the mound. He looks like he's going to be in the lineup.
Because Lamont Wade gets yo-yoed a little bit.
Yeah, Wade gets
now. He ought to be in the lineup. He ought to be in the lineup today.
Why? Why you say that?
I mean, he went 3 for 3 yesterday.
That don't mean nothing. I mean, that don't mean
unless
nothing.
there's a lefty on the mound.
Ain't no doubt.
If there's a right-hander, Lamont should be. He should.
late
he
night.
should be in the lineup.
If late
It
night, he
should
can be
be
hotter
late
than
night.
he can be hotter than a firecracker, boy.
And that's
Joe will throw a wet blanket on that
And,
sucker in a
and
minute.
that's his spot. Late night, West Coast,
Ain't
late
no
night,
doubt.
San Diego. Apparently,
we back to
that's
that
up late
again?
night.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
you're ready for that, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I get them first 4 or 5. I can give you 4.5, 5 innings.
Yeah, that's coming up.
I'm
For you,
kind of like
it's probably
Ronell.
It's probably just one day. It may just be one
We
day.
got the starters yet for that series? Ronell's going to the game 1,
Nail's
right?
going game 1. I know Sunday is TBA, but Peter Lambert's going Saturday. So Nail Friday, Pete Lambert Saturday, and then TBA on Sunday.
It's got to be Javier. It's got to be a Javier MI combo. Don't be putting MI back out there, man. Come on, Joe.
They're
Come
thinking
on,
about
Joe.
it.
Let this thing
You think
let
they're
this
not
thing
thinking
ride,
about it?
man. Let this thing
That's
ride,
what they
man.
did with Mike Burrows.
Hey, man, let this thing ride. I'm telling you, MI needs a little. Hey, look, Joe. MI needs a little more time out there with Okert. I mean, Okert's. I told you. I don't think you were here when I did. I read an article on Okert. That guy right there. You know, I mean, he's got a level of silliness to him now. Yep. See, it wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't say that when he says his own name.
He should.
He should, right? I mean, but there's a story behind it, Ron.
Yeah, I'm still staring at it.
His silliness. His silliness is a real thing. When MI went to the bullpen, the first game he's in the bullpen, he wore a pink backpack and a pink cowboy hat across.
He's the one that's helped Emi kind of get going.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okert's the one that's got that silly, like, hey, man, don't take it so serious, man. Don't take it so serious. And then MI goes out there and has his best performance of the year. Like, I don't know. You're on to something, man. Let Javier start and piggyback MI, man.
Why would you not? Like, there's no way. There is a way.
Yeah.
They could look at, boy, he got them 3 innings. No.
There's a way that
runs.
Homer Mike
Let's
works.
get him back. 18 million.
There's a chance that Homer Mike might be out there. So, yeah, there's a chance. But I would greatly appreciate them starting Javier and then piggyback MI.
I will go in front of the Daikin and protest.
If what?
If Homer Mike gets another start, I will go
this
down.
year?
Yeah.
Oh, that's happening. That is happening.
I will protest.
That is happening.
And I'm talking about a start in which they are in it, and it's an important game. Not a start in which maybe they've gotten a lead and they're into the playoffs.
They somehow secured the division.
And they need somebody.
Homer Mike gets the last.
If Homer Mike pitches in a game, it starts in a game. Starts. He may piggyback. He shouldn't. He shouldn't come up here.
Here is big leagues, by the way.
Well, this is not good.
I don't even know why you put that in my mind.
I'm just telling you, he's going to start another game. So is MI.
No.
But right now, this game, I hope game 3 in San Diego is Javier MI.
Yep. Hey, hold on. Regular T, Tyler. I wanted to.
Regular T.
Wow.
Regular Tyler. Yeah,
Wow.
he's still not going to a game yet.
It's like you called me Dr. Thunder.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's still not.
He's
just Tyler. He's not going. He's not a
because you hadn't been to a game yet, man.
If his team's now in first place, Tyler's still not been to a game.
That's horse crap.
Like it is horse crap that you have just taken this as a fan, and we are in August.
Regular
it's August 6th. This team has worked their hearts out to get to first place, and you have still taken your fandom and thrown in the trash.
I'm anything but regular.
That's pretty derogatory.
Well, I want it to be. Okay, I know what I'm saying.
I think he'd rather be called an a-hole or something than just regular.
No, regular Tyler. Yep, it's not Psycho T. Not Psycho T.
BS.
Psycho T was given to because he is the craziest Houston fan that I know.
I still am.
You are not.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, you're not even supporting your first place team.
You're just a Houston guy with a tattoo.
I could probably still end up going to more Astros games than anity. I mean, there's a lot of baseball left. You know?
Yeah, okay.
But
That's what you keep saying. Now you're Joe.
Why did you call me
Dana.
regular?
But regular, but not Psycho T, but regular Tyler. Let me ask you this. Because this looks like the team they're going to have, right?
Yeah.
Barring they get Homer Mike back up here.
There ain't no way they can change it for the better.
This is the team that they're going to be. How far do you think this group can go? Like, for you, where is the point in which you say, all right, I know this is it? What's the ceiling for this team to you?
One play. I'm sorry, you're asking regular T. My bad. Go ahead.
It's not regular T, first of all. I would say that
it's not my call.
The very furthest we could see this Astros team go as it stands, wild card round?
Like winning it or just
I'm not sure about that part.
You're just making the playoffs. For right now, for you, the ceiling is making the playoffs.
Yeah, it hurts me to say it, but
this American League is not. That's the only reason why they're still in it anyway. This American League is
for sure. It's that weird dynamic we got to deal with.
Honest to God, I think the healthy Yankees and maybe the Rays are the only two teams that, to me, you look at and you think, all right, but they probably got more. Like that, those would be tough ones if they're healthy. Man, the Guardians are falling apart. They're under 500 now. I think they had the last wild card spot. The rest of the Mariners and the Rangers are falling apart. The White Sox, they just got here. I think that guy who pitched to Jake Myers is still on the team. I'm surprised that you just have them making the playoffs as their ceiling. I'm a bit surprised.
I got them winning a wild card round, win one playoff series, and then peter out.
Beyond that, you would be surprised.
Beyond that, I would be absolutely stoked. Yes, I'd be surprised as well. Right now, Jordan's going to need a lot of help. He's going to need more help than just Pena.
Yeah, Hunter Brown and Jordan can't do it all themselves.
Hey, don't forget about Hader now.
Hader too, yeah. And I'd love to be proven wrong, by the way. I mean, I don't want to see the Astros not find success in October, but I just don't really see it, man.
I mean, I wondered.
Yeah.
I got one playoff series.
One playoff series.
Mm-hmm.
Text line coming in. Don't forget about Correa. He'll be back mid-September. We'll see.
I don't buy that at all.
I mean, I don't know if
I think that's BS.
I don't know if
he's dry swinging, man.
I don't know if it's BS, but I know Irwin, you came in a little too confident and comfortable with that. He'll be back mid-September. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't think we see.
Text line coming in. This team has enough offense they could get to the ALCS. No American League team scares me.
I'm going to tell you, if this Astros team makes it to an ALCS, I mean, we need to crown Jim Crane.
I mean, Joe's got to get some credit, right?
Oh, here you go. I'm telling you.
Saying Joe's got to get some credit.
That was a no-brainer for
me. Yeah, no, I mean, I may even give Joe. I may even give Joe a little bit, but I'm just telling you, man. That's
Joe's got to get some credit. Now, I think I'm with the texter.
ALCS.
I think that's the ceiling. ALCS. I don't know that a healthy Yankees and Rays team, if there is a route that they could avoid getting to them, I could see that. But to me, I think they'd have as good a chance as anybody against the White Sox, against the Guardians, either of the other two yahoos in this division, the Mariners or the Rangers. Even the Red Sox, who's gotten really, really hot here recently. I think they have a good chance against those teams.
I'll see you in October.
Those teams, there ain't no 2019 Astros rolling around the American League. There ain't no 2021 Astros rolling. There ain't no 2022 Astros team running around there. There's not a 19 Yankees team running around there. I mean, it is slim pickings. All right, coming up, D'Amico talked about what his defense is striving to be, and now I heard him say that. And I heard a question about a team that has the potential to be the best defense in NFL history. That was a question that was posed today, and they weren't talking about the Texans. I wonder if that team even compares to this Houston Texans team. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
A little news real quick coming out of the NFL. Clinton Tyler. The Colts today signed free agent tight end Touchdown Pharaoh Brown.
Touchdown Pharaoh Brown. Boy, I thought he was going to be a Texan for life.
I thought he had been done thrown in the towel.
Oh, really? No, he's been all over, man.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know he hadn't given up on the dream yet.
No, man, he's been bouncing, been making that money. See how many years Pharaoh Brown, big touchdown Pharaoh Brown got in the league.
I hadn't run into Pharaoh.
Unless he's living a lie on that Instagram.
I mean, I'm not saying he hadn't. I just hadn't. I hadn't run into. Last time I remember him playing was the Browns. Now he pulls up in the Dolphins uniform is the first thing that I see for him. God, touchdown Pharaoh has been going at it. Played Arizona for 7 games, Seattle, New England. Okay.
I mean, he's going on 9 years in the league.
Look at Pharaoh. About that. He had 1 yard last year, though.
Yeah, he ain't getting much burn. Ain't getting much burn, but he's getting plenty scratch.
He's getting on there. I'm so serious. I thought Touchdown Pharaoh Brown had thrown it in.
No, man. I follow Touchdown Pharaoh Brown on social media, man.
Do you? I didn't know he was still coming across the ticker.
Oh, yeah.
That's somebody the Colts going after and got. All right, well, good luck to you, man. See if we can get 10 in. See if we can get 10 good years in. All right.
I thought it was long-term answer here, man. Dirt, physicality.
Yeah. Touchdown Pharaoh Brown. 85. Who's going to stop 85? That's what they say about
him. He may have a shot here now if he was here.
No, man.
And in the dirt, Foster Moreau.
Nah, yeah, Foster, Cade.
Yeah,
they got too many there. All right, D'Amico Ryans, he was on NFL Network talking about this defense, and everybody loves this defense and believes this defense is a special group. They were special last year and drug this and helped drag this team to where it got to last year. Here is where D'Amico is looking for his defense to get to moving forward.
Challenge these guys when it comes to recognition of formation, recognition of plays. It's not so much of just knowing your job and knowing how to do your job, but can you play a step ahead of the offense? And so that's where I'm challenging this defense to take that next step when it comes to playing smarter. Can we recognize plays before they come, and can we shut them out completely? And so there's always a challenge there. There's always a challenge with better technique, better fundamentals. And so with that, as a coach, I'm always harping. They probably think they never do anything good. They're not that good. I like to keep them hungry. I like to keep them angry. And that's what keeps them striving to be the best that's ever played.
They're just striving to be the best that's ever played, which is interesting. I think a lot of people think this is potentially maybe the best defense in football. But, Clint, I was watching and I saw a conversation about, obviously, Aaron Donald potentially going to the Rams, and the thought that this may be one of the defenses like the most recent Seattle defenses with the Legion of Boom. They compared potentially to the Denver defense in 2015 that won a Super Bowl. They went back to Tampa. They started comparing it to the potential of those defenses. Clint, I know you look at this from an offensive standpoint, a quarterback standpoint. And I think they would be their front seven would be nuts with Myles Garrett and all those young D linemen, and then you insert Aaron Donald into it. And yes, they went out and made some big moves, getting Trent McDuffie, who's a 2-time All-Pro, and bringing in Watson as a second corner, who's been pretty good. But when you look at these defenses, when you look at it, which defense would you, as a quarterback or an OC, be more concerned with? Who would you rather have to face? Now, I'm not going to say that one of them would be easy, but who would you rather have to face? Who presents more issues?
You talking about Aaron Donald Rams?
If Aaron Donald joins the Rams, where they're up there talking about they put them up there like some of the best defenses over the last 20 years, which, if they're going to be there, I think the Texans most definitely. But when you look at these two defenses, or the potential of these two defenses with Aaron Donald, who would you have the most concern with?
I would probably have to go with an Aaron Donald Rams defense. I told you, we talked about it. The interior pressure to me is just it's hard to have answers for. You can't run it. They destroy pass protection. They're working on guards and centers on the inside, so they're not typically your more agile players that can handle that kind of athlete. So I would probably say the Rams, just because you got the best edge rusher in the game, along with the best D lineman that's been in the game in the last 10, 15, 20 years, maybe even longer. Interior defensive lineman and Aaron Donald. So
you think he's still close to himself?
Well, I'm assuming he is. I don't mean for the basis of this question, I'm assuming that he is. But yeah, I would imagine that he. I mean, it wasn't like he never was the biggest guy. He appears to be the same size that he was when he was playing. It's not like he quit and lost a bunch of weight like some of these big guys do in the league.
No, he looks size-wise like
same
himself.
Dude. Yeah. So I would bet that he's the same guy, or at least really close to it. So I would probably say the Rams, simply because Aaron Donald, that interior presence, I think is a major problem. But the Texans, it's not the swarm mentality is real with the Texans defense. Like that's my fear with the Texans is just like it's coming from all ends. It's coming from all edges.
And they know
kind of like you
other.
When you missed that Monday of you were out Monday at work. It was coming out all ends, right? They're coming from all angles. And that's the scary part about it. That's the overwhelming part about them is it's any one player. It's how hard they play. They're just relentless, and that is the scary part about the Texans for me.
Yeah, I would listen. I think the Rams, and there's only maybe one other team, maybe Denver, but that's probably the only D line that I would take. That Rams D line might be one of the best if Aaron Donald's with them.
Who's on the other end opposite?
Well, it's so they got Young on the other side, Kobe Turner, Fisk, Braden Fisk,
right. Wow.
Ford is over there too. Like all of those guys in that front seven. Like in Denver, they've got those two edge rushers and they've got Allen in the inside. Like they were really good as well. But like the Rams would only be the only front seven that I would definitively take over. But again, that's still with Hunter and Will and this group. But I just think the secondary separates these two, and both of them don't have to cover for long. You wouldn't think, but Stingley and Lassiter and Bullock, Petrie. I mean, all four of those guys. Hell, I guess you could throw in Reed too. All of them could be Pro Bowlers.
Didn't the Rams go get two good corners?
Yeah, they got the two good corners, but the safety play is not like I would take the Texans pair of corners over the former Chiefs pair of corners that the Rams went and got, and they're really good. But I would take, and then it's not even close with the safeties to me. So I think that's probably the separator.
Yeah, I don't.
And D'Amico, and you get D'Amico too as well, which I think. And Shula's,
who's the play caller?
Chris Shula's pretty good. I mean, he might be one of the next Jesse Minter.
Yeah, I don't know. I could probably analyze this thing and look at their rundown and get to the.
I mean, Cam Curl's a pretty good player. It's a safety.
Arkansas boy. But you start going down that list. I mean, I think D'Amico's one of the best play callers in the game, one of the best developers in the game. You start talking about that secondary is obviously better than theirs. I could probably get to the Texans, being more feared of the Texans than I am of the Rams pretty quick. But Aaron Donald, that interior piece is just an absolute monster.
That's something the Texans right now don't have. Damn sure not to what you would think Aaron Donald is. But again, this is also a group with the Rams. Some of these guys got to figure out how to play with each other too.
Yeah,
the Texans have that. They've been playing together for a minute. All right, coming up as we continue the big news of the day with the Texans, they take care and lock up another one of their young players. We'll let you know what happened with Henry To'oTo'o. Also get you ready for the weekend series in San Diego for the Astros. And, man, is money getting thrown around on a position that Tyler Milner feels like money shouldn't be thrown around. Maybe he's coming around. Maybe he's changing his tune. We'll discuss all that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Thursday
$5. Kalshi, trade on anything. 18 plus only, must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. Bonus credits do not expire. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill have the latest. And the latest
Son of a bitch.
What? T-Mill have the latest.
T-Rig.
Yeah, old Rig. Old Tyler. He'll get it back, folks. We'll see. But the latest is the Houston Texans. They have agreed, and listen, this is a long line of players, fellas, that they have taken care of. They've agreed to terms with their inside linebacker, Henry To'oTo'o. If you remember earlier in the offseason, they agreed to terms with Azeez Al-Shaair, making him a top 5 inside linebacker. But they agreed to terms with Henry To'oTo'o on a 2-year, $16 million extension, according to many reports. Ian Rappaport, Mike Garafolo in NFL Network with that one. Your response or reaction to this, by the way, this deal also he could get $1 million more in incentives, but your reaction to Henry To'oTo'o being the latest of the Texans they've locked up.
Well, I love it. I mean, I love Henry To'oTo'o as a player. I love the approach and always getting better. I think he's a great fit. Obviously, we've had him on the postgame show multiple times. I think he's a leader in the building, and I love the fact that the Texans were able to get him under contract. I thought he had played himself out of the Texans being able to afford him. I thought he had played himself out of being a guy that they would pay at the second level along with, as you mentioned, Azeez Al-Shaair. But, I mean, apparently not. You know, it was $8 million a year for 2 years.
Extension, yep.
So yeah, I mean, I love it. What's not to like about it, man? I mean, you keeping this defense together, keeping the base of this defense, the core of this defense together. The more that they can do, given that it's the absolute headliner in Houston, and the reason you feel like you're a championship caliber team, the more that you can keep together, the better.
Yeah, I would say I was more or less surprised, probably by both sides. Not shocked, but I was surprised. You're never going to be shocked because, Clint, they are clearly, absolutely hell-bent on keeping this defense together. I mean, anybody that has performed good to great, it feels like they've kept, right? I mean, they have given contracts to, and they've got others coming that you feel it hard to believe, like a Bullock or a Lassiter, that they won't also get deals with what they have shown to do. But I was surprised, one, from Henry To'oTo'o's side of things. I mean, I think, Clint, there's an argument that he could have bet on himself and at the end of this year. And I think Henry's going to have a good year. He's improved every year. And in this defense getting now McDonald in front of him, why would that not help? I was a bit surprised from his end that I felt like after this year, that's somebody who could get double-digit, 10 to 15 million a year with that type of performance, to be honest. So I was a bit surprised that they took this, which feels like a really team-friendly deal. And then on the other side with the Texans, at some point, you keep both your edge rushers and pay them huge money. And by the way, one of them has quarterback money. And then you pay your corner and you pay your safety. And you're probably going to police the other corner or safety, if not maybe both of them. You just paid your interior defensive lineman, top 5 money at his position. I just wondered, this seemed like the perfect position in which, all right, we may go with somebody that is cheaper and out of the draft, a younger guy, the Wood-ass kid they just drafted, maybe potentially after this year would take over instead of, giving $16 million in this over the next 2 years. So I was a bit surprised from that standpoint that they didn't look at the other interior defensive linebacker spot as a spot that they could cover younger.
Well, look, Henry To'oTo'o seems to be a pretty sharp cat, and you know, a lot of players would look at, especially in his shoes where he's at. You know, is the grass greener over there? Obviously, there's more money, but is the grass really greener? Or do I really like where I'm at, who I'm playing for, who I'm playing with? And I understand that in this league, every year I'm not going to be on a team that's got a chance to make a run at a Super Bowl. I am currently in the middle of what most think is a Super Bowl caliber team. Now's not the time to be asking for an extra $2 million a year or to break the bank or to have a 4 or 5 year deal. Now, what can I do to keep this thing together and give myself a chance to win it all and be a part of one of the greatest defenses for more than just this year? And so he strikes me as a guy that would take all those things into consideration when he's talking about what's next. Because I agree with you. I mean, he is a guy that I believe could have made more money betting on himself. But you know, here it is. I mean, we're here, and I don't. As far as the team goes, for me, Ron, it just seems to me like they're operating in a way of like they're not going to pay a quarterback $55 million a year. At least for the next couple of years, they ain't.
Or really, maybe any offensive player major money.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can say that too, because now you got guys like Zay Flowers making more money than Nico. So I mean, really, even on wide receiver terms, Nico's underpaid.
Yeah, their tight end is respectable in terms of his pay. Like they're just not.
Yeah, so that's I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you're making a lot of these little $8 million deals here and $10 million here, and I mean that's all going to add up, and it's going to be very difficult to pay somebody what CJ's going to demand, and maybe they're operating in a way of like, hey, if we're not going to pay him 55, we can keep this defense
all together. Yeah, interesting. And I think, like I said, you said it earlier. It is interesting that they don't think with the coaching staff they have and the other great player, the amount of great players that they have, that maybe they say to themselves, we'll take on the younger guys on this side and maybe get more established what we know guys on the other side, because you feel like D'Amico and Matt Burke can pull it together, but instead it is the left tackle is a second-round pick and, you know, a rookie last year. The receivers are young players that you drafted that you expect. They're filling through the draft with young players on that side and not spending major money, but on the other side going a different direction. Well,
you would think that D'Amico Ryans and his ability to develop, his ability to scheme, like he would have confidence to have young players in the fold as players. Now we've seen Kamari Lassiter, we've obviously seen Kalen Bullock and a couple of other guys, but it just seems like right now the route they're going is when we get an opportunity, whether it's first string or depth guys, we're going to sign guys that we know can play. Reed Blankenship, obviously Jadeveon Clowney. You look at the Sheldon Rankins and some of the guys they brought in. E.J. Speed was one last year that was a big-time contributor. It seems like they're more willing to use early draft pick, draft capital, and try to develop those guys and let them play early between the two wide receivers, your left tackle, your center, your backup running back, what looks to be your second or third tight end, depending on how Marlon Klein goes. Yep. It seems like they're more apt to draft and develop guys on the offensive side of the ball than they are on the defensive side of the football, which is to me a little bit, you know, backwards to what you would think it would be, given D'Amico's so good at it.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Astros off today, but they get ready for a big weekend series. We talked about a bit today. I think the news that's coming out here is it looks like there's going to be another adjustment to the roster, and all signs point towards Jake Myers making his return back up. Zach Zenzo has been optioned to AAA Sugarland after yesterday's game, and Jake Myers was pulled out of the starting lineup today for the Space Cowboys. It looks like it is pointing there, and he would join what looks like, Clint, as just, hey, man, let's just see who gets hot. That's what it kind of feels like they are right now. There's no more moves to be made that you would think of in terms of a trade, but they're going to bring Jake up, who was starting the season as the starting center fielder, They're going to bring him up, it looks like, to just kind of see what's the combination they can get in that outfield.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't know. I don't know the behind the scenes or the ups and downs of these careers and contracts, the way that they count all the times that the guys come up and how many times they can do it in a season and yada yada yada. But it is a interesting move to insert Jake Myers back into this thing right now. Lamont Wade Jr. Late night Lamont, he seems to be a good left-handed bat off the bench or a good left-handed bat that can play either of the corner outfields. Obviously, Taylor Trammell has been one that's swinging it really well and is good in the outfield. Obviously, you traded for an everyday center fielder in Varsho. So I don't know where a Jake Myers fits in. Right, on a day-to-day basis. Like the thought of, hey, we're going to bring Jake Myers back up, and okay, now what are you going to do with him when you get back up there? Is this just going to be Varsho needs one day, and Taylor Trammell, we want to play him in left, and we're going to let Jake play center? It seems like a lot of moving and shaking for a very small solution, but we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening.
It is nuts what has happened to this outfield. Do you know what they would do to get Chaz and the numbers that Chaz was putting up?
Oh, he's a top 10 center fielder at one point.
Varsho is clearly the one person that you look at when you say the outfield depth that you feel like, all right, that guy's an everyday player. I mean, his slash line is 242, 311, 377 homers, 26 RBIs, OPS of 681. I mean, to where Chaz was like a utility or a platoon player at times with those. But it is crazy what's happened from the Michael Brantleys to the Tuckers to just where they are right now.
And the interesting thing is, like, they've almost chosen to go that route. They've had opportunities, like you mentioned Chaz McCormick, but there's been opportunities around the league to acquire guys. There's been opportunities to, give guys a little bit more runway, and it seems like Jake Myers has been the only one that could get that before Varsho showed up. So, it's wild, man. The whole outfield. It seems like the only steady piece is Yordan Alvarez from time to time.
If he plays out there.
When he plays out there.
One of the 11 times he's played out there. Real quick, Ronel Blanco gets the ball tomorrow, Peter Lambert, and then we don't know, to be determined who the starter is on Sunday. So that's what the plan for the rotation is coming up in this weekend series in San Diego.
I screwed it up.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, some news around the NFL at the running back position. We know that Bijan Robinson set the record there at the running back spot. Earlier today during the morning, Jonathan Taylor within the division, he agreed to a 2-year, $44 million extension, and he's 27 years old. This makes him the third highest contract for a running back in terms of year-by-year money. And then in the last 30 minutes, Clint, Jahmyr Gibbs, who I think you're one. Are you one that believes he's the best running back in football?
I think he's the best in football right now. Obviously you're splitting hairs between him and Bijan Robinson, but those two, yeah.
Well, he has been holding out or holding in the same way Robinson was, and now they get it done with him. He gets a 3-year, $75.75 million deal. 51.5 is guaranteed, and it makes him the highest paid. Highest APY and highest guaranteed ever. He is making 0.5 more than Bijan Robinson when it comes to the amount of money there.
Well, these are guys. What the beautiful thing about this, and it's obviously a crap ton of money that teams in the past have not been comfortable paying running backs, but the reality of it is when you look at these two guys in particular, they are such a big part of the run game, such a big part of the pass game, and really the identity of the offense. So when you just look at the sheer volume, whether it's running a rock or catching a rock, when you look at the sheer volume that they're responsible for and that they are the identity, it just makes sense to break these dudes off. Like, it's not hard to look at that number and go, for a running back? Yeah, for a running back.
It's changed, Clint. Tyler used to be, I don't know if he still is, But there were a lot of people who thought like Tyler, like, I'm not paying running backs. Hell, I've listened to the host in Mike Valenti in Detroit say, I will never pay a running back, and I know how important Gibbs is. I just won't pay those guys. They'll break down. But it looks like we're getting back to a place where people are just not taking that position for granted. Because it got way out of whack on how people approached it.
It got way out of whack, no doubt. But when you talk about guys, I mean, whether you're talking about Jahmyr Gibbs or Bijan Robinson or even Saquon Barkley, but you're talking about guys there that, I mean, you want to talk about covering up deficiencies. I mean, you can have an entire tight end room that can't run block, and those guys are still going to get theirs. Right, you can have a wide receiver room that you lose a weapon in a wide receiver room, or maybe you don't ever have a weapon in a wide receiver room, and all of a sudden you've got the weapon in the pass game coming out of the backfield like nobody else has. You talk about the offensive line. You can have real ducks on your offensive line, not all of them, but you can have some real ducks on your offensive line, and these two cats are those three cats in Saquon in the right system are going to put up. They're going to produce in a major way. So we are talking about different types of backs. I mean, we're not talking about the big downhill between the tackle, can't bounce it type of backs anymore. We're talking about a different animal here. Even though obviously you got the Marshall Faulks of the world and the LaDainian Tomlinsons of the world and the Alvin Kamaras of the world that were in that era of, man, they can't get paid. But these animals here are a little bit different. These cats here are a little different.
And I think that one year where Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, because they got to fight like hell to get money. Saquon! And they went and changed those teams.
Yeah.
I think that was probably a big thing.
Well, you look at this list of running backs. You used to look at these at a list of the highest paid running backs in the league, and Christian McCaffrey, even the most productive running backs in the league. And I would argue that Christian McCaffrey, in the way that he was used and the sheer amount of production, the percent of his offense that he was responsible for, Christian McCaffrey stuck out big time, right? Like I'm obviously guys like Derrick Henry, and I mean that's a different animal there as well. But now you got guys like, you look at this list of the highest paid running backs, and you got Achane, Bijan Robinson, Saquon Barkley, Jahmyr Gibbs. Maybe not Saquon, but Jahmyr, Bijan, and Devon Achane. They're all Christian McCaffrey-like dudes.
Yeah,
like put them anywhere.
Dual threats, yeah.
Put them anywhere, and they're comfortable. I remember watching a game here when he was with Carolina, when Christian McCaffrey was Carolina, and I went back and watched the film, and he was on the field 98% of the snaps. He never came off.
Yep, and affected it in many ways.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, if he lined up out wide, that's the whole secondary was coverage and defense was dictated off that. Yep. Like that, it's wild, man. But you got a handful of those guys in the league now, not just one or two.
No position group has stolen more. Like teams have stolen more in terms of what they bring than the tight end and the running back position. Team has stolen more. Coming up as we continue, C.J. Stroud, he had something to say to the national media that Clint absolutely loved. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
Hey, look, Serta Pro Painters, y'all. I've dealt with a
But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dot, introducing 95.7 The Fan.
You know, when I first started covering sports in this city, there was no sports talk. Zero. Then this station took a sledgehammer to the way sports was consumed. Now, we're taking a blowtorch. Every corner of the city, no static, no dropouts, 100,000 watts of power for you, Houston sports fans.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a bit. We'll see what he was able to do last night. Yeah, good. He had a great Tuesday, or a great Wednesday, excuse me. We'll see. Or Tuesday, excuse me. We'll see how his Wednesday was. Do that coming up here in just a bit. I have not seen it at all, but I'm sure it's good. I know he missed one. I know Paul Skeens did not get
at least one.
Over the did not get to 7 strikeouts.
He flirted with it though. He flirted with it.
He got to 6. Was close. Yeah.
I saw the 6th. And I saw him not come back out, and I thought, oh boy,
freaking hook.
Well, if you saw him come back out, then yeah, you knew it was over then.
He did not come back out.
Yeah, did not come back out. Only if you could insert him back, that would work.
Hey, coach, not yet.
Need that, man. Need that. All right. C.J. Stroud, NFL Network was out here yesterday, including Kurt Warner, and he and Jane Slater caught up with C.J. Stroud, and they were talking to him about some of the things that he took away from how the season ended in New England. And I know, Clint, you have been somebody who's had no issue being honest and critical about C.J. Stroud, which is what we are going to do here on the drive. But you liked what you heard here from C.J. Stroud. Here's C.J. talking about his takeaways from the way the season ended in New England.
I mean, I just think system things, working, with the O-line on protections, pocket movement, throwing on the run was a big one for that game. So those are all things I attacked in the offseason and, got to go back to L.A. with my trainers and really, go hard on it. And I really didn't take a break. So right after the game, I probably took like a day off and I flew home and then came and got right back to work.
All right, there it is. C.J. Stroud, as he talks about, he went into some of the specifics on what he took away, and CJ doesn't always do that, right? CJ, I even know one of his first pressers this offseason in training camp where he said, I'd rather keep that to myself.
Yeah.
And so he went into some more detail on some things that he looked at, and he talked about, man, he got right after it afterwards. I know you really liked what you heard from the quarterback.
Yeah, look, I mean, we live in a world today, whether we're talking about sports or not, where, everything is minimized. Everything is don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. It was just one game. Man, you need some break. Need a break. Get away from the game. Get away from the team. Man, go relax. Man, I've never subscribed to that, but I've acknowledged, like, hey, in 2026, that's just the way of the world, right? I mean, it's everybody's looking at how to do less and get more kind of thing. And I just, you wonder when your quarterback has a rough game like that or a rough playoff series, 2 playoff games like that, what's the response? And I can tell you this is exactly what I want my quarterback saying and doing. I mean, C.J. Stroud came back, and I'll start with where he ended. C.J. Stroud comes back, takes one day to catch his breath, and then goes straight to California and gets with his trainers and starts working, right? I don't give a damn what you're working on. You're getting right back to work. I want to know, and I don't need you to tell me about it. I don't want to hear about it in a sense of you tell me how important it is, right? I want to know by your actions that this stuff is serious. I want to know by your actions that losing and playing like that, playing poorly, is unacceptable to you and anybody that's associated with you, and I want to know that you acknowledge that. And C.J. Stroud, the fact that he took one day to catch his breath and shot to California to get back to work is exactly what I want my quarterback doing. Absolutely. I mean, it's easy right now for quarterbacks in the NFL, young quarterbacks in the NFL, to say, oh man, it was this or it was that, or it wasn't that big of a deal. It was just one game. It was that, no, man. This is old school mentality of how quick can I get back to work. I've got a set amount of time between the New England game and when training camp kicks off, and I'm not going to waste 2 weeks on vacation. I'm not going to waste a month here, a month there. I'm not going to take off 5 days to spend time with this or that. I'm going to get to work immediately. And that's just what I want my quarterback doing, Ryan. That is I love hearing that about C.J. Stroud. Forget the get away from the game crowd and you get right back to work because it's that important to you. And you understand and acknowledge what the hell went wrong and how bad it was and how important it is to fix it. I can't say enough. I tip my cap to C.J. Stroud for that approach and getting after it this offseason, man. And we hear everybody talking about, he looks better, he looks like he's in shape, he looks like this and that. Clearly he's been working, and I like the sense of urgency in which he is correcting things and trying to get better.
Well, I think to me a real question was going to be that's what a lot of people. How does he handle adversity? A lot of people have been critical of how he has handled adversity. I would argue throughout his time here, football adversity, really the last two games were and really the last one, but the playoffs this year was the worst we'd ever seen him in terms of adverse situations. But the adversity didn't stop after the game. I think a lot of it was going into this. And when you look at everything that he has done since the game has ended, clearly we didn't hear from him a lot during the offseason.
Yep.
He wasn't out all the time. You didn't hear him on podcasts all the time. He skipped the Pro Bowl when it was offered to him. He said he took one day off and got back to work and was getting himself together. He has done and said everything in which you would look at it and say, so far he has handled the adversity the way that I think most would think is the best way to handle it. Now, it's going to matter when he gets on the field, Clint, and what he does, and what he does in fourth quarters or what he does in games, and does he turn the ball over? Does he continue to play at the best visibility? That will figure it out. But right now, he has handled this adverse situation post that game, this offseason, contract stuff, everything that has been in front of him. I don't know a fan who would have an issue with any way that he has handled it. And so this is at least a good sign for this part of the adversity that he's had to face since the game ended, that he has handled it well.
Well, you players in today's game, man, I mean, you can go into a shell and everybody involved will make excuses for you. Everybody will cover for you. Everybody will blame it on this or blame it on that, right? And so you've got options. You've got an easy way out if you want it, and I just got a lot of respect for the players that don't do that. And at least according to what C.J. Stroud is saying, he didn't do that. And so I got to tip my cap to him. Then if you look at what he said at the beginning of that soundbite when he's talking about what did he work on, the system things, working with the offensive line, those two things right there, working with the offensive line and getting the system down and figuring out the calls and getting the chemistry with your O-line, that's a big piece of what CJ, I would argue those are the two biggest pieces. Just to use his terms, system things and working with the O-line. If he gets that down, if that's better, if that improves and he takes a stride in those two departments, the Texans are going to be a tough team to beat, period. I mean, that's just the reality of it. So again, man, I just tip my cap to C.J. Stroud for acknowledging it in an era where everybody would give you the benefit of the doubt and everybody would give you the easy out and everybody would feel sorry for you and want you to get away. For you to say, "Nah, I'm going to work." That's the kind of dude I want quarterback in my squad.
Yeah, no, yeah. I think again the complete answer is going to be when he starts playing again, and he needs to get on the field. In many ways for himself. I think many people need to remember who he was because the only thing it seems like people remember is the last couple of games. But he needs to get on the field. But how he has handled it up to this point, to me, should give you confidence that, you know, maybe this will be something that he handles well. Maybe he will handle the adversity of what happened based on how he has handled
the two big adversities is obviously big moments when things aren't right and you struggle a bit. It's playoffs. We're going to have to get to the playoffs to see if that comes to fruition or not. And then the buy-in over a 17-game season. That's really the fit buy-in, the frustrations that come along with that if it's not perfect. Those are the two things that you got to think about. You got to CJ's, I got to believe, are on his radar. This other stuff seems to be coming together beautifully.
All right, coming up, T-Mill's Best Bets. We'll see if he can get you paid today. A little bit of a tough one on Wednesday, but he'll jump back on it on a Thursday. We'll get you ready for that. And also, boy, if you have not heard what C.J. Gardner-Johnson had to say about his departure from the Texans, we will let you hear it from him live. You do not want to miss that. That's next.
All right, if you hadn't heard me telling folks about Ability Tree Experts and how important it is to take care of those big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property and do it now, don't wait till a storm's bearing down on us and wonder why you hadn't. If you hadn't heard me telling folks about that, we'll get ready.
Available to the qualified.
Hey, Mom, now.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Leasing a car has never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, T-Mill's best bets. We do it every single night in the 5 o'clock hour. I'm going to try to get back on the horse. You know, I don't need to say what happened last night. It's a new day.
Just like Spider-Man.
But obviously, for factual purposes, I will have to say what happened last night. And he had 4 bets, and he was only able to get the one. And cannot blame it on the Astros tonight because there are no Astros bets. But he will jump back on it. All right, jump back on it. And he's 4 for 11 for the week. And he's got 4 more, baby. What you got tonight?
Yeah, I got 4 more. 4 more baseball bets for the people, and we really need like a 3 for 4 result at minimum to salvage this week after last night's disaster. Yeah. So, cheers to that. Hopeful. See what happens. First best bet, Pirates and Brewers facing off. I'm on the over 7.5 runs in this one. Both squads been averaging about 5 runs a game individually. Yeah, those together, what did I give you? I'd give you 10. I like the bet. Put it in there and get you some money in your pocket.
You'll make a little cash.
Scared money don't win no money.
That's what I always say, and I believe it. Pirates, Brewers, over. Second best bet, Luis Castillo is on the mound for the Red Sox. He's having a hell of a year starting for Boston, and the Boston Red Sox are facing off tonight with the White Sox. We got a Sox matchup, white and red. In Boston, I'm on under 9 runs for this ball game tonight. Third best bet is going to be the Fish in Miami, the Marlins, plus a run in Marlins, plus the run with the hook, as they're going to be in Atlanta taking on the Braves. And then your fourth and final best bet.
These losers.
Is Ron's Royals. The Kansas City Royals bet the money line tonight on the Royals to beat the Minnesota Twins. The Royals are at home where they have been winning a lot of games. 9 of their last 10 home games have been W's.
Yeah, a lot is strong.
And I like who y'all have on the mound tonight. I always say his name wrong.
Try it.
I alternate. I can't remember which one's right.
Just attack it.
Waka.
That's it. Oh, Michael Waka.
I always doubt it because of Fozzie Bear from the Muppets. He would always waka, waka, waka. Like, I always think I'm just thinking that.
That's why you should be convinced it's right. You know it's right. You know that's what it is.
Now I will. Because
he comes out to hard in the paint.
I like that, and that makes me like this bet even more. Bet the Royals money line. Those are your 4 best bets.
There it is. Those are your 4 best bets. I also just made that up. I don't think he does not come out to.
Oh, man.
Waka waka. I made that up. But, yeah, those are your best bets. And remember, you can find all of his bets every night amongst other things like reasons why you should bet, numbers, all of that at Space City Sharp. Space City Sharp. That's where you can find all of T-Mill's best bets. I didn't see that. How was Jaylen Brown?
Good.
Right,
I mean, he stayed within himself. Jaylen Brown, first pitch with the Phillies. I mean, just nice and smooth. Lobbed it over there. Yeah, guy had to stand up to catch it, but it didn't. bounce, go hard left, hard right, money.
Just don't make yourself a story.
Kept his arm stiff, almost like the old school metal pitching machine, and just kind of flipped it up.
Don't make yourself a story.
That's
there
right.
It is.
Good job. Don't try to do too much.
Yep.
Don't try to do too much.
There it is. So, but T-Mill's Best Bets, go check them out every single day. Coming up after we get done here, Texans All Access, they have got you covered with the Hall of Famer, John McClain. John been out there letting it rip at training camp. So should be a good conversation with the general as they have that for you right as we get done. And there is no Area 45 tonight. Programming note, no Area 45 due to the NFL. They're going to put on uniforms, and some guys who are going to make rosters are going to play a little bit tonight.
Football's back.
That's right, baby. There it is. It is back. You can hear it live right here on Sports Radio 610 as the Carolina Panthers will play the Arizona Cardinals. You can hear that right here riding around. Those Kenny Pickett and Carson Beck fans, get yourself fired up as they will start the game.
Carson Beck is one. Oh, he beat the Eggs. That's why I was going to say, Tyler, why do you hate Carson Beck of all people? But that's right.
He was standing in the position of quarterback when they beat the Aggies.
Yeah, that's fair. He was taking snaps.
Beat the Aggies.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to have that ride every now and then.
Ugly ass fool.
I'm tuning in for that.
I know you are.
Carson Beck gets me to the table on. It's the first we ain't had action since obviously the Super Bowl. Months and months and months with no action, and now we get action. And I think the only thing Kenny Pickett does nothing for me. I don't have any interest in watching Kenny Pickett.
Is he still using the glove, by the way?
It doesn't matter. And I hate it for Kenny. I bet Kenny is a hot item in the streets. I bet he does well with the ladies, and I'm sure he's a cool guy. But he just doesn't move the needle for me at quarterback. Now Carson Beck, that's a different deal. Had an interesting run at Georgia and Miami. Obviously won a lot of games, and I gotta believe the Arizona thing. Even though you didn't even mention it, man, they did give old Jacoby Brissett made some more money, man. They gave him they gave him a little bread.
I wasn't here with it. Yeah,
they gave him a little bread, man. So he's obviously the plan. But I gotta believe if Carson Beck plays well enough, that he could get some burn and potentially be a guy that gets some starts in Arizona. So I am interested in watching Carson Beck in that first quarter.
Yeah, we'll see. It may be a hard pass for me. Stallions football practice tonight. We'll see.
Yeah, you got daddy daycare, daddy duties, man.
A little action tonight. We'll see.
Daddy duties, man. That trumps all this crap. Definitely a Hall of Fame game. You kidding me?
Yeah. I'll be sitting out there. I may pull it up on the phone.
You definitely will. You are a phone watcher. You definitely will.
Phone watcher. Got a little pod tonight. All right. If you missed this, week 1, we know the Texans will face the Buffalo Bills here at NRG. God, I hope Buffalo's defense gets announced. As the fans who hopefully get there on time, but you never know. As C.J. Gardner-Johnson runs out, if he is announced on that defense, he is going to get booed the hell out of by the Texans fans that are there before the start of the game. And if you miss what he had to say about his time in Houston, he got baited today. He got baited, and I'm glad for those reporters who went ahead and did it. If you missed it, this is what he had to say about his time here in Houston.
It's a good team. You don't see nothing on the front office of the staff, but the players are there good. All the bullshit that came out, it was lies, but whatever.